Hey guys, welcome to the channel. As you see in the thumbnail, what if Overlord Luffy get multiple harem from multi-universe? Before I start, please do support for more awesome content, and subscribe my channel and like this video. Go support and follow the Raptor 10 for writing that awesome fanfic, and also make sure to comment on this story. Link in the description. The voices of many junior students approaching the entrance of the UA High School examination site show the anticipation of the exam that would take place here. New heroes will be born today. The initial step for many of their dreams will start now. And for a youthful man, with dark green hair, freckles and an innocent appearance, the first step in becoming the glorious hero he always dreamed, Izuku Midoriya walked nervously, still not believing that this is happening. That he made it this far, and that his dreams are about to become real. That all his hard work and hope weren't for nothing. I won't disappoint you, All Might, Midoriya whispered with excitement. Move aside, Deku. Midoriya only squeals, afraid of the voice that he knew to whom it belongs to. Kaken? Midoriya exclaimed. Get out of my way or you're dead, Bakugo said, pushing him aside without caring too much about anything else. Midoriya just cringes a bit, thinking he should really stop being afraid of his childhood friend. Ever since the day he saved him from that mud villain, he never tormented him in school again. But he has become more hostile to him. Midoriya only sighs. He knew that eventually, he would have to face Bakugo again someday. But for now, he must take his first step to fulfill his dream. I need to move forward, Midoriya said with determination. Or at the very least, trying to sound like it. His trembling legs didn't seem to listen to him properly. He notices too late that he tripped with his legs, going face down quickly. But he didn't touch the ground, confusing him and scaring him for a moment. Are you okay? A girl with bobbed and curved inwards hair asked with a warm smile. Midoriya said nothing. He is too nervous to talk to a girl, even to say thank you. He only stared, with a dumb look on his face. It's my quirk. Sorry for stopping you, but it's a terrible omen to trip and fall, she said with a smile. Midoriya only nodded, still stunned to be in front of a girl. This sure is nerve-wracking, don't you think? She said, smiling. Midoriya said. Good luck to both of us, she said, leaving him. He is over the moon, thinking about how much he has changed. He finally talked to a cute girl, although he said nothing at all. He had a slight blush on his cheeks, and he felt that today is an excellent day. He didn't notice a person talking to him until he felt a hand on his shoulder. Excuse me, you dropped this. Midoriya turned around and, his jaw almost hit the ground. Before him, a beautiful girl with shoulder-length white hair side-swept to her ear. Deep, soft golden eyes, and stunning facial features, making her the most gorgeous girl he has ever seen, is standing in front of him, holding a pencil. And he couldn't say anything at all. Is this your pencil? The girl asked one more time. Midoriya said, making the girl look very confused at him. Here, take it, she said. Midoriya extended his hand, and while taking the pencil, his hand touched the girl's hand for a second, making him squeal in his mind. Thank you, he said. You're welcome, the girl said, leaving him behind. Like the other girl did a few minutes ago. I talked to 2 girls today, he whispered. Everyone around him is looking at him with a very confused look on their faces. Perhaps his nervousness and anxiety are making him act this way. But they stayed away from him. None of them wanted to deal with a crazy person, especially today. He remembered about the exam and bounced his way there. He didn't want to be late on this important event in his life. But he can't deny feeling happy about meeting 2 cute girls today. Midoriya only hopes that this day goes well and that nothing ruins it. Welcome to today's live performance. The entire room is silent as a crypt. Well, that's cool, my examinee listeners. I'm here to present the guidelines for your practical exam. Are you ready? Again, no one said anything. They are just sitting there, looking at him with very stoic faces. It's the voice hero, Present Mike. Midoriya mumbled, excited. I listen to his radio show every week. All the UA teachers are pro-heroes. Bakugo, who had the misfortune to be next to him, only whispered him to shut up. They didn't notice the girl behind them, looking with a keen interest in the rules of the exam, and ignoring the surrounding people. They are just watching her with blushes on their faces, and goofy smiles. As you can see, we would fill each location with faux villains. The points awarded are according to the difficulty level of each villain, Present Mike said. Attacking other examinees is prohibited. The girl nodded, understanding the simplicity of the test. It's not something out of the ordinary. They wanted to see their raw power, and how they could work with it. Each quirk is different and has unique applications. So it's normal that they wanted to see and measure the value of each of them. The document on her hand make it very clear about the details of the entire exam. Although there is a minor detail on it, there is a full villain that seems to not give a single point. And from what she reads, it seems to be in a special obstacle of sorts. Perhaps it's something like a boss. Something that will rampage around, making everything more difficult. I understand now. The information we have from this school is correct. They take things seriously. Albedo and Demiurge were right, she thought. May I ask a question? A boy with glasses asked, raising his hand. There appear to be no fewer than 4 varieties of faux villains on this handout. The boy with glasses said, not waiting for an answer. Fool, he hasn't realized the true purpose of this exam, she thought. And you, with the curly hair. You've been muttering this whole time, it's distracting. If this is some sort of game to you, then please leave immediately, he said with a glare. She heard the poor boy she met this morning mumble a pathetic sorry. She sighs, thinking that being surrounded by kids would be harder than she expected. I could have sent someone else, but honestly I didn't know whose solution. No, she is in Europe right now with Seabass. They are expanding our company there. Narbro, well, she was a candidate, but after what happened in Russia, I don't feel that she would do a suitable job here. Lupus Regina? Well, she can at least act friendly, but putting a sadistic werewolf surrounded by children is dangerous. And Toma? No. She would eat them, she thought. CZ? Well, she could have done it. I would have not needed to use an item to change her appearance too much at least. But I needed her for something else. The same goes for Yuri. No, the only one who could do this is me. Besides, is an excellent way to understand this world of superheroes better, especially if I want to rule it in the future, she sighs. It's been 4 years since I was teleported to this world. And still, I have problems believing this is real, but I am glad that Nazarick is with me. Besides, is an excellent thing that this world is like my own. I can move more freely and work properly here. And there is no contamination, no toxic waste. I can go out without using a mask. There are no marks of a third world war, and more importantly, I can finally collect books, comics, and manga physically. Back in my world, buying a book was something only the rich could do. You could only find online links to read them there. I always wanted to have the Lord of the Rings trilogy on my bookshelf. Now I can, she smiled with joy. That's all from me. I'll leave my listeners with our school motto. The noble hero Napoleon Bonaparte once said true heroism consists in being superior to the ills of life, plus ultra. She raised her eyebrow at that statement. Napoleon Bonaparte, a noble hero. Well, if you are French perhaps. But for the rest of Europe at that time, not so much, she thought with an amused face. Everyone stood up quickly, not wanting to lose more time and get to the test immediately. Again, she felt the people looking at her. Whispers and such. She ignored them like always, and walked to her destination. Everyone from Division D, come here, the announcer said. She walked over and located herself away from everyone. All of them only stared at her with anxious faces, trying to figure out her quirk. Or just checking her out. Good thing she is using a black jacket and black leggings. She didn't want to expose more of her body if necessary. With the ridiculous hourglass figure she has, extra attention is not something she wanted to deal with. She is starting to regret expending so much time in Yggdrasil's character creation. Even now, that she is using an item to change her appearance to look like one of a 15-year-old girl. Her figure pretty much remains the same. Hello? She saw a girl with fluffy and unruly pink hair. Almost the same color of her skin, talk to her. And my name is Mina Ashido. A pleasure to meet you, the pinky girl said with an enormous smile. Pleasure, my name is Galadriel Nazarick, she responded. Well, it's a wonderful thing that I can use this name with minor difficulty. I can say that my parents are huge Tolkien fans, Galadriel thought. Nazarick? Are you related to this company? Mina asked, with a nervous voice. Yes, it belongs to my parents, Galadriel said. Hey, you heard that? Her family owns Nazarick Enterprise. They are a big agency in Europe and are expanding to America as well, someone said, making Galadriel suddenly paid attention to them. She wanted to know what they think about her company. She put a lot of effort into making it the economic giant it is, so it's normal that she wanted to hear some compliments. Wow, aren't they like super rich? I heard many superheroes in Europe want to join their agency program. Maybe they will expand to Japan. If that's so, I am joining them. Galadriel smiled. This is what she wanted to hear. This is an excellent start for her plans. She didn't need an army, or immense power to control or conquer this world. Just like her old world, the richest companies were the ones truly controlling everything. But she still needs to think and do things carefully. There is no pressure to rush things. Slowly she will gain control over this world. Without them ever knowing what is going on. Well, because of my demon empress trait, I always had this necessity to control and conquer everything I can. But honestly, I don't want to destroy this world. I don't want them to make the same mistakes the leaders of my world did. And because this world had quirks, the damage they could bring to this world is high. I may be a demon, but I still have my own sense of justice. A twisted one, sure, but justice nonetheless, Galadriel thought. You must be very rich, the Pinky Girl said. I guess you can say that, Galadriel said, glaring at the surrounding people. Aren't you nervous at all? Mina asked. No. Why should I? Galadriel said, raising an eyebrow. Well, you know this is a tremendous day for many. Most people here will know pass the exam. So it's normal for many to be nervous, she said, with a smile. You don't look nervous, Galadriel said. I am strong. This would be a piece of cake, Mina said with confidence. But Galadriel saw that the body of the pink girl is trembling. Well, we will see how easy this is, right? Galadriel said with a smile. What kind of quirk you have? Mina asked suddenly. Why you ask? Galadriel responded. Oh, is nothing, is just, curious, that's all, the pink girl said, looking around trying to avoid looking at her direction. Galadriel saw a faint blush on the pink girl's cheeks. Well, is a surprise. What about you? Mina smiled, showing the strange liquid on her hands. Acid, she said proudly. I see, useful. Her body most produces natural resistance to it, like solution. Although I believe is not as strong, but it would be interesting to see how much can she evolve her ability, Galadriel thought. I would have loved to take her to Nazarick to experiment with her, but I don't want to hurt kids. I told Demiurge to avoid kidnapping children or innocent people. I want to preserve what's left of my humanity. After what happened in Russia, I don't want to lose myself like that. Besides, this world is full of villains, so there is no problem for me to take them back to Nazarick and see how much can we experiment with them, to learn more about quirks. And with my future plans, I can bring more heroes to my side, is only a matter of time, Galadriel thought. And begin, the announcer yelled. Everyone is staring around, confused. Galadriel saw a figure at the top of a building far away. The poor students didn't seem to know what to do, as they keep looking for more indications. What's wrong? The test started. Run! Run! He yelled from the top of a building, amusing Galadriel. Well, good luck, Pinky, Galadriel said. Pinky? Oi, wait for me! Mina yelled, following Galadriel to the center of the fake city. In the room where all the pro-heroes and judges are examining, a nervous-looking man with blonde hair and light blue eyes is watching to his protege. The entrance exam has just begun, and the green-haired boy is far behind, but he still believes in him. Young Midoriya, he whispered. I worry about him, Tashinori? Niza asked with a smile. Ah, well, yeah? I am, but I know he will succeed, he said while coughing a bit. This is quite a problem for him. Time is running out, Ectoplasm said. Look at that girl, Achiko Uraraka, she has already 25 points, one teacher said. Tenyalita, he is proving to be a wonderful combat hero. Like that kid Katsuki Bakugo, he is already at the top of the B group, Niza said with a smile. 49 points already, do you think he could beat the old record? Midnight said, looking with a smile at the screen. What was it? 97 points in 6 minutes? Tashinori nodded. No one has beat your record, Tashinori, Niza said. Well, it's very hard to beat in 7 minutes, Tashinori said with a slight smile. He didn't care about his record, but he wanted Midoriya to succeed, to prove to everyone that he deserves to be here. This test is more than you beating robots, about showing the most important quality of a hero. And he knows that the only thing the kid needed is an opportunity. Time is running out, Niza said. Oh, look at that, Toshinori smiled when he saw young Midoriya leap to rescue a girl who is trapped under some rubble. He grinned at the scene. Look at him, that's the power of the youth, Midnight said. With a single punch, Midoriya destroyed the giant robot, saving the girl, making his rescue points go up to 60. Securing his place in the academy. You found wonderful youthful men, Toshinori Niza said, making the hero know as All Might smile. Indeed, I have found a worthy successor, he said, proud of Midoriya. Oh, he is falling, Toshinori said. He is, Midnight said. Look at that girl, Midnight said, beaming with a smile. They saw how the girl saves him from the fall, by quickly using her quirk. This year's students are very interesting, Niza said with a smile, after watching two students saving and helping each other. It gives the teachers and judges a wonderful sense of accomplishment knowing that the core idea of being a hero is as important as ever, in today's youth. Saving someone is one of the key parts of the test. Hey, look at Block D! Ectoplasm exclaimed. Everyone saw the screen and went silent at the image before them. In Block D, Mina Ashido is using all her power to secure as many points as she can. But like many, she is getting exhausted, and quickly her acid is losing effectiveness. She was following the beautiful girl she met before the test started. But then she suddenly disappears before her. Without leaving a trace, she sighs sadly, hoping they could be friends after this is over, but to do that, Ashido needs to pass the exam. Just a few more points, she said. Ashido sighs, moving to another location, trying to find more of those faux villains. But with no luck, the only thing she can find is what's left of them. It's like someone just cut them like butter, the pink-haired girl said. Then before her, a giant robot appeared. She screams, terrified. As she is trying to run from it, she tripped and sprained her ankle. The pink-haired girl let a small moan of pain. Ashido saw the giant robot ready to strike, and the only thing she could do is scream for help. Help, please someone! Ashido yelled. But none came. Those who heard only turned to the other cheek, not caring for her at all. Those who seemed to want to help her simply didn't have the bravery to do so. She screams one more time, hoping for a teacher to save her, but as the attack came down, the impact never came. The pink-haired girl heard gasps but didn't know why. Ashido is just there, with her eyes closed, hoping for the best. Until she heard a familiar voice. Are you hurt? Ashido gasped when she saw the beautiful white-haired girl standing above her, stopping the giant fist of the robot with her hand. The pink girl is not the only one looking in shock, but everyone else there, as well as the teachers and pro-heroes who are looking beyond shock at what is happening in Block D. Are you hurt? Galadriel asked one more time. My ankle is sprained, Ashido mumbled, still stunned. All right, let me deal with this first. Arcane sword. Ashido saw that from her hand, a sword made of light appeared. And with one swing of it, she cut the giant robot in half, like it is nothing. Even thought as big. Is still a low-level NPC. To be destroyed with my arcane sword must have to be very weak. I still need to understand how strong I am in this world. I have used low-tier spells, and they seem to be very overpowered here. I wonder how powerful are the top heroes. Albedo said some of them may be around level 45 or 60, if we use the Yggdrasil level system. But then again, quirks take a vast part of how strong those heroes are. We need more information about the strongest heroes and villains here, and see how powerful they are, Galadriel thought. Thank you? Galadriel looks down and saw the pink-haired girl. She smiled. After all, she needs to create a good image for herself, so everyone would see her as a wonderful hero. It's nothing, it was heroes do, Galadriel said, smiling gently. Time up. The test is over. They heard the announcer yelled from far away. Ashido sighed, hoping the points she gathered was enough for her. Then she let a slight squeal when Galadriel carried her like a bride. Yai. What are you doing? Ashido said, blushing immensely. Don't move, you are hurt, remember. The medics will take care of you, Galadriel said, carrying the blushing pink-haired girl. Thank you, Ashido mumbled again. Don't worry about it. This is what heroes do, Galadriel smiled, knowing full well that the cameras have microphones as well. Let's see how they react to me, Galadriel thought, hiding a morbid smile. Everyone in the room is silent, still processing what they saw a few minutes ago. Many of the pro-heroes have a hard time believing it. The results are here, Ectoplasm said. Everyone saw the top students and paled, some gasped. Others didn't know what to think. 1 Galadriel Nazarick villain points 159 rescue points 60. 2 Katsuki Bakugo villain points 77 rescue points 00. 3 Ejiro Kirishima villain points 39 rescue points 35. 4 Ochako Uraraka villain points 28 rescue points 45. The list went on, but the first name on the list is the one everyone seems surprised. Never in the history of the UA, a student has come up with numbers like that. The first place is Galadriel Nazarick with a breaking record of 149 villain points and 60 rescue points. Is she related to the Nazarick family? The owners of Nazarick Enterprise? Someone asked. Many of the heroes there knew that this girl is something else. Many started to talk about her ability, her quirk. No one knew what it was, but seems to be a powerful one. I heard that their hero agency is one of the best right now. You could get sponsors and big offers if you sign up with them. Perhaps they will move to Japan too, another one said. What do you say, Niza? Tashinori asked. Miss Galadriel was a recommendation from many heroes in Europe and America. Miss Galadriel's family wishes to establish themselves in Japan for what I know. And her quirk, I don't know what her quirk is, Niza said. Many of them thought the same thing, after watching the broadcast. That was a sword made of light, so perhaps something to do with light? Midnight wondered. That would not explain the strength or her speed, another one said. What do you think, Aizawa? Niza asked. I think this will be a bothersome year, the tall, pale-skinned man said with a bored tone. Regardless of Miss Nazarick, this year's students are all interesting, Niza said with a smile. In a world of heroes and villains, a shadow is emerging. Eventually, both sides would be choked by a power beyond their compression. And only one would be victorious. Being at the top of the island of Onigashima, 7 people were facing each other. Staring at the 2 Yonkos in front of them, Luffy, Kid, Law, Killer, and Zoro remained perfectly still, despite the storm raging over the island. Seeing this, Kaido laughed before asking, So, it is you, the pirates, who are the next generation. Honestly, what do you think you are doing against us, Mama? Giggles Big Mom. Mujiwara. You, who dared to humiliate me in my own territory, do you really think you can be powerful enough to defeat 2 Yonkos? Stopping sniggering, she looked furious as she asked, Do any of you have any idea how strong it will take to be the next pirate king? It's not a bunch of runts like you that can do it. Many pirates have this objective, but very few have the power to do it. Exactly, Kaido assured, raising his huge club. And to prove it to you, I'm going to show you how much power a man must have in order to be the next pirate king. Ray my hack, Mama, giggles Big Mom, by grabbing cognac, before covering it with Busashoku Haki. Die, you stupid pirates. Seeing the 2 Yonkos rush at them, their 5 opponents imitated them. Gum Gum, Radio, Punk, Ikidai Sanzen, Red Hawk /Knife Rotten Dyson Sekai Sonic. Striking each other, the 7 opponents created a powerful shockwave, which showed the power of devastating attacks. However, whether it was the 2 Yonkos or the other 5 pirates, either group stepped back an inch. Seeing this, Kaido activated his Haoshiku Haki, just like Big Mom. Being able to feel it, Luffy imitated them. The gusts of wind around them were immediately swept away by their auras, which even managed to dispel the clouds. Continuing to face each other, as cracks appeared in the ground, the pirates attacked with so much power that even the sky above them was found to split in 2. And at that moment, without one of them being able to see it, a real crack appeared in the sky, before opening. Hey! What is that? Being at the flower capital, Tenguyama Hitetsu turned to see a man on the roof of a house. Staring at the sky, the man pointed at it, looking scared. Turning around, while being surprised, Hitetsu ended up showing surprise and fear through his mask, as he saw the sky crack in the distance. Growing larger and larger, the crack opened, turning into a breach, the color of which was identical to that of an emerald. What? Someone wondered. This place, it's Onigashima. Looking up, Law saw the breach just above the island. What is that? Huh? Big Mom wondered, lifting her face. At that moment, acting like a black hole, the breach began to suck the air around it. The suction was so powerful that pebbles at the top of Onigashima were sucked too. First, it was just the tiny pebbles. Then the next ones to be sucked got bigger and bigger. The moment boulders lifted up into the sky, Kid began to feel his body grow lighter and lighter, so much so that his feet finally left the ground. Hurrying to direct his hand to the ground, he grabbed it as best he could to avoid getting sucked in. However, the rock he was holding ended up getting sucked in turn. "Kid!" cried Killer, before being sucked in turn, along with Law and Zoro. "Zoro! Tro!" Luffy shouted, directing his arms towards them. However, he didn't even have time to stretch them out when his feet also left the ground. Screaming in fear, the 5 pirates headed for the breach and disappeared one after the other, just like the rocks. Being heavier than them, Kaido and Big Mom managed to stay on their feet. However, as the suction grew more and more powerful, huge parts of the top of Onigashima eventually broke, before flying towards the breach. Seeing this, Big Mom ran into the void before screaming, "Zeus! We leave this island, MOM." However, as he was about to turn into a huge cloud, Zeus got sucked in, just like Prometheus. "What?" Big Mom wondered, seeing them also disappear into the breach. It was at this moment that the entire ground shattered into pieces, before flying into the air. Being carried along with them, the 2 Yonkos could do nothing as they approached the breach. Being watching the fights in Onigashima, Queen was giggling, all seeing her new ice demons decimating the samurai. "Ha ha! Watch my genius!" However, feeling the whole island shake, the man stopped laughing. Then, looking up, his eyes widened and shattered his glasses, while he saw many cracks appear on the ceiling. "What is happening?" Shattering into pieces, the ceiling began to fall towards the warriors inside the island. Yet suddenly stopping, the pieces of the ceiling eventually floated above the floor, before being sucked up. Seeing all of this, Queen saw many weapons on the ground also begin to fly skyward, as did the bodies of those already dead. Stopping to fight, the samurai and pirates also saw what was happening, before also feeling their feet leave the ground. "What? Help me, I get sucked. What is happening?" Nami asked. "Kaido-sama?" Who's who wondered, not knowing what was going on. "Onigashima is disappearing," King remarked. Suddenly, doubling in size, the enormous breach in the sky exerted such a powerful suction force that the entire island of Onigashima eventually left the ocean to fly in the sky. "What?" everyone shouted. Not understanding what was happening, a few fishermen, as well as a few men from Orochi, were in a port of Wano Kuni and were close enough to see Onigashima rising into the air, before disappearing inside of the breach in the sky. Then, a few seconds later, the breach disappeared. Universe MHA, Miyazudafu, Japan. In the blue sky of the city, nothing out of the ordinary, just the typical fight between superheroes and supervillains. Kamui Woods and Mountain Lady were fighting a group of villains with long arms and knives for fingers who were robbing some innocent people. "Hey, what do you think you're doing?" Kamui Woods asked, positioning himself behind the villains, to prevent them from fleeing. "TSSS. Those damn heroes," growled the villain. Taking her titanic size, Mountain Lady hit the ground with her feet, in order to make it tremble. Then, displaying a broad, conceited smile, she advised, "Stop you without a fuss and there will be no injuries. Because you think you're scaring us?" Being on the other side of the neighborhood, Aura watched the scene, while quietly eating a packet of crisps. Passers-by around her seemed cheerful to see the heroes, but also fearful that the villains would prove more powerful than expected. For her part, the elf was in no way afraid. To tell the truth, camouflaged as a human, thanks to the magic of illusion of his lady, Aura could easily walk around town and observe all the heroes who were there. Being behind her, Mare was leafing through a book, before finding the faces of the 2 heroes. Kamui Woods and Mountain Lady. 2 very famous heroes here. The first handles the wood and the other changes size, Aura remarked, finishing her packet of crisps. Then crumpling the package in her hands, she turned around, before asserting, "Our Lady has asked us to take an inventory of all the heroes in this country, and find out about their powers. However, neither of them seem to be up to the task. Even if they fight us as a group, the battle will only be entertaining. Nothing more," Aura assured, her hands behind her head. "However, I admit that I want to meet the famous hero of this world, All Might." Beginning to walk away, the dark elf duo stopped, however, hearing screams coming from the sky. Looking up, Aura and Mare saw figures in the sky, descending at full speed in direction. "What is that?" Mare asked. "Humans?" Aura wondered, narrowing her eyes, trying to see the figures distinctly. Being 10 in number, the group of humans that fell from the sky consisted of 6 humans, a robot, a skeleton, a humanoid reindeer-like animal, and a whale man. Screaming in fear, Luffy's crew had been separated from the rest of Onigashima, only to find themselves in the sky, before feeling themselves fall. "What that hell?" screamed Zoro, confused. "What is going on?" asked Chopper, crying in fear. We are falling, asked Nami in horror. Where is Onigashima? Asked Jinbei. Don't worry, we are going to land of water in the ocean. As our devil fruit users are safe, we will be okay, says Sanji, trying to stay calm. I don't see water, only concrete ready to squash us into pulp, say Robin, also in fear. Don't say that, Robin. Screamed Usopp, crying, thinking now this is the end. Luffy, for something, screamed Nami. Gomu Gomu and no balloon, say Luffy, forming his balloon form, and everybody bounce on him when they hit the ground. Boing. The group was separated in for a few meters. Robin and Nami could hit the concrete, however. Robin used her devil fruit to save them. Spinner net, say Robin, forming the pink net. Thanks, Robin, you are my angel, say Nami in tear. Ouch, say Usopp, hitting the pavement. What that hell happened? Say Chopper, confused and bumbling. Are you dead? Ask Usopp. No, Usopp, I don't think so, say Chopper, relieved. Well, I already died, so I don't think this is like it again. Yo-ho-ho, say Brook, putting his head in his body. Having stopped fighting, the heroes and villains watched the group of pirates land nearby, looking surprised. Finally, seeing the pirates get up, Empty Lady pointed at them. What's what happening? Asked Empty Lady, confused as all hell. I don't know who fall in the sky and land this way, these could have died. We should help and ask question later, says the wood theme hero. Hey Moss Head, are you alive? Asked Sanji, getting up. I can hear your stupid voice, can Ti. Says Zoro. Go to hell, says Sanji, and Zoro also get up, and the two see a crowd of weird looking people, some less human than other. Getting up too, Jinbei looked at the crowd around them, as well as the buildings, which were very different from those in their world. I don't know why, but I have the impression that we are no longer in Onigashima. Looking at people, he asked. Hey, where are we? No one answered his question, as the crowd stared at the pirates in astonishment and fear. Feeling to be watched as a monster, Zoro began to growl. What you people are looking at? Screams Zoro for the people, and everybody runs in panic. Villain. Noticing that several people looked like animals or had horns or tails, Sanji asked. Minks? Or are they all smile users? No, they're different, Robin asserted. Suddenly the ground shook somewhat, as General Frankie stood up. Putting his robot back on its feet, Frankie came out of its body, before landing on the sidewalk. Guys, can someone tell me what's going on? Why are we here when we were fighting in Onigashima? Where are Kaido and the others? Kinemon and the others aren't here either, Nami remarked. Hey, where is Luffy? Sanji asked. Here, Frankie remarked, noticing that his captain had landed between the heroes and the villains. Kaido. Big MOM. Getting up, without the slightest scratch, Luffy tried to find his two opponents. Yet there was no sign of them, Law or Kid. Instead, Luffy noticed the town he had just landed in. Where am I? Approaching him cautiously, Kamui questioned him. Kid, are you okay? Turning to look at him, Luffy stared at him for a few moments. Then, finally, the pirate's eyes began to shine. Wow, what cool costume. However, this was the perfect time for the villain, and his henchman grabbed Luffy by the neck and put a knife. Nobody move or we will cut this kid's throat, said the villain with long arms. Luffy! Screamed Sanji, Usopp and Zoro. We will do nothing as long you people don't use your quirks, said the villain, holding Luffy. Damn it, at this angle there is no chance of me saving this kid. Where is Hawks when we need him at this situation? Thought Kamui Woods. You are coming with us, kid, says the villain, putting the knife on Luffy's throat. Seeing the whole scene, Ora and Mare got closer. Wani-san, do you understand what's going on? Mare asked. Unable to understand what was going on, Ora only smiled, as something funny seemed to be happening. Let's stay here a little longer. I don't know why, but I have the impression that these strange humans might interest our lady. Midoriya was jumping in joy in front of the mirror, watching every detail of his uniform. He hadn't slept much. The excitement to attend to Yui was too much for him. And today will be his first day of school. Today is my first day, I wonder who my classmates would be, Midoriya said. Izuku, your breakfast is ready. Hurry before it's too late. He springs out of his room the second he heard that. While he is eating, he couldn't stop thinking about what All Might told him the other day. He needed to control his power. Having broken bones and limbs is not funny at all, especially if he wanted to save people like his idol does. He needed to fight against villains to protect the innocent, to become stronger and more adapt to his ability. He has to become stronger. I have to be stronger, Midoriya said while eating. Speaking out loud made his mother start to look at him in confusion. Don't eat so fast, Inko, his mother said. I can't lose time. This is my first day of school, Midoriya said, coughing dramatically when the food was stuck in his throat. Izuku, Inko exclaims in the same dramatic way as her son. Sorry. After breakfast, he went to his room and got his backpack and everything he needed. Giving his poster of All Might one last look, and he ran to the door. Izuku, did you pack some tissues? Yes, Mom. What about hanky? You can't leave without a hanky, dear. I packed it. I am running late. I need to hurry up. Izuku, what? Midoriya said, exasperated. Inko only sighed with a smile. Still not believing that her son could become a hero, like he always dreamed. She can't help to feel happy and worry at the same time. It was a dangerous job after all. You look super cool right now, Inko mumbled. Midoriya blushed but smiled at his mother. See you soon, Mom, he said. Inko smiled, looking around the now empty house. She was about to do what she always does, clean. But then someone knocked on the door. She frowns, thinking that perhaps her son forgot something. But she doesn't think is that. She slowly opens the door, and in front of her stood a beautiful woman, wearing a maid uniform. Miss Inko Midoriya? The poor mother only nodded, having almost a stroke at the sight of such beauty. I am from Nazarick Enterprise. Can I have a moment of your time? Running through town, Midoriya was impatient. For the first time in a long time he was running to class, not wanting to miss his first day at UA in any way. I'm going to get there. I'm going to enter UA and become a hero. However, as he had walked halfway, he had suddenly stopped, hearing giant footsteps, while a gigantic figure had appeared between the buildings. Empty Lady-san! The boy shouted, recognizing the hero. Immediately, realizing that a battle was taking place in the city, the boy couldn't help but walk towards the place of the fight, desperately wanting to see the heroes in action. Nonetheless, he could barely catch a glimpse of the crowd watching the fight that had stopped, while he heard voices coming from heaven. Ah! Huh! Said Luffy, raising his face. Widening his eyes, the boy could see 10 dots appear in the sky, as they grew in size as they got closer to the ground, falling at full speed. What? Are they people? The next second several impact noises were heard, while the figures crashed onto the ground. The heroes, the villains, the spectators, everyone stepped back, unable to understand what had just happened. What just fell? Kamui Woods asked. Meteorites? Damn heroes! A villain roared. The quirk of one of them must create objects that fall from the sky. Suddenly, the villain saw someone get up in front of him. Damn it! Luffy said, putting his hat back on his head correctly. What just happened? Where is Kaido? Then, turning, he saw the tall silhouette of the villain facing him. Huh! Said the villain and the pirate. Who are you? Finally, when Midoriya was able to see the area where the villains and heroes were located, the boy could see the leader of the villains smiling, as he had just taken Luffy hostage. Be careful what you do, hero! The man roared. If you come any closer, I'll kill this guy. Huh! Luffy repeated. Where am I? Damn it! Kamui growled. Who is this guy? Is he the one who just fell from the sky? That was the worst place to land. The villains thought they were easy going to flee now that they had a hostage on their hands. Luffy just looked confused as all hell. Where was he? Why were there so many people around him? Why had someone just taken him hostage? Did he not know who he was? Should Luffy hit him? Ha ha! Okay, kid. Don't do anything funny or you are dead, said the villain, laughing and sinking the knife at Luffy's throat. Then, looking at the two heroes in front of him, the man laughed. I advise you to let us through. Otherwise, I promise you the hostage will not survive. Kamui, Empty Lady said, ready to attack. Don't do anything. The other hero ordered him. Now that they have a hostage, we can't attack them. Hearing this, the leader of the villains continued to laugh, while his companions began to move away from the heroes. Then the leader started to back away. However, seeing that Luffy's feet didn't move, he ordered him. Come with us, moron. No, said Luffy, very firm and calm. Who are you? Huh? Said the villain, confused. I told you to come. Don't ask stupid questions. However, Luffy still refused to move. Starting to get angry, the villain transformed one of his fingers into a gun before targeting Luffy's head. I order you to follow me. I said no, screamed Luffy, punching the villain so hard that he flew into a store and crashed so hard, scaring many people around. Amazed, the spectators understood that this stranger had superhuman strength comparable to that of a pro hero. Crash. Having seen the scene, Deku couldn't help but be impressed by Luffy's power. Suga. What? What just happened? Said Kamui Wood in complete shock. Boss, said the henchman, very confused. You can't go around threatening people with weapons, you can hurt somebody," said Luffy, very loud, sounding like a mother and less like a victim. "Of course," said everyone with a confusion on their heads. During an instant, this kid was like a monster, and the next as someone with no sense. Finally, the other figures that had fallen from the sky also got up. "Damn it, my head," Zoro complained. "I can't believe we're alive." Usopp said, "I thought I was going to die for the second time." Brook said, "Where are we?" Nami asked. For his part, looking around and seeming to understand what Luffy had just done, Sanji murmured, "We've only been here a minute and Luffy is already responsible for destroying a store window. Honestly, luckily he's not a soldier. He would have ruined the Navy since they'd have to pay back all the damage he causes." "Hey, Luffy! Are you okay?" said Frankie. Guys, you are all fine," said Luffy, happy. "Do any of you know what happened?" "It was so scary," said Chopper, hugging the captain. "Do you think we're still in Wano?" Usopp asked. "No chance," Zoro retorted, seeing the strange buildings around them. "But we are fine. So let's find a boat to go back to the Sunny," Easy said. "But it's very ironic when it's said by a man who can't walk down a hallway without getting lost," said Sanji. "What did you say, perverted cook?" "Shut up," Nami roared, continuing to stare at the newcomers. The heroes didn't know how to react. "Kamui, who are these guys?" Empty Lady asked, pointing at them. "How do you expect me to know? I've never seen them before." For their part, the other villains looked at Luffy angrily. "How dare you hit our leader?" A man roared, a whip in his hand. "We're going to make you regret it," another man with the head of a lynx assured. "Huh!" The pirates were surprised. However, before they could react, the villains felt roots wrap around them and bind them. "What?" "Remember we're here," Kamui growled. "What?" The pirates wondered, seeing him use his power. His body is made of wood, and he managed to manipulate it without the slightest problem," screamed Usopp. "That guy is a devil fruit user," said Robin. "So cool," said Luffy and Chopper. "Empty Lady, put the two together so they can escape," said Kamui, giving the villains to the blonde woman. "Understood," said the heroine. "Wow! My eyes see a beautiful woman with a perfect body, gorgeous hair, and a stunning hero costume." "She is perfect," said Sanji, while his eyes transformed into hearts. Hearing this, the giantess stopped, and everyone could see her look down, as if she was pissed off. Yet the next second, she put on a big smile and a blushing face, as the compliment bolstered her ego. "Ah, thanks, Baka!" shouted Kamui, growling. "These guys ridicule us, and besides, they dare to ignore us," asserted the other villain. "We are not going to let it go." "Yeah!" Seeing them rushing towards them, Jinbei let out an annoyed sigh. Then, finally, deciding to face them, he took a fighting stance. "I would like to grant you a warning. Those who do not wish to be harmed, I advise you to stand back." Completely ignoring him, the villains continued to charge him. "Ha ha ha!" a man sneered, letting scales cover his skin. "Go on! Hit me! My quirk will be able to block the power of your—" He didn't even have time to finish speaking, when he felt Jinbei's fist hit him in the abdomen, with such tremendous power that his enormous scales were destroyed. Arrgh! Fishman karate! Mighty reliant piercing! The shock wave generated by the punch passed through the villain's body and hit the rest of his comrades, who were behind him. Thrown into the air, they ended up crashing into a wall before falling to the ground. Seeing this, while they were on a roof, two people put on quite surprised faces, as the man's power was greater than that of a normal human in this world. "These guys," Aura said, looking at Luffy and his companions. "They are interesting." "Where do they come from?" Mare asked. "They have suddenly fallen from the sky and their power seems to be greater than that of most of the heroes of this world. Do you think this is normal?" "No idea. But we better tell Galadriel-sama that he's too cute." Seeing Chopper, Aura's cheeks began to blush, as the animal made her want to hug him. "I want him! I want him! I want him!" "One-san, calm down." Meanwhile, having dispelled his surprise, Kamui was tying up the villains to prevent them from getting up. "Hey, would I need help?" asked Luffy to the hero. "No, thank you. But I got say you all almost gave me heart attack. It is not every day that people fall from the sky. Did you people need medical treatment?" "No. We're fine. We deal with stuff worse than that," said Zoro, while sitting on the ground. "Worse than fall from the sky," screamed Kamui, with no idea on what this people were. You're kidding me, aren't you? I would like to tell you that this is the case, affirmed Usopp, who seemed tired. A fall from the sky is nothing compared to the cyclones we are used to fighting. Yo-ho-ho-ho. Brooks snickered. Okay, said Kamui, preferring not to incite further. Guy, I appreciate what you just did. I'd like all of you pro-heroes to come with me for a few questions. Huh? Said the pirates, confused on what he just said. Did you just say pro-hero? Asked Chopper. Yeah, you are heroes, aren't you? Said Kamui Woods with some suspicion. No, we pirates, said Luffy. Don't say that out loud, screamed his crew. Pirates? Said Kamui. Now losing his composure, the hero remained on alert. What did these guys mean? Pirates? This group of people compared themselves to a group of bad guys sailing on a ship, while pillaging coastal towns. So you people are heroes? Said Luffy. Interesting. But does that mean you work for the Navy? In that case, I don't think we can be friends. These guys don't appear to be wearing Navy uniforms, Zoro remarked. Maybe they're pirate hunters. Wait, maybe these guys work independently, said Usopp, wanting to avoid an unnecessary battle. No need to be suspicious of us. So you people are pirates, and you're using your quirks freely without a license and putting people in danger, said Kamui Woods, with an angry tone. Quirks? Asked the pirates, confused. Kinemon didn't know what devil fruits were at all. Robin stated. On this island, perhaps this is how they refer to the powers granted to those eating these fruits. Yeah, said Usopp, nervous. We put people in danger? Frankie repeated, sounding frustrated. Hey, are you ungrateful? We are the ones who stopped these guys from harming the people. Are you angry that we were more effective at stopping them than you? Empty lady, screamed Kamui, while getting into a fighting stance. What wrong? Asked her. They are pirates, and they were using their quirks without a license. We have to stop them. Then, staring at the pirates, he declared. I appreciate your help, but I'm taking you with me, Kamui said, activating his quirk to catch the pirates. However, in an instant, Zoro managed to cut the enormous amount of wood appearing on the hero's arm. Widening his eyes, the man then saw the pirate find himself in front of him, and displaying a sinister smile. Do you realize the mistake you just made by attacking pirates? Ahaha! Screamed the hero in pain, while his arm was slashed. Kamui Woods! His comrade cried when she saw him fall backwards. Man, what an arrogant guy! Said Zoro, with his sword in hand. What did he think? That his power would be enough to force us to follow him? He shouldn't believe in his dreams. What's wrong with him? Nami asked. We fought against villains. Why would you want to fight us? Here as elsewhere, they must fear the fact that we are pirates, Robin affirmed. However, what's strange is that no one seems to recognize Luffy's face. Zoro, you are just a brainless barbarian, Usopp roared. Do you ever try to speak before fighting, you barbarian? Added Chopper. What are your orders, Luffy? Jinbei asked. Run, Luffy shouted. Immediately, all the spectators saw him running, before being followed by his crew. Stop them from running away, Kamui ordered. But you, empty lady began, worried about the state of her companion. I will be fine. They didn't cut my flesh, only my wood construction I can regenerate, but cat them, said him in pain. Okay, empty lady said determinedly. Being in her giant form, she ran after the pirates. However, running through the crowd of spectators, they forced him to slow down, under penalty of crushing innocent people under his feet. Then, the pirates disappeared into a small alley. For his part, Deku saw the pirates pass in front of him, before seeing Empty Lady step over him, while chasing them. Come back here. Closing his eyelids a few times, Deku finally asked, Who were these people? That giant woman is after us, screamed Usopp. I will cut her leg in a second, said Zoro, preparing his other's two sword, but he had been stopped by Sanji. No! I would never let you hurt a beautiful woman under my presence, said Sanji. Shut up, you pervert, said Zoro. As they ran, the pirates could see more and more people, mostly civilians. However, some people didn't have a very human appearance. I see a woman with a horse's head, Brooks said. Is she a mink? Speaking of which, I don't see Carrot and the others, Nami remarked. Does anyone know where they are? Trying to look around, Luffy heard the footsteps that Empty Lady made, continuing to pursue them. For now, we have to lose her. We'll look for Toro and the others after. She wants to kill us, screamed Usopp. "Empty lady is after villain," said a bystander. "This is exiting, I should record this," said some other bystander filming the event, and more people were doing the same. "People are looking into a weird-looking brick, but why?" asked Luffy, looking at the cell phones. "Less curiosity and more running," screamed Usopp. "Damn, they are fast." Think empty lady stop running. The pirates were way too fast, and she could harm innocent people. As a result, she needed reinforcements who could move more easily around town. Activating the headset she had, she contacted the hero's base. "Hey! I need reinforcements. There are 10 villains on the loose who are extremely dangerous." "What do you mean by dangerous?" "One of them managed to injure Kamui Woods to allow his group to escape into the center of the city." "What? Kamui? We are bringing reinforcements to you as quickly as possible. In a few blocks away." "I think we lost her," said Luffy, catching his breath. The pirates were hidden in an alley, while they were certain that they would no longer be chased. "Damn it! Why do things always have to happen this way?" Usopp asked. "For once, we didn't do anything wrong. In any case, we had no reason to run in front of the enemy," Zoro growled. "If the perverted cook hadn't intervened, I would have defeated that woman without a single worry." "Hey! Why do you always have to act like that, stupid caveman?" Meanwhile, looking around, Chopper seemed to notice something. "Huh! Is it normal that we only are 5? Indeed, looking around him, Luffy didn't see Jinbei and the others. "Huh! Where are they? They must have lost sight of us when we ran into the crowd," Sanji declared. "Whatever. Even here, I doubt it would be difficult to find a living skeleton or a cyborg." Suddenly the cook cried out. "But what am I talking about? Of course the situation is serious. Nami Swan and Robin Swan are lost in the middle of this city, and are probably waiting for me to come and save them. Instead of talking nonsense, let's try to understand our situation," Usopp retorted. "First, we need to find out where we are." "I've never seen buildings this big," Luffy said, staring at the buildings. "I feel like they want to touch the sky, and this town is full of vehicles that move without horses," said Chopper. "So, this island has very advanced technology," Usopp understood. "And that suggests that their weaponry must also be very dangerous." "It's not good for us." "That's not the most important thing," Zoro retorted, sitting down on the ground. "Certainly, throughout our journey, we have seen incredible things. However, this is the first time that we have managed to be teleported from one island to another. I don't understand what happened, but it seems obvious to me that we are now far from Wano Kuni." Knowing he was right, Luffy suddenly slammed his fists together. "Damn it! In that case, where is Kaido? I was about to kick his ass. For now, let's do things in order," Usopp retorted. "Let's find Nami and the others, get some information about this place, and try to find a boat. We'll deal with Wano Kuni later." "Guys!" Screaming, Frankie was running towards the pirates, followed by the rest of the gang. "Yo-ho-ho-ho!" The giantess was very persistent, Brook affirmed. "Girls, I was so worried about you," that said Sanji, ready to hug Nami and Robin. However, Nami punched him in the face. Bang! "It's not the moment for that," screamed her. "Ouch, glad to see you're okay," Luffy said. "Yes, but our situation is not better," Jinbei remarked. "It seems that the people on this island don't like pirates very much. As such, we should be wary. It seems that there is some sort of police force tasked with capturing bad people." "I think the wooden man was acting strangely," Robin said. "He didn't seem to know Luffy and even seemed surprised knowing that we were pirates. Plus, I've never heard of quirks." "This guy said he was a hero," Luffy stated. "Maybe he was working for the world government." "That would surprise me. He didn't have a navy uniform." "I think so," Nami said, pointing to a local newspaper. "Look what I picked up." Approaching, the pirates could read the title of an article. "Once again, All Might, the hero of Japan, managed to defeat a villain who was trying to burn down a fire station." "Hero? All Might? Japan? What the hell is this?" asked Sanji, confused. "The newspaper is not the same as usual," Usopp said, looking at it carefully. Grabbing it, Robin began to read it, and came across the page of international anecdotes. "United States? South Korea? Arabia? I don't know any of these islands yet." "What does that mean?" Chopper asked worriedly. "I don't want to say that I know every corner of the New World," Robin said, closing the journal. "But I think I'm cultured enough to know every great power in our world." This journal doesn't mention any people or places I know. That's super strange, Frankie said. It's like we've been teleported to an island we don't know and where people don't know the places we know, so we're still being hunted. But instead of the world government, it's heroes with quirks who want to capture us, Zoro said. But it's obvious that these people simply ate devil fruits. Regardless, we need to find the docks and get out of here as quickly as possible, Usopp said. I don't want to see the Navy or a group of heroes coming our way and capturing us. If I get materials and other things, I can build any boat for us to return to Wano Kuni, Frankie stated. And how are we going to go there when we don't know where we are? Jinbei asked. First, we need to understand what happened in Wano Kuni. How did we get to this world? During our fight with Kaido, a breach was created in the sky. Luffy remembered. A breach? Yeah. It appeared when we attacked with all our strength, using Haushuku Haki. I don't see the connection with our situation, Sanji stated. Maybe it is, Robin retorted. The Haushuku generates a surprising aura that can knock out people around its user. If multiple people are using it at the same time, it could be that dimensional distortion has taken place, which caused us to come here. A dimensional what? Usopp asked, chattering his teeth. And there is something else, Jinbei asserted. We're not the only ones who are on Wano Kuni. Where are the others? Good question, Zoro asserted. Trao and the others also got sucked into the breach but don't appear to be here. It's strange. Looking up, Frankie asserted. No one else has fallen from the sky, be it our allies or our enemies. Are we the only ones to have arrived here? I wonder if their bodies haven't disintegrated upon contact with the breach or exploded, Robin asserted, thoughtful. Don't say that, Usopp roared. No need to worry about Trao, Kinemon and the rest, Luffy assured, with a confident smile. They must have landed somewhere else. Either way, we know they're strong enough to. But then, he stopped. Luffy's something wrong? Asked Chopper worried. There is someone in danger, said Luffy low, and he started running for the other side of the ally. Wait, Luffy, screamed Usopp. Other side of the ally. 3 grades from a middle school were beating some other kid who appeared to be in contest, and other kids only laugh and start to kick him some more. Come on, freak, get up, said one kid with rock hands punching the victim. He can tee. He is too much of a coward, said one with lizard mouth. You quirkless trash, said other, with long nails. Stop, said the poor victim crying. He asking us to stop. Okay, fine, just because you ask. But after this, said the guy with rock hands, ready to give another punch at the quirkless kid when something stop. Hey! Screamed a voice, and they see Luffy. What this is? Asked the lizard mouth. I think is a third year, said the long nails. What you doing with him? Asked Luffy in anger. Soon, the rest of the Straw Hats appear behind his captain, making the bullies a little nervous but not much. Nothing that you care. Get out of here, said the leader. Did you people were doing this to him? Asked Chopper in horror. He is a quirkless weakling, they need to be reminded that they are trash in this society, said the leader. Please, said the quirkless, and the Straw Hats already see their next rescue. The only thrash I see are 3 idiots that are a bunch of cowards and like to beat the weak to feel stronger, said Luffy, really angry. What you morons saying, you feel sympathy for him, said the leader in shock, seeing someone in the side of a quirkless. Yeah, he looks like a cool guy, unlike you, said Usopp. And why you people being such asshole about power? I don't have any, said Nami. What? Said the 3 bullies. Me either, said Usopp. So as me, said Zoro. Same here, said Sanji, shocking the bully. You are all quirkless freaks, asked the leader in surprising, and then Sanji stood in the front of everybody. What nobody call my dears Nami Swan and Robin-chan freaks, screamed Sanji, kicking the leader very hard in the face. What? Said the lizard mouth in shock. Don't you think I forgot about you shitheads? Said Sanji, also kicking their head very hard, breaking their noses and some teeth. You assholes want to get away from this, said the leader, trying to get up. Stop talking, you thrash, said Luffy, punching the leader in the face and angry. Yeah, take your friend out our way, said Chopper. I'm going to count to 3 and then I am going to start cutting you people apart. Point 1, said Zoro, preparing his sword, and all the bullies start to sweat in agony. Please, Ino, said the longer nails, crying. Get off, said Zoro, showing off the sword, and then the bully knew that they were serious. We're leaving, said the leader, running, forgetting his minions that also ran from the pirates. What horrible people, said Robin in disgust. He needs medicine. He got bruise in his body, said Chopper looking at the victim that was bleeding. There's some here in the trash, said Luffy, seeing some used band-aids. Don't use that, Luffy, said Nami in disgust. It has to be that. We can go into the hospital because of the authority, said Chopper. Hey, you are going to be fine, said Luffy to the poor kid. Who are your people? Asked the poor kid. Hi, I am Luffy, Zoro, Frankie, Sanji, Chopper, Jinbe, Usopp, Nico, Robin. Hello, I am Brook at your service. Hi, my name Hiro Masaki, said the kid who was black-haired, blue eyes and some cuts in his face. Hi, Hiro, said Luffy. Why did you help me? Asked Hiro. Because you were in trouble and we hate that kind of jerk, said Luffy. You guys seem to care. The rest of my school don't even care that I am attacked, said Hiro sad. What kind of school is that? Said Usopp in shock. They must be a stupid school to let that thing happen, said Frankie angry. Why they were doing that, you? Asked Brook. Because I am quirkless, said Hiro. Huh. The Straw Hats were confused with that word. You know, with no quirk, like no powers at all, said Hiro, sad that they even seemed to care for to know that word. That's it? Asked Nami, dumbfounded. That was the only reason of why this kid was attacked. Wait, you guys don't care if I don't have a quirk? Asked Hiro, confused. No. Only idiots think about power only and not the person, said Zoro. Exactly, and if I catch someone doing that again, I will kick their asses, said Luffy, pumping his fist. Thank you so much. Outside of my parents, you are the only group of people who seem to care for the quirkless people, said Hiro, now crying. Poor thing, said Robin. Then Nami, stay close to the kid now, getting his bruised look over by Chopper. Hiro, can I ask something? Said Nami. Sure, ask anything. What island we are right now? Said Nami. Pirates? Yes, my lady. They fell from the sky and managed to easily beat a bunch of villains. In all fairness, they seem to be powerful for humans. Listening to Aura's telepathic message, Galadriel finally asserted. Right now, it's not a priority to find them right away. As strong as they are, I don't think they want to cause us any problems. However, if I did, we would start hearing about from them. I think I would ask you to spy on them. All right, my lady. A few seconds later, stopping the communication, Galadriel began to think. After Kamui Wood's defeat and Empty Lady's request, a group of heroes, consisting of Death Arms, Mirko, Backdraft, Eraserhead, Vlad King, and Gunhead, had come to downtown so they could maintain order and catch the troublemakers. So, how many in total? Eraserhead asked. There were 5 here with us, but I think they were 10, said Empty Lady. 10? It's more of a league of trouble if you asked me, Death Arms said. More information about their appearance? Asked Mirko. Negative. I have already given the police my description of these guys and many passers-by have been recorded or taken pictures of these people, Empty Lady told the other heroes. And how is Kamui? Better, now that he has received medical treatment. I've never seen someone with a sword cut people so coldly, the woman said, a little nervously. You told us he looked like a samurai, Gunhead said. Yeah, but he only had one working eye. The other one looked like it was gouged out, said the heroine. What about the others you may have seen? A Backdraft asked. I heard complaints about 2 women who stole stuff, including newspapers. One had red hair and the other had black hair, Mirko announced. Witnesses also reportedly saw a huge guy with mechanical parts accompanied by a skeleton, Vlad King said. What are these people? Death Arms said, confused. No matter who they are criminals and we advocate prosecuting them before they start spreading freely in our society, said Eraserhead, genuinely irritated by how these vigilantes got away with it so easily, even with professional heroes on patrol. Well, but Eraserhead and I can't stay, said Vlad King. We definitely need to get to UA. Don't worry about it, Mirko assured. I alone will be enough to stop these guys. Still so confident, Death Arms remarked. In that case, to cover more ground, we will split up. Good luck, said Empty Lady to the group, which started to separate. Yeah, Eraserhead said, finally leaving, along with Vlad King, in an alley. We are in Japan, in the city of Muzidafu, said Hiro, confused with this question. Japan? Said Luffy. Muzidafu, Chopper said. Are you tourists? Asked Hiro, sounding confused. Then Nami jumped up to answer. Yeah, we're tourists and we weren't supposed to be in this town, so we need information to get back to our destination, Nami said with a fake laugh. Do you want me to call a cab? Or he said, holding his cell phone to everyone's confusion. What's a taxi? Asked Usopp, confused. Okay, are you okay? Hiro said, now scared, and they noticed his change in tone. No, people aren't crazy, it's that we've never been to a town like this, and we need to get back to our ship, Nami said, trying to calm the kid down. Oh, you came on a cruise? Said Hiro. Yeah, exactly. Said Nami, now happy that he said something she knew. Our bay is kind of from here. By car it's almost 2 hours, and by foot it's probably 4. Hiro says, and the information shocks the crew. 4 hours! In this case, we have to start walking. Luffy said, in a hurry, but then his stomach started to make noise. Really, Luffy? You're hungry in a situation as critical as this, Usopp said. Hey, it's not my fault. My fight against Kaido asked me a lot of energy. Hey, Sanji, can you cook something? With what? There's no kitchen and no fresh ingredients to make anything, Sanji said. There's a little restaurant right there, Hiro said, giving instructions. Ah, thank you, Hiro. You're a safer live. Chopper said. Well, you guys again, Hiro said as he left the alley. Hey, Hiro. Luffy said, and the kid turned his back to see the straw hat teenager with his arms crossed. Don't go crying just because you don't have any powers. I know people without powers who could beat the crap out of those jerks earlier. But you also have to work on yourself. Go get stronger and prove to these idiots that it's not power that makes a person, it's the person that makes power important. Luffy said, shouting and giving motivation to the weird kid who started crying tears not of sadness but of hope. For the first time someone who wasn't his parents saw potential in him. Thank you very much, said Hiro, bowing. You're welcome, now go home, Luffy said. Good. Thank you all, said Hiro, saying goodbye, and the Straw Hats all smiles. It was so nice what you did, Nami said. I see you can become a good mentor, Luffy-kun. Jinbei told him. I have to say you give the best speech, Captain, Robin said. The little one is going to become a powerful man, I can feel it. Frankie said, crying. These emotions are so strong that they pierce my heart, even though I don't have any, Brooks said, also crying. Okay, let's eat, Luffy said, going to the restaurant only to be stopped by Nami. Wait a minute, said the navigator. What's up, Nami? Said Luffy, annoyed. The money! What about the money? She said seriously. Didn't we have some money with us? Luffy asked, and Nami gave an angry look. Perhaps, but you're forgetting something. This place does not accept coins. Here, the money seems to be called yen. She told him, showing that the price in the paper was different from the berry sign they usually see. Yen? Said the confused group. If so, this island is not affiliated with the world government. Maybe it's in the same category as Wano? Robin said. Hey Jinbei, what do you think? Asked Luffy, to the new recruit of the crew. Have you ever heard of this place? Not at all. But it is true that Red Line Islands have an independent government. Here on this island, it seems that these heroes are the defenders instead of the navy, said the fishman. Sorry for not being more helpful. New location, new headaches, said Sanji, annoyed. Luffy, I think you're a real bad luck charm. Now what should we do? Asked Frankie. Usopp had an idea. How about seeing the city from above and then we can start planning some ideas? Said the sniper. Whoa, great idea, Usopp, Luffy said. Luffy, you flatter me. But don't forget I'm Usopp, the genius with the IQ of 400. Usopp said with a smirk. I'd already be amazed if your IQ was over 40. Zoro retorted. Hey! I'm smarter than you, said Usopp, annoyed. Okay, let's go, Luffy said, pointing to the top of the building. Robin, can you ask Nami to the other woman, Spider Net? Robin said, doing an arm net, and the Mugiwara started climbing until they reached the top. Well, here we are, and whoo, Usopp said, then he was stunned by what he saw. Said most of the Straw Hats except Robin and Jinbei. It's Nami said, a bit shocked. So big, said the crew, now seeing the whole modern and technological city dressing up in front of them, while in front of Yue, Midoriya was still thinking about what he saw this morning. The battle of heroes against villains. The arrival of Luffy and the others. The fight of pirates against villains and heroes. In truth, Deku hadn't really understood who these guys were. However, he had to confess something. They were very powerful. Their quirks were amazing. And one of them was an actual skeleton. I didn't think a quirk could give that kind of power. However, noticing that he was late, the boy finally decided to stop thinking about it and focused on the success of his first day in high school. Midoriya is running in the halls of the big school, having problems with finding his classroom. He sighs when he finally saw the giant door in front of him. Well, this door is enormous. I doubt we have giants running in this place, he laughs nervously. I'll be alongside the chosen few who pass the exam. I hope they are nice, Midoriya said, thinking about Bakugo and that guy with glasses. He didn't want to deal with them, especially Bakugo. 3 years in middle school were enough. If those two end up in 1B, I'll be eternally grateful, he whispered. The moment he opened the door, he regretted ever talking about those two. Don't put your legs on the desk. Don't you think that's disrespectful towards your classmates? The glasses adolescent man said. No, as a matter of fact, I don't think so. From which middle school are you from anyway? You look like an extra from a commercial, a 4i extra, Bakugo said, with a taunting tone. Midoriya only groans, thinking about what the next 3 years will be. My name is Tenya Lida, if you must know. And I came from a pride from Somei Junior High School, Tenya said. Somei? So you are an elite? Seems I've got a reason to ing and you after all, Bakugo said with a mocking and harsh voice. And me? What a nerve you got there. And you want to be a hero? Tenya said. Tenya saw someone looking at him from the door. He recognizes the green hair color on this person. He stiffly walks over there, ignoring Bakugo, who seems to look annoyed at being overlooked in such a way. Hello, I'm Tenya Lida from Somei, Tenya said. Oh yeah, haha, I overheard. I'm Midoriya. Nice to meet you, Midoriya said nervously, trying to get away from him as much as possible. But every time he tries, Tenya approaches him again. Midoriya, I must hand it to you. You divided the actual nature of the practical skill exam, didn't you? Tenya said, glaring at him. Like he's looking for an answer for his failure. I was blind to it. I didn't understand the test as you did. I hate to admit it, but you were the better man, Tenya said, moving his arm around. In a very calculated manner. Midoriya didn't want to say anything, he just nodded. Ashamed that he didn't know that it was a test to save someone, he just acted the way he is used to. Yeah, Midoriya only muttered. Deka! Bakugo hissed. Most of the class only stare at them, not saying anything. Good morning! The voice of a girl brought the attention of them. Oh, it's you! The girl, with bobbed and curved hair, said. Midoriya's eyes expanded when he saw her. He only blushed, thinking about the cute girl talking to him. You made it, just like President Mike said. Yay, go you! That punch was out of this world, Uraraka said, full of happiness and excitement. Midoriya is trying to talk but is hard when he has no experience talking to the opposite sex. Bakugo didn't seem thrilled with the idea that someone from his school got in. Especially Midoriya. The moment one teacher said that both of them managed to get in the UA, he was livid, but got angrier at the fact that Deku stood up to him. Bakugo was beyond pissed. There is no way someone like Deku could be a hero. No way. I wonder if today's the ceremony? Or the guidance counselor stuff? I can't wait to meet all of our teachers, Uraraka exclaimed. They didn't seem to notice us, but behind them, a girl is standing with an annoyed look on her face. A being of supreme power is there. The leader of the Great Tomb of Nazarick. Head of the 41 Supreme Beings, and fresh student of UA. Excuse me, she said, making everyone look at her. Many of them only stared. Some gasped, others simple, glared with mixed feelings. Especially since they knew about her. She became the most famous first-year student in the academy. Not only because of her score-breaking record, but because of her family name. Although her beauty is one reason too. Can you move, please? Galadriel asked. Midoriya and Uraraka nodded, both of them holding a dumb look on their faces. Thank you, she said, passing through them. They are watching me, God. Well, I am a popular girl now. Not like in my old world. I was another nerd, Galadriel sighed. Galadriel! A pink-haired girl came suddenly at her, hugging her out of nowhere. She is hugging me. Yoa, please don't hug me. Albedo will kill you, Galadriel thought. You are? Galadriel asked. Mina Ashido. Or as you called me, Pinky, Ashido said with a smile. Oh, I remember now. Well, she did make it to this school. Now how should I play this? I need to make friends, well, associates, to bring them to my agency here, Galadriel thought. I remember now. How are you doing? Galadriel said, with the best smile she can use. I am doing just fine. I am lucky that you are here too, Ashido replied with a smile. You. Everyone saw Bakugo walking to her. His face shows anger and frustration. He knew who this girl is, after seeing the result of the test. He can't still believe someone beat him. You got 159 points, how did you do that? Bakugo yelled. Kaken! Midoriya said, trying to calm his childhood friend. Shut up, or I'll kill you, Deku. Bakugo said, or rather yelled. Why is he screaming? What's with his hair? Galadriel thought. Answer. Bakugo demanded. The same way you did, but better, Galadriel said. She looks amused for a second, watching Bakugo twisting his face in anger. Is like he is having a stroke. Hilarious indeed. You bitch! He hissed. At that instant, someone knocked on the door. Huh! Midoriya wondered, opening the door. Suddenly, he saw a man in a sleeping bag enter the room to drop to the ground. Ah! A corpse! Ochako shouted. Who are you calling a corpse? Retorted the voice of a man in the sleeping bag. I just spent a lot of energy to come this far. Is that a sleeping bag? He looks like a homeless person, Galadriel thought. I'm your homeroom teacher. Aizawa Shoyuta. Pleasure meeting you, he said with the most sleepy voices Galadriel has ever heard. He suddenly pulled out a jumpsuit. With blue and white colors. Wear these immediately, and then go to the P grounds, he said, just handing the clothes to everyone. Ladies change clothes here, and the rest goes to the hallway, he said, walking outside of the room. And going inside of his sleeping bag. I guess he will sleep meanwhile we change clothes, Galadriel sighed. Okay boys, out. Out. An invisible girl said, pushing as many guys outside of the classroom. Many of them groaned as the girls got ready to change clothes. No! Wait, I want to see her big boobs. A midget with purple hair exclaimed. EW, a pervert, go away. The invisible girl said, changing clothes in school, this brings back memories from high school. The only good times I had, honestly. Well, not too much, but anything was better than being at home. I wanted to spend as much time away from my father as possible. I shouldn't think of that, Galadriel thought. I wonder why are we changing clothes? Are we going to have a new test? Is probable that this teacher of ours would pull something like that on us. I must be ready. Galadriel watched the rest of the girl. She is curious about them, about their quirks. She wanted to know about their abilities, to measure them and see if the posse's a treat to Nazarick, or if they are worthy of her agency. After all, collect values, things, is a hobby of her. I guess I will see the extent of their abilities soon, Galadriel thought with a smile. A quirk apprehension test? Many of them exclaimed. What about the welcoming ceremony? And the guidance counselor meeting? Uraraka asked, a bit startled. She thought this would be like middle school, where they would meet the teachers and director. But it seems that is not the case at all. If you want to be heroes, we don't have time for frilly niceties, Aizawa said, with a bored tone. You all understand the school's reputation for freedom on campus. Well, that freedom goes for us teachers, too, he said, with a menacing tone, almost smiling at the faces of the students. We can expel any student we considered being troublesome. So, I would like you to know this. Don't make me angry, all the students nodded. Now, Bakugo. How far could you pitch a softball in middle school? Aizawa asked. 67 meters, the bomb kid replied. Try using your quirk this time around. As long as you don't exit the circle, anything you do is fine, Aizawa said. Making Bakugo smiled sadistically. He stretched and picking the softball, he uses his quirk to throw the ball, as far as possible. Die! He screamed. Die! This kid has a problem with killing things, Galadriel thought. Why he said die. Galadriel turns to her side and saw that green-haired kid. So this is the kid He doesn't look strong, but there is something inside his body. A bright light. Wait, there's more than that one light. Interesting, Galadriel thought. Before anything else, one must know what they're capable of, Aizawa said, showing the score of the bomb kid to everyone. This is a rational metric that will form the basis of your hero foundation, he said. 705 meters. Unreal, that looks so fun. The pink girl said next to Galadriel. We can really use our quirks now? Galadriel's sigh. Being surrounded by immature people makes her feel tired. But then again, being around Albedo and Shouter is almost the same. They are always fighting and being loud, especially around her. She can only hope that they don't destroy Nazarick while she is here. Fun, you say? Alright then, a new rule. In the case of a student who ranks last in points, Would be expelled, Aizawa said, looking at all of them with deadly eyes. Welcome to the Department of Heroics, he hissed with a smile. To everyone's dismay, the kid who ranks last gets expelled? All of them said. That's quite extreme unless it's a ruse, Galadriel thought. This our first day here. Uraraka said. It makes sense, Galadriel said. Everyone looked at her, confused and stunned. Aizawa narrowed his eyes, looking intensely at the girl with white hair. There is a feeling about her, a strange aura. Something hiding underneath her pretty face. He doesn't know what it is. But he knows that this girl is more than she looks. He would keep an eye on her. What do you mean? Ashido asked her with a worried face. Heroes risk their lives to protect the weak. Natural disasters, massive accidents, mad villains. The list goes on. We are students now. But we need to understand the responsibility of being a pro-hero. How many news of heroes being killed has any of you heard? Galadriel asked. Aizawa said nothing, he just stared at the group. He knew that this is true, pro-heroes risk their life daily basis. He has lost friends throughout the years. This is not a game, this is a dangerous job. And he is glad that this girl has a head on her shoulders. Midori agreed, after seeing the Wound of All Might. He understands how dangerous being a pro-hero can be. And he knows about many pro-heroes who died in the line of duty. Some died because of natural disasters, others because of villains. Galadriel saw the reaction of everyone, and sighed. These kids are blessed to be born in a world with heroes, a world where the laws of justice work. Where you can hope and live a carefree life without worrying too much about what could happen the next day. Miss Nazarick is right, this world is not rays of sunshine and rainbows. We heroes have a job to protect the innocent. That's why all of you would face hardship after hardship, Aizawa said. Plus ultra is our motto. I expect you to overcome these trials and climb to the top. Now show me what you can do, Aizawa said with a smile. Galadriel watched the first trial, is a simple 50-meter dash. Nothing out of the ordinary. She saw the kid's name, Ida Tenya Quirk. Engine? They are literal engines on this kid's legs. I swear some of these powers can be very weird, Galadriel thought. Then she saw a frog girl jump to the finish line too. What brought her attention is a girl who seems to be able to control gravity to an extent. Now that looks interesting. With some work she can actually do incredible things. I will report this back later. Some of these kids can prove to be helpful in the future, she thought with a smile. Galadriel, is our turn, the pink girl said. Ha! Everyone's being so artless about it, a kid with golden sparkling eyes said. Don't worry, mademoiselle, I will show you my quirk, the sparkling kid said, winking at Galadriel. She just ignored him. Galadriel knew that she is being watched. Not only by the other students but the teacher too. All of them wanted to see her quirk. She didn't have one, technically. So she is making sure to not show too much. When she created this persona of hers, Galadriel decided to only use a few abilities. Like Arcane Sword, it would be easier to explain to everyone what her quirk does. I already show how strong and fast I am, not a bright idea. But worth it. I need to appear vulnerable like an inexperienced girl would too. I need to show some drawbacks in my abilities, in my body. Even a few weak points. It goes against my nature of being a demon empress, to show weakness. But I need to resist it. This is part of my plans, so let's see how they react to this, Galadriel thought. Get ready now! The moment Aizawa said it, everyone saw how Galadriel disappear. 1.01 seconds, the machine said. Making everyone turn their heads at the finish line, where Galadriel is kneeling. What was that? One of them exclaims. She is so fast. How is this possible? Did you see it? It shocks Aizawa. He didn't even saw what she did. It was like she teleported to the finish line. Teleporting quirk? No, that would not be it. There are traces left behind, super speed? If that is the case, there is a way for her to move at the speed of sound, Midoriya murmured, trying to come up with an explanation of the girl quirk. Galadriel, that was amazing, Ashido said, approaching her after arriving at the finish line. Thank you, Galadriel said with a smile. How can you be so fast and strong? And what about that light sword that goes swoosh? The pink girl asked with an excited voice. Well, is part of my quirk, Galadriel said with a smile. Yeah, but what kind of quirk is that? Can you do more things? Ashido asked. Everyone listened carefully. They wanted to know more about her. But Galadriel only smiled sadly. pulling her best dramatic pose number 3. I'm sorry, Pinky. I can't tell you more, is part of my family lineage is what makes us who we are, Galadriel said with a smile. Aizawa is now very interested in this family. Is not unusual for someone to have more than one quirk. Is very rare, but not impossible. There is still a huge debate about how quirks actually works in the human body, so maybe there is something about this Nazarick family that allows them to have such a unique quirk. He will report this back to Nizu and try to investigate more about her. Can you tell me something? Ashido asked. Sorry, Pinky, Galadriel said, giving a little tap the pink girl's nose gently, making Ashido blush. But she smiled at the white-haired girl, making her happy to know someone as strong as her. Mean, Ashido pouting. The rest of the trials went by. She didn't use much of her abilities, something she is thankful for. Only the necessary to be at the top. She uses a bit of strength to throw the ball as far as she could. Her build back in Yggdrasil was a hybrid, so she put some points in strength. She is not as strong as Seabass, Cocytus, or Albedo physically, but in this world she seems to be quite powerful. 512 meters, Aizawa said, hiding his surprise. She is strong, he thought. Wow, amazing golly. Galadriel's eyes twitch. Golly? She asked at the pink-haired girl. Well, Galadriel is a very long name, so can I call you Golly? Ashido asked, flustered. All right, you can. Since I call you Pinky, I think is only fair for you to put a nickname to me, Galadriel said, smiling, making Ashido beam. The next one is a girl called Uraraka. The ball just went to disappear in the sky, lost forever. Gravity or inertia. Regardless of what it is, this quirk could be powerful, Galadriel thought. Then she saw the green-haired boy enter the circle, preparing himself to pitch. He looks nervous, Galadriel noted. Midoriya's not doing too well, is he? The engine boy, Tenya said. Of course no. He's a quirkless ing guppy, Bakugo said, or rather yell. Midoriya is thinking about All Might and his mother. He didn't want to fail them, so he must use his power to pass this trial. That's why for the moment, he can't care about his body. Galadriel saw something strange on the kid's arm. But then it disappears. She saw the teacher nearby, and understood what happened. He can cut off people's quirk by looking at them? Interesting, Galadriel thought. She wonders how does it work? And if he could do the same to her? She must investigate this. Why tried using it for sure, just now, Midoriya said, puzzled. I erased your quirk, Aizawa said. I can't understand how did somebody like you manage to enter this academy, Aizawa said, looking angry. From what I observed, you can't reign in your quirk's full power. The way you broke your limbs in the exam entrance is proof. You can't save someone if you are crippled yourself, Aizawa said, making Midoriya look startled. Like he wanted to say something, but nothing came. Try a second time, Aizawa said. The rest of the students are whispering among themselves. Bakugo is talking about him getting expelled. Others are wondering about his quirk, and why he can't control it. What do you think, Golly? Ashido asked. His body seems to be a problem for his quirk, Galadriel said, looking at Midoriya. Show me what can you do, let's see if you are worthy of being collected, Galadriel thought. Galadriel turns around, feeling tired of the person who has been watching them for a while. She saw an enormous man with golden hair, looking nervously at her. Golden eyes and blue eyes stared at each other until Galadriel only sighed and turned the other way. What is he doing here? He looks creepy, she thought. Midoriya is thinking about what to do at this moment. He must control his power. At least a bit. Just enough to throw the ball. Just a little, he whispered. Everyone saw the sudden change in Midoriya's body. Using only his finger, he pushes the ball with his quirk. Bakugo is gaping like a fish. Like everyone else. Oh, I see now, his finger seems to be broken. Auk, but this kid, he is something else, Galadriel thought. Wow, golly, you saw that? Ashido exclaimed. You finally got a record suitable for a hero. Uraraka yelled happily. Midoriya fingers look broken, Tenya said. Bakugo seems enraged. He can't believe someone like Midoriya has a quirk. He can't be special. He was just another pebble in my path, Bakugo thought with fury. He wanted an answer, and he would get them no matter what. What is the meaning of this, Deku? You will explain this now, you shit bag. Bakugo yelled, running at poor Midoriya, who seems terrified of his childhood friend. He could only scream. Die! Bakugo yelled. Aizawa is about to use his ability, but then in a blink of an eye, Galadriel pushed the enraged bomb kid to the ground. One hand on his neck and using both of her legs to lock Bakugo's hands on the ground. Her body is on top of Bakugo, who seems to be paralyzed. He didn't even know what happened. One moment is running at Deku, and the other one is on the ground. "You bitch! I will kill you!" Bakugo said, trying to move but with no success. "You have problems with your attitude. If you somehow believe that acting like this would make you a hero, you are for a rude awakening," Galadriel said with an icy voice. Bakugo saw those golden eyes and felt shivers going through his body. "Heroes are the hope of many people. This attitude of yours is a problem. If you think you can do whatever you want, like intimidating others and using your quirk to harm your classmates, then you are no better than Avelaine," Galadriel said. "What do you know about me?" Bakugo screams with all his strength. He is afraid of her, but he is too stubborn to accept it. "A hero is someone who never loses. I will win no matter what," Bakugo yelled. "Someone dear to me once said saving someone who is in trouble is common sense. But if you think like that, then you don't deserve to be a hero," Galadriel said. Remembering the words of "touch me," this is troublesome. I only wanted to scare him a bit. He has a very thick head. Should I use my aura? No, that would cause many problems, Galadriel thought. "Enough both of you," Aizawa said, using his quirk to stop both of them. He narrowed his eyes to Galadriel. "My quirk is not affecting her," he thought. "Sorry, teacher," Galadriel said, releasing Bakugo from her grip. The bomb kid had a sore neck, and Midoriya could only stare at the girl. He has never seen someone as fast as All Might. What kind of quirk she has, Deku thought. "We are wasting time, let's go for the next trial," Aizawa said, looking intensely at Galadriel. "I need to talk to Nisa after this," he thought. Bakugo only stared at the ground. He has never lost. Never in his life, he has faced defeat. He looked at the girl with white hair and golden eyes. He knows she is something else. Something dangerous. He is determined to find out about it. Not only about Midoriya's sudden quirk, but about this girl's power. He will never lose again. "Oh yeah, that while expulsion thing was a lie," Aizawa said after the trials ended. Everyone, only a few of them, stared at him. "It was a logical ruse to pull out your best performances," Aizawa said with a grin. "What?" Midoriya, Uraraka and Tenya yelled. "Those guys," a girl named Yaoyorozu said. "Those three are funny," the invisible girl said. "It was obvious it was a ruse," Yaoyorozu said, with a slight smile on her lip. "Here are the results, now go back to the classroom, and get ready for tomorrow," Aizawa said, leaving them alone. Galadriel sighed. She wanted to know more about these kids' quirks. But with what she has right now, would be enough. "Miss Nazarick, you are amazing," Yaoyorozu said. "Yes. Golly is incredible," Ashido said. "She is so manly," a red-haired kid said. "Boobs, they jiggle all the way," the midget said, salivating. Galadriel sighed. She didn't want to be the center of attention. She has enough back in Nazarick. Still, those around her didn't pay attention to Bakugo, who looks ready to snap. Watching the results of the trials made him feel sick. He lost again. 1 Galadriel Nazarick, 2 Yaoyorozu Momo, 3 Todoroki Shudo, 4 Bakugo Katsuki. He will remember this, he will defeat that girl. And make sure Midoriya remembers where he belongs. Bakugo will be the #1 hero. And no one will stop him. Flying over an area of northern Japan, Demiurge held a notebook in his hands, while he gathered a lot of information about the heroes of this place. Galadriel-sama is right that the humans of this world are more powerful than those of our old world. However, the most powerful must barely have enough strength to defeat the Pleiades. In truth, I would rather say that very interesting guinea pigs to dissect. Suddenly, hearing screams, despite flying high in the sky, the demon saw a village below him, which seemed to be attacked by blue humanoids. Huh! He wondered. Deciding to take a small detour, he let himself descend from the sky. Then, landing on the roof of a house, he saw the villagers trying to flee from the blue demons, whose bodies seemed to be essentially made of ice. "Help! Help!" Unmindful of the villagers' pleas for help, Demiurge watched the demons with interest. What are these strange creatures? Suddenly, he saw one of the demons, biting the arm of a villager. In addition to feeling terrible pain, the man saw his arm become covered in ice. Screaming in terror, he screamed for long seconds. Then, slowly, the ice covered his entire body. And a few seconds later, Demiurge saw the villager become a new ice demon, starting to attack his old comrades. Seeing this, Demiurge smiled, before properly putting his glasses on his nose. I think I'm going to bring Galadriel-sama a present. The man known as All for One was watching the world news and the usual shit that kept coming and going, like an endless cycle. Every time a new villain appeared, a new hero did the same. And as soon as one of them disappeared, another took its place. And only their powers made them different in the eyes of All for One. All this was something boring for the antagonist, who saw it as an endless war that will end in no winner. As proof, currently, he saw the interview of a new hero, who had just arrested a group of criminals. Then, on another screen, he heard about a drug dealer who was wanted. Then he looked at the new advertisements featuring heroes, enticing people to buy the products of the brands that sponsored them. The usual garbage. When he was young, and the oddities were new in the world, he could have everything at hand and give people the powers and appearance they wanted. Until his younger brother betrays him by giving up powerful weirdness that has been passed down for 7 generations. However, the last user, Toshinori Yagi, was the worst of them all. Not only did he manage to be the person who used the quirk the longest, but he was also the user who managed to use the quirk almost to its full potential. Recently, he felt a strange sensation, a sensation that occurred when the quirk passed, so he knew that Toshinori had passed his power on to someone else. As a result, All for One had to find this individual. And when it does, he will kill him. As the news passed, he saw the usual news of the day, but this time he heard something out of the ordinary. 10 criminals were spotted in a rescue procedure today, by Kamui Woods, the number 8 hero and last year's newcomer. Here are some shocking images, a reporter said. Immediately, All for One saw a photo where Luffy had raised a man with a single punch, followed by a photo where Zoro had slashed Kamui Woods with his swords. A group of people who prey on villains and heroes? All for One wondered. Not only were they able to defeat the villain but also hurt the wood-theme hero. Fortunately, Kamui Woods is fine, he just needs a bit of recovery. Nevertheless, we must remain alert. These people are dangerous and do illegal activities with their quirks, said the newscaster, until All for One turned off the TV. How, said the faceless man. These guys, could they help me? Kurogi, said the villain for his subordinate. Yes, master, the mist man said. Concerning the mission I entrusted to you, did you manage to recruit useful people? Asked All for One. I admit that it still takes me a while to find an entire group of bad guys who would agree to help us attack you, said the mist person. I need you to find me people, said the villain with a smile. Deep in the dark cells of the great tomb of Nazarick, a dreadful place filled with poor souls, crying out for mercy and pain, 2 demons stand before a dissected body, which appears to still be alive, suffering in eternal agony. His cries did not seem to bother the 2 torturers at all, who were standing in front of him. In fact, they seemed delighted. So, Demiurge, what did you find? Galadriel asked. She uses her normal appearance, the highest level of the demonic race. Demonic Empress. Her overly long white hair swept to one side of her left ear. 2 long horns, adorned with jewels and gold rings. Long black wings hugging her body tightly. And wear a red dress, with the luxuries that someone in her position should have. A beauty beyond anyone's dreams. A distinct look from her 16-year-old look. It's as we suspected, my lady. Quirks are genetic mutations. It seems that even animals can possess that, individualities. We don't know yet what causes quirks to emerge. But what we know is that these abilities reinforce each other's generation, Demiurge said, disappointed. Galadriel didn't like that. So little is known about quirks and how they work. Even in the realm of genetics, there is no simple answer. So little is known, Galadriel sighed. Please forgive me, my lady. I should triple my efforts. Demiurge says. It's okay, Demiurge. We should continue to investigate this. Have our agents infiltrate all facilities in Europe and America. I want to know all about the quirks and how they work, Galadriel said, looking at the poor victim in front of her with a smirk. If you're here, it's only because you're a rapist, thought Galadriel with a sadistic smile. Understood, my lady, Demiurge said. Well, now can you tell me why you were interested in this kid from Midoriya? Galadriel asked, curious about her tutor's sudden movement. I believe you know why, my lady, Demiurge said, smirking. No, I don't know, Galadriel thought nervously. As you know, my lady, we have taken the time to investigate all of the students participating in the UA exam. The orders you have given us to search for possible dangerous quirks who could harm Nazarick, or who could proving useful, led us to this kid. I had a weird feeling about him, so after digging for some information, I found out he showed no signs of quirks, until recently. Demiurge said with a smile. Until recently? Asked Galadriel, more intrigued. It was true that she was amazed that a person like Midoriya had such powerful power, with such a weak mind. The little boy with low self-esteem. Just like her when she was in school. Yeah, sort of. This kid appeared out of nowhere with a quirk that made him strong enough to defeat a giant robot with one punch. But using that ability hurts his body. Which means his body is not used to this power, Demiurge said. Asterisk. That's why he can't control it. I see now. It makes sense, Galadriel thought. I doubt you were interested in him just because of that, Demiurge, Galadriel said. Not at all, my lady. What happened next is the most surprising thing. Have you heard of All Might? Demiurge asked, looking very excited about it. The #1 hero? Yeah, Galadriel said. Don't you think it's very interesting that he shows up as a teacher exactly when this young human is attending school? A human boy, with the same ability? Demiurge says. We have recordings and videotapes of All Might's power, and as much as I hate to admit it, we believe it very strongly. Using the Yggdrasil level system, it must be around level 85 or even higher. It is of raw physical power, with immense durability, speed and stamina. Similar to Seabass, but not as strong, Demiurge said. Lest I say he's level 90 or 95. Then I can say he's strong, and if what you're insinuating is the truth. So this boy, Midoriya, inherits his power. Are they related? Galadriel said. We don't know, but I'll investigate it. Maybe he's his son or something more is going on, Demiurge said. I'll try to find out for myself. Great job, Demiurge, Galadriel said with a smile. You are too kind, my lady, Demiurge said, bowing. I have to go to school, so let me know. And send Shaltir, CZ and Lupusugina to take care of the Russian League of Villains. I want them to suffer, understand? Galadriel said, almost growling. They will pay for what they have done, my lady, said Demiurge seriously. But before you leave, I would like to show you something. Huh! Walking towards a door in the hall, Demiurge opened it and entered a dark room. Next, Galadriel saw a light illuminate the room, and immediately she saw 2 ice demons, chained to a wall by thick chains. Seeing Demiurge and Galadriel, the 2 monsters unleashed, trying to free themselves, in order to attack them. At first amazed to see these monsters, Galadriel asked, Did you experiment on our prisoners? Not at all, my lady. In truth, I found these strange demons when I returned from my last mission. They were attacking a village. Huh! Where do they come from and why are they like this? Is it the power of a quirk? Unfortunately, my lady, I am still examining their bodies, so that I can answer your questions. All I can tell you is that their bodies are acting like an epidemic. An epidemic? Wanting to demonstrate to her, Demiurge ordered, Bring in a prisoner. Immediately, a demon came out of a wall, while holding one of Nazarick's prisoners. Being gagged, the man tried to scream and beg that nothing be done to him. Nevertheless, completely ignoring him, Demiurge addressed his subordinate. Galadriel-sama would like a demonstration. Knowing what he was talking about, the demon walked towards the ice monsters, taking the prisoner with him. Huge pointed fangs. Finally, his torturer threw him towards one of the ice monsters. Opening its jaws, the demon took advantage of the human bumping into its body to bite it on the shoulder. Feeling his teeth puncture his flesh, the man opened his mouth so wide that his gag moved to fall level with his chin. Able to scream, he turned to Galadriel. Help me! Please, CC. Ah! Standing perfectly still and stoic, Galadriel eventually displayed a startled look as ice covered the man's wound, before spreading to the rest of his body. No! 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 Within seconds, the man's body was frozen solid. However, that was only the beginning. Still remaining motionless, Galadriel saw the prisoner's body transform and take on the appearance of an ice demon. Roaring, the monster then turned to Galadriel and Demiurge and pretended to open its jaws towards them. Nonetheless, creating a small sphere of fire in his hand, Demiurge aimed at it, before blasting it away inside an intense inferno. Screaming in agony, the ice demon finally collapsed to the ground, lifeless, as its body disintegrated. Having seen all this, Galadriel tried to figure out what these monsters were. I understand the term epidemic. These monsters can infect humans with simple bites and turn them into monsters in seconds. They don't need to bite them, Demiurge retorted, putting his glasses back on his nose properly. In truth, all it takes is a simple touch for humans to turn into monsters. The power of these demons is like a virus that contaminates the cells of a body. What level are these demons? I would say between level 26 and 29. It will all depend on the original power of the infected humans. More stronger they are, more stronger the demons will be. I see. And regarding the origin of these monsters, do you have any idea where they came from or who created them? Oh? So, for you, these monsters were created artificially? I really don't know. Artificial or not, these demons were surely created in a laboratory. But if you want my opinion, these demons must be humans who had to undergo a series of experiments, which transformed them like this. Nevertheless, it's still weird that they appear so suddenly. What should we do about them? Keep on experimenting. In truth, their power is quite interesting. Besides, you must try to find a cure for their power. Imagine that more powerful demons decide to attack us. We won't know if their powers could contaminate or not. Besides, if an entire army of these monsters attack the world, imagine the fame of the companies of Nazarick, if we manage to be the only people with a cure to rescue people. Starting to smile, Demiurge affirmed, it will be a great way to control them more. Exactly. Besides, I would like you to send some of your subordinates to the area where you found these demons. It is surely there where we can find clues as to where they came from. I let handle this mission, Demiurge. I won't disappoint you, Galadriel-sama, the demon assured, bowing. By the way, regarding my experiments on these ice monsters, do you allow me to use and contaminate our human prisoners in order to test our future cure on them? Smiling sadistically, Galadriel assured him. Have fun! That's what they're here for. Then, Galadriel departed, transforming into a 16-year-old character. Demiurge only bowed when his lady left. Then, leaving the room, he returns to the dissected body of the rapist, deciding to make him the first person who will help him create a cure, to help his lady to control this world. Humans can be useful. Nevertheless, they are much more so dead than alive. Currently, my lady sees no use in you. Nevertheless, when you are an ice demon, we will perform countless experiments on you, to arrive at our purposes. Back with the straw hats. Okay, here goes. Chopper, Usopp and Frankie will pretend to fly and I'll pretend to be a customer, then the rest of you will save everyone as new heroes. After the riot, I am going to get the manager to give us free food or fear a serious lawsuit against his establishment. So what do you think? Said Nami to explain the free food plan. An awesome plan, Nami Swan Sanji said with heart-eyed. Hey! Why are we the bad guys? Why not Zoro or Brook? Asked Usopp angrily alongside Chopper. Frankie alone can scare these people away. But you two are giving some kind of fear into the atmosphere, Nami said with a smirk. Nami, this team is many things but none of us are good actors. Remember that theater scene we did alongside Randolph? We ruined everything. Usopp said in a sweat. And this time, it wasn't just Luffy's fault. I don't think our performance was that bad. I think I'm giving a solid performance, Robin said with a smile. You're right, Robin Schwan said Sanji. That thing wasn't even a musical, Usopp said hysterically as Robin laughed a little more. Besides, people in this town already know what we look like. Why did they consider us heroes when we fought against this wooden guy, who seemed like a local hero? Relax, we've got it all under, Luffy said, smiling until he stopped to feel something. Immediately, Zoro grabbed one of his swords, while Jinbei got into a fighting stance. Then, the pirates saw the apparition of the strange black fire, just in front of them. Aya! What is that? Chopper spooked, while the rest of the crew was as surprised as he was. Black smoke? Luffy said, remembering the black smoke, and it could only be one person. Looks like Blackbeard's power, Luffy said, ready to fight, remembering the man who was behind Ace's capture. Blackbeard? Repeated some of his crew, shocked that it might be the new Yonko, who was about to attack them. What does he want with us? Frankie growled. Stealing the powers of those who ate a devil fruit? Ah! Did he come for my devil fruit? Chopper frightened. Mine too, Brook said, crying in fear. I won't let that fool get away this time, Luffy said as he prepared an attack. Through the black haze, he saw something strange. A person with yellow eyes and a smoking tuxedo. What the hell, Sanji said, confused. Another devil fruit user? Asked Zoro. No, there isn't in this world, Robin affirmed. He's a power user from this world. Maybe he's one of the heroes who wants to capture us. Hearing this, Kurogi decided to raise his hands in the air, to show that he meant them no harm. However, interpreting this gesture as a move for a potential attack, Luffy rushed towards him. "I won't let you," Luffy asserted, stretching out his arm. "A rubbery man?" wondered the Black Mist. Already surprised by Luffy's power, he did it even more, feeling Luffy grab his arm, without needing to touch his armor to touch him. "What?" said Kurogiri mentally. Usually he wouldn't get caught because of his quirk, but this kid was something different. Examining Luffy's arm, he noticed that it had turned entirely gray, and that strange power seemed to be what allowed Luffy to touch it. "Who is this kid?" However, not losing his temper, he declared in a calm voice. "Wait a minute, I am not here to fight." "Huh? In that case, who are you? Who do you work for? Are you a hero?" Luffy asked, disparaging the answers. Discreetly trying to struggle, Kurogiri was unable to turn his body into mist where Luffy's fingers touched him. Any escape seemed to be impossible. "He was able to capture me in my black mist form. No wonder Sensei wanted to recruit them," said Kurogiri, mentally very nervous about the power of those people. "Hey, we're talking to you," Zoro said, his hand still resting on his sword. "Are you an ally or an enemy? Is this guy really human?" Usopp frightened. "It looks like his body is made of mist. Devil fruit or not, his power is like that of a Logia," Jinbei remarked. "Logia?" Kurogiri wondered. Have they met people with powers similar to mine? If so, no wonder they could find a way to counter it. I must beware of them. Making enemies of them would be the worst possible ideas. "My apologies for attacking you out of nowhere," he finally said. "My name is Kurogiri and I'm an employee of All for One, an important person in this town," Kurogiri said, immediately raising his hands. "This guy, is he your boss?" Nami questioned him. "Yes. He's the one who asked me to meet you. Apparently, he would like to meet you." "Meet us?" Sanji wondered. "What do he want from us?" "He senses you're in trouble with the local heroes, so he sent me here to send you all to a safe place where you'll be safe," Kurogiri said, offering an option. "There is also food and medicine." Hearing this, the Mugiwaras looked at each other, while staring warily at the newcomer. Despite his offer, they knew nothing about him, and what he was proposing could be a trap. He wasn't the first person to be nice to pirates, just to capture them. "I do not know," said Luffy, finally letting go of Kurogiri. "I don't trust you." "Luffy is right," Usopp affirmed. "This guy is way too creepy. Who doesn't tell us he's some kind of pirate hunter?" "I don't trust him either," affirmed Robin. "But we have no choice. The heroes of this town are after us," Jinbei remarked. "We need to find a hiding place and try to gather more information about this world. We don't have any allies or plans or sunnies to back up or security, and with so many costumed people we're going to fight someone sooner or later," Nami affirmed. "Let's find out what this guy's boss wants us to do." Remaining silent, Luffy eventually nods his head. "Okay man, take us to see your boss." However, he gripped Kurogiri's collar, before bringing his face closer to hers. "But if it's ever a trap, I'll kick your ass myself. Do you understand?" "Yeah," Kurogiri assured, who, strangely, seemed to be frightened by a power emanating from Mugiwara's body. However, what no one saw was a pair of dark elves watching them from the top of a building. Having managed to find the pirates, Ora and Mare had used their super-sightedness to listen to their conversation with Kurogiri. "Who is this guy?" asked Mare. "There's no hero in this town quite like him. And I've never heard of one called All for One. He's probably a member of a villainous group," Ora affirmed. "Perfect, let's try to gather information on him and these hackers." Galadriel sighs, teleporting back to her mansion in Japan. Her guardians and everyone in Nazarick didn't want her to live in a department like she wanted. Old habits die hard. The first thing she looked for when she arrived in this familiar but unfamiliar place were apartments. In the end, they convinced her to buy a place to build a mansion. They used all possible protections in this place. They never wanted something like the Russian incident to happen again. "They are very overprotective, my lady. We are preparing the limo and lunch," Nabril said. "Thank you, Nabril," Galadriel said. "I've got a limo, who would have thought? Me in a limo with a bento, going to school, that's so weird," Galadriel thought. Galadriel sighs, looking at Nabril and Antoma, the two Pleiades in charge of the homunculus servants and the protection of the mansion. Since Seabass has been in Europe with Solution, they've stretched Nazarick's power. Something she needs to be very careful of. It's a wonderful thing that she can use the payment to earn items. so she can summon a lot more minions and NPCs to help her manage Nazarik's workforce. I'm leaving now, take care of you too, Galadriel said, the two Pleiades bowing. Galadriel sat down, still feeling weird inside a limo. Its driver is a minor demon, dressed in a butler's outfit. A very hilarious sight for Galadriel. But since in this world, many humans look strange, no one will bat an eyelid looking at him. Having a normal day, Galadriel muttered. She felt melancholy, looking out the window, seeing the normal life of everyone in this world passing by. She's in Japan, but she can't help but feel like a foreigner. Maybe it was his fault for thinking it was his world. Galadriel can't help but feel sad sometimes, thinking about what could have been. If her friends were here with her, they could have enjoyed this world too, but that would never happen. They are not there. They abandoned her and Nazarik. No matter how much she hated to say it. It was true, but I'm not alone, she muttered with a smile. I think of everyone in Nazarik, everyone. And how happy they make her. Galadriel was deep in thought when, from the car window, she saw the green-haired boy. Midoriya? Stop the car, she said, rolling down the car window, trying to get the green-haired boy's attention. I can't find out more about him if I don't talk to him, Galadriel thought. Midoriya thinks of yesterday, and how tired he was. But thanks to Professor Aizawa, he understood what he had to do. He has to train harder, to control his quirk more effectively. I can't help people if I can't control, one for all. Just like yesterday, if I only use part of my body to fight, I'll be fine for now. I don't only need to use part of the power of one for all. My body can't use 100%, and I don't like breaking my bones and limbs all the time, so what can I do? Midoriya whispered. Izuka Midoriya, a voice called, but the green-haired boy kept thinking. The power is beyond what I can do, but if I keep training hard, my body will get stronger, Midoriya continues, not paying attention to the car next to him. Izuka Midoriya, again the voice called. I need to see more video of All Might, maybe I can learn more about him if I see him in action. Midoriya! Cried a voice, next to his ear. Startled, the poor boy cried out. Then he saw a limo next to him, as well as the girl looking at him with a bored expression. Miss Nazarik? He screams. You talk to yourself, and just call me Galadriel, Galadriel said, with a stoic face. Sorry, he said, and Galadriel sighed. Come with me, it's a long way to school, Galadriel said, opening the limo door for the green-haired boy. Midoriya's face paled. Two can't. It's a limo. I can't come with you, Midoriya said in disbelief. We're going to the same place, Midoriya. Come before we're late, Galadriel said, not taking no for an answer. Midoriya only nodded and with wobbly legs he got into the limo. He could only stare at the luxury vehicle in awe. That looks expensive, Midoriya affirmed. Huh? Is it true that it's worth more than a loaf of bread? Galadriel affirmed. Midoriya tried to smile. His mother would never believe something like this would happen, but then again. Her mother was acting weird in the morning. He didn't know why, but he would ask when he would be back from school today. Do you want something to drink? Vodka? Whiskey? Brandy? Galadriel asked, opening a small fridge. BB brandy? Midoriya exclaimed in shock. Midoriya, it's a joke, here have a cola, Galadriel said smiling. Ah? Haha, yeah, Midoriya said nervously picking up the can of cola. Thanks. He lacks self-esteem, thought Galadriel. Thanks for the ride, Midoriya said, finally smiling at him. It's not a problem, we're in the same group by the way. I wanted to ask you something, Galadriel said, causing Midoriya to look at her in confusion. Ask me something? Midoriya muttered. It's about Bakugo. Can you explain to me why he seems to hate your guts? Galadriel asked. Well, he hates me, I think just a little, Midoriya said shyly. Just a little? He wanted to kill you in front of everyone, Galadriel said amusedly. Huh! Let's say there's a strange bond between us, Midoriya confessed, looking away from her. Then, seeing him remain silent, Galadriel decided to do the same, lest his questions only panic the boy. Meanwhile, in Russia, I told you that was a bad idea. Law stated. Shut up. Kid roars. I never asked you to follow me. What do these guys want from us? Killer asked. Having had the idea to go to a dilapidated city, the trio had ended up finding themselves surrounded by an entire group of villains, being heavily armed. Ha! Look who we have here. People usually avoid venturing here. These guys must be really stupid for venturing into our territory. Huh! Who are you? Law asked, not at all panicked by the situation. Stepping towards them, a huge man with the head of an elephant asserted, I am Great Earthquake, the leader of the group Armageddon. We are the strongest villainous group in all of Russia. Pointing to Law and the others, he declared, I don't know who you are, but by venturing here you have sealed your fate. Nevertheless, I will be generous and leave you a choice. Do you want to die or become our slaves? Feeling veins forming in his forehead, Kid questioned him. I have a question for you too. Is a stupid guy like you really the leader of this group? Sorry, but your stupid elephant face and you make me think of a stupid parody of a group leader. What did you say? Roared Great Earthquake. Guys, kill him. Nevertheless, before he could do anything, a projectile punctured the elephant man's skull, killing him in an instant. Startled, his men stood still, while his body fell to the ground. As startled as they were, eventually he looked up to see three figures floating in the sky. They looked like three women, their faces masked. Did I hear you right? Shelter asked, dropping to the floor. Are you the band Armageddon? Landing on the roof of a building, the vampire was in the company of Lupusagina and CZ, and had been sent there to complete a mission that Galadriel had provided for her. I must confess that I am happy to finally find you. Nevertheless, this is bad news for you, because I had orders to kill you. What? The villains wondered. For their part, the pirates stared at the three women, before getting into a fighting position. In an instant they had guessed that the newcomers were much more dangerous than the group of villains. Laughing, a man pointed to Shelter. Hey bitch! Are you blind or stupid? There are 50 of us. And you, there are only 3 of you. Do you really believe you have a chance of defeating us? These bitches are overestimating themselves. A woman asserted, turning both of her arms into swords. For his part, starting to growl, Law realized that he was surrounded by a group of amateurs. He didn't know why, but he had a bad feeling about the 3 women. Hey kid, what are we doing? Killer questioned him. Also looking at the trio, Kid finally shrugs, before starting to leave. This doesn't concern us. Right now, we have to find Heat and the others. And then we have to find a restaurant. After our fight against Kaido, I feel like my stomach has completely emptied. At that moment, a man put a handful of metal balls in his mouth, before spitting them out, like a machine gun. Seeing the projectiles hurtling towards her, Shelter stood still. However, hitting her, the metal balls exploded, causing her to disappear, behind smoke, just like the Pleiades. Seeing this, the man laughed. Ha ha ha! What do you think of my explosive projectiles? Ha ha ha! Who are you trying to target? Jumping in fear, the man turned to see Shelter, right behind him. She didn't have the slightest scratch. Even her clothes didn't have the slightest trace of burns. What but how? That was all he could say before he felt Shelter's hand pierce his abdomen, killing him in an instant. Seeing this, the other villains backed off. Then, a woman directed her hands towards Shelter and created purple smoke, which enveloped Shelter's body. You won't survive my poison gas. In response, Shelter made a powerful movement with her arms, creating gusts of wind. Ejected to the sides, the poisonous smoke moved towards several villains, who could not react in time. Within moments, they found themselves trapped in poisonous smoke. Then, one by one, they fell to the ground. Seeing this, Shelter yawned. That's so boring. Bitch! Running towards her, a man took on the appearance of a cheetah. Then, leaping towards Shelter, he transformed his body into that of a gorilla, before aiming his fist at Shelter's face. Die! He shouted, pooching her face. The punch was so powerful that a draft appeared behind Shelter's body, lifting the snow that was on the ground. Smiling, feeling his fist hit his target, the beast man then heard the sounds of bones breaking. However, he quickly lost his smile, feeling intense pain. Instead of Shelter's skull, it was his arm that had just destroyed itself. Ah! A problem? Asked Shelter. Then, suddenly increasing the size of the fingernails of her hand, she again gestured with her arm. Not having time to move, the man in front of her felt his head separate from the rest of his body, before falling to the ground. And despite that, the cut was so clean that he remained conscious, even when his head hit the ground. It was just then, that a stream of blood came out of his neck and began to spray the area. A few red drops spattered Shelter's mask. Smelling the scent of her favorite liquid, the vampire felt shivers, excited at the idea of starting the banquet that was arranged for her. Seeing this, the other villains recoiled further. Then, finally, one of them cried out in fear, before running away. I don't want to die. However, barely had he time to run 3 meters when a projectile pierced his skull. Surprised to see him crumble to the ground, the villains around him ended up receiving the same death, while a rain of projectiles killed them. Having remained at the top of the building which had been bombarded, CZ had aimed at the fugitives and had stopped them in an instant. Thus, she showed that no one could flee the area, as long as she was still there. What's going on? The poisonous woman cried. It's your fault. A female voice affirmed. Screaming in fear, the villains saw Lupus Regina walking towards her and the others villains. If you hadn't disgusted Our Lady with your methods, she might have given your group permission to serve her in her conquest of the world. You bitch. A man yelled, pointing a gun at her. Nevertheless, moving at full speed, Regina managed to avoid his projectiles, before finding herself in front of him. Then, she seized his skull, as well as that of the poison woman. That? Neither could say another word, as Regina banged their heads together, so hard their skulls exploded. Seeing this, a man noticed that in less than 2 minutes, there were only about 10 people still alive. Hearing footsteps, he backed away, seeing Shelter walking towards him, and the last survivors. Our Lady is going to be happy. In a minute the Armageddon group will be completely gone. Seeing the survivors recoil in fear, she created a dark aura around her. The effect made her even scarier, that no one could move anymore, because of the fear. Finally, falling to their knees, they began to implore, Please! Spare us! We surrender. Continuing to walk towards them, Shelter put the hand on her mask and removed it. Thus, she showed a long smile, as well as her elongated canines. I hope you understood the power of Galadriel-sama. Implosion! Seeing her reach out her hand to them, the survivors cried out in fear, and hid their faces behind their arms. Nevertheless, feeling nothing, they opened their eyes, to see Shelter standing still. She missed her attack? Suddenly, one of them felt blood pouring from his nose. What? Then another coughed up blood, while feeling like his organs were exploding. Eventually, all of the humans still alive felt their bodies inflate like balloons, as blood poured out of their mouths, nostrils, ears, and even their eyes. What is happening? Stop, I beg you. Help me. Ignoring their cries of distress, Shelter continued to smile, before shaking her hand. Immediately, the bodies of her enemies exploded, splattering the buildings, with blood and organs. Watering herself, Shelter licked her cheek, and tasted a drop of blood that was on it. Delicious! For her part, having also been splattered, Regina looked disgusted, as she shook her arms to flush the blood that was on them. I hate when blood covers me. Afterwards, I feel like I stink for days. For her part, being still at the top of a building, CZ had managed to avoid the red splashes. Starting to put away her weapon, she felt a presence. Turning her gaze, she saw 3 people quietly leaving town. Despite the slaughter behind them, Law, Kid, and Killer walked on, all the while deciding what they were going to do. We're going to find another town to have some information, and a restaurant. Kid decided. The area seems to be the territory of those buffoons. Law remarked. It will surely be necessary to move away to find civilians. Shut up. I didn't ask you anything. Besides, why do you decide to follow us? I do what I want. Law retorted. However, as the trio had just left town, a face appeared in front of Kid. Where are you going? Lupus Regina asked, with a mocking smile. Won't you stay with us? Expecting to startle the trio, Regina was surprised to see Kid remain stoic. Instead of fear, the Pleiad saw veins of anger appear on his forehead. We're not concerned with your stupid fight. You have 2 seconds to disappear from my sight. Oh? What if I refuse? Lupus Regina questioned, extending her smile. In an instant, a crashing sound was heard, as Kid's arm shot up towards his face. Nonetheless, positioning her palm in front of her, Regina managed to block it. Hey! Have you ever been told it's rude to hit AW? Suddenly surprised, Regina felt Kid's fist push her arm back as he used more power. Using his second hand, Kid grabbed his dagger from his belt before attempting to slash Regina's face. Immediately, she jumped back and managed to perform an aerial pirouette, before landing gracefully on the snow. Rising to her feet, she looked at Kid curiously. She had to admit that she had been surprised by the strike force of the man. In truth, he was perhaps the most powerful human she had fought. Thinking of that possibility, she smiled again, yet eager to put up a good fight. Mocking whether they were enemies or not, she lunged at Kid, before lengthening her fingernails, making them look like a werewolf's. Nevertheless, while Kid stood still, Killer positioned himself in front of her and used his two blades to block Regina's claws. Immediately, sparks could be seen at the time of the collision. Then, making multiple movements, the two opponents attacked with force and speed, while seeking to gut its opponent. Continuing to fight with a big smile, Regina gave up on fighting Kid, while Killer was also a formidable opponent. Damn it! This is the first time I've met a human who fights so well. You're really good at it. Remaining perfectly calm, Killer contented himself with blocking all her attacks and looking for the perfect moment to counterattack. However, hearing the sounds of detonations, the duo saw projectiles rushing towards them. Immediately, Regina used her speed to get out of their way. For his part, twirling his weapons, Killer positioned them in front of him to stop them, slicing them into pieces. Seeing her bullets fall at the man's feet, CZ lowered her weapon. Despite her still calm gaze, she was surprised to see someone blocking her projectiles that way. As Regina had already noticed, CZ understood that Killer was no amateur. "Hey, CZ!" Regina shouted. "Why did you interrupt me?" "I was having fun. Our Lady asked us to be serious," affirmed the Pleiad, aiming at Killer again. Seeing her, Killer immediately prepared his punishers to block the next projectiles. "Sorry, but that won't help." However, seeing CZ create a magic circle at the end of her weapon, Killer deemed it preferable to adopt another strategy. As a result, when the bullets flew towards him, he preferred to rely on his speed, and performed various acrobatics to avoid them. Grazing it, the bullets ended up hitting the ground, creating numerous explosions. Understanding the danger he had just escaped, Killer ends up hiding behind a rock to dodge the other projectiles. TSSS. I have to find a way to reach her. Continuing to target him, CZ was about to destroy the rock, only to feel her weapon suddenly pulled in by a mysterious force. Huh! Raising his arm, Kid used his magnetic power to attract all the metal objects in the dilapidated city. Repel! Surprised, CZ saw the objects begin to surround Kid's arm. Then, a moment later, Kid threw them away and used them as projectiles. Understanding the danger of the situation, CZ immediately left her perch, which got bombarded by Kid's projectiles. Taking refuge on the roof of another building, CZ aimed at it and fired 3 explosive projectiles. Standing still, Kid positioned several metallic objects in front of him, which he transformed into a huge shield. Hitting the metal layer, the projectiles exploded, without reaching Kid. "Repel!" he shouted again. However, sensing a presence behind him, he simply let a few metallic objects stick to his arm before turning to block Regina's claws. "Are you forgetting me? TSSSS. Give me 2 seconds to beat your friend and then it'll be your turn." Ah! Suddenly, the rest of the objects around him began to float before encircling his arm. Surprised, Regina preferred to step back, while she saw Kid form a giant arm, made only of metal. "Wow! You don't see that every day, Punk Gibson." Seeing the huge hand fall on her, Regina used her speed to get herself out of its way. Punching into space, Kid took aim at her again and shook the area several times, trying to crush her. However, seeing her continue to dodge, Kid aimed his mechanical arm at her, before aiming at her. Repel! Managing to avoid being crushed again, Regina saw a dozen projectiles rushing at her. Jumping back, she performed various acrobatic pirouettes to avoid them. Doing this for several seconds, she felt a surge of adrenaline rise inside her, while a genuine childlike smile appeared on her face. She was having a lot of fun. Killer and Kid were the kind of people she adored. Powerful people to fight and whom she would enjoy completely humiliating and watching them tremble with fear once the fight was over. Seeing an axe flying towards her, Regina was about to dodge it, when she heard "Room!" disappearing. The axe was replaced by Law, who found himself right in front of Regina. Pointing his sword at her, he aimed at her vital organs. "What?" Regina could only say, as her smile faded to let fear appear on her face. Gamma knife! Seeing Law's sword pointing towards her, Regina couldn't move a muscle. However, a hand pushed her to the side, while Shalter had intervened to protect her from the attack. Instead of the Pleiad, it was the vampire who felt the end of Law's weapon pierce her body, before electrocuting her. "Shalter!" Regina shouted. Remaining perfectly stoic, despite not having hit the right target, Law continued his attack for a few seconds, before ceasing the electrocution. Once done, he caught sight of Shalter's burned body, while smoke poured out of her mouth. "Your move was brave, but you were doomed. Are you sure?" Startled, Law saw Shalter's mouth snapped shut, revealing a grin. Then, seeing Shelter's face transforming, to become much more terrifying, Law preferred to jump in the air. Nevertheless, leaping towards him, Shelter opened her jaws and revealed a huge mouth, the teeth of which threatened to slice Law's body. Frightened by this, Law created a sphere around them. Shambles. Then, in extremis, he changed his place, with a corpse which was below him. Biting the body, Shelter made it disappear inside her jaws. Appearing on the ground, Law looked up and groaned as he saw the vampire engulfing the entire corpse in her mouth. Then, a few seconds later, she let herself go down in front of Law, while resuming her original aspect. Her mouth covered in blood, she held one arm in one hand. Thanks for the appetizer. You look pretty resourceful for a human. I like it. I'm sure you'll be a good snack. You're nothing human, Law asserted, and I'm proud of that, Shelter affirmed. Raising the corpse's arm in the air, she then opened her mouth, letting blood enter. Once the arm was clear of blood, she tossed it to the side, before running her tongue over her lips. I'm a vampire. Getting treated like a human is the worst insult. Vampire? A real vampire? Indeed. I guess you're surprised. Not really, Law retorted, getting back into a fighting stance. Lately, I've been fighting a lot of monsters. So it's not just a single vampire that's going to scare me. Also, thank you for that information. I was wondering if my attack had missed your vital organs. Nevertheless, I understand that it did not. In fact, since you are a vampire, your heart no longer beats. As a result, electricity has no effect on you. That's a quick summary, but it is. I see you're not stupid. But do you think this kind of information will allow you to defeat me? Truly, I have no idea what this fight was about, Law retorted. I'm not one of the guys you just slaughtered at all. So why are you attacking me? Oh? Is that true? It's a pity. Nevertheless, Our Lady has advised us not to leave any witnesses to this attack. She would like no details to be divulged about us, before her main plan begins. Your Lady, do you understand? Shelter questioned, walking towards him. If your presence poses a threat to the workings of my lady's plan, I would have no hesitation in killing you and your two. Punk Gibson hit hard. Shelter was taken by surprise, while Kid had targeted her. Hitting her with all his strength, he ejected her against the wall of a building, which she crashed through. Startled at first, Law ended up directing his gaze at the hole in the wall, which had taken on the appearance of Shelter. Another shock was heard, showing that the vampire had crashed into the wall on the other side of the building. I see that brutality is a characteristic of you, Law remarked. TSSSS. I don't want to hear that from a guy who failed to do any damage to her, Kid retorted. Then, picking up a movement, he saw Regina, rushing to the roof of a house, as if trying to flee. Hey, do you think I'll let you run away? Kid roared. Bakayaro. Regina roared. In your place, I would flee. In order not to pulverize the whole city, Shelter held back her strength. But if you angered her, then you can be sure that you. Immediately, a dark aura encompassed the entire area, making Law and Kid shiver. Turning their gaze in the same direction, they saw a building collapse, before the concrete blocks were ejected in all directions. Seeing a huge block flying towards him, Law pulled out his sword before targeting it. Room! Then making a gesture with his sword, he cut it in two, before seeing the two pieces fall apart next to Kid and him. Then, as a huge cloud of dust had appeared where the building was, the pair saw a figure appear, while red eyes gleamed through the dust. A human managed to hit me? I must admit that this surprises me. But above all, this makes me very angry. Pushing the smoke away with her arms, Shelter showed her enraged face to the two men. Despite Kid's powerful strike, she got up without the slightest injury. There was just a bruise on her forehead. However, this had caused many veins to appear on her face, as she roared. I have never been humiliated by a human, and it is certainly not today that it will start. Still in her limo, Galadriel glanced at Midoriya, who still seemed to be uneasy. Midoriya, my face so hideous that you refuse to look at me? No, not at all. It's just that this is the first time I've been inside a limo. I never thought this would happen to me one day. Geez, you really are the opposite of Bakugo. Yeah. In fact, I think that's why he often gets mad at me. Is that really a reason to hate you? Well, he hates me, I think just a little, Midoriya said sheepishly. Just a little? He wanted to kill you in front of everyone, Galadriel said amusedly. Well, I think it's because he was blessed with a strong quirk. Ever since we were kids, everyone praised him, and he always won in all of our competitions. Before I could use my quirk, he bullied me at school. He called me no quirk, or a failure. That I would never be a hero and that I should stop trying, Midoriya said with a sad smile. And you don't hate him? Galadriel asked a little confused. She remembered the time at school when she was bullied. How she hated girls who had come after her just for fun. They tried to make her life miserable. Still, they didn't really manage to achieve this, as Galadriel's life was already miserable. From her 3rd year in high school, they ended up getting tired of her, because she had never reacted to their provocations. Their blows and their insults were not comparable to those of her father. Her miserable life at school was not comparable to that at home. I guess I was insensitive to pain. To everyone around me, I was surely a strange person. But at school, I could at least escape from my home and lock myself in the library. Tyrants hate books and they never went there. It was heaven to me, Galadriel thought darkly. I don't hate him but I want to beat him, Midoriya said with a smile. It was a convincing smile, which surprised Galadriel. In truth, she didn't know what to make of the boy's way of thinking. Why? Galadriel asked. I looked up to him when we were kids. He was everything I wanted to be. He was strong, popular, and brave. That's why I want to beat him and surpass him, Midoriya said, sounding like a distinct person. If I managed to defeat him, I would have become the person I wanted to be when I was little. But don't you hate him? Even after everything he's done to you? Galadriel asked once more. I know that sounds strange, but I don't hate him. I'm learning that holding on to hate for so long won't be good for a person. I can't be a hero if I can't walk away from obstacles in my life, Midoriya said with a smile. Galadriel said nothing and just stared at the window, feeling a strong grip on her heart. She didn't understand how anyone could just forgive things like that. There is no one in her life she hates more than her father. She wanted to kill this man, more than anything. Make all she suffered under him suffer. Of course, she never had the chance. The coward killed himself, not before leaving a note blaming her for his mother's death and all the trouble he'd had in his life. I can't understand this kid. How can he say such a thing? How can he go on like this? Galadriel thought, getting angry for some reason. Everyone harbors a grudge against their executioner. Midoriya, why do you want to be a hero? Galadriel asked, refusing to look at him. Because I want to save people. I want to become a smiling and cool hero. To be a hero who can help the innocent and do good. A noble hero, Midoriya said with excitement in his voice, eventually staring at him. Galadriel noticed. I see you're finally able to speak with conviction, without stuttering. Hearing her, Midoriya blushed and he was quickly embarrassed. Immediately, he tried to look away from the beautiful girl next to him. Hi, it's just my vision of the hero I want to become. You're like him, Galadriel whispered. Immediately, she thought of the man she secretly loved in Yggdrasil. Her crush on Touch Me was no secret. She suffered greatly at the hands of Byakuya Kagama, who never missed an opportunity to tease her. To say that she was in love with an elderly, married man. For Galadriel, it was more platonic than anything. He saved her life not only in the game but in real life too. A year after being hired, her colleagues forced her to attend a company party, where booze was everywhere. When it was over, one of her colleagues followed her home, and before she could get to the safety of her building, he had attacked her and dragged her into an alley. It was one of the worst times of her life. She remembered screaming and fighting, but to no avail. As he was about to rape her, a former policeman saved her. This person being Touch Me. She begged him to keep it between them. She didn't want pity or anything, but after that, she got closer to him, or as close as she could. They meet a few times, just for coffee or things like that. She was happy to have him as a friend. She couldn't ask for more. Until he stops answering her calls or messages. The last call between them, he said he would stop meeting her. She never understood why he did that. The last time he logged into Yggdrasil, he only left his items in the treasury and left without saying a word. He messaged later saying he was sorry. That he loved his wife and daughter. And he wished her the best. Galadriel didn't know what was going on. It wasn't like she was going to jump on him or anything. She knew their limits. She loved him, admired him. The only thing she wanted was a friend. That's why leaving like that hurt her the most. It broke his heart. That's why watching this green-haired young boy with a sweet smile, and dreams of being a hero to help people brought back those memories. Even after all this time. Like who? Midoriya asked, looking confused for a moment. Nothing, just thinking about something, muttered Galadriel. It's a beautiful dream, to be a hero. You already have the heart, and that's really the most important part. Many seem to forget that being a hero is more than being popular or strong. It's wanting to help people, to do good in this world. No matter the cost or how silly it is, even a little person without a quirk can be a hero, Galadriel said, making Midoriya blush. More importantly, it is not the power one might have, but the will to be a hero. I feel like a hypocrite. What right do I have to say that when I'm a demonic empress? It's really ironic. I'm the most evil thing in this world right now, and yet I advise a child to be a hero. Galadriel smiled at the irony of this. And you, Miss Naz Galadriel? Why do you want to be a hero? Midoriya asked with some confidence. Why? I wonder. Galadriel sighed. Midoriya, do you think someone can do good by being bad? Galadriel asked. Midoriya didn't seem to know how to react to that question. I don't understand the question, Midoriya said. What if I told you that I am the most diabolical thing in this world, that my mere existence is something you should be afraid of, and that you would have every reason to hate me? Galadriel said, stepping closer to him. How would you react? Pushing her body towards the young Midoriya, she saw him blush. Midoriya tried to look away. He can't help but react like a young man would. Galadriel is one of the most beautiful girls he has ever seen. She fills out the AE uniform like no one else. Her silhouette is too seductive. The high socks she wears and the little skirt of her uniform only show a little of her skin. But it's enough to keep everyone awake at night. Galadriel, you have to shut up. Midoriya muttered with a flushed face. Look at me. Galadriel hissed, freezing Midoriya. He saw those golden eyes, and what he saw scared him. As if there was something inside begging to come out. A beast, a monster, a demon. But he also notices something. A silver light in the dark. A small glimmer of hope, as if she was begging for him. Something weird. If I was something evil, do you think I can be a hero? If I'm worse than a bad guy, do you think I can be good? That I can do good in this world? Justice is something that changes from person to person. What if I'm something so dark and twisted? Can someone like me still be worthy of having friends like you? Galadriel said intensely. Say something. Tell me you're going to leave me like everyone else. Tell me I'm a monster, said Galadriel, or the part that's a demon said. Each time she feels exposed, or a strong sense of vulnerability, her demon side takes control slowly. Demons hate weakness of any kind, and they will respond accordingly, using anger, fury, and strength to erase this. This stuns Midoriya. He didn't know what to say or do. He only stared at those golden eyes for a long time, feeling scared and terrified. He wanted to run away, to shout at her to leave him alone. But the more he looked at her, the more he felt sad. The feeling of someone asking for an answer. For some kind of help. So he did the only thing he knows. I don't really understand what you're trying to say, but I know you're not like that. If you want a friend, I'll be your friend. Midoriya said with the best smile he had. While holding Galadriel's hand, he didn't know he was doing this. But Galadriel did. Both looked at each other. Until Midoriya notices him holding her hand. He let out a small cry again. He apologized several times. But then Galadriel laughed, shaking her head. Hey, Galadriel? Midoriya asked shyly. It's nothing, I just remembered something. That's all, don't worry about it, Galadriel said smiling. You are honestly a nice person, Izuku Midoriya, Galadriel whispered. Before he could say anything, the car door opened. They were in front of the school, and everyone seemed surprised to see Galadriel get out of the car, with Midoriya behind her. Let's hurry if we don't want our beloved teacher Aizawa to arrive in the classroom before us, Galadriel said. Midoriya only nodded, still looking confused at the white-haired girl. Not knowing why she acted the way she did. Little did he know that Galadriel was thinking how much he reminded her of Touch Me. But he is not him. And maybe it's better that it's not him. Demiurge, I don't think you realize what you've brought me. This kid is interesting, I'll keep an eye on him. Yeah, I'll just keep him close from me, and see how much power he has developed. You never know, Galadriel thought. Again, a school day began, announcing the start of classes. But honestly, she liked it. She noticed that the human bomb, Bakugo, passed by them. Glancing at the duo, he finally walked away, growling. What a weird kid, she thought. Meanwhile, in Italy, entering a refined neighborhood, Seabass and Solution were surrounded by sumptuous villas, with large gardens and magnificent cars. Apparently, there are people who don't deny themselves anything, Solution stated, sarcastically. Showing a stern look, Seabass knew perfectly well how the owners of these villas had managed to amass their fortunes. The Italian mafia, for several generations, they never hesitated to kill people and sell weapons and drugs to make money. That's why Galadriel Sam asked us to kill and take possession of all their property. Do I have permission to kill these people my way? Solution asked. If you're not doing anything reckless, I see no reason to deny you. Immediately, Solution flashed a sadistic smile on her face, while excited to see the future terrorized faces of her prey. Finally, stopping walking, finding themselves in front of the largest of the villas, they faced a huge golden gate, where a large bull's head could be seen. It's here, Seabass affirmed. The villa of Kazoro, the leader of the Pisanio gang. The first person has eliminated. All that remains is for us to infiltrate this villa and kill its owner. Perfect, affirmed Solution. Nevertheless, an explosion was suddenly heard behind the duo. Huh? Seabass wondered, turning around. Emerging from an alley, a small group of men, most of whom were injured, appeared to be running from danger. Who are these guys? One of them shouted. We should never have attacked them. Help us. Barely having time to see them, Seabass and Solution saw two silhouettes perform two big leaps, before falling back on the group of fugitives. Rankyaku? One of them shouted. With a quick leg kick, one of the two men created a sharp compressed blade of wind, which struck the backs of several people, seriously injuring them. Aragag! They cried, falling to the ground. Monster! Shouted two survivors, aiming at him. Immediately, one of them created a large rock in front of him, which he threw towards the assailant, while his acolyte created a corrosive liquid. Seeing the two attacks heading towards him, their enemy remained perfectly stoic. And at the last moment, he decided to strengthen the defensive power of his body. Tekai! Touching the man, the two attacks hit him hard. Yet, the rock only shattered as it hit his body, as the liquid splashed down on him, without seeming to do him the slightest damage. What? The duo wondered. Sure gone. Forgetting about the second assailant, the pair felt his fingers pierce their backs. Spitting blood, they fell to the ground. In front of the corpses, the two men came closer to each other. The two people were very tall, and must have been between 2 and 3 meters tall. And both wore masks to conceal their faces. Approaching them, a slightly shorter man, and with his face covered in white makeup, was looking at a strange snail he had in his hand. Staring at it for a few seconds, he ends up putting it back in his pocket, before grumbling. It's impossible to operate the Den Mushi. Then what should we do? Asked one of the other two men. Is there really no way to contact HQ? Actually, I have no idea where we are, the man in makeup confessed. And these guys attacked us for whatever reason. Check to see if any of them are still alive and let's try to gather information on them and find out where we are. Suddenly sensing a presence, he turned his gaze to the huge golden gate, which was not far from him. However, he saw no one around. Having slipped away discreetly, Solution and Seabass were on the roof of a villa and spied on the trio. Who are these people? Solution asked. No idea, Seabass confessed, just watching them, walking through the corpses to find a survivor. Should we attack them? Continuing to stare at the trio, Seabass finally asserts. I believe it would be best to warn Galadriel-sama before deciding to. Message, The butler wondered. CZ, what's going on? Seabass-san, I think we have a problem. What? We had a bad meeting. Meanwhile, in Japan, the place where the being called Kurojairi brought the Mugiwaras was not pleasant. It looked like an abandoned hideout, or a bar from centuries ago. The only one who found an advantage in this place was Zoro, who could already smell various bottles filled with different alcohols. Despite the normal place, something seemed off, as if something sinister and dangerous was near them, and the pirates were aware that Kurojairi's boss was definitely not going to be a friendly partner, as he claimed. I don't like it, Usopp said, scared. Me neither, Chopper said. Hey Mist Guy, where's your boss? Asked Luffy rather impatiently. Sensei is very sick at the moment, so he has to stay put with the help of a machine to help him breathe. Unfortunately, he cannot meet you in person, but he is able to see you right now, Kurojairi said. Hey, does your sensei need medical attention? I'm a doctor and I can help you, Chopper said worriedly. Really? Unfortunately, my master is already using the best of medical technology to maintain consciousness. Do you really think you can do better than that? Hey! Chopper is the best of doctors, Luffy said. Is that true? In that case, I suggest that you resume this discussion later. For the moment, I will simply introduce him to you. In a few seconds, they arrived at a very systematic door. Frankie wondered, taking off his sunglasses. An armored door? I see your boss likes to feel safe. Can you find out why? It's nothing. My boss has fragile health. He just hopes that this door would prevent anyone from taking advantage of his weak state. Then he knocked on the door. Tock tock. Yes? Said a cold voice. Sensei, I came back with the people you wanted to see. Kurogyri said. Oh? In that case, let our guests in so I can meet them, said All for One. Immediately, the door opened, revealing a room even darker than the rest of the bar. Seeing Kurogyri entering the room, the pirates followed him with a little more caution. The only one was not very big. And that's what allowed the pirates to quickly see a large figure, which was in the center of the room. They could see an old man hooked up to machines to help him breathe and maybe live. The man had no face or nose, so he scared off Nami, Chopper, Usopp, and Brook, while the rest of the crew stood on alert. No one could know if he was really a human being. However, this did not prevent him from displaying a smile, which scared the pirates away. Hello, dear pirates, said All for One. Closing her fist, Shaltir aimed it in the direction of her opponents, while increasing her speed. Seeing her teleport, only to find herself in front of them, Kid couldn't even react before feeling Shaltir's fist hit his chest. Spitting blood, he hovered backwards, then to through the wall of one of the buildings, and won. Shaltir assured before turning back to Law. Seeing her, Law only positioned his saber towards her. However, seeing him stand still, Shaltir laughed, while walking towards him. You and your friend, did you honestly think you could defeat me with your ridiculous powers? TSSS. Are you stupid or deaf? I already told you that I have no desire to fight you. Oh? That's right. It's really too bad for you because, moving at full speed again, she found herself behind Law, before opening her jaws. Today will be the day you die. Shambles. Closing her jaws, Shaltir was surprised to bite a rock, which had just appeared in front of her, instead of Law. Having taken the place of the rock, the man was behind Shaltir, and had sat cross-legged on a block of concrete. You're not very fast, he affirmed in a calm tone. Turning back to him, still having the boulder wedged between her teeth, Shaltir ended up using her jaw muscles to pulverize it. Don't try to be smart. With me, it won't work. Are you sure? Law questioned her, while picking up some small pebbles. Again, Shaltir rushed towards him. However, instead of biting him, she attempted to hit him with her right fist. Simply smiling, Law simply tossed one of his pebbles into the air, before waiting for Shaltir to be in front of him. Die! The vampire roared. Shambles. Disappearing again, Law found himself behind Shaltir, having changed his place with the pebbles he had just thrown. Wanting to aim for Shaltir's back, he saw her suddenly whirl around, staring at him with a sadistic look. Did you think this was going to work, moron? Shambles. Surprised, Shaltir saw him disappear again. Having left one of his pebbles in his original place, Law had changed places with it, and aimed again at the vampire's back. Injection shot. Eyes widening, Shaltir felt like a shock wave hit him the instant the tip of Law's sword touched her right shoulder. Screaming of pain, she took a step forward, before putting one knee on the ground. Even they not being able to electrocute you, these kinds of attacks have at least some effect on you. Standing up, Shaltir enlarged her nails, before pointing them at Law. Nevertheless, having anticipated this gesture, the man already had all of his pebbles around them. Shambles. Feeling her claws slam into the void, Shaltir roared in anger. But that was nothing compared to feeling Law's sword hit the back of her right shoulder. Injection shot. Gritting her teeth, Shaltir struggled to hide her rage as she whirled around. But already Law had disappeared again. You look for me? Looking up, the vampire saw him standing on top of a building. Really, I'm disappointed. Don't you have anything interesting to show me? In response, Shaltir threw up her hands. Then, concentrating, she managed to lift concrete blocks around her, using her telekinesis. Then, with a mocking grin, she threw them at Law. I will show you my power. Finding itself bombarded, the building where Law was completely pierced by the concrete blocks. Within seconds, the structure was so damaged that the building collapsed, like a house of cards. Yet, not having calmed down at all, Shelter continued to bombard the ruins, crushing them under her boulders. Die! 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 A pebble hit the back of her skull, immobilizing her. And, as her rocks fell to the ground, she turned slowly, to see Law behind her. Hi! He said quietly, sitting cross-legged again. Immediately, Shelter's eyes turned red, as Law saw new veins of rage appear on her forehead. Seeing this, he understood perfectly that he could win this fight. In terms of power, Shelter was superior to him. However, it was obvious that she lacked strategy, and very easily let her anger dictate her actions. Wanting to take advantage of this weak point, Law decided to continue fighting like this. Do you have a problem? Don't laugh at me. Shelter roared, pointing at him. Who do you think you are? You're a stupid human. Your race is inferior to mine. There's no way a human can beat a thoroughbred vampire. So what? Do you think it's with words that you'll beat me? Instead of talking, you'd better show me what you're capable of. Because honestly, you still have nothing for me shown extraordinary. Vermilion Nova. Immediately, a column of fire was created and rushed towards Law. Still remaining calm, Law only teleported away again. Whether it's you or your flames, it doesn't change. He suddenly fell silent, seeing Shelter find herself right in front of him. That? I knew you were going to do this, the vampire asserted, bringing her fist to his face. Nevertheless, a huge shadow covered her, and before Shelter could react, she was crushed under a huge hand, made with metal objects. Don't forget me, Kid roared. Dumbass. Law shouted. Go away. What? Do you think you are capable of giving me orders? Nevertheless, he was surprised, seeing his gigantic hand get pulverized. Rising, Shelter held a metal pipe in her hands as she turned back to Kid. Fool. Then Kid saw her rushing toward him. Repel! He roared. Immediately, several metallic objects charged towards the vampire. However, twirling her metal bar in front of her, she managed to stop the projectiles, before finding herself in front of Kid. Placing his arm in front of him, the man covered it with Bushisoka Haki. Striking him without hesitation, Shelter saw her metal bar twist with the impact. Still, her punching power is enough to overpower Kid's haki and crack his forearm bone. What? Kid wondered, grimacing in pain. Then, Shelter's hand gripped his skull, before she began to float in the air. Feeling his feet leave the ground, Kid began to struggle, slapping Shelter in the face with his metal arm. Barely feeling his punches, Shelter flew high into the sky, before coming to a halt. I hope you don't have vertigo. Damn it! Let go of me, now! Your wish is my command. Then, using all her power, she threw Kid's body towards the ground. Ah! The redhead cried, feeling himself performing a free fall. Sayonara. Shelter greeted him, with a mocking smile. However, it was while looking towards the ground that she saw many metallic objects, floating towards her. What? Despite falling towards the ground, Kid managed to turn around towards her. Then, shouting, he gathered the objects around his metal arm, before making them take the form of a gigantic spear. Punk spear! Seeing the giant spear rushing towards her, the vampire roared. You don't know when to give up. Dropping, she flew at full speed towards Kid's spear. Then, closing her fist, she struck the end of Kid's spear. Immediately, everyone below her felt a shock wave from the impact of the two attacks. Yet, within moments, Shelter's fist flattened the point of Kid's spear, before beginning to destroy it. What? Kid wondered. I'm impossible, Killer asserted. Yet, proving otherwise, Shelter thrust right through the huge spear, shattering it into 1,000 pieces. Then, continuing on her way, she rushed towards Kid and, before he could touch the ground, she delivered a powerful punch to the abdomen. A stream of blood immediately left his mouth. A second later, the man hit the ground hard. Kid! Killer shouted, while seeing a huge cloud of dust rising. My God! Shelter-san was really angry, Regina remarked. Finally, when the cloud of dust cleared, the four fighters saw Shelter standing in front of Kid. With his body upside down, the man had his upper body sunk into the ground, while only his legs were visible. He was perfectly still and nothing could prove that he was still alive. Still, grabbing one of his legs, Shelter pulled him off the ground. Then, spinning around, she ends up knocking him against the wall. Barely able to moan in pain, Kid showed that he was still alive. Grinning wickedly, Shelter then tossed it into the air. Stopping her attack, she backed up in extremis to dodge Killer's punishers. Displaying an enraged look, the vampire saw some of her hair falling to the ground. Raising her hand towards him, she created an invisible shock wave, which threw Killer backwards. Falling onto his back, he rolled several times, before managing to get back to his feet. Then, looking up, he saw Kid's body land on the roof of a building. His diversion had succeeded in saving his captain. Nevertheless, appearing in front of him, Regina flashed a sadistic smile. "Are you the kind of person who likes to play heroes?" Not giving him time to answer her, she then gave a powerful kick that ejected Killer backwards. Feeling his back hit a lamp post, Kid gritted his teeth to keep from coughing up blood. Nevertheless, the Pleiad found themselves in front of him again, and tried to punch his face. Leaning down in extremis, Killer felt Regina's fist go over his head, before hitting the lamppost, breaking it in two. Then, seeing his blades begin to spin, Regina jumped back, only to be chased by Killer. Seeing him use his blades to disembowel her, Regina decided to imitate him, turning her fingernails into claws. Again their weapons clashed and created sparks. Struggling for a few seconds, Regina finally felt her feet skid backwards as Killer's weapons closed in on her, degrading her claws. "Impossible. This is your end." Yet 2 explosions hit Killer's back, causing him to scream in pain. Having aimed it, CZ fired 2 magic bullets, which managed to hit their targets. Seeing him lose concentration, Regina ran her claws towards his chest, before slashing him. Feeling 4 claws hurt him, the man dropped to one knee. Then, grabbing him by the throat, Regina lifted him off the ground. "For a human, you are really gifted. Do me a favor before I die. I want to see you sob and see you implore me to spare you. It is only by seeing this that I will decide to finish you." Then she punched his abdomen. For her part, seeing the Pleiades subdue Killer, Shelter turned in Law's direction. "TSSS." The man growled, seeing his 2 comrades being knocked to the ground. "Do you understand now?" Shelter asked, walking towards him. "You can never defeat us." Tact, creating a gigantic sphere, Law surrounded a building. Then, with a flick of his sword, he sliced through its base, causing it to lean forward. Finding herself near the building, Shelter turned her head to see it fall in her direction. Then, a moment later, she was crushed under several thousand tons of concrete. Jumping back, Law settled on a high rock, to better see the scene. And no sooner had it stopped than an explosion took place, while more concrete blocks were ejected and crashed around the combat zone. Floating above the ground, Shelter managed to extricate herself from the rubble. Showing a confident smile again, she said, "Now I'm the one feeling like you're nothing impressive. Pathetic human, now I'm going to show you what I can do. Do you believe that?" Law questioned. Raising his head, he saw a large number of shards of concrete falling from the sky, from Shelter's latest attack, to break free from the rubble. Wanting to take advantage of this, Law created a new sphere, which was 10 times bigger than the last one. Shambles. Thinking he was going to disappear, Shelter was surprised to see him stay still. Thinking he had missed his attack, she laughed. "What's going on? Are you now too weak to attack me? I advise you to raise your head. Your arrogance could be your downfall." "Huh?" Shelter wondered, looking up. Immediately, she was surprised to see that the rock shards, which were still in the air, had changed places with large boulders, which now fell on Shelter. Still, the vampire flew towards the boulders and proceeded to kick or punch them. Each time, he only needed 1 punch to pulverize a rock. This rain of rocks was in no way a danger to her. "Is that your best attack?" "Ha ha! Definitely, I have nothing to fear from you." However, about to hit one of the rocks, she was surprised to see it disappear, to be replaced by Law. "What?" Injection shot. The end of the sword slammed again into Shelter's right shoulder. Feeling that area explode internally, Shelter felt herself recoil from the impact. However, grabbing one of the rocks, she threw it at Law. Having no time to teleport, he used his saber to cut it in half. Unfortunately, obscuring his view for a second, the rock prevented him from seeing Shelter's movements during that time. And no sooner had he cut the rock in 2 than he saw Shelter, just behind it. Reaching out to Law, she grabbed him by his throat. Then, dropping down to the ground, she let Law's body hit the ground hard. Groaning in pain, Law then opened his eyes to see Shelter raise her fist in the air, before targeting his face. "Adios." However, the moment she lowered her arm, she was surprised that she no longer felt it, as it fell limply down, as if broken. What? Starting to smile, Law affirmed. "You overestimated your undead abilities. Even if your body is stronger than a human's, there are still limits. If its bones are broken, you won't be able to use your arm, and it's the same with your muscles. My muscles? Remembering the area Law's attacks had targeted, Shelter seemed to understand what was happening. Having taken advantage of Shelter underestimating his power, Law damaged her right shoulder with his attacks. The major muscles in your right arm are right where I hit you, TSSS. All you did was stop me from using my right arm. Why are you proud of that? Because that's only what I needed to defeat you. What? Punk pistols. Hit in the face, Shelter was thrown sideways by several pieces of metal. Putting her hand to the side of her face, she saw blood dripping from it. Looking up then, she saw Kid on the roof of the building, with an arm stretched out towards her. His face bleeding, the man had the greatest difficulty in staying conscious. Still, seeing blood running down the side of Shelter's face, he smiled. So the color of your blood is exactly like mine. You, counter. Appearing in front of her, Law placed his 2 thumbs on Shelter's damaged shoulder, before attacking her with a powerful electrocution. Chalk. Not aiming at the heart at all, he only chalked Shelter's arm muscles to further damage them. Roaring with rage, Shelter lifted her leg and let her foot hit Law's chest. Too fast to dodge, the attack sent Law flying backwards until he crashed into the wall of a building and was stuck in the center of a crater that had been created by the impact. TSSSS. That idiot. Kid roared, aiming at Shelter. Nevertheless, the roof where he was found was bombarded by explosive projectiles. Forced to step back, Kid saw CZ aiming for him. Yuri starting to piss me off. Repel. Stretching his hand towards CZ, he tried to disarm her. Feeling the unseen force once again begin to pull her gun, the Pleiad hugged it. However, it was soon her entire body that found itself drawn to Kid's power. Huh! The 2 people wondered, seeing this phenomenon. A cyborg? Kid wondered. Suddenly deciding to take advantage of Kid's attack, CZ deliberately allowed herself to be pulled by the electromagnetic force and felt herself flying towards Kid. Understanding only, too late, what she wanted to do, Kid saw her approaching him, at full speed, before pointing her gun at him. That? A flurry of explosive fire interrupted him. Firing without stopping, CZ bombarded his body and the pirate was quickly surrounded by a cloud of smoke. Pulling for many seconds, until she felt her magic reserves dwindle, the Pleiad finally stopped. Ahead of her, the roof of the building was nothing but destroyed ground and smoke. Using his powers, Kid had condemned himself. Starting to turn around to see Regina's fight, the Pleiad was nonetheless surprised to hear a noise behind them. Not even having time to turn around, she felt an attractive force her to move and her head quickly found itself stuck in the palm of Kid's hand. Repel! The man roared, as his body appeared through the smoke, which was beginning to disappear. Surprised, CZ saw him still standing, despite his new injuries and his charred torso. Immediately, keeping her composure, she pointed her gun at the pirate. But already, Kid clutched her skull between his fingers, before banging the back of her head against the roof of the building. Repel! Feeling like she was getting a violent hickey, CZ felt her face being drawn towards the palm of Kid's hand, giving him no chance to free herself. Without knowing it, she had already lost. Eject. This time, instead of pulling CZ, Kid used electromagnetism to eject her as far away from him as possible. Having been attracted, before being ejected suddenly, CZ felt her whole body hit the roof of the building, before crossing it. Then, continuing to fall, she crossed all the landings of the building, while her body pulverized the numerous floors and ceilings. Finally, her running stopped when she hit the ground of the first floor, with a huge crash, which everyone could hear. CZ? Lupus Regina wondered, turning to the building. She got no response. Indeed, inside the rubble, the Pleiad was motionless, and their eyes completely white. Kid had defeated her. Seeing this, the redhead finally let himself fall backwards and his back touched the roof of the damaged building, while he no longer had the strength to fight. For her part, still looking at the place where his sister had disappeared, Regina didn't believe what she saw. It was the first time she had seen one of the Pleiades beaten. Impossible! It is impossible. Still feeling her hand hold her throat, Killer took advantage of her lowering her guard to move his leg and managed to hit her chin with his foot. Feeling her jaws snap, the Pleiad backed away, letting go of Killer. Jumping back, he then twirled his punishers before asserting, "You should never have underestimated the Kid pirates." Barely having time to react, Regina saw him rush in her direction, before ending up behind her. Then, a moment later, she screamed in pain, as a huge wound had been made in her stomach. Sonic! Seeing her then fall backwards, Killer rushed towards Shaltir. There's only you left. However, he stopped, feeling a hand grab his leg. Huh! It's not over! Regina roared. Staring at her, Killer saw her eyes turn red. Then her body changed. Letting her muscles flex, Regina ripped her clothes off. Then, a thick fur covered her body. Stepping back, Killer saw her reach 3 meters high, while she took an animal form. Eventually, a muzzle appeared in the center of her face, just like a wolf's tail. When her transformation was complete, Regina looked like a real werewolf. What is that? Killer wondered. Rubbing a hand over her abdomen, Regina noticed that her wound had closed. Nevertheless, not having forgotten the humiliation she had just felt, she roared, I will never disappoint my lady. I would rather die than lose to you, TSSS. It's just words. Killer retorted, running towards her. Spinning his weapons, he aimed them at the werewolf's throat. However, as he struck her, he saw the creature disappear from sight. Having increased her speed, Regina found herself behind the pirate. Then, extending her claws, she pointed them at his back. Screaming in pain, Killer felt her claws pierce his flesh. Then, lifting him off the ground, Regina stared at him like a trophy. I don't know who you are, but I think it's time for me to finish you off. But don't worry. I wasn't damaging your body and that of your red-haired friend too much. I'm certain that Demiurge will be happy to dissect you to understand where your powers come from. As if this was going to happen. Killer roared. Positioning his arms behind his back, he twirled his punishers again to cut off the werewolf's arm. Using her second arm, Regina managed to stop one of the blades with her claws. Nevertheless, the second punisher slashed her arm until it hit the limb frame. Groaning in pain, Regina retaliated by kicking Killer's center back. Feeling Regina's claws withdraw from his back, the pirate then did a glide before crashing to the ground. Seeing him like this, Regina looked down at her injured arm, as blood flowed from it. TSSSS. However, knowing full well that this wound was insignificant, she put her second hand on his wound, before creating an intense light. Medium cure wound. Raising his head from the ground and trying to stand up, Killer then saw the light disappear. Then, Regina walked towards him, with her arm healed, only having a scar where her old wound had been. No matter how hard you try to hurt me, I will always heal. Besides, I am perhaps the most dangerous Pleiad, because I can easily heal the wounds of my allies. Do you understand? Displaying her famous sadistic smile, she declared, as long as I'm fit to fight, you'll never win this fight. After I kill you, I can heal CZ and defeat the man in the cap if Shaltir hasn't killed him yet. Then, raising her arms skyward, she let her claws cover themselves in red lightning, as she licked her lips. Your screams in pain are for me. Seeing Law's body still stuck in the wall of a building, Shaltir walked towards him, still affirming, as much as I regret to admit it, you have been the toughest foes we have faced in a long time. I never would have guessed that humans could achieve power like yours. Nevertheless, I hope that you have understood that, despite all the efforts you will make, nothing will be able to allow you to defeat us. Blah blah and blah blah. You're just talking. Surprised, Shaltir saw Law begin to move slightly again. Then, managing to dislodge himself from the wall, he fell to the ground, in a sitting position. Seeing him do then he seemed out of energy. Shaltir laughed. You are incapable of doing anything. Nevertheless, I will be lenient. In respect for your strength, I will finish you off without pain. Vermilion Nova. Seeing her concentrating her energy and creating flames, Law began to smile. Then, grabbing his cap, he threw it in the air. What? The vampire wondered, looking up. For half a second, she stopped staring at Law, and that short delay was all the pirate needed. Shambles. Seeing Regina's claws about to smash into him, Killer was surprised to see the Pleiad disappear to be replaced by Law. As surprised as he was, Regina appeared in Law's place and found herself in front of Shaltir's attack. Not having time to suppress it, Shaltir saw her column of flames rush towards Regina and crash into her. Ah! Regina screamed, feeling the flames burning her body. Then, when the flames disappeared, the vampire saw Regina, still standing, with her completely charred body. Shaltir, she stammered. Then, dropping forward, the Pleiad collapsed to the ground. Immobilized upon seeing this, Shaltir doesn't even react, hearing Law scream. Shambles. This time, taking advantage that his cap was still in the air, Law appeared above the vampire, before pointing his saber at her. Radio. Raising her gaze immediately, Shelter showed her rage, as she stretched her arms towards him. You'll die. Unfortunately, wincing in pain, she felt her right arm fall back while being unable to move it. Damn it, knife. Immediately, Law's saber slashed Shelter from the top of her skull to her crotch. Eyes widening as blood squirted out of her wound, the vampire opened her mouth wide, but no sound came out. Finally, she collapsed to the ground. Seeing this, Law sat down on the ground. It's finally over. Seeing this, Killer asked, who were these women? Never mind. Let's get out of here before we see any more monsters coming. Approving, Killer began to move towards where Kid was. Getting ready to follow him, Law stopped, while he felt a strange aura. At that moment, he saw the blood around the corpses of former members of Armageddon, rising into the air. Startled, he saw the entire red liquid take the shape of a scarlet sphere. Then stooping down, it headed towards Shelter. It was at that second that Law saw her sit up. It's not over, she roared. Letting the scarlet sphere touch her, Shelter let the blood cover her entire body, before being sucked into her skin. Then, recoiling in fright, Law saw her enemy metamorphose. Taking on the form of a foul creature, Shelter rose to her feet, her wounds seeming to disappear. Stopping in turn, Killer had the impression that his body felt paralyzed by the murderous aura emanating from the body of the vampire. Staring at the duo, she roared, I'm hungry, Luffy, we better leave. That guy looks like a freak, Usopp said, grabbing Luffy by his shirt and tensing up in fear at the man in front of them. But he's sitting on a chair, Luffy said, seeing that the opponent was weak right now. Do you really think he can do anything to defeat us? He may be weakened, but you never know, Zoro said, analyzing the enemy. I don't like all the machines around it. Mosshead is not wrong. Sanji nodded. Are all these things really medical equipment? I wouldn't be surprised if there are weapons built into all of these machines. Come on, gentlemen. I am a pacifist. Besides, I would like to welcome you all to the glorious land of Japan and to the heart of Heroes Society, All for One said. Society of Heroes? Nami repeated. Wait a minute. Can you tell us more? Are these heroes playing the role of the Navy on this island? Navy? Is this some kind of novelty for law enforcement? Asked Frankie. So you don't have a hero where you're from? All for One wondered. No, we have the Navy, but these people act like them, said Luffy, annoyed. They spend their time preventing us from having fun. Mr. All for One, from what I could see, these heroes all have powers, called quirk, affirmed Brook. Would it be possible to know more? Astonished, All for One stared at the skeleton. Then he did the same with Chopper and Jinbei. You three don't have a quirk? No, not at all. Seeming as lost as the pirates, All for One ends up scratching his chin. Then he asked, to satisfy my curiosity, would it be possible for me to know where you are from? We come from Wano Kuni, affirmed Zoro. The country of the samurai. Wano Kuni? Sorry to contradict you, but the land of the samurai is Japan. Sorry? Besides, I've never heard of a place called Wano Kuni. It's a joke? Being thinking, Jinbei asked. What if I tell you about One Piece or GOLD? Roger. Do these words mean anything to you? Not at all. Feeling a bead of sweat running down his face, the fishman finally declared. In that case, it's true. I don't think we're in our world. Hey, hey, hey. A moment. Usopp shouted. That's impossible. Us in another world? That doesn't make any sense. Are you from another world? All for One asked. Who are you exactly? I'm Luffy, the pirate asserted, turning to the tall man. The man who will become the next pirate king is me. Pirate king? Yeah, and here is my crew. Zoro, my swordsman. Nami, my navigator. Usopp, my sniper. Sanji, my cook. Chopper, our doctor. Robin, our archaeologist. Frankie, our shipbuilder. Brook, our musician, and Jinbei, our helmsman, said Luffy, pointing to his crew. Luffy, don't tell him too much information, Nami retorted. Don't forget we don't know anything about this person. If it is, it's a trap. Hey, All for One, what is a quirk? Frankie asked. To put it simply, it is a power that is attributed to a person, who obtains it from birth. A power obtained at birth? Robin wondered. Are you saying it's an innate power? Indeed. But I'm curious where your own powers come from. How do you know we have powers? Sanji asked. Besides, how come you want to meet us when we don't know you? One of All for One's screens turned to the pirates, and they could see a video where Luffy was fighting against a villain. People filmed your exploits earlier. Your strength surpassed that of a group of villains and a hero. I confess I was curious to know who you were. You don't know about devil fruits? Usopp asked. Devil fruit? Repeated All for One. Go on, I'm listening. It's like your quirks, assured Frankie. However, to obtain a power, a person is obliged to eat of one of these fruits. With one bite, he obtains a power and falls victim to a curse. Curse? A person who eats a devil fruit finds himself unable to swim. Really? Looking at Luffy, he asked. Are you able to control the size of your arms? Not at all. I'm a rubber man, the pirate said, pulling his cheek. Oh? So you are able to stretch your arms or your legs and take advantage of the momentum you are able to create to hit your opponents with more power. Is your curiosity satisfied? Sanji questioned him. Now it's our questions you have to answer. Where do the quirks come from? Jinbei asked. How did the humans of this world get them? Nobody knows it. One day, a person was born, with a power making him unique in the world. Then, a few days later, another baby was born with a power. Then, over the years, more and more people were born with powers. Today, more than 80% of the population owns a quirk. 80%, Nami said in shock. There are many more of them than those in our world. Can everyone with a quirk become a hero? Chopper asked. In theory, yes. However, to get your hero license, you have to pass many tests and few people can pass it. The group of heroes gathers people with the most powerful quirks. What about people who don't have quirks? Usopp asked. They will never have a chance to become heroes. All for One declared. In truth, most of them are made fun of, while others see them as inferior people. What? But it's not fair. It's not because people don't have power that they are worthless, said Luffy angrily. How many heroes does this island have? Asked Sanji. My best guess is over 6,000 heroes, said All for One. Immediately, the pirates put on horrified faces. 6,000? This brook. Oh no! If these people decide to avenge their friend that Zoro hurt, we're dead, affirmed Usopp. Luffy, we need to get away from this island quickly. Honestly, I didn't really want to stay here, Luffy affirmed. But I don't know where we have to go. It's true that you have to think of a plan before deciding to leave Japan, said All for One. If we become criminals, we'll be forced to leave this island, taking a boat. Nami says, but All for One cuts her off. Forget my sweet girl, you will never be able to escape through the oceans. The heroes control the ports and many know how to fight on the ocean. They will do anything to stop you from running away. Don't worry about that. I'm sure my sailing skills will let us out with them, once we're on the water. If you say so. Kurogiri gives him a map of the seas to prepare, said All for One to his worker. As you wish, Kurogiri said, leaving the room. Hey All for One! Do you live here all alone? Asked Luffy, curious. No, I live with Kurogiri and my protege who has to come back anytime. Here's what you asked for, Kurogiri said, giving a card. Picking it up, Nami looked at the map, before putting a worried look on her face. Nami, what's wrong? Asked Frankie. What is this world map? These coordinations are different from any I've seen before. The style is more futuristic and the details are intricate, Nami said, looking at the map in confusion. Nami? Said Robin, worried. It's our world, All for One affirmed. And if you think I'm lying, feel free to go buy another card at a store of your choice. Looking at the pirates, he affirmed. I'm also beginning to believe that this world is not yours. Starting to shake in fear and not knowing what to say, Nami ends up breathing hard. I need some time to think, Nami said, with her head injured. If this world isn't our show, are we going to get home? Usopp, frightened. We don't even know how we got here. Can't we come back to our world? Chopper, frightened. What are we going to become? Seeing them panicking, All for One remarked that there might be a way for him to take advantage of the situation. If you don't know what to do, how about making a deal? All for One said. A deal? Luffy said, confused. I have many clients who ask me for my help to carry out missions. However, I lack personnel. All I ask of you is to help me, and in return I guarantee the safety and protection of your crew, said All for One. Missions? What kinds of missions? The heroes are there to protect the population. Nevertheless, they are not the ones who take care of the construction of buildings, the transport of goods. It is other people who take care of it. And they are people, like me, who are contacted and send people to do this work. And so, you would need our help. That's it. But I'm not forcing you. It's your decision, Captain. All for One said with a smile, and after a few seconds, Luffy took a deep breath. Okay, but with certain conditions, said Luffy. I'm listening to you, said All for One. First, we're not working for you. We have no other choice right now because we're a bunch of heroes. Second, we don't kill anyone if you ask for it, we kick your ass and we also burn the guy if he had the ass too. Third, if my Nakama needs anything, you better answer them. You get it, Luffy said, and the crew smiled that even though he's an idiot, he had the best intention. Sure! Anything for a short-lived alliance. We have a deal? All for One said, holding out his hand. Yeah, Luffy said, squeezing her hand. Luffy knows, said the raven-haired woman, thinking All for One was going to do something weird to her. Having the same feeling, Zoro and Jinbei were already in a fighting position. Still, only shaking hands with Luffy, All for One affirmed. I am happy to be able to work alongside you, Mugiwara. Luffy doesn't fall for his conversation, just nods and let's go get some food and take a nap. Excellent. Now Kurogiri will take you all home to sleep and tomorrow we have the tools you will need on this island. All for One said. Hesitating at first, Robin finally steps towards him. All for One, I would like to read some history books of this island so that I am better informed of what we are dealing with. Books? Wouldn't you rather use the internet? All for One said. What is the internet? Asked Chopper. Tomorrow all your questions will be answered, I promise. Currently, I need to rest a bit. I think that's understandable. Sanji said, now with a cigarette. Well, it's Sanji. Can you cook something? Luffy said. With what? I have nothing with me. I have ingredients in the kitchen, if you want, Kurogiri said. Huh. Thank you. I think I can cook with that, said Sanji. Oh, can we have cotton candy too? Chopper said. Or a delicious grilled fish, affirmed Usopp. As usual, some milk for me, please, Brook said. Then all the Straw Hats left the room, leaving All for One, along with Kurogiri. Sensei, are you sure? Said the man from the mist. These people might be crazy, but they escaped two powerful professional heroes and their auras are out of this world. I won't let them leave me. In a few days the Noma project will be finished, and I will ask them to go to UA, said All for One with an evil smile on their face. He didn't see the Straw Hats in action, but he was sure they could win a fight against every hero, even All Might. You've faced many Tashinori challenges, but I doubt you'll forget about this creature and the Straw Hat Pirates crew. Russia. Screaming in rage, Shelter raised her arms in the air and created a sphere of red lightning. Die! She roared, launching her attack towards Law. Scarlet Lightning, shambles. Disappearing to find himself on the roof of a building, Law saw Shelter's attack hit the ground, pulverizing it, while creating a shock wave so powerful that Killer ejected him backwards. TSSS. She really increased her power, Law remarked. Suddenly, picking up a power source, Law felt a bead of sweat running down his forehead, while Shelter was right behind him. A problem, human? Asked the creature behind him. Immediately, Law turned around before aiming his saber at her. Injecti. Gripping his sword, using her right hand, the vampire managed to stop his weapon. What? Law wondered, seeing her use her arm that he had immobilized. Surprised? By absorbing a large amount of blood, I managed to raise my HP to heal my wounds. It's like I didn't fight. HP? Law repeated. Growling, he let go of his sword, before directing both thumbs to Shelter's shoulder. Counter. Grabbing one of her arms with her left hand, Shelter squeezed it so tight that Law screamed in pain, feeling like she was crushing his bones. Grinning sadistically, Shelter flicked his arm upwards, then slammed it down. Initially feeling lifted into the air, Law's body eventually crashes onto the roof. Repeating this gesture several times, like a child would with a toy, Shelter ends up throwing Law's body towards the ground. Face bleeding, the man struggled to maintain consciousness as he flew through the air. Nevertheless, coming to terms with his situation, he performed an aerial pirouette so he could land on his feet. Unfortunately, being faster than him, Shaladier flew towards him before passing him. Putting one foot on the ground before him, she positioned her elbow in front of her, before using it to hit Law's back. Unable to break his fall, Law screamed in pain, feeling the end of the blow hit his vertebrae. Gah! Then clutching his hair, Shelter threw him to the ground. Finding himself lying on his back, Law felt Shelter's body sit on top of him. Then, giving him no respite, she clenched her fists, before punching him in the face. Feeling that the bones of his skull were being pulverized, Law was forced to take all of her punches, while the vampire took real pleasure in hitting him. Finally, when she stopped, she admired the disfigured face of the pirate. That's where your place should be, human. Jean. Turning, Shelter jumped to avoid Killer's punishers. Then, floating in the air, she unfurled her huge tongue at him. I will eat you, tonic! Stepping to the side, Killer dodged the huge tongue before targeting it. In an instant, a stream of blood splattered the area as Killer cut out Shelter's tongue. Ah! Shelter yelled, dragging her tongue back to her mouth. Taking advantage, Killer ran towards a building before running vertically over the wall to rush towards Shelter. Then, performing a jump, he twirled his weapons. Sonic! Remaining motionless at first, the vampire eventually turns to face him. Then, stretching both arms out in front of her, she finally grabs hold of Killer's blades. At that moment, feeling immobilized, Killer was surprised to see Shelter's hands holding his weapons. The blades had half sliced Shelter's hands, causing bleeding. Yet her superhuman strength was maintained to stop their rotations, rendering them harmless. Impossible. In response, Shelter's mouth opened. Then, before he could react, Killer felt her teeth pierce his neck. Erg, trying to struggle, the man ends up feeling a painful hickey. Then, within moments, his energy began to fade, as his blood was sucked away. Immediately, Shelter's anger began to fade, as she enjoyed sucking Killer's blood. She didn't know why, but her blood was delicious. It was even the best human blood she had ever tasted, and because of this, she wondered if Kid and Laws would be as delicious. Solely preoccupied with her meal, Shelter paid no attention to her surroundings and was startled when she heard someone shout, "Repel!" Surprised, she turned around to see Kid, a hand stretched out in her direction. Having attracted a metal plate, Kid appeared to be deforming it, using his electromagnetism. Repel! 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 Being pulled into the center of Kid's palm, the plate felt its sides deform. And little by little, the plate took on the appearance of a sphere, which began to shrink. Huh! Shelter wondered, ceasing to bite Killer. What the? Eject! Acting like a projectile from a crossbow, what was left of the metal plate left Kid's hand, rushing at full speed towards Shelter. Not even having time to see it, the vampire ends up coughing up blood, feeling the projectile pierce her abdomen. What? Caught off guard, she dropped Killer's arms, who began to fall. However, still having enough energy to remain conscious, he managed to twirl his weapons for a short time. Sonic! Immediately, Shelter screamed in pain, feeling the blades slash her back. Yet, finding herself enraged, she glared at the man, before preparing a fireball. Vermilion Nova! Unable to dodge the attack, Killer disappeared into the firestorm, which knocked him to the ground, where he lay prone. Then, using his flight ability, Shelter lunged at Kid. Having already prepared 2 more projectiles, Kid aimed at her, before ejecting them towards her. Double eject! Seeing the 2 projectiles, Shelter changed her trajectory to avoid them. Thus, the first piece of metal only brushed her shoulder. Unfortunately, she felt the second pierce her left calf. Yet, roaring with rage, she continued to rush at Kid and, with a clenched fist, she finally landed a powerful uppercut in the face. Nose crushed, Kid did a backflip, before collapsing to the ground. Not having finished with him, Shelter raised her 2 fists in the air, ready to crush him. Do you have any last words before you die? In response, Kid spat blood before screaming, Repel! Immediately, a small nail flew towards Shelter and struck the back of her skull. Barely feeling it, the vampire scoffed. You are so pathetic, and you are so stupid. Kid affirmed. Huh! Shambles! Widening her gaze, Shelter felt the nail disappear, to be replaced by Law, who was right behind her, with his saber pointed at her back. Amputate! Immediately, time froze for Shelter, as Law made 2 moves with his sword. Silent, she remained completely still. However, that did not prevent her from feeling her body split in 2, at the level of her pelvis, before her head separated from her neck. Being separated into 3 pieces, Shelter's body eventually crumbles to the ground. What? What? My body? Seeing her in pieces, Law caught his breath, before wiping the blood off his face. Damn monster! You're worse than Big Mom. Damn it! Roared Shelter. Like if I will lose! Opening her mouth, she attempted to hit Law with what was left of her tongue. You don't know when to give up, the man remarked, drawing his saber again. Dodging Shelter's tongue, he then ran towards her face, which was now defenseless. It's finish. That's impossible, Shelter retorted. I, Shelter, one of the guardians of Nazarick. Injection. I can't be beaten. Shot by a stupid human. Yet, seeing the tip of Law's sword right in front of his face, Shelter couldn't help but close his eyes, still fearful of what was about to happen. However, at that moment, Law stopped short, while feeling his body tremble with fear. Feeling that same sense of dread, Kid looked up at the sky and eventually spotted a duo, hovering above them. Sea bass! Cry is Shelter. Solution! Remaining silent, the pair just stared at Shelter. Then, moving her face, Solution also caught sight of Regina's charred body, still on the ground. As for CZ, the Pleiad was certain to feel her presence, among the rubble of the building, where Kid and the others were. Showing an angry face, Solution pretended to advance towards the two pirates. Yet, positioning himself in front of her, Seabass had already clenched his fists. Looking at the old man, Law couldn't help but cringe, while the aura the man gave off was the same as Shelter's. It's impossible how many people like them are there. In response, Seabass dropped to the roof, while aiming his fist at Law. Stunned by his speed, Law nearly took off, just as he was about to get hit. Shambles! At the moment where Seabass struck, a huge cloud of dust rose up, while a large part of the roof was destroyed. Bothered by the dust, Shelter closed her eyes for a moment. Then, opening them again, she saw Seabass in front of her. Did you get them? For answer, Seabass looked at the bottom of the building, to see Law appear, while holding Kid's arm. Feeling his legs shaking, the pirate still watched the moment when Seabass's fist had been right in front of his face. If the old man had touched him, he would surely have died. It was no longer a question of fighting. Defeating Shelter had required all three supernovas to use up all of their energy. Law didn't feel capable of fighting someone as powerful as her at all. We have to run, he shouted, running towards Killer, but already the silhouette of Solution was above them. Showing a cruel smile, she plunged her hand into her belly, before pulling out two magic swords, one manipulating lightning and the other mastering fire. For what you did to Regina and CZ, I swear I'll take my time torturing you. Tact! It was at this moment that the Pleiad noticed that the whole area was trapped in a huge sphere that Law had managed to create, while fleeing Seabass. Moving his sword, he made deep cuts in the buildings, all around them. Surprised, Solution ends up seeing them destroy each other, before collapsing. Suddenly, she saw several huge pieces of debris falling in the direction of Regina's body. Eyes widening, Solution put one foot on the ground, before rushing in her direction. Then, opening her jaws, she showed a huge mouth, and used it to swallow Regina's entire body. Once done, she rolled into a ball, and let herself be crushed under the tons of concrete. For his part, also sensing the building he was in, collapsing, Seabass grabs hold of the pieces of Shelter's body, before rushing into the hole where CZ's body had disappeared. Seeing the Pleiad still unconscious, the butler grabbed a ring from his finger and created a teleportation portal. Then, seizing the body of the Pleiad, he rushed inside, when the building completely collapsed. Still rushing towards Killer, Law pulled Kid's body. Still having his legs shaking, he ended up coughing up blood as he ran out of energy. Around him, the buildings continued to crumble and one of them was about to flatten the trio. No way! Law roared. I'm not going to die now. Jumping suddenly, he managed to touch Killer's body, just as the concrete blocks crushed the trio. Russia, a pile of ruins. It was all that was left of a town, which was still intact, barely half an hour. Corpses were visible on the ground and were surrounded by craters, created by powerful impacts. As for the buildings, they had been pulverized or cut into pieces. This city had been completely wiped out. Yet a movement could be visible. Appearing in the middle of the ruins, a teleportation portal had appeared. Crossing it, Seabass looked around before asking, Solution! Where are you? Immediately, what looked like blue jelly came out of the rubble. Taking a few seconds to reform, Solution eventually resumes its Pleiad appearance. I'm here, Seabass-san. And Lupus Regina? Plunging her hands into her body, Solution ends up extracting her sister's body. Having started to use her bodily fluids, which have healing powers, Solution had already managed to remove some of the visible burns on the body of the Pleiad. What should we do now? Should we search the area to dig up the bodies of these three humans? For now, we'll make sure that Shelter-san and the others can receive the necessary care. And then we'll report in detail to Galadriel-sama. She'll be the one to decide on the next plan. Still looking around, he declared, several of us have failed but never had a guardian been beaten by a human. Who was defeated? Passing through the portal, Shelter had his body again which had been reassembled. Displaying a face covered in veins of rage, she roared, I didn't lose. It was a tie. Looking then at the rubble, she declared, if you ever survived, I promise you I'll kill you. Having no idea what had happened, Galadriel was still at the UA, taking classes with her new comrades. Using part of her brain to understand what her teacher was saying, Galadriel used the other part of her brain to think about her future plans. Right now, the main thing we need to worry about is how powerful the heroes are. We have an idea of their individual strength. But even if they are weaker than us, what are their abilities when working as a team? Besides, is All Might really the most powerful hero in this world? The government doesn't have any weapon more powerful than him? Before I can take over this world, I need to be able to answer these questions. Then suddenly, from outside the classroom, a voice is heard by everyone. It's me who walks through the door, like a normal person, said the number one hero, making everyone jump with excitement, except for Galadriel, who has that look on her face. She was making a funny face from the shock. When I think of him's the number one hero, All Might. The hero who inspired Midoriya to be a hero. Honestly, he's not as impressive as I thought. His costume design, it's from the Silver Age. It looks a bit like Captain America. This art style gives me goosebumps. Then, Galadriel just stares at everyone with a hilarious face of shock. I can't believe it! All Might is here. All Might? Are they serious? This world is getting stranger every minute. Galadriel turned around and saw Midoriya with a fanboy look on his face. As if he was ready to pass out right there. He looked like a young girl in front of her idol. Basic Hero Studies. For this class, we'll be building your hero base through various trials. Hope you're all ready for what's to come, All Might said, walking amusingly. Let's go with this battle trial. For your first battle, we've prepared the gear you've all requested, and they work with your quirks. Go ahead, grab them, All Might said. Our battle gear. Awesome, they all said. Get changed and we'll be ready to go. We'll assemble at Field B. Immediately, Galadriel sighed, thinking of her own battle gear. Among her many armors, outfits and skins, she had to choose one. She had a few appropriate outfits. Unfortunately, she didn't have many choices. Yggdrasil. A fantastic game. However, like many other games, it offered few costumes for female players. I don't have to choose any costume. I would be too afraid to look too intimidating or ridiculous during this battle test. Staying a little to the side, Galadriel just stared at the rest of her class, who were now all in costumes. Their costumes were pretty cool, in his humble opinion. However, some were worse than others. For example, Midoriya's outfit was weird. She was green, and she had something like 2 big ears and a weird mask. It was a costume that seemed to be handmade. Did he choose the design? I should ask him what he wanted to represent. Seeing the girl staring at him, Midoriya couldn't help but feel uneasy. Galadriel? Midoriya said, blushing behind his mask. Yes? She asked, walking beside him. Your outfit is very cool, he said. Really? Said Galadriel, a little surprised. She took the most simplistic armor she had. Being an arcane magic warrior didn't offer too much variety in the clothing section. She can only use medium armor. His armors are very thin for this reason. Not like Albedo, who looks like a walking statue when wearing her armor. She could use her world champion armor. But that would be overkill, and is too slutty for her taste. So instead, she decided to use caster-type armor. Since she'll only be using her arcane skills, that would help. However, she had bought this costume during a dark period in her life. A time when she created Pandora's actor. Currently, she wore a white military costume, with 2 long white high-heeled boots, which reached her thighs, a small red cape around her shoulders, 2 black gloves, a small plate on her right shoulder, and a belt with a golden buckle. She left the hat behind, because she would have died of shame if she had brought it with her. If the Pandora actor saw her right now, he would be like Midoriya, being a fanboy on his clothes. Shit! I still love those military clothes, but Ulbert and the others always thought they were ridiculous. They're awesome, I don't care what they say. I look so cool, said Galadriel, proud of her outfit. Thank you, Galadriel told Midoriya. Wow, Deku, your costume is cool. It looks practical, Uraraka said. Really? Galadriel thought. Whoa, Galadriel, your costume is so elegant, Uraraka said. I would have liked to draw my request sketch a little better. It's very tight, she said, embarrassed. It certainly looks like it, Galadriel said, looking down at the suit. Midoriya seems to be looking the other way, while hiding his blushes behind his mask. Unlike him, the dwarf in the class only stares perversely at the 2 girls. He seemed to admire their buttocks and breasts. High school kids really are the best. He had no idea that Galadriel had used all her willpower not to kill him. Appearing at that instant, All Might clapped his hands to get everyone's attention. Looking at him for a few moments, Galadriel finally frowns. Staring at the hero's strange hair, she finally looked at the long ears of Midoriya's costume. Finally understanding what Midoriya had wanted to represent, she ended up slapping herself on the forehead, before heaving a weary sigh. Albedo Demiurge, if I ever become someone's fan and it gets ridiculous, kill me. Now come on in, y'all. This will be an indoor combat trial. Cleaning up baddies is usually seen out in the open, but statistically most of it is indoor work. Most of the action takes place inside, believe me, All Might said. For this test, you will split into groups of villains and heroes. For a 2-on-2 team battle, he said with a smile. Sounds more like a battle than anything Galadriel thought, and she's not the only one thinking the same. For this practice, the villains will keep a nuke, and the heroes must stop them. We'll decide the teams by lot. So come on. Who wants to be first? All Might said, ignoring everyone. Galadriel decided to be the last to choose, but as the teams come together, then she realizes that there would be no place for her. I don't think I would have a team to join or face, Galadriel said. Oh well, I think we have a problem, All Might remarked, scratching the back of his head. But don't worry, teenager. We'll fix it. Feeling belittled, Galadriel resented him calling her a teenager. After all, she was technically 39 years old. MMH would be unfair to others if there was a team with 3 villains or heroes, All Might muttered, thinking about how he could solve this problem. I don't mind going against 2 by myself, Galadriel said, ignoring everyone's stares. You go alone? Said the number 1 hero. I will go against her, cried Bakugo. Everyone looked at the bomb. Kakin, exclama Midoriya, send me alone against her. Galadriel said, simply looking at him. I can go against her too, Professor, affirmed a second voice. Immediately, everyone turns to Shoto Todoroki. He looked at her with a stoic face, showing nothing. Hey, Scarface. I'll kick her ass first. Bakugo growled like an animal, while Todoroki just stared at him, with a stoic look. Boys, calm down, All Might ordered. Galadriel only looked at the 2 children. They seemed to believe they could defeat her. She got angry that someone dared to challenge her. The demon in her wanted out. But she calms down, telling herself that they are only children. If that's what they both want, I'll take you both, she said, smiling and showing a bit of her dangerous side. What started as a practice ended as a conflict. The entire Class 1A stared at the scene in front of them, nervous about what might happen for All Might, the inexperienced professor. It's a horrible thing. He didn't know what to do or how to solve this problem in front of him. He sighs, remembering the words of the director, Nizu, about the mysterious girl. What can I do? He thought. Do you think you can defeat me? Bakugo roared. I could do it with my eyes closed and one arm tied behind my back, Galadriel assured. Bitch! I'll kick your ass? Bakugo shouted. The explosive kid wanted to show the white-haired girl that he is the strongest in the class. No, that he was the strongest in the whole school. Bakugo tried to figure out the quirk girl, but so far there is nothing. No matter how hard he tried to guess her powers, he never managed to figure out how her powers worked, and it was the same with Deku. There was something wrong, Deku's sudden power, and this girl's abilities. I'll figure that out. And I'll beat them both. No one can be stronger than me, Bakugo thought. Bakugo could feel the sweat on his palms, preparing to explode it. And get revenge on Galadriel for what she did in the trials. She will pay and he will make sure of it. For the other boy, Todoroki, the only reason he wanted to go against her was because he knew she was strong and he wanted to get stronger by fighting her. He wants to prove to his father that he can be the greatest hero ever with just one ability. That he didn't need his second power to do that. And for that, he must become more powerful. Todoroki will be stronger than anyone else, and defeating Galadriel would be the first step. He now hopes for the chance to do so, but he could wait. At the moment, Galadriel is getting angrier by the minute. Having 2 openly defiant children makes her blood boil, but she needed to calm down. So she exhales, trying to relax a bit. There's no point getting mad at the kids, but she'll teach them a lesson if she goes against them. Sensei, maybe we should just place Galadriel-san with a duo, Yaoyorozu said, offering the only reasonable option that would prevent the duo from continuing to bicker. Momo didn't like the strange aura around those three. It is dense and dangerous. She only hoped not to go against the white-haired girl. I indeed think that is ultimately the only option available, Miss Yayorozu. Then rummaging in the box, he pulled out a ball marked with an H. Who is Team H? Kero. It's us, Ajri declared, as she stood next to Tokoemi. Looking at the duo, Galadriel eventually steps towards them, before asking, Is there a problem with me joining you? None. Tokoemi replied simply. At that moment, she caught sight of Galadriel staring at her face. What's up? No, nothing, she said simply, puzzled by his crow's face. Is that his real head or just a disguise? H? Bakugo repeated. Clapping his fists, he declared, We need to get this group and I could slaughter them all. For his part, Todoroki shrugged, deciding to let luck decide what happened next. Good. Now, let's not see which teams are villains and which are heroes. The first ones to fight our pair A will be heroes. And pair D will be villains, All Might said. Arurgag. Bakugo roared, stamping his foot, cursing his bad luck. Damn it! Who is Team A? I think it was Uraraka-san and Midoriya-san, Ida told him. Hearing their two names, the duo felt shivers as they turned back to Bakugo. The look of hate, the boy fixed them, all while affirming, Whatever. I need to knock someone out. D-Cube ready for what's to come. Immediately, feeling fear invading his body, Midoriya couldn't help but take a step back. He was going to fight against Bakugo. It was something unthinkable for him. Bakugo, he was the same age as him. They had lived in the same neighborhood. When they were little, they had the same tastes and admired the heroes. However, today Bakugo was someone who scared Deku. He was powerful. Too powerful for Midoriya to fight. How? How could I win against him? Recoiling in fear, he ends up bumping into someone. Then, immediately, a kick hit his ass, forcing him to take 2 steps forward. Startled, they turned to see Galadriel staring at him, with a cold stare. Ga Galadriel-san? Midoriya, since when is a hero afraid of danger? Staring at her for a few moments, Deku then turned to Bakugo, who continued to roar with rage. A danger? He was worse than that. Bakugo was a real bully who would take pleasure in humiliating Deku. He had always done it for years. So how could things change now? Midoriya-san? Raising his face, he saw Uraraka-san's hand held in front of him, as she declared, We're going to do our best and win, aren't we? Seeing her smile at him, the boy remained silent. Then, finally, looking at his hands, he ends up closing them. Yes, Galadriel was right. He had no reason to feel any fear. Today was different from yesterday. He had power and people who supported him. Inhaling for a long time, to calm his shivers, he ended up screaming, Kachin, huh? The boy wondered, turning to him. I will not run. And this time, I will not let you do what you want of me. I defy you. Are you challenging me? This time, the boy smiled again, as he decided to focus all of his rage on Deku. He was going to show everyone the difference in strength between them. For her part, watching the duo, Galadriel found that this training was finally going to be the best way for her to obtain a maximum of information. All of their attacks, their strengths, their weaknesses, their teamwork. She wanted to know what was capable of the person who thought he could become the new one hero and the one who was destined to follow in the footsteps of All Might. Russia, I'm hungry, Kid affirmed, lying on the floor. Shut up. Rigid Law. Wiping the blood off his face, he glanced behind him, to see what was left of the ancient city where they had just fought. He had seen Seabass come back, to leave with Solution. They left. They must think we're dead, Killer said, who was also lying on the ground. In that case, let's get out of here, Law ordered. If they decide to come back to find our bodies, it certainly won't take them long to find us. Japan, Kanto region, please help us. Startled, civilians in a town saw a man dressed as a samurai, holding the body of a woman whose arm appeared to have been severed. Passed out, the young woman had numerous injuries, while she lost consciousness due to loss of blood. Please help us, Kinemon begged. If my friend does not receive treatment, he will die. Japan, Kansai region. With bandages around his chest, a man was kneeling in front of a couple of old farmers. Thank you for saving and caring for me. I don't know how to thank you. It's nothing, young man. In truth, you can pray to God that you are still alive. When I saw you fall from the sky and crush you, I really thought you were dead. You had a lot of chance. Never mind. Thank you for your hospitality. Then, turning around, the man stared in a direction, while asking, Going that way, I would find the ocean, wouldn't I? In effect. In that case, I say thank you again and goodbye. Then, leaving the farmers, the man began to walk, while dreaming of revenge. Displaying an evil smile, Kanjuro pondered how to relive a perfect ending again. Being with the rest of the class, Galadriel looked at the many screens that allowed them to visualize the future confrontation between the two teams, Bakugo and Midoriya. This might be worth seeing. I have a feeling this is going to be fun to watch, Gali. Ashido affirmed, who was standing next to her. Fun isn't the right word, Galadriel retorted. In truth, each of us should take advantage of the time, before the start of the match, to guess who will be the winner. What is your opinion on the result of the match? My opinion? I would say that Bakugo and Ida will be the winners. In the tests, they performed better than Ochako and Midoriya. It's true. But these tests were individual tests. Today's exercise is very different since it will force them to work as a team. And for this kind of exercise, I don't think that there is no worse partner than Bakugo. Maybe, but even if he was on his own, don't you think he'll be able to beat Midoriya and Ochako? Okaku, that's for sure. Midoriya? Remaining silent for a few seconds, she finally declares, it will all depend on his willingness to show Bakugo that he is no longer the child he always knew. Looking at one of the screens to see Midoriya and Ochako, walking cautiously, while the boy glanced around. Looks like he's scared, Ashido remarked. No. He just knows how Bakugo is going to attack him. Attack him? Suddenly, appearing in front of the duo, Bakugo rushed at Midoriya, to hit him with an explosive fist. Seeming to anticipate his attack, his target jumped aside, taking Ochako with him. Brushing only his mask, Bakugo growled as he punched a wall. An ambush? Mineta wondered. BOH. Bakugo, stop acting like a coward, Kirishima shouted. Midoriya dodged very well, Ashido remarked. Golly, you guessed he was anticipating Bakugo's moves? Midoriya, he analyzed All Might's every move, and knows his way of fighting perfectly. But he didn't just do that with him. He did the same with Bakugo. Smiling, seeing Bakugo fighting Midoriya, she declared. Midoriya may have lost many battles, but he may be able to win the war. Thus, she saw Midoriya hold Deku, so as to allow Ochako to go to where Ida and the bomb were. Then, engaging in a fight with Bakugo, Midoriya managed to dodge his attacks and overpower him. Quickly losing his temper, Bakugo let his anger control his actions, allowing Deku to better predict his movements. DKU! Bakugo roared, punching again into the void. Kakunai can predict your every attack, Midoriya assured, with a determined look. I am no longer the whiny boy who followed you. Now I am able to fight you and I will defeat you. Watching the fight without saying anything, Galadriel then glanced at another screen to see Ida, mopping the floor in the room where he was. Chuckling at first, at how ridiculous the thing was, Galadriel eventually realized how Ida was as good a strategist as Deku. Coming face to face with the motorized boy, Uraraka found herself unable to attack him, due to not having any objects to control with her quirk. Ida, he figured out that Midoriya and Bakugo were going to fight. As a result, he just focused on Ochako's power and figured out how to neutralize it. Suddenly new explosions captured her energy, while Bakugo completely destroyed the area where he was fighting with Deku. Damn it! Stop looking down on me and use your quirk, the boy ordered, as Midoriya finally fled. Seeing him pinned against the wall, Bakugo approached him, roaring, Are you trying to look down on me? Am I not strong enough for you to use your quirk to defeat me? Isn't that it? Deku retorted, getting into a fighting stance. I'm just waiting for the right time to use it. Right time? Are you kidding me? Running towards Deku, he roared. If you want to survive this battle, use the full power of your quirk. Then, aiming his arm at Deku, he created a long-range explosion in order to defeat him. Its finish, however, running towards him, Deku ended up clenching his fist, and let lines of light cover his arm. Uraraka! Get ready. Detroit Smash! Seeing Midoriya rush towards the explosion, Bakugo was then surprised to see his opponent aiming his fist at the ceiling, while letting the explosion hit him. The shock wave caused by Midoriya's punch managed to pulverize the ceiling as well as the floor above. Enjoying seeing Bakugo's surprised face, Galadriel then saw Deku's attack destroying part of the floor, where Uraraka and Ida were. Taking advantage of the many debris that now covered the ground, Ochako levitated them, before throwing them towards Ida. Attempting to destroy them, so as not to be hit, Ida ends up stopping, feeling Ochako pass him, before touching the bomb he was protecting. I have it. Uraraka rejoiced. Meanwhile, staring at Midoriya, Bakugo had seen him position his second arm in front of his face to protect him. So even though the skin on his arm was charred, Deku was still standing. Kakanai won, and indeed, All Might's voice echoed throughout the building. Winner Team A! Immediately, Bakugo fell to his knees. I lost? Seeing this, Galadriel couldn't help but smirk. Bakugo confused being strong with being invincible. Wow! Golly, you're really impressive, Ashido asserted. You guessed what was going to happen. It was just a fluke, Galadriel said simply. Also, if Deku had ultimately decided to flee, instead of fighting Bakugo, my assumption would have been wrong. Eventually, after Team A and D returned, the students heard All Might's criticism, despite the fact that it was Momo who gave a perfect critique of Ida, who was judged as the best acting person. Looking at the four people, Galadriel had also made an analysis. In terms of physical strength, Bakugo is by far the most powerful. However, despite his intelligence, he let his arrogance take over, and this made him underestimate the opponent. He is exactly like when Shouter is angry. Ida and Deku showed amazing strategy. If they were stronger, they could look like Demiurge. Nevertheless, Deku seems to have a lot of trouble controlling his quirk, which makes him vulnerable during a fight. Ida said it before, without any debris around her, Ochaka's power is completely useless. Arms crossed, she thought. In the end, having only one power can be quite crippling. If a person had two, they would easily have the advantage. Golly, the next match is starting, Ashido announced, looking at the screens. Indeed, looking up, Galadriel saw Team B, Todoroki and Shoji, and Team I, Ojiro and Hagakure, entering the building. Nevertheless, this fight was very short. Using his spy abilities, Shoji had quickly figured out his opponent's strategy. And taking advantage of this advantage, Todoroki then attacked them, freezing the feet of his opponents. Unable to perform any ranged attacks, Ojiro and Hagakure could only watch Todoroki lay his hand on the bomb, signaling his team's victory. Team B winner. Then, seeing his two opponents struggling in vain to free themselves, Todoroki put his hand on the ground and managed to generate heat to melt the ice. Heat? Ojiro wondered. Sorry, but the gap between us is just too big, Todoroki said, then leaving the room. Being sure that she had seen flames appear in his hand, Galadriel placed her hand on her chin before thinking. Finally, this boy can be interesting. Then the test continued with Sato and Koda, against Yaoyorozu and Mineta. But from the start of the match, having felt a small hand touch her buttocks, Momo had grabbed hold of Mineta's head before slamming it against the ground, knocking him out. Then, being responsible for protecting the bomb, the young girl had to chain various strategies to thwart the assaults of the two boys, who wanted to take advantage of this advantage. Eventually, while she had managed to tie up Koda, Momo had ended up leaving an opening in her defense, which allowed Sato to rush towards the bomb and touch it, giving her team the victory. Then falling to the ground, the boy seemed to be tired, while his powerful muscles had disappeared. One more second, and she was the winner. Finally, came the fight between Kirishima and Siro, against Kaminari and Shiro. Being the villains, both Kirishima and Siro had decided to wait for their opponents to arrive. Then, when Kaminari attacked, Kirishima used his defensive power to resist his attacks, until Kaminari exceeded the limit of his quirk and fried his brain. Because of this, and not being able to touch the bomb due to the many tapes Siro had stuck all over the bomb, Shiro finally forfeited. Great! Kirishima shouted, slapping Siro's hand. A perfect win, man. One is too strong. Seeing them coming back to them, Ashido affirmed. They are all motivated. I can't wait for my turn. Grinning mockingly, Galadriel let her elbow rest on her shoulder as she asked, Are you sure, Pinky? Just a question, which teams haven't taken part in the test yet? Huh! It's simple, there's my team, and, suddenly freezing, she stared at Galadriel, who lengthened her smile. I can't wait to fight you, Pinky. Next game, All Might announced. Team E versus Team H. Kero. It's our turn. Are you ready, partner? Tokoemi asked. It's whenever you want, Dark Shadow assured. Let's make this match fun. Galadriel finished. In front of them, Ashido and Aoyama looked at each other, not confident about a potential victory. Still, clenching her fists, Ashido asserted, We can win. Even against 100 opponents, victory is still possible. Yes. My quirk will lead us to victory, Aoyama assured, making various gestures with his arm. This guy think he would get along well with Pandora's actor? Galadriel thought. Are you sure of your choice? All Might asked. If you want, I can designate another student to become your teammate, so that it is more equitable. Immediately, the duo's pride vanished as they pleaded. We want a third teammate, please. Sighing, All Might picked up an urn before grabbing a ball with a number on it. Number 8. Kirishima Kundo, you want to become their teammate? Despite his recent match, the boy bumped his fists before securing. No worries. My manhood will win us. Nevertheless, he felt cold sweats as several people stared at him behind his back, wanting to kill. It was then that he remembered that a few people wanted to fight Galadriel. I feel like I'm going to have to behave quietly after this fight. Watching the boy join his new team, Galadriel observed the trio that was going to fight them. Ashido is nimble and her quirk allows her to create acid. She's perfect for countering people who want to melee her and fend them off. Aoyama may be stupid, but his quirk has a lot of offensive power and gives him an advantage in ranged combat. And as far as Kirishima is concerned, he can easily act as the shield of the team and protect. In truth, these three, if they decide to cooperate, could form a team perfect. Playing the role of hero, Galadriel entered the building, accompanied by Azuri and Tokoyami. Kero. What's our strategy? There are 3 of them, Tokoyami remarked. First of all, we must act discreetly to find out if they have decided to separate or stay near the bomb. If they have decided to send 2 people to fight us and leave only one of them to watch the bomb, we can try to get around the attackers and be 3 to hit the bomb. Suddenly, the boy looked uneasy, seeing Galadriel continue to stare at him. Why are you still staring at me? It's quite embarrassing. Sorry, but, not even having time to finish her sentence, Galadriel heard the boy growl. Yes, that's my real face. Do you have a problem with that? Feeling a hint of anger in his voice, Galadriel looked at him in surprise. Then, finally, she remembers how people could be cruel to people who were different. In an elementary school, having a bird's head must have been enough to be rejected or called a monster. Approaching Tokoyami, Galadriel suddenly began to pat his head, while affirming, Me, I like your face. You look super cool. Huh? The boy wondered, seeing her then go forward. Tilting her head from side to side to crack the muscles in her neck, Galadriel flashed a confident smile, before affirming, We are going to win this game. Are you sure of your strategy, Kirishima? Ashido asked. We should have let someone watch the bomb, Aoyama asserted. Bad idea, the boy retorted, as the trio stood in the middle of the stairs, leading to the room where the bomb was. Azuri can project her long tongue for several meters, and Tokoyami can do the same with his shadow. If we decide to stay in front of the bomb, they can quickly find an opening to touch the bomb. Looking at the staircase they were on, Kirishima smiled as Ashido covered the steps with acid. Being in front of the girl, Kirihime had already hardened his skin, while Aoyama had pointed his belt down the stairs. No matter the strategy of their opponents, they were ready to fight. However, they were surprised, seeing dark shadow appear down the stairs. Fixing it, the trio looked at him for a few seconds. Then, finally, Aoyama created a laser. Blinded by its light, dark shadow backed away before fleeing. Damn it! Kirishima roared, seeing no one near the shadow. Tokoyami can use it to spy on us? The others will know we're here. Ashido understood. We have to go back close to the bomb. However, as soon as the trio turned around, they saw their opponents appear in front of them. What? Having used a teleportation spell, Galadriel had simply waited for Tokoyami to tell her the position of their opponents, to teleport them up one floor and find themselves behind their enemies. Can she teleport? Arcanum of teleportation, she announced. Then, pretending to be tired, she dropped to one knee. Guys, it's up to you. Immediately, Azuri rushed to the bomb room. Kero, I'll take care of it. No way, Kirishima and Ashido retorted, running after her. Nevertheless, striking the boy, Dark Shadow forced him back. Letting his shadow grow, Tokoyami decided to stop anyone from catching up with Azuri. However, as he was about to block Ashido, a new ray of light hit Dark Shadow. Seeming to scream in agony, the shadow shrunk in size, allowing Ashido to double-cross Tokoyami. Then, immediately, she created several droplets of acid, which she threw at Azuri. As she threw her tongue at the bomb, the frog girl was forced to jump to the side to avoid being hit by the acid droplets. Kero, she said, seeing Ashido running towards the bomb, before getting into a defensive position. Finding that he couldn't face Aoyama, Tokoyama rushed to Ashido and decided to use Dark Shadow, who was immune to his acid. Unfortunately, appearing behind him, Kirishima belted Tokoemi, before tackling him to the ground, like a rugby player. You will not pass. Then, Aoyama created another ray of light to knock Azui back. Perfect. We can always push them back, he assured, running to join Ishido near the bomb. For her part, seeing the situation turn against them, Galadriel wanted to sigh. Guys, I pretty much gave you the win. Nevertheless, she had to admit that the Ishido team had reacted faster than she would have thought. And since each of them seemed to know each other's strengths, their teamwork was good. I think I'm going to have to step in more than expected. Still pinning Tokoemi to the ground, Kirishima was forced to withstand the violent assaults of Dark Shadow, who hit his back without restraint. Gritting his teeth, he declared, I won't let go. I won't let go. Nonetheless, a kick from Tokoemi to his midsection gave enough pressure to knock him to the side. Rolling on the ground, Tokoemi then stood up, before staring at Kirishima. Standing up too, the boy smiled, before banging his fists. Yeah. That's a manly fight. However, he suddenly felt a hand touch his back. Turning, he saw Galadriel behind him. That was all he could say, before suddenly disappearing from view. What? Ishido and Aoyama wondered. I teleported him downstairs, Galadriel affirmed, turning to them. Now it's 3-on-2 again. For answer, Aoyama created another ray of light. Seeing the attack, Galadriel seemed to be thoughtful, wondering what technique she could use to stop it. Finally, she created a magic shield, powerful enough to stop level 4 magic spells. Hitting the surface of the shield, Aoyama's attack did no damage to it. What? The blonde wondered. Tokoemi. Azui. Get ready, Galadriel ordered, taking a step forward. Seeing her manage to advance towards him, while scattering his attack to the side, Aoyama continued to attack her. However, quickly, noises were heard at the level of his stomach. Then, showing a grimace of pain, he finally stopped, before putting his hands on his stomach. My stomach. Now! Galadriel shouted, as her curls disappeared and she dropped to the ground. Immediately, Azui's tongue wrapped around Aoyama's body, and she threw him behind her, only to run towards the bomb. Finding herself alone, Ishido had no other choice but to create a rain of acid which she threw towards Azui. Dark Shadow positioned itself in front of Azui to protect her. The shadow let the attack hit it, without taking any damage. Then, it rushed towards Ishido, before trying to crush her. Screaming in fear, Ishido jumped back to avoid it. Nevertheless, this gesture allowed Azui to jump towards the bomb, and before Ishido could stop her, she threw her tongue forward. At that moment, after running at full speed, Kirishima came back into the room. But no sooner did he appear than he saw the tip of Azui's tongue hit the bomb. Winner Team H. Returning to the control room, Galadriel and the others saw the other students staring at them. Many had been impressed by Galadriel's power, as it was the first time she had shown her quirk. Having also witnessed the clash, all might walk towards the two teams, before applauding. Bravo! Whether it's the E team or the H team, each of you has been perfect. Huh! The losing team wondered, surprised to be congratulated. Even if you lost, you knew how to use each of your powers wisely, while trusting those of others. The only mistake you made was to walk away from the bomb. Staring at Kirishima, he declared, I understand your logic, Kirishima-kun. You analyzed Azui-san and Tokoemi-san's powers and figured out that adopting a defensive formation near the bomb was a bad idea, because they could touch her, staying away from you. Nevertheless, you were unaware of Nazarick-san's power, and that's what betrayed you. Looking at Galadriel, who looked exhausted, he finished, with a power like it, I think the best strategy would have been to leave someone in the room, in order to delay the enemy advance and allow his teammates to come back as reinforcements. If Nazarick-san had directly teleported near the bomb, you would have lost without realizing it. Thinking of that, Tokoemi turned to Galadriel. Come to think of it, Dark Shadow gave us the exact location of our opponents. Why didn't you teleport us right in front of the bomb? Continuing to act as if she was out of energy, Galadriel retorted. I was at my limit. My power allows me to teleport only a certain distance. Don't count on me to allow you to take you to the other side of the world. Suddenly, she saw Ishido position himself in front of her, and despite her defeat, she kept a big smile, as well as a look filled with admiration. Golly, it was so amazing! Can you teleport? This is so cool. Hearing her, the white-haired girl got used to the pink-haired girl's shenanigans, while she just smiled at him. She has the same energy, and the same attitude of gratuitousness as Lupus Regina. Without the sadistic nature of the bedroom wolf. Definitely, my aura really allows me to seduce all the girls I meet. Thank you, Pinky, Galadriel said, putting her hand to her head. You two were impressive. You reacted very quickly and were brave enough to face 2 opponents. Hearing this, the pink-skinned girl blushed somewhat, before awkwardly scratching the back of her head. Thank you. For his part, Bakugo looked at the prodigy of the class, while seeming to growl. Next to him, Ida affirmed, if we had faced them, we would have lost. What? Bakugo roared. Let's say we fought in a 3v3 match, while being helped by Kirishima. If you had done the same as against Midoriya-kun, you would have rushed downstairs to fight against Nazarick-san. But using her power, she would have only had to wait for you to be in front of her to teleport away, leaving you all alone down there, and because of that, Kirishima-kun and I would have been forced to fight 3 people. Staring at Bakugo, he declared, running in without having any strategy is not the best way to fight a threat. TSSSS. Shut up! Bakugo ordered, stepping away from him. For his part, was with a notebook in hand, Deku was already writing down all the information he had been able to gather on Galadriel's power. A teleport quirk. A power that has no offensive potential, but is very useful during a team fight, becoming a support asset. In addition, Nazarick-san knew how to protect himself from the attack from Aoyama-kun with a shield. She surely has a second quirk. Looking excited, he declared, Nazarick-san's amazing. Hearing this, while she was behind him, Ochako put on a shocked face, before starting to brood. Was Midoriya starting to care about Galadriel because she had a more interesting power than his? Seeming to have noticed this detail, Galadriel could not help displaying a small demonic smile, while fake demon horns seemed to have appeared on her head. Oh? I think there's someone I could tease to distract me. Miss Nazarick, are you okay? All Might asked, looking at the girl. Has your fight worn you out? Truly, I don't use my power very often. Because of this, my body is strained every time I use it. But I'll be fine. I'm just hungry and just need to catch my breath, said Galadriel, trying to sound honest, but she really wanted to eat something now. I want beef Wellington with an Oreo cheesecake for dessert, Galadriel thought. I hope Albedo has already ordered my meal ready when I arrive. So the weakness of your quirk lies in putting you into a lethargic state. Yaoyorozu figured out. Huh? Galadriel replied. Your quirk has to use physics to bend reality, and that would explain your teleportation power. Plus, you acted with speed and precision when moving. Not to mention you also spawned a shield. A double quirk? If you can use waves and particles all over you to create a frequency around your body, you can use electromagnetic radiation to use your quirks. This will explain why you are unharmed, since this shield uses gamma waves to protect you. You can also use it to make your body move faster or harder, since you can play with your own density and body. You kind of a physic. Your quirk seems to burn your energy very quickly, just like my quirk does to my body, Yaoyorozu said. Everyone watches in shock, including Galadriel. She didn't know what that girl had just said. So the only thing Galadriel could do was approve the words of someone smarter than her. The thing she has been doing for a long time since she arrived in the world of Nazarick, and not being able to lose face in front of Demiurge and Albedo, who often had a plan ahead, compared to her. You're very smart, Yaoyorozu. That's exactly what I am. A physic bender, yeah, Galadriel said. But what does that mean? I'm still trying to figure out what that girl just said. Wow, really? This is so cool. Golly, you are amazing. Hearing the rest of the class begin to surround her, Galadriel feels a sense of déjà vu. The last thing she wanted was to feel like she was on Nazarick. But looking around, she honestly can't be sure anymore. She wants to go back to Nazarick and eat, then sleep using Albedo as a pillow. In the end, this day was quite tiring in its own way. As soon as the bell rang, a real torpedo left the school. Then, rushing to a white limo, Galadriel threw herself inside, before shouting with delight, "Finally! This day is over." However, as soon as she heard the engine purr, a message popped into her mind. Message? Huh? She wondered, allowing the telepathic conversation. Who's got Demiurge? Did you make any new discoveries? There was a silence. Demiurge? Galadriel wondered. My lady, while you were gone an accident happened. Hearing the last word, Galadriel's eyes widened, still frozen. Demiurge's tone didn't strike him as normal. He seemed to be very concerned. The accident he was talking about seemed very serious. Demiurge, what happened? What are you talking to me about? Was Nazarick the target of an attack? That's hard to explain. I myself don't understand how this could have happened. It's about the team you sent to Russia to destroy the main groups of villains there. The shelter team? Yes. While she was fighting a group of villains, they confronted 3 other humans and fought against them. And there was another silence, which scared Galadriel. Shelter has been defeated. Tomb of Nazarick, 5th floor. A powerful explosion resounds in the frozen floor. Having aimed for a huge block of ice, Shelter destroyed it with a single punch. With an angry face, she looked at her fist, with which she had just broken several other blocks of ice. I am powerful. I am among the top 3 best fighters in Nazarick. I can destroy everything with a simple punch. Thinking back to Law's and Kid's faces, the vampire felt veins of rage appear on her face. Then, creating a strong aura around her, she managed to create a shock wave that ejected everything around her. Thus, the snow was sprayed, while the pieces of ice were thrown high in the air, before being destroyed. I lost against humans. It's impossible. Impossible. Yet, no matter how much the vampire might argue, that statement was true. She had lost against humans. And since Seabass had saved him, she had let off steam in several ways to calm his rage. But nothing seemed to calm her down. Destroying furniture in her room, killing human prisoners, powerfully slapping himself, nothing worked. Finally, remembering being an undead, she ended up going to the frozen floor and wanted the cold to numb her body. However, even that didn't work. Shelter wanted revenge so badly that her rage refused to leave. Truth be told, if Demiurge hadn't confiscated her teleportation ring, she would surely have already returned to Russia to kill Law and Killer. These human bastards. They dared to humiliate me? It's not going to happen like that. I'll find them and defeat them. And once they're at my feet, Ilill, Shelter. Stopping, the vampire ends up turning around, to see Albedo, behind her. Staring at the vampire, the succubus looked calm. Usually, the slightest mistake that could ruin Nazarick's reputation enraged her. Yet since her return to Nazarick, Shelter had not heard the slightest criticism come from Albedo's mouth. When the vampire had explained to Demiurge and her what had happened, Albedo had said nothing. She just looked at Shelter with a stoic gaze. The same look she was currently displaying. Galadriel-sama is back. She's waiting for you in her office. Hearing this, Shelter lay still, as she finally felt her rage disappear, to be replaced by anxiety. She knew this moment had to come. She had dishonored Nazarick, once again, and it seemed obvious that Galadriel would know about it the soonest. Follow me. Albedo ordered her calmly. However, still feeling some lingering anger, the vampire finally whispered, Say something. Say something. Roaring, Shelter stared at Albedo. She was ashamed of her defeat. She had fled the disappointed look of Demiurge. She hadn't dared to look the other guardians in the eye, announcing her defeat. And she was afraid of what Galadriel was going to tell her. However, this was nothing compared to Albedo's behavior. Her silence was the worst action towards Shelter. Get mad. Insult me. Criticize me. Laugh at me. Tell me I'm a loser. Albedo still remained motionless. Then, finally, she asked, What's the point? Shelter, what I could tell you are exactly the thoughts going through your head. You put Nazarick to shame and I want to rip your canines out. I'm so mad at you. You. Nonetheless, when I see you, I know for a fact how much you are the person who best understands how pathetic you have been. I don't need to say anything you already know. Hearing this, Shelter clenched his fist. However, quickly she fell to her knees before hitting the ground, before letting out a huge cry. Damn it! Finally, standing outside Galadriel's office door, Shelter was completely frozen. Beside her, Lupus Regina was also waiting, unable to hide her anxiety. Victim of shivers, the Pleiad gesticulated somewhat, while the fear on her face had replaced the smile she used to wear. Finally, the fateful moment arrived, as the duo heard, Come in. Unable to keep the Tomb Empress waiting, Shelter eventually grabs hold of the doorknob. Then, swallowing her saliva, she finally opened the door. Finally, entering Galadriel's office, the vampire walked towards the center of the room, followed by the Pleiad. Turning, Lupus Regina reached her hand towards the door to close it behind her. However, simply snapping her fingers, Galadriel created a gust of wind, which caused the door to slam shut before locking. Then, a moment later, an overwhelming aura was felt in the room. Having the impression of being crushed by an invisible force, Shaltir and Regina ended up putting one knee on the ground, while having their heads bowed. Knowing full well what was going on, Shaltir only showed fear on his face, while Galadriel's aura was responsible for his submission. Galadriel-sama, Shaladir Lupus Regina, Galadriel said calmly, remaining seated behind her desk. I think you know the reason for your presence here. Feeling beads of sweat appear on her forehead, Regina didn't dare make the slightest move. She was so scared that she looked like she was about to pass out, while her whole body was shaking. For her part, trying to be strong, Shaltir managed to raise her head, while declaring, Galadriel-sama, if you want an explanation of what happened, You don't need to tell me anything. Galadriel retorted. Truly, it's been a while since I returned to Nazarick and had a few people come here. First, I heard the reports from Demiurge and Albedo. Then, it was around Seabass. And finally, I heard CZ's report, before looking into her memories, to find out precisely what happened. Displaying a look that betrayed her anger, Galadriel affirmed, Shaltir Lupus Reginae are the only two responsible for this loss. Despite being the first to lose, CZ remained serious and advised you to do it too. Nevertheless, you behaved recklessly during this fight and you completely underestimated your opponents. May I know the reason for this? Suddenly, feeling part of her aura disappear, Regina managed to breathe properly, as her tremors ceased. Not daring to look Galadriel in her eyes, however, she stuttered. They were humans. We thought they were no different from anyone else. Not different? Immediately, conjuring up a crystal ball on her desk, Galadriel conjured up footage showing Shaltir slaughtering the Armageddon group. Here are CZ's memories. And look, zooming in, Galadriel showed Law, Kid, and Killer watching the vampire go wild, while not seeming at all flustered by what was going on. Remaining perfectly calm, they seemed to make it clear that they had already witnessed this kind of scene and had encountered monsters much more powerful than Shaltir. Then, as if nothing had happened, they ended up leaving quietly, and started walking out of town. You've seen them, haven't you? Do you see the way they behave? Not expecting any answer to her questions, she preferred to ask another question. Shaltir, usually, how would normal humans behave, seeing you kill people with powers? Taking a few seconds to think, the vampire said. They would have run away and screamed in fear. Or they would have been so scared that they would have fallen to the ground, shaking, while begging us to spare them. Exactly. Then explain this to me. Immediately, the crystal ball showed Regina appearing in front of the pirates and beginning to fight them recklessly. Showing many scenes, Galadriel showed her two subordinates all the parts of their fight where they had completely underestimated the power of the trio in front of her, which caused them to commit a lot of mistakes. Compared to CZ, you weren't serious at all at first, which allowed your enemies to hurt you and take advantage of you. Frowning, she said, your opponents had awesome powers and they were obviously the most powerful humans Nazarick has ever encountered. Nevertheless, I think you could have defeated them, if you had decided to be serious, from the start of the fight. The two women stood with their heads bowed. Honestly, in entrusting you with this mission, I thought I trusted you. Shaltiria V already lost to humans once, and I believed you would be how you behaved, in case of danger. Nevertheless, as far as I saw, if Seabass hadn't intervened, who knows what will have happened to you? I'm disappointed. Immediately, his two subordinates felt their bodies become trapped in a vice, while the disappointment was really present in Galadriel's voice. Since you lack maturity, I think it is useless for me to continue entrusting you with other missions. Shaltir Regina, from now on and until further notice, you will become the subordinates of the other Guardians or Pleiad, during your next missions. There is no longer any question of me entrusting you with any individual mission. I hope that being under the orders of Albedo or Demiurge will make you understand that intelligence is as important as strength. Seeing the pair still stand with their heads down, Galadriel finished. Shaltiria is stronger than Demiurge or Albedo. Nevertheless, even though I don't like to say it outright, I feel like I could always trust them more than you to succeed in their assignment. Again, Shaltir felt a vice crush her pride, as shame washed over her. There was no worse punishment than hearing from you what her beloved had just said. As the leader of the team, she had become Nazarick's shame. Being in her room, Galadriel looked at the ceiling of the room, while she was thinking. She felt guilty about what she had said to Shaltir and Regina. Nevertheless, she had forced herself to be serious and firm. Above all, she didn't want them to repeat a mistake that had almost cost them their lives. Nevertheless, even though Shaltir had lost due to her recklessness, Galadriel was forced to acknowledge that the power of the pirates she had encountered was far from normal. Even Gazef seemed weak compared to them. What does this mean? How did these humans become so powerful? I thought All Might was the most powerful man in this world. Is that not true? Or is he hiding his power on purpose? Unsure of what to make of the situation, Galadriel eventually hears a knock on her door. Galadriel-sama, Albedo called out. May I come in? Huh! Come in. Galadriel allowed her, sitting up on her bed. Penetrating into the room, Albedo looked at the Supreme Being, before putting one knee on the ground. My lady, please forgive my incompetence. Huh! Your incompetence? You asked Demiurge to investigate the power of heroes, and you asked me to list all the people who could represent a potential danger to Nazarick. And I failed. The men who fought against Shalta were, by far, the most powerful humans Nazarick has faced, and I have been unable to locate them. I, too, deserve to be punished for my negligence. You don't have to worry about that, Galadriel retorted. I asked you to investigate the main villainous groups. These 3 people seem to be traveling alone. If they've never been talked about, I think it's normal for anyone to never have given their power. But what are we going to do with them? Find them, Galadriel assured. And then I'll send Demiurge and his army of demons to capture them. And if that's not enough, I'll also send Cocytus as reinforcements. Even though they are powerful, all it takes is the right strategy to defeat this trio. Plus, they seem to have used a lot of their energy to defeat Shaltir. Against 2 guardians, I don't think they will be able to win. After that, I'll make them talk. I'll make sure I know the reason for their power. And then, clenching her fist, while thinking of the defeat of her subordinates, she assured, I would make sure to make them pay 100-fold for what they did to my family. At first, the cohabitation was going to be difficult, and, according to Robin, Zoro, and Usopp, all for one seemed like the kind of person who was planning something bad, since his whole aura was pure scary pressure. Yet, he hadn't done anything since the pirates had come to live inside Kurojire's bar. In truth, he spent his entire days sitting and talking on his cell phone or other computer-like device, trying to figure out what this hardware was for. Hackers saw these items as a modern, cooler version of a Den Mushi. However, according to Kurojire, there was a risk that the authorities would use these devices to locate the location of the hackers. To make matters worse, their pictures and appearances were put online and in the news, again causing them to be hunted down by authorities across an entire country. They were now known as a group of villains having fun fighting heroes, and this time it was bad because every hero in the land knows what they looked like and will try to stop them. Fortunately for them, having understood that Luffy could never spend several days locked up without becoming annoying, Kurojire and All for One had given them disguises and fake IDs. They even offered them a consultation with Dr. Ejiko to make sure they didn't need any vaccine related to a disease found only in this world. Having barely heard the word vaccine, Luffy immediately refused, as did several other people. However, Chopper would like to meet this doctor, since he wanted to speak to a doctor from this place, so that he could teach him everything he did not know about the medicine of this world. At this time, it was 12 p.m. and the Mugiwaras were still resting in the dark place. At first, the place seemed very gloomy to them. Nevertheless, after 3 days they had come to terms with the idea of living here, until they could leave this world. Zoro drank alcohol. Usopp was adjusting his artillery to future events. Nami was watching the Weather Channel hosted by a meteorologist who was himself a pro hero, while Nami called him amateur. Robin was doing more research on the heroes and the great historical events of this world. With a huge pile of books next to her, she only had to leave the room to eat, shower, and sleep. Being bare-chested, Jinbe was sitting cross-legged and eyes closed. He made some movements with his arms, as if his body was in the middle of a sea current, which the fishman was trying to control. Sanji was in the kitchen with Kurojire cooking something. Seeming a little nervous, the Mist Man had informed that the Mugiwaras would finally be able to meet Tamura. And, knowing the man's mood, he insisted that the blonde's cooking didn't piss him off. For his part, upon hearing his comment, Sanji only exhaled a column of smoke, before affirming, no matter his mood, the moment I put a plate of food in front of him, he won't leave his chair until he's finished it. Frankie was upgrading his gear with modern technology, like putting a GPS on his arm or a fun app he found online. Brooke was playing guitar in a low voice just to lighten the mood. Chopper was examining some medicine he had managed to collect, and Luffy was sleeping, with his straw hat covering his face as he sneezed. All for One told them they had to do her a favor soon as payment for the bed and food. Pirates could see this as another way to pay rent. In the meantime, they just had to wait for Kurogiri to get a call that the special mission could begin. Coming back from the kitchen, the Mantis positioned himself behind the bar to dry a few glasses. However, stopping suddenly, he seemed to sense a presence. "He's here," said Kurogiri. "Who?" Zoro asked, sitting on the counter. "Tamura is here," Kurogiri said, managing to capture the pirate's attention. "So the best fighter in All for One is here," Zoro said. "Hey, are you sure this guy won't hurt us?" Usopp asked near Chopper, Brook and Nami, who were shaking in fear. "Kurogiri, are you there?" asked a really dry and crackly voice. "Yes, and I'm with our new allies," Kurogiri said. "Excellent," said the voice, and a moment later, the door to the room opened. "I just wanted to meet them and see what they look like," Kurogiri said. Immediately the hackers see an image that is pure nightmare. A man in his 20s, pale and thin with hands clasped over his body and one over his face. The whole thing made him look like a real psychopath. "Ahaha!" screamed Nami, Usopp, Brook and Chopper in fear. "Huh!" Sanji, Frankie and Zoro said, trying to figure out if what they were seeing was a real human being. For their part, Jinbe and Robin remained motionless, and seemed little shocked by the physical appearance of the newcomer. Immediately, a heavy silence reigned in the room, while Tamura said no words, just like the pirates. However, a finger ends up being pointed in the direction of his face. "Hey! What are those hands?" asked Luffy, curiously. "What?" Tamura said, staring at the man. Luffy's cheeks eventually puffed up, before he laughed. "Ha ha 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 ha! Your face is really hilarious. Is it to make people laugh that you lay hands on yourself? Does your quirk allow you to create endless ones?" Hearing his laugh, Tamura immediately made a vein of anger appear on his forehead. Are you making fun of me?" Shigaraki said angrily. "Luffy, this really isn't the time to piss him off," Usopp said from his hiding place behind the bar with the frightened group. "Too late." Walking towards Luffy, who continued to laugh, Tamura held out a hand towards him. However, he stopped, as the blade of a saber found itself in front of his throat. "Oi! Calm down," Zoro advised him. "Sorry for our captain's rudeness, but we're not here as enemies. Your boss needs us to do a job and we've decided to help. TSSS. This is bullshit. No matter what job one wants to do, Sensei knows that I could always do any job better than anyone. I am Sensei's best disciple." "Looks like a spoiled brat," Frankie said. "Do we really have to work with this man? Asked Nami with tears. "I say we should run away, even if it forces us to fight to run away," said Brook. "A good option, but we have no idea how many people work with this man. At worst, it will be like attacking an army of devil fruit users," Robin explains, which depresses some of the crew. "Damn, we're stuck," Usopp said. "But what is the power of this guy? He can create hands like Robin." "Stop with my hands. They have nothing to do with my power." "Really? If your hands aren't your powers, what are?" asked Sanji, smoking. "That," Shigaraki said, touching a plant, and second the plant along with the pot holding it turned to dust, causing the crew to shiver. "My quirk is decay. Anything I touch with my fingers instantly dissolves into dust, killing pretty much instantly," Shigaraki said, threatening the pirates. "A power which is used to kill?" Jinbe repeated. "Yes. And I never hesitate to use it to kill people who annoy me," the boy assured, with a big carnivorous smile. "Hey, how can you say that with a smile?" said Chopper, cringe. "This guy is really sick," said Nami. "Usopp, I'll leave it up to you." "Why me?" Usopp barks in protest. "You're the best long-range sniper," Nami said. "I know that. But I would like to come back to our world alive," Usopp said. "Not to dust." "Then what are your hands for?" asked Luffy. "I don't have to explain to a bunch of second-class thieves," Shigaraki said, trying to walk away. "Hey, don't go talking about us like that, you weirdo," shouted Frankie. "We are real pirates." "Yeah," Luffy agreed. "And I want to know, why do you have those hands? Where do they come from?" "Oh? Do you really want to know what those hands are?" asked Shigaraki, now really annoyed. "Yes," Luffy said. "No," said Nami, Chopper, Brook and Usopp. "Tamura, you shouldn't," Kurogiri said, trying to prevent death from happening. "Don't interfere. Why are these hands still with me?" "It's because they are the last things that are left of my family," Shigaraki said. What are you talking about? Asked Sanji. I killed my whole family when I was a kid, Shigaraki said, and the crew was horrified by his response. Are you doing this to your family? Why are you doing this, bastard? Luffy shouts. Shut up, you idiot, Shigakari said, trying to touch Luffy. However, much to his surprise, the captain grabbed both of the villain's arms and put them behind his back for safety, before slamming him down on the ground. What? Shigaraki said in shock, surprised how strong this kid was. What is your problem? What did your family do to you to get them killed? Asked Luffy, demanding answers. Shut up, you weirdo, I'm going to kill you, shouted the villain, starting to struggle. Try to do that with our captain and I'll chop off your arms, Zoro said, now holding his sword. Captain? This kid is your boss, said Shigaraki, confused, while vainly continuing to free himself. Don't make me laugh. He's just a moron. Yeah, and he might be an idiot, but he's not a psycho, Sanji said. Like I care. Let me touch you so that these people have a real leader, said Tamura, shouting. Silence, bastard, Luffy said angrily, now trying to look at him, but his hand to his face ruined his sight. Why you? Tamura said. Hey, look straight at my captain when he speaks, Zoro said, trying to grab a hand from Shigaraki's face. Nevertheless, the man immediately began to cry out, as if in agony. Yeah, shouted Tamura. What's going on? Cried Nami, more scared than ever. He had psychological problems. Please let go of his hand, Kurojairi said. Hesitating for a few seconds, Zoro finally let go of his hand and stepped back, while Luffy freed him from his grasp. Never do that again, Tamura said, standing up and looking Zoro in the eyes. It will only depend on your behavior, Zoro retorted, far from being frightened by the man. Hey, you didn't answer the question. Did you kill your family? Luffy asked again. Tamura granted a second of silence and began to speak. TSS. I don't see why you're interested in this. Anyway, I don't know much about what happened. At first I didn't know what I was doing. I thought he was a bad guy. I was playing with my dog and I killed him. Then my sister, my grandparents, and my mother. Some say quirks are gifts while others say they are curses. If I killed my family, it's because my quirk manifested and I was unable to control it at that moment. And your father? Isn't he one of those hands? Asked Robin. That bastard is the only one who deserves to break down before my eyes, said Tamura, in a cold voice and with a monstrous look. Somewhat surprised by his voice, Sanji turned to him, while recognizing his look. This guy seemed to have something in common with him. The difference is that this maniac managed to do a horrible deed while Sanji escaped his childhood terror and managed to save his childhood, as well as his life. Eventually, Tamura left the room to speak with his sensei. What a monster, Frankie said. Now it's official, we're stuck with a monster, and we've become his slaves, said Chopper. It's your fault, Usopp, Nami said, pointing at the sniper. Mine? Said Usopp. Yeah, if that giantess hadn't chased you, we wouldn't be in this situation, she said. She scores a point, Zoro said. Usopp-san is the real villain in this story, Brook said angrily. Stop blaming me, Usopp said angrily. But seriously, that kid was power decay and psychological issues, Sanji said. Not to mention he doesn't look healthy. His skin was so dry I wonder if he's had sun for years. He should have a serious lack of vitamins in his body, Chopper said. I mostly think his behavior is related to what happened in his childhood, Jinbe stated. Hey Haze man, can you tell more about this handy guy? Asked Luffy. Yes, I can, Kurojairi said. Okay, fill us in, said Frankie, who now had the urge to listen to him with a bottle of cola. Did you hear what young Tamura said? It's true. When his quirk first appeared, he accidentally used it on his family because he didn't know how to control or use it properly, explained Kurojairi. So he was just relaxing one day and all of a sudden everything he touched started dying, Chopper said with a horrified look alongside his crew. Yes. In a nutshell, a child found out he had deadly power and he killed his family by accident. And today his mind was completely destroyed because of that accident, even though it's already been over 15. He really did this unintentionally? Yes. In truth, getting a quirk is a real game of luck. You never know what you might get. Some can bestow power beyond your imagination. Others can lead you to fame and fortune, while others are just horrors. And society immediately sees the host as a freak who should be locked up, just like my case. You. But what did you do, Kurogyri-san? Asked Brooke. It's just to say that trying to make a physical appearance in this body isn't that easy, and it does come with a few issues. He told her in a sad tone, making the pirates think. I look like a soul that fled from hell. So these people assume you're evil, and that's how you became someone forced to live in darkness, said Zoro, angrily. It only takes one bad day for your life to change in this world. Kurogyri said. But why didn't a hero come to save you? Asked Chopper. Little reindeer, the number one problem of this world that Sensei is trying to solve, everything has to be related to the hero. Kurogyri said. What do you mean? Asked Nami. In the beginning, heroes were just like powerful people who allied against evil. But then they became kind of celebrities and people started to believe everything they said, without really understanding what they were saying. Picture this, Tamura as a small child, right after his parents were killed, being called a monster, walking down the street, before being chased by the heroes, who want to capture him, Kurogyri said. Why do you think we hate heroes? It didn't take long for the hackers to realize what they were saying. Any good-hearted person would ask what's wrong. But they simply ignore it because it's a hero's job to establish the propaganda. It's this same propaganda that Sensei tries to fight, said Kurogyri. Nobody ever helped you, Chopper realized, really sad for them. That actually explains a lot about his personality. Sanji said. Not only that, but it's true that the important professions of this world are held by heroes. Nami affirmed. And, in truth, I doubt they're that skilled. Many have shortcomings. The government ensures that heroes are seen as versatile beings. Even if this is not really true, not only that, but every year more than 1,500 people are being educated to become heroes. And that's in Japan alone, Kurogyri said. What? Said the crew. There are too many heroes to count. It doesn't matter. They're not the ones who will stop me from drinking alcohol, said Zoro, now super annoyed, as he left for the bar. Hey, I'm getting tired of finding all my empty bottles, Kurogyri said, following him. For his part, finishing his cigarette, Sanji declared. Man, this story, it's really madness. Sanji said. Yeah, I don't know if I can go on with this. I want this all to be a dream. Robin said, noticing that Luffy was looking in another direction from the conversation. Luffy? Thinking back to All Might's face, which he had seen on TV, Luffy had several questions, trying to figure out All Might's personality. Finally, was he really the hero he claimed to be? All for One knew that sooner or later his battle with All Might would come, so he better enjoy his meal while his successor was ahead of him. Tamura, the grandson of one of his enemies, looked at his sensei in confusion, while searching for answers. Sensei, I don't like these guys. Calm down, Tamura, said All for One, with a cold tone. Calm me down? But Sensei, did you really invite this man for our cause? You invited other people like Himiko, Toga, or Dabi, or they'll be here soon. But I can't leave those pirates here. They'll cause trouble. Supreme anarchy. Exactly. But not here. Anarchy will be brought to this world. Do you know how powerful they are? Trust me, Tamura. It's better to have them as friends than enemies. The boss. But Sensei, Tamura shouted in frustration, only to be cut off by All for One with a stop signal, while drinking his glass of wine. That's enough, All for One said. From now on, Mujiwara and his band will be our allies. This is not a suggestion but an order. I hope I am clear. Looking at him, still surprised, Tamura was finally forced to give in. Okay, as you wish, Shigaraki said, kneeling down. Excellent, All Might said, drinking wine again. Then, turning to his computer screens, he narrowed his eyes, declaring, maybe other people can join us. Huh, Russia, Demiurgar. You. Really? Sure. You. Need. My. Help? Huh. Do you mind being with me? Not. At. All. But from. What? I heard it. Was. You. Who? Galadriel-sama? Tasked? With. Capturing. The. Humans. Who. Thought. Shaladier. Won't. You. Take. This. Opportunity. To. Earn. Honors? Come on, Cocytus. Don't talk nonsense. After the defeat of Sheltir, it is far better that I think not of my personal prestige, but of that of the whole of Nazarick. After this humiliation, we've got to regain our honor. And as a result, 2 guardians will be more than enough to ensure our victory. As such, walking across a snowy plain, the demon was in the company of the giant insect, while the pair were surrounded by Demiurge's personal army. No matter who they encountered, they were ready to fight. However, being in a corner of the world completely desert, the troop of soldiers had not met anyone. Still, walking with his hands behind his back, Demiurge looked serene as he declared, "Furthermore, after their exploit, our targets deserve to have a true sense of the enemy they dare to attack." Suddenly, a shadow appeared on the ground, and a demon came out. Being kneeled, he lowered his head in front of Demiurge, while teaching him, "We have detected several presences, 2 kilometers to the east." "Oh, damn country!" Orochi roared. Wearing wooden sandals, the former shogun felt like his feet were completely frozen. Knocking into a pile of snow, he growled, "Why is it only snow here? Where is Wano?" Being with him, Fukurokuju remained perfectly stoic, while the cold seemed to have no effect on him. "Don't stand still," Orochi roared. "Find a place where I can warm up." "It's cold. I have to stay here to ensure your safety," the ninja retorted. "But don't worry, my men will bring us good news." At that moment, appearing all around the duo, dozens of ninjas took a knee in the snow, while affirming, "Oroki-sama! We managed to find the location of a village, 2 miles to the south. 3 kilometers? Bunches of incompetents. Do you really think I'm going to walk that many miles in the snow? I demand a fire, immediately." "Is it fire you want?" Startled, the group of ninjas turned around, to see Demiurge walking towards them. Strangely, a huge mist of steam was visible behind him, as he created it every time his foot touched the snow, which melted in an instant. "Who are you?" Fukurokuju asked, positioning himself in front of Orochi. "Oh, forgive my rudeness." The demon apologized, bowing to them. "My name is Demiurge. I'm only here so that you may be so kind as to tell me if you've encountered a group of 3 people, seriously injured. That's all I want to know." Growling, "Do you really think we have time to waste answering your stupid questions?" Orochi roared. "Do you know who I am? I am the shogun of Wano Kuni, an important and respected man. It's my place to ask you questions. And I order you to tell me where we are." Simply staring at him, Demiurge remained silent, while his brain analyzed his every word. Immediately, a question mark appeared on Wano Kuni. Even though he was not from this world, Demiurge had spent an entire week learning the history and geography of this world, and today he could place any city on a world map, and Wano Kuni was a place unknown to him. Then, the second word that made him think was shogun. From what he had read, it was a term used in Japan decades ago. Trying to get more information, he repeated, "The shogun of Wano Kuni? Really? Sorry, Booty, don't think I can help you. Don't laugh at me," Orochi roared. "Tell me immediately where we are, and why would I?" In response, several projectiles passed around him, with a precision that would scare anyone. Fun to throw their projectiles on purpose, all around Demiurge, the ninjas tried to scare him, while Fukurokuru affirmed, "I advise you to be respectful to the shogun. It will save you a lot of trouble." For only answer, Demiurge welled the hand and managed to wedge a shuriken between 2 of his fingers. Then, with a quick movement of his hand, he threw the weapon at a ninja and managed to pierce his skull. Startled, the rest of the ninjas saw their comrade fall to the ground dead. "That?" "I tried to be polite," Demiurge assured. "Truly, we can still talk, like gentlemen. Truly, strangely, you're beginning to interest me." Looking at the group in front of him, as well as the ninja's clothes, he stated, "You don't seem to be of this world. In that case, could it be that? Kill him!" Fukurokuru suddenly yelled. Immediately, grabbing their slashing or cutting weapons, 3 ninjas rushed towards Demiurge to slash him. Standing perfectly still, Demiurge declared, "I don't advise you to do that if you value your life." Ignoring him, the ninjas pretended to hit him. However, as blood spattered the snow around the demon, Demiurge remained perfectly upright, as the ninjas fell to the ground, as their heads had been separated from the rest of their bodies. Screaming in fear, Orochi took a step back, as he saw 3 huge demons appear in front of Demiurge. "Please forgive my rudeness again. I forgot to introduce my subordinates. This is Evil Lord Wrath, Evil Lord Greed, and Evil Lord Envy." Immediately, Wrath let out a mighty roar, which shook the entire area. What are these monsters? And if that's not enough, Demiurge continued. Suddenly, ceasing to produce an intense heat around him, he managed to make disappear the enormous mist of vapor which was behind him. Then, within seconds, the ninjas spotted an entire army of demons, along with Cocytus, who was right behind Demiurge. What? Orochi wondered. I think this shows you that whether you are a shogun or not, Nazarick will always only see you as insects. Now tell me who you are and where you come from. Midoriya sighed in defeat, as he rested in his bed thinking about today. It was an endless day of exercise and trials. But at the end of everything, he was happy about what he had learned today. The quirks of his classmates were interesting, and the way to work in combat was something he noted in his notebook, especially the one belonging to the white-haired girl, and probably the strongest of the first-year students in the UA. A physics bender, Midoriya whispered. To play with the surrounding reality and to teleport, that is a very strong quirk, Midoriya mumbled. But there is something else that he is thinking about. And the way she seems to react to her power. She whispered some words before doing something. And that is very interesting. Well, I do the same when using one for all, Midoriya said. But Midoriya knows that there was something else going with that beautiful girl. Something more deep inside her. And he doesn't know how to explain it. But he knows that she may be stronger than she looks, and Midoriya didn't know if that is because of her quirk, or something else. But he sighs, thinking about his childhood friend. Bakugo didn't like losing, especially against him. But thankfully this will help them make things easier for them in the long run. Bakugo told, or rather yelled at him, that this would be the last time he ever lost to him, and that next, he would win. A part of Midoriya is glad that Bakugo is finally realizing that he is strong and no longer the useless person he knew. And Midoriya is no longer the only one he wishes to defeat. Todoroki and Galadriel are on his list too. Bakugo will grow up and become stronger. It's only a matter of time for them to face each other again. Midoriya knows this. Izuku, dinner! I come! Midoriya exclaimed, already thinking about his mother and how strange she has looked lately. Midoriya stared at her, seeing how out of herself she looks. He didn't believe there is something bad going on, or at least he thought so. But he wanted to know what is happening. It's unusual to see his mother in such a way. So he took his time, eating slowly, waiting for the right moment. Mom, are you okay? Midoriya asked, taking small bites of his dinner. Oh, yes, I am. Why are you asking? Inko asked. It's just that you seem preoccupied in the morning, Midoriya mumbled. Inko sighed, knowing that she needs to tell her son what had happened in the morning. Izuku, this morning someone from Nazarick Enterprise came. Midoriya had a surprising look on his face. He didn't know what to think. Did Galadriel know this? Perhaps something is going on with her family. They are an enormous company that is changing the way agencies work. Heroes can now have more freedom with their image than before. And that is good for them. In Europe, the change has been immediate, because instead of going for the most popular heroes, the Nazarick Enterprise went for the smallest one. For the most unknown heroes. The ones who rarely get the spotlight. Then suddenly the nameless heroes became the most popular in just a few years, getting all the spotlight, the marketing, sponsorship, and more. It got Nazarick Enterprise into a wonderful light around the world. An enormous company who fights for the little ones, for the underdog, for the heroes who thought didn't have an opportunity in such a saturated market. No one knew they planned this from the beginning. Nazarick Enterprise became the juggernaut of the hero industry in just a few years. As they are expanding to America and Asia to expand their influence, they became famous. And yet still, the famous Nazarick family is very secret. Everyone wanted to know more about them, who they are, and what are their goals. But they are always enigmatic, evading the media all the time, only meeting with few people in the business, making them some kind of mystery. What happened? What did they want? Midoriya asked, wondering what does this mean. Well, at first they wanted to know more about us, Inko said with a nervous tone. What do you mean? Asked Midoriya, looking more confused by the minute. At the beginning, they asked me a question about how much do I make, what kind of work I do, things like that. Then they wanted to know more about you, Inko said. Me? Midoriya asked. They wanted to know, since when you have quirk, and what is your dream. What kind of agency you wanted to join in, Inko said, looking worried. Well, it's too soon for me to know about that, Midoriya said nervously. He didn't want to say that his dream is to join the same agency of All Might. But that is far away ahead of him, and there is too much for him to learn. They wanted to know if you are interested in working for them when you graduate from UA, Inko said, surprising his son Midoriya. What? Work for them? I don't understand, Midoriya muttered in disbelief. Why are they asking this now? He thought. Did something happen in school? Inko asked. Well, there is this girl Galadriel Nazarick. She is in my classroom, but I don't think she is the one responsible for this, Midoriya said. Are you sure? Inko asked again. Yeah, I don't think she is the one doing this. Perhaps her parents? Midoriya said, unsure of what to think. He didn't know what to feel. A part of him knows that this could be a tremendous opportunity for him. To have one of the most successful companies of heroes in the current age, inviting him personally to join him once he graduates is something many will jump right into it. But he wanted to follow All Might, his hero and savior. He honestly didn't know what to think about this at all. Midoriya will take some advice from All Might. He wants to hear what his mentor has to say about this. Izuku, consider this offer from them, Inko said, looking at this son with directly to his eyes. You said you wanted to be a glorious hero, the number one, just like All Might. This is an opportunity for you, for your future. Think about this, Inko said, feeling relaxed about being able to say what she thinks. Mom, Midoriya whispered, I want to support you the best I can. Izuku, I want to be there for you, that is why I want you to think about this carefully. This could be the chance of a lifetime, Midoriya nodded, leaving after finishing his dinner to his room. In his mind, there is only one thought and is to think about what is going on. I guess I will ask Galadriel tomorrow. Perhaps she knows something, Midoriya sighed, deciding to go to sleep and rest his body all he can. Nazarick, being in her office, Galadriel was in front of a laptop and doing a multitude of research in order to find the identity of the people who fought Shelter. However, even searching on forums, or other sites, and knowing the faces of Kid and Lal, she couldn't find any results. Finally, heaving a weary sigh, she ended up pushing the computer away, before affirming, there's nothing at all. These three men have never been talked about anywhere. It makes no sense. Yet, deep down, she was afraid to understand the truth. I'm not from this world and the level of Nazarick is superior to the humans of this world. What if it was the same for these people? Then, that would mean that they are other players. But if so, what is their level? Are they members of a guild? How many are there altogether? Trying to answer her questions, Galadriel took back her computer and went to watch videos on YouTube. It might be pointless, but she had no other ideas. Therefore, searching for paranormal videos, which had been released recently, she tried to find any clue that could lead her to the pirates. Searching for several minutes, she suddenly ends up seeing a video that interested her. Appearing to take place in Africa, the video was shooting a beautiful blue sky. However, in the middle of the landscape, Galadriel could see what looked like a shooting star, falling towards the ground. However, while the cameraman had the good idea to zoom in on the mysterious object, Galadriel thought she saw a human form. A human? Sighing, Galadriel stopped the video before affirming, it's just a fake video. But, at that moment, she remembered a report that Mare and Aura had given her, concerning a group of people who had also fallen from the sky. Ceasing to sighing, Galadriel looked at the video again, to try to see the slightest trick. Failing to prove the video fake, Galadriel noticed that it was posted 4 days ago. 4 days exactly the same date that Aura and Mare sighted these strange individuals. Bar of Kurogyri. What's wrong, Luffy? Asked Nami, seeing the captain looking at an empty bowl. We're out of chips, said Luffy. No chips? Said Chopper, Usopp and Brook. You know there are more healthy snacks on the fridge if you guys need it. Said Sanji. Arg, healthy food, said Luffy with disgusted. I am sorry if not everybody has your weird metabolism. Screamed Nami, mad at Luffy, and hit him in the head. Now what we do? Asked Brook. I can go buy some chips and other stuff. Guys want something, said Luffy. Buy me some Onigiri, said Zoro. I need some orange juice, said Sanji. More cola, said Frankie. I've been wishing for some gum to chew and play with my tongue, even though I don't have a tongue. Nothing, thank you, said Nami and Robin together. Yash, let us go, said Luffy, ready to leave. Hold on, not going alone. I am going with you, said Usopp. Me too, said Chopper. Okay, hey Miss Guy, do you know some place that can sell us some chips? Said Luffy. There is a food market near this location, said Kurogyri. Great, so send us there, Kurogyri, said Usopp. Alright, here the money, said the Mist Guy. Thanks. Do you want something? Asked Luffy, being gentle. I am fine, thank you, said Kurogyri, being taken back on how nice Luffy was being. Well, let's go, said Luffy with his group. Don't get into any fight. shouted Nami. Don't you worry, Nami-swan, he's with Usopp and Chopper, said Sanji. I hope Sanji-kun, said Nami, drinking some vodka to relax. Suddenly, as he was starting to fall asleep again, Zoro got up, before grabbing two of his sabers. What? Nami gasped, nearly dropping her glass. Standing still, Zoro only moved his eyes, as if trying to find an invisible enemy. Finally, he ends up putting away his weapons, before sitting down again. Asshole! Sanji roared. You scared us? Did you have a nightmare again? For all answer, Zoro declared. I thought I felt a presence. A presence? While spying on All for One's HQ, while on top of a building, Mare saw Luffy, Usopp, and Chopper leaving the building. Should I follow them? Appearing suddenly, Aura surprised him. Having tried to enter inside the bar, while taking advantage of her discretion, the Dark Elf had finally preferred to abandon her project, while Zoro seemed to have spotted her presence, and because of that, Aura showed a surprised face. This guy, did he actually sense my presence? That's impossible. No human was able to spot me. Even Regina can't. Nay-san? Mare wondered. Does he have a problem? Not at all, Aura retorted, refusing to be perturbed by a human. Surprised, Mare nevertheless decided not to insist and changed the subject. Mujiwara, shall we follow him? Don't bother. I heard he was just going to run some errands. Sitting cross-legged, Mare watched Luffy leave with his friends as he declared. After hearing our report, Galadriel-sama asked us to watch them. But it's already been 4 days and nothing has happened. It makes you wonder if these humans are really special. Me too, I'm wondering, assured Aura, while letting herself lie down on the roof of the building. I'm bored to death and I haven't even had the right to give time to my precious animals. They must be miserable without me. Message. Immediately startled, the pair immediately accepted the telepathic message. Yeah, Galadriel-sama? Aura, I need you to come here. Somalia. Fire! Fire! Aiming at a huge green figure, with a rocket launcher, a man fired a projectile, in order to kill it. Struck in the face, the huge figure disappeared inside a cloud of smoke. At its feet, several people shouted for joy. A few minutes ago, being in 2 jeeps, these bandits had met a strange man, with white skin, whom they had decided to attack to steal all his belongings. However, they were surprised to see him turn into a huge monster, worthy of reigning in prehistoric times. Having engaged in a fight against them, while their vehicles had been crushed under the legs of the monsters, the bandits had finally succeeded in defeating the monster. But what was it? No idea! It looked like a dinosaur. Suddenly, a loud roar was heard. Frightened, the bandits saw the smoke disappear, while the huge monster was still standing, without the slightest injury. Impossible! Suddenly, turning around, the huge monster moved its gigantic tail and used it as a club. Unable to avoid it, the bandits were violently struck and thrown into the air, before crashing into the barren ground of the landscape. Seeing no one around him, the huge green dinosaur remained motionless for a few moments. Then, his body shrank and took on a human size and appearance. Finally, after 10 seconds, X-Drake was the only being visible in the area. TSSSS. Losers. Looking around, Drake was unable to tell where he was. Defeating these guys didn't advance my situation. By threatening them, I thought they could answer my questions. But in the end, they behaved like real pirates. Hearing a cough, X-Drake saw a man crawling on the ground as he tried to run away. However, in an instant, X-Drake's hand gripped the back of his neck and lifted him off the ground. Ah! Help me! In response, X-Drake crushed him to the ground, before ordering him, tell me where we are. What? At that moment, the bandit saw X-Drake's teeth become much larger. Do you want me to eat you? Beginning to cry in fear, the man screamed. I will talk. I will talk. Don't kill me. In that case, tell me where I am. I can tell you that. Suddenly hearing the air begin to hiss, X-Drake jumped into the air. Unable to imitate him, the young bandit felt his body being hit by a whip. Immediately, a long line of blood appeared on his face, as he screamed in agony. Ah! Then, trying to understand what had just happened, he saw Aura in front of him, with her whip in her hand. Hearing him continue to scream, Aura stared into his eyes, before ordering him, shut up. Immediately, using magic, Aura scared the bandit. Finding himself paralyzed, the man stopped screaming, as he seemed unable to stop staring into Aura's eyes. Then, in an instant, part of his body turned to stone. Landing next to him, X-Drake couldn't hide his surprise seeing the rest of his body turn to stone, while the bandit had become a veritable statue of stone. What? Directing his gaze to Aura, he tried to understand what he had just seen. The power of Boa Hancock? How is this possible? Who are you? That's pretty rude. A voice asserted behind him. Turning around, Drake saw a woman dressed as a servant. The first politeness, before asking someone's name, is to introduce yourself first, Yuri declared, while pushing her glasses up her nose. Immediately, glancing quickly at the two women, Drake put his hands on his weapons, as he asked, "What do you want from me, human? Know that an immense honor will be granted to you. Indeed, Galadriel-sama has decided to see you in order to be able to speak to you and allow you, possibly, to join our group. Know that it is an honor, for a human." Galadriel? Who is her? It's Galadriel-sama. The two women retorted, not very cheerful that a human was being so rude to their superior. What does she want from me? As an answer, Yuri took out a crystal and immediately a hologram came out of it. Startled at first, Drake saw Law's face, then Kid's. Trafalgar? Eustace? Oh? You know them? Aura questioned him. Am I to understand that these are your friends? Not really. Drake retorted. I would even say it's the opposite. Why? Did they get you in trouble? They dared to attack some of our comrades, affirmed Aura. Therefore, we are looking for them in order to make them regret what they have done. Nevertheless, Galadriel-sama would like someone to help her in order to find them more easily. Oh? So you want my help? Drake understood. Indeed. Yuri affirmed. After all, it seems that you are not a human like the others either. Therefore, in order to prevent another problem from occurring, Galadriel-sama would like to meet you so that you can prove to her that you can become an ally for Nazarick. An ally? It's simple to understand. Aura affirmed, with a big smile. Help us and Galadriel-sama will reward you. And if not, suddenly, her smile becomes sadistic, as she declared, I would say you would make the worst mistake of your life. Is that a threat? It's your choose. Let's just say we know how to use the soft way and the hard way perfectly. TSSSS. What is your decision? Yuri asked. Continuing to glance at the two women, Drake finally grabbed his two combat weapons, before affirming, I can easily read people's auras. And from what my gut tells me, I'd better not associate with people like you. Sorry, but I refuse. Listening to him, Aura heaved a weary sigh. I was forgetting how stupid humans are. Alright then, how about we have a little fun? Snapping her fingers, Aura conjured magic circles all around Drake. What is that? Suddenly, several creatures appeared and began to surround the former pirate. So, there were several imps, 3 goblins, a man with huge crab claws, a vampire and a ghoul. You damn! Aura cried, with a pleased look. I present to you some residents of Nazarick. By the way, I forgot to warn you, but Galadriel-sama also wanted to know your power. I wonder how you will be able to cope with so many opponents. Then she snapped her fingers again. Immediately the imps began flying towards Drake. Seeing them coming, the man remained motionless, while developing a strategy. Then, finally, he raised his double axe, before bringing it down to the ground. Thus, he managed to create a cloud of dust, which hid him from the sight of the little demons. Surprised, they stopped, in order to be able to locate his position. Serious mistake. Taking advantage of their stillness, Drake suddenly emerged from the dust, in his hybrid form. Then, taking advantage of the creatures being near him, he made quick movements with his arms, which allowed the ends of his weapons to slash the bodies of the flying monsters. Pushing cries of agony, the imps spat blood, before collapsing on the ground. Nevertheless, little frightened by this spectacle, the 3 goblins rushed towards the former pirate. Goldie! Goldo! Are you ready? Asked the leader of the trio. Yeah, Gold Alpha. The other 2 goblins assured. Immediately, the trio split up, and while Gold Alpha charged straight at Drake, Goldo decided to attack him from the left side, while Drake's right side was Goldie's target. Each armed with an axe, Goldie and Goldo struck with remarkable synchronization. However, their weapons were stopped short, at the instant where Drake grabbed them with his hands. What? Having guessed the trajectory of their attacks, Drake had managed to stop them without any problem. Then, raising his leg, he kicked the 3rd goblin hard in the chin, before he could attack him. Hovering, Gold Alpha ends up falling to the ground, while dropping his weapon. Brother? Suddenly, the 2 goblins felt their feet leave the ground, as Drake still held their axes. Transforming into a massive Allosaurus, Drake increased in size tenfold. What is that? In response, Drake waved his arms and managed to knock Goldie down. Screaming, the goblin fell to the ground, before being crushed under Drake's paw. Then, throwing his arm upwards, the supernova managed to eject the last goblin into the air. Screaming in fear, Goldo flew up into the sky, before descending again. However, before he could hit the ground, Drake's enormous tail was in front of his face and hit him like a club. Standing still, the vampire and the ghoul watched as the goblin's body crashed between them. Then they decided to take action. Flying towards Drake, the vampire inhaled a large amount of air, before creating a mist that dispersed around Drake's head. Blinded, the pirate tried to keep his cool and used his hearing to spot the flapping of the vampire's wings. If she thinks I rely only on my eyes to locate my enemies, she's wrong. Suddenly, managing to sense her presence, Drake rushed towards her. She's there. Unfortunately, he was unable to take a single step, because his feet were frozen to the ground. And a moment later, the mist disappeared and allowed Drake to see that his feet were completely covered in ice. I got you, the ghoul affirmed, while a magic circle was visible in his hands. Ha! My mist had no use in hiding me, affirmed the vampire. What I wanted to do was keep you from seeing Golu. Good job, Vandera. Golu congratulated her, preparing a flame spell. Now he's at our mercy. Nevertheless, reacting immediately, Drake changed shape and assumed his human form. Then, grabbing his weapons, he covered them with Bisasho Kahaki. Hitting the ice, he had no trouble smashing it into pieces, before rushing towards the ghoul. However, a huge claw gripping him from behind. What? Standing about 10 meters behind him, the crabman was chuckling as he extended the length of his arm. Showing an arrogant smile, he assured, "You're not going anywhere." Taking advantage of Drake's immobilization, Vandera used a spell capable of creating spears of ice, while Golu launched a fireball. Seeing both attacks rushing at him, Drake had no choice but to assume his hybrid form. Then, bending his legs, he made a spectacular leap, which allowed him to find himself out of the path of the attacks. And unfortunately for him, being behind Drake, the crabman saw the two attacks charging at him. Oh! Ah! The creature disappeared in an explosion. And seconds later, all that was left of him was the huge claw that still gripped Drake. Landing on the ground, the supernova flexed his muscles and managed to break the claw, before dropping it to the ground. But a moment later, he had to dodge another fireball. This time, we're not going to miss, Golu assured, while he and Vandera cast more magic spells. Yuri starting to piss me off. Drake roared, rushing towards them, grabbing his weapons. Then, crossing his two blades in front of him, he stared at the attacks that bore down on them. Seeming to see time slowing down, he closed his eyes and focused on the power and speed of the magic spells. Finally, seeming to find an opening, he ran towards the sphere of fire and spears of ice. Suddenly, slaloming between attacks, he doubled them, before finding himself in front of his two opponents. What? Slash! A moment later, Yuri and Aura spotted him ending up behind Vandera and Golu, while both monsters had huge X-shaped wounds on their abdomens. Putting away his weapons, Drake heard their bodies fall to the floor, before they began to be surrounded by blood. Then he heard applause. Suga, Aura affirmed. You're really not a human like the others. It was very impressive. I understand why Galadriel-sama wishes to invite you among us. Less happy, Yuri kept a stoic face, while she looked at the many corpses on the ground. Although she didn't like to admit it, she doubted she would defeat those monsters with as much ease as Drake had just done. Alone, facing him, she understood that she could not win. Knowing this, Aura grabbed her whip, while declaring, Now I will introduce you to my babies. And I can promise you that they will be much more powerful than the ones you just defeated. Aura? Leave the rest to me. Startled, Aura and Yuri turned to see a dimensional portal open. Then, a figure wearing black armor appeared. Albedo? Galadriel-sama witnessed this fight and wanted me to step in. Then walking towards Drake, Albedo held her battle axe in her hand. Standing still, Drake just stared at her. However, even if he seemed calm, the man thought he saw an aura appear around Albedo. And his instinct told him to flee immediately. Human, before coming here, Galadriel-sama, who is still watching us, asked me to ask you a question. Do you still want to reject his offer to join Nazarick? Yes, Drake assured. Now I only work for myself. Immediately, a growling sound was heard behind Albedo's helm. Refuse my lady's kindness? I will never forgive this affront. Getting into a fighting stance, she asserted. Before I introduce you to Nazarik's interrogation room, I'm going to take pleasure in showing you what happens to those who don't understand the power of Nazarik and are unable to bow down before us. Getting into a fighting stance, Drake took over. I would take my choice no matter the outcome of this fight. TSSS. Drake growled, as he faced Albedo. I don't know what your lady wants from me, but if she really wants to talk to me, she can come here. Move to talk to a stupid human? Albedo roared. I hope you're joking. Be honored already that the head of the Guardians of Nazarik has come to you. So your lady is sure you'll beat me and doesn't see the point in coming to me, is that it? Of course. I would be more than enough to show you that your power is nothing compared to Nazarik's. I don't give a damn about Nazarik, Drake retorted. But if you prevent me from being able to return home, I have no choice but to crush you to resume my journey. Oh? This might be interesting, Aura said, sitting down on a rock. After spending 4 days playing spy, I'm sure I'm going to have fun watching this fight. Actually, I think we should be ready, just in case. Yuri retorted. Huh, Galadriel-sama told you about Shalter-san's defeat, but I doubt you could have seen her fight. The humans it went up against they won without cheating and counting only on their power. Looking at Drake, the Pleiad declared, if Albedo-san ever gets in trouble, we'll be forced to. I won't need your help. Albedo retorted. What? Nazarik has been ridiculed enough already. There's no way 2 guardians will join forces to defeat a single human. Besides, I've put on my armor and have my weapons with me. He doesn't, there's no reason for me to lose. TSSSS. Being too arrogant will lead to your downfall. Drake retorted. It's not arrogance. Albedo retorted. And be sure of one thing, during this whole fight, I will not have fun with you. I will fight hard, until you fall to the ground. I will have no mercy to destroy you. Same for me. In her office, Galadriel was watching the fight, using her magic mirror, allowing her to see everything that was going on in the world. Having seen Drake's abilities, when faced with the creatures of Nazarik, Galadriel asked, do you think he's more powerful than the 3 people who fought Shalter? Being drinking a cup of tea, Pandora stared at the mirror, before declaring, very difficult to say, if he managed to defeat his opponents, while using only part of his power. Nevertheless, his ability to transform gives him a power far superior to that of a normal human. As proof, he managed to defeat a level 25 ghoul and a level 24 vampire, in a single attack. Then silent, he finally declares seriously, at the moment he hasn't shown enough strength to defeat a guardian. But if he were to fight against Yuri-san there would be a good chance that he could defeat her. I think so too, Galadriel stated. And that's why I sent Albedo as reinforcements. Yuri is serious but less powerful than Aura. And, on the contrary, Aura is powerful but less serious than Yuri. If I had left him the right to fight alone against this guy, Aura could have behaved like Shalter and lost this fight. Then why did you call on her to find this man, rather than Albedo-san directly? It was just an excuse for Aura to see this fight. Huh, as I said, Aura can be as arrogant as Shalter in a fight. And both of them are sorely lacking in strategy. In truth, I would like this human to be a formidable opponent and force Albedo to fight with all his might. If he succeeds in this fight will make Aura realize that the future enemies of Nazarik should not be compared to the humans of our old world. Looking thoughtful, she said, no matter what we might say, the low level of danger on our old world has made us drop our guard greatly. Shalter's defeat proved to us that this was a huge flaw that we need to correct immediately. Looking at Pandora, she questioned him. Who do you think is the most important person in Nazarik? The most important? Is that a trick question? It's obviously you. You're the last supreme being of Nazarik, and that's wrong, Galadriel retorted. The most important person is Pestonia. Sorry, I am able to resurrect people, but my percentage chance of succeeding with these spells is lower than that of Pestonia. If I ever die, Pestonia would surely be able to resurrect me. But if Pestonia dies and I am unable to imitate, in that case, I will be the only person who can resurrect the losses of Nazarik, and if I fail to do so, Nazarik will become less and less powerful against the enemy. Staring at her mirror again, she asked, do you understand what I mean? If a new enemy alliance of supreme beings is forming in this world and decides to attack us, we must imperatively regain our seriousness and eliminate as many members as possible before the real confrontation, and to protect our tomb. If we choose to underestimate them, it could definitely be the end of Nazarik. At that moment, the fight began. Rushing towards Drake, Albedo twirled her halberd, before aiming it at Drake. Surprised by her speed, Drake could only cross his weapons in front of him, to block the blade of Albedo's axe. Immediately, his feet slid back, as Albedo's power was overwhelming. Grr! Her speech from earlier, it wasn't a bluff. Trying to contain Albedo's power, Drake struggled not to back down any further. Seeing him nevertheless manage to stop losing ground, Albedo raised her halberd, before attempting to decapitate him. Seeing an opening, Drake ducked in extremis to avoid the attack, before jumping into the air. Above Albedo, he crossed his arms towards her, before taking his hybrid form. Last slash, dropping down, he struck Albedo hard. This time, it was the succubus who placed her axe in front of her, to use it as a shield. The shock wave created by the confrontation sent Aura and Yuri's hair flying as they saw cracks appear in the ground around Albedo's feet. Seeming to be fascinated, Aura affirmed, "He's already using a special attack? This human isn't lacking in resources. I think he understood that against Albedo-san's incredible offensive and defensive strength, using normal attacks would be useless," Yuri stated. "He has no interest in playing it safe in this fight. I have to say that attacking with force from the start of the fight was a wise decision on his part. If he has a chance to hurt Albedo-san, it is now, for as soon as he wears himself out, victory will already belong to his opponent. This human knows what he is doing," maybe Aura stated, keeping her smile. "But strong or not, the strength of a human will never be enough to defeat Albedo." Feeling herself recoil, the succubus suddenly cried out, before letting a dark aura appear around her. Calling on her attack magic, she let a surge of power flow through her veins, allowing her to eject Drake backwards. Doing several aerial pirouettes, the former pirate managed to land on his feet. But already Albedo was in front of him, with her axe raised skyward. Jumping again, Drake saw the weapon hit the ground, and create a crevasse. What is this power? Unfortunately, only focusing on the halberd, he was surprised to see Albedo drop it, before aiming her fist at him. Faster without her weapon, Albedo punched his abdomen so hard as Drake coughed up blood. Flying through the sky, he then lands on the ground, while screaming in pain. Feeling out of breath, he struggled to breathe as blood ran down his chin. Attacking Albedo from the front is a very bad idea, Aura affirmed. "Something wrong?" Albedo asked, walking towards Drake. "I thought I heard you wanted to beat me. Apparently the only thing powerful about you is your big mouth." "Grr. It was just a warm-up," Drake assured, managing to get to his feet. "If you think I'm going to stand still while you dared to humiliate me, I can tell you that you're wrong." Then he rushed towards Albedo. "Are you stupid?" the succubus asked, imitating him. "Do you really think you could win against me by attacking me head-on?" Seeing Drake aiming his sword at her face, Albedo gracefully dodged it, before slapping him back in the abdomen. "Let's go for a second flight." However, she was surprised to feel her fist hit Drake's axe, which had managed to position it in front of his abdomen. Letting his weapon take the power of the attack, the man then felt himself flying through the air. However, compared to earlier, having felt only part of the shock, he was fit to counterattack. Turning his head downward, he transformed into a huge Allosaurus, before falling back towards Albedo. "He's using Albedo's power to fight back?" Yuri wondered. "It's alright, there's nothing to worry about," Aura assured. At that moment, Drake's huge body hit the ground, while his weight generated a large cloud of dust. "Albedo-san!" shouted Yuri. Next to her, still calm, Aura simply waited for the cloud of dust generated by the shock to disappear. However, not seeming to be as patient, Albedo was seen flying out of the cloud, a sign that she had managed to avoid getting crushed under the dinosaur's body. However, pursuing her, Drake's head snapped out of the dust, and his jaws closed on Albedo, before forcing her back into the cloud of dust. "What?" Aura wondered. Then, finally, the pair caught sight of the huge figure of Drake, who still had his jaws parted. Trapped inside, Albedo had clapped both hands on the roof of his mouth and on one of the teeth of his jaws, in order to prevent him from closing his jaws. "Impossible," Drake thought, trying in vain to increase the pressure of his bite to pierce her with his teeth. "You won't get me," Albedo assured. Seeing them struggle for a few seconds, Aura and Yuri ended up hearing cracking noises. Eventually, Drake's jawbone dislocated and he recoiled, roaring in pain. Freed, Albedo lands on the ground, at the same time as Drake reverts to his human form. Thus, the succubus saw him with his jaw dangling, while Drake was unable to close it. A problem? In response, Drake grabbed his jaws and began to perform strange gestures. Finally, another creak was heard, as he managed to put it back on. Then, clicking with his teeth, to make sure his jaws could be used as before, Drake finally got back into a fighting position. "It's useless," Albedo retorted. "No matter what you do, you're inferior to me. You used all 3 of your forms and none of them worked against me. What do you think you can do to win? Sometimes you just need to have the right strategy to be able to win against someone stronger than yourself," Drake retorted. "Oh? And do you have that strategy?" Drake remained silent. "I suspected so," affirmed Albedo. "Truly, your earlier attack wasn't that bad. It was even smart to use my attack power to be able to lift you into the air, and then take advantage of the weight of your reptilian form. I give you a full point for that. But that's the only point I'll give you." "What? Did you really think you could face Nazarick with so little power?" This time, Albedo lunged at him and started circling Drake, punching him with her fists and feet. Moving too quickly, the succubus prevented Drake from retaliating, and the man could only position his arms in front of his face in order to prevent Albedo from punching him. However, sensing the rest of his body being the target of the succubus attacks, Drake gritted his teeth, as he felt like his entire body was about to be shattered into pieces. Having no other choice, he took on his hybrid form and continued to be attacked. "Why did he change shape?" Aura asked. "I don't see any difference. His human reptile form seems to give him greater offensive and defensive strength," Yuri assured. "In my opinion, he intends to use it to try to make the fight last and hope that Albedo wears himself out." "Ha! Like I say, it won't change anything at all," Aura affirmed. Still, watching Drake continue to get hit, Yuri had a bad feeling. If Drake was looking to defend himself, yet why wasn't he taking his dinosaur transformation to have a better defensive power? Did he have other plan? Also seeming to realize that Drake was stalling for time, Albedo stopped attacking him and jumped back. Landing near her battle axe, she grabbed it, before affirming, "I have to admit, your power wasn't too bad for a human. But I think you're much weaker than the humans Shelter fought. So I'm going to finish you off quickly." "Hey, I thought we had to bring him back alive," Aura remarked, "if he cooperated," Albedo retorted. "Galadriel-sama gave me permission to kill him if he decided to resist, on the condition that I'd bring back his corpse. With him and the power of Pastonia, we can always allow him to teach us everything we want to know about these strange humans. Like if I will talk." Drake retrospect, looking like he was struggling to stay upright. "Never mind. The fun is over," Albedo affirmed, rushing towards him. Spreading her wings, she swooped down on Drake like a comet. Seeing her, while she had the bad idea to increase the distance between them, Drake positioned his weapons in an X shape, before covering his arms and weapons with Byusushoka Haki X. Noticing that the situation was exactly as he wanted, Yuri shouted, "Albedo-san, it's a trap." "What?" Then running towards Albedo, Drake used all the power he had left for a final counterattack. "Excalibur disappears!" Albedo roared. Then, a moment later, another shock wave was created. More powerful than the first, it forced Yuri back, while Aura fell behind her rock and landed on her shoulders. Ouch! Then, quickly getting to her feet, she looked at the new cloud of dust that had formed in front of them. At that moment, throwing back, Drake came out of the cloud while doing numerous rolls on the ground. However, eventually planting his feet on the ground, he finally stopped his race. His face bleeding, he exhaled with difficulty. At his side, the blades of his weapons bore many cracks, while they were in danger of breaking at any moment. However, this did not prevent Drake from surpassing his limits and having the strength to get back on his feet, before letting out a battle cry. Seeing him do this, Aura's smile disappeared. "Is this a joke?" Turning to the cloud of smoke, she called out, "Albedo?" She got no response. "Hey, Albedo! This isn't funny! What are you waiting for to defeat this guy?" "Albedo?" Remaining silent, Yuri finally sees Albedo's silhouette through the dust. Finally, when it disappeared, the two women saw the succubus still standing. Nevertheless, their eyes widened. Standing still, Albedo suddenly lowered her gaze and noticed that the armor covering her abdomen had been damaged. Now there were two huge X-shaped cuts, which showed her skin, a sign that the violence of the shock had been terrible. Luckily for her, her armor's ability allowed Albedo to transfer all of the damage from Drake's last attack onto itself. If she had decided to wear another armor, the man would probably have managed to hurt her. Seeing her still standing, and uninjured, Drake roared, "Damn it!" However, despite Albedo's victory being decided, Aura couldn't help but stare at the Guardian leader's armor. It's the first time I've seen someone manage to damage this armor. His offensive power, Yuri said. For a brief moment, his attacking power managed to overpower Albedo-san's defense. Seeming the most surprised, Albedo gritted her teeth as she stared at Drake. "This armor was built by the Supreme Beings and you dared to damage it? You were the one who wanted to fight me," Drake retorted, positioning his weapons in front of him. "If you are looking for a culprit, know that she is in front of me." In response, Albedo suddenly found himself in front of him. Then, his huge axe slammed into Drake's weapons, shattering them in an instant. Seeing the metallic shards flying through the air, the man had no choice but to transform into a dinosaur. However, barely beginning his transformation, he felt Albedo's fingernails dig into his skin, before lengthening. Immediately, Drake screamed in pain, feeling the claws piercing his flesh. But that was nothing compared to the next second. Creating black lightning around his arm, Albedo allowed the electricity to travel up to those claws, electrocuting Drake's entire body. Finding himself charred from within, the man stopped transforming and returned to his human appearance. Taking advantage of this, while she was right in front of him, Albedo gave him a powerful kick that sent him flying through the air. Unconscious, Drake didn't see her then fly towards him, while conjuring up a silver scepter in her hand. Janungagap? Aura wondered. Immediately, Yuri created a magical shield in front of them, knowing full well the devastating abilities of this weapon. Aiming the tip of the spectrum at Drake, Albedo focused some of her energy there, which transformed into a sphere of destruction. "It's over for you," she assured, launching the attack. It was then that a foot struck her face. Surprised, Albedo felt her body ejected downwards, before crashing against the ground. Dumbfounded, Aura and Yuri spotted a figure in the sky, while it looked like a bluebird. "What the?" Yuri wondered. "A phoenix," Aura remarked. Russia. Recoiling in fear, Orochi struggled to comprehend what was happening in front of him. Certainly, several demons were now on the ground, with shurikens piercing their skulls or organs. However, the majority of the corpses that lay in front of him belonged to his ninjas or samurai. Attempting to decapitate one of the demons, a samurai saw him blocking his saber with his strong claws. Seeing him immobilized, another demon appeared behind his back and created a sphere of fire. Unable to dodge, the man screamed in pain as he found himself trapped in the flames of an inferno. Aiming at an imp, two ninjas managed to surround it before killing it, throwing dozens of projectiles at it. Unfortunately for them, now facing the two men, a Death Knight walked towards the duo. Throwing what was left of their shurikens, the two ninjas saw the undead positioning his shield in front of him. Hitting it, the projectiles didn't make the slightest scratch against its metal surface. "What?" Then lowering his shield, Death Knight tightened the grip of his sword. Then, rushing at full speed, he found himself right in front of the duo. Barely having time to see him raise his sword, the two ninjas ended up having their heads cut off, in an instant. Seeing one of the heads land right in front of him, Orochi recoiled in terror. Looking to his right, he saw what looked like a Cerberus biting a samurai, while his saliva looked like lava. Feeling the liquid burn his flesh, the man screamed in pain. Looking to his left, the shogun saw another imp being killed. However, 3 other people were killed, trying to fight evil Lord Wrath. How is it possible? And opposite him, Demiurge and Cocytus watched the fighting, without making the slightest movement. It was impossible for anyone to know what they were thinking. Nevertheless, it was certain that Demiurge showed a serene face. For him, even before the fight began, victory already belonged to his army. Suddenly, 3 demons charged at Orochi, while spitting fireballs. "Ah!" cried Orochi, crying in fear. Nevertheless, earlobes suddenly hit the demons and pierced their bodies. Seeing them fall to the ground, Orochi saw Fukurokuju, right in front of him, with his hands in a ninjutsu position. "Oroki-sama! Our enemies are far too many. Our men won't be able to resist them for long." "I don't care about them," Orochi roared. "Do what you want, but protect me." Seeing his men being slaughtered, Fukurokuju could only growl. Finally, looking behind him, he declared, "Let's flee, Oroki-sama. Unfortunately, victory can't be ours. Let my men give us the time we need to flee." "Great idea," Orochi assured, standing up immediately. Starting to run away, The duo didn't hesitate to let the other ninjas and samurai fight in a fight where they would all die. However, as soon as they ran for 10 meters, they saw a woman with a bird's head and a man with a scythe. "Hey, Envy! Did you see who we're dealing with?" Evil Lord Greed questioned. "Yes, Greed," Evil Lord Envy assured. "It looks like he's the leader of this bunch of pathetic humans." Smiling, the two evil lords walked towards the duo. "If we capture him, Demiurge-sama will congratulate us," Greed affirmed, "and maybe Galadriel-sama will even know about our good work." Envy stated. "Hey! What do you want from us?" Orochi roared. "Do you even have any idea how important I am? If you touch one of my hairs, you declare war on all of Wano Kuni." Listening to him, Envy remained motionless for a few moments. Then finally she asked, "And what?" Orochi wondered. With a weary sigh, Greed said, "Dumb as a human that should be taught in school. Don't criticize his lack of education." Envy retorted, "It is precisely because he is a human that he is stupid." "What did you say?" Orochi roared. "If I can understand the situation, you say you are a shogun." Envy summed up. "Therefore, you are the king of a country, is that it?" "Indeed. I am the emperor of Wano Kuni. I am the great shogun Kurizumi Orochi. The man respected, admired, and feared by all people who know my name. That's why I say you're stupid," Greed assured. Staring at Orochi, he declared, "Galadriel-sama, it would be an insult for her to dominate a mere country." "What? Galadriel-sama is going to dominate the entire earth," Greed assured. "And for that, we are ready to wage war on all humans and exterminate those who refuse to bow to her," Envy asserted. "TSSS. For that, you should fight me," affirmed Fukurokuju. "Do you think you're scaring us?" Greed questioned. Suddenly appearing behind him, a ninja aimed at him. "Orochi-sama, I am here too." He didn't even have time to finish his sentence. Moving his scythe with superhuman speed, Greed created a sharp wind that swooped down on the man. Cutting him in half, the attack continued on its way and sliced through other humans, as well as a few demons. Seeing their teammates crumble to the ground, Envy slapped his forehead. "Greed, Demiurge-sama already asked you not to kill our underlings. They were the ones who were in the way of my attack," the evil lord retorted. Suddenly, Fukurokuju grabbed a smoke bomb and knocked it against the ground. "Huh!" The two evil lords wondered. Covered in smoke, the area was no longer visible, as were the people there. Finding themselves in the middle of the smoke, which completely blinded them, the two demons seemed more annoyed than panicked, not to see their prey anymore. "This attack isn't even worthy of a child," Envy asserted. Unconcerned by the smoke, Greed began to advance through the smoke. Nevertheless, an earlobe swooped down on him and attempted to punch him in the face. Simply raising his scythe, he managed to parry the attack, before doing the same with the attacks that followed. Without difficulty, Greed made many movements with his weapon to stop all of them. Then, having had enough, he spun around and created a gust of wind to blow away the cloud of smoke. At that moment, still standing still, Envy spotted Greed, as well as Fukujiroku, who was right in front of him. However, she was surprised not to see Orochi. "Huh! Is he gone? Where's that motherer?" Greed roared. Many shurikens swooped down on him and the demon moved his arm to scatter them around him. Seeing Fukurokuju facing him, the evil lord growled, "You're seriously starting to annoy me. If you want to die, I'll grant you a wish." Hearing this, Envy began to float in the air, and once in the sky, she began to make shrill sounds. Propagating through the air, her sounds traveled for miles and moments. Focusing then, Envy used echolocation, while the vibrations of her sounds touched everyone in the area, returning to her. Eventually locating a figure, which attempted to run away from the combat area, Envy found Orochi's position. "He is down there." She makes another sound, and in an instant, a few demons left the fighting area and flew towards her. Gathering into a small group, Envy then flew towards where Orochi was. "Hey, where are you going?" Fukurokuju roared. Suddenly, a circle of fire appeared around the ninja, as Greed had hit the ground with the tip of his scythe. You stay here. Because of you, I have to fight you. So, let's say I'm going to enjoy dismembering you. After all, it's been a long time since I had the chance to kill a human. I almost missed it." For his part, raising his gaze to see Envy soaring into the sky, Demiurge affirmed, "I think the interesting part of this fight is going to go a little further. Do you want us to go see this fight?" Cocytus asked. Reflecting for a few moments, Demiurge eventually saw that 3/4 of Orochi's men had already been slaughtered, while his army had barely lost a fifth of its strength. Finding that nothing could save the ninjas, the Guardian declared, "Evil Lord Wrath, I entrust this place to you. Make sure you don't let anyone get away, as you command, Demiurge-sama," the giant demon assured. "I will not disappoint you," and immediately, he kicked the ground with his foot, which created several fire geysers that came out of the ground and charred all the humans around him. "Errrrrg, what a bunch of bums!" Orochi roared. Running across an enormous snowy plain, the shogun tried to put as much distance as possible between himself and the combat zone. But despite the fact that he was able to flee thanks to the fact that these men had made a diversion, he could not help but shout his anger towards them. They dare to call themselves the elite warriors of Wano Kuni, and they are unable to properly defend their shogun. TSSS. If they die, it will not be a great loss. People like them, I can replace them with a snap of the finger. You really have a demeanor worthy of a human. Jumping in fear, Orochi saw Envy, quietly sitting on a rock not far from him. But how? Orochi wondered, recoiling in fear. Did I scare you? Please excuse me. It was not my intention. But know that you are in no way someone who deserves to lead an empire. What? What are you talking about? Galadriel-sama is not like you. She is fair with her subordinates and refuses to sacrifice us. You let your men die and you do not hesitate to spit on their sacrifice. In truth, you make me pity. You think you are someone important but, in fact, you are nothing. Growling. Stop kidding me. Are you saying your mistress is sympathetic to you? Then she's just an idiot. Unfortunately for Orochi, he was unable to see any emotion on the Endy's face. Because if he had managed to do it, he could have seen Endy's face twitch. Laughing, Orochi continued, anyone smart enough understands that only fear can rule a country. Kindness? Compassion? Friendship? It's just stupid things that make the weak even weaker. In a kingdom, the only being who is important is the king. If your master doesn't understand this, she is not worthy to rule. At that moment, Endy had only waved her hand. Creating a sharp black feather, she threw it in the direction of the shogun. Feeling the projectile go through his shoulder, Orochi fell back and put his hand on his bleeding wound. Ah! Not everyone who disrespects Galadriel deserves to live. At that moment, a dozen demons appeared around her. I hope you will regret your words, once we take you to hell, she affirmed. Managing to straighten up, Orochi looked horrified, seeing the demons rushing towards him. Then, the next moment, he disappeared under a bunch of demons, who used their weapons and claws to slash him. Seeing this, Envy declared, "This fight is over." However, sounds of agonies were heard, while the demons were imprisoned in several huge mouths. Suddenly, feeling themselves lifted into the air, the demons were lifted up by 7 huge serpent-like heads. Beginning his transformation, Orochi elongated the size of his necks, while the rest of his body took on the appearance of a kind of dragon. Stepping back, Envy lifted his face to see the 7-headed monster that now faced her. What is that? Since when does a human know how to do that? In response, Orochi's teeth punctured the demons' bodies, killing them. Then knocking them down at his feet, he laughed sadistically. Gfahaha. I told you. I am the shogun of Wano Kuni. I am the king who decides who deserves to live or die. You are nothing compared to me. Then, his 7 heads slammed into Endy. Doing several back flips, the evil lord managed to dodge them, while Orochi's heads hit the ground violently, pulverizing the earth between their jaws. Stop running away. One of the heads roared, trying to bite her. Simply continuing to back away, Endy eventually sensed a presence behind her. Having walked around her, one of Orochi's heads appeared behind her, jaws open. I've got you. Nevertheless, suddenly flying away, Endy avoided getting bitten and Orochi's head bit off a neck that was right in front of his jaws. Immediately, all heads began to scream in pain. Seeing this pathetic sight, Envy declared, "You are worthy to be a king for humans. After all, lesser beings can only be ruled by the king of fools." Then, creating hundreds of sharp black feathers, she threw them in Orochi's direction. Immediately, the shogun found himself under a deadly rain, which lacerated him to the point of cutting his flesh painfully. Gritting his teeth, he felt his legs tremble as he began to bleed profusely. Bitch! He roared, unable to attack Endy now that she was in the sky. Come fight here. If you want, we can take her place. Immediately, trembling with fear, Orochi saw Demiurge and Cocytus, right in front of him. Demiurge-sama? Envy wondered. You! Orochi roared. Hey, asshole! Why are you stalking me? I didn't do anything to you. Simply putting his glasses back on his nose, Demiurge questioned him. Can you repeat what you said? Huh! I called you an asshole. Why? Do you mind? No, not that, retorted Demiurge. I listened to your conversation while you were fighting and I heard something. Suddenly, a vein of anger appeared on his forehead. Did you dare call Galadriel-sama an idiot? Immediately, Orochi felt a dark aura surround the demon, causing it to recoil. He had no idea what was going on. He didn't know where he was, the reason these demons had attacked him, and even less who Galadriel was. But what he did know was that death seemed to be very close to him. So he decided to change his behavior. Wait. I think we got off to a bad start. I don't know who your lady is. I swear. I never did anything to her. It was not worth killing my guys. You said you wanted your questions answered, didn't you? I'd be happy to help. I swear, TSSSS. It's too late. What? Anyone who dares to insult Galadriel-sama automatically becomes an enemy of Nazarick, Demiurge assured. And for you, death will be the most lenient sentence we can give you. Did death? No, wait, do you know who my ally is? I'm an ally of Kaido. Orochi knew that wasn't the case anymore, now that the Yonko had betrayed him. Nevertheless, he hoped that his name would be enough to scare away the demons. However, to his surprise, he saw no fear on their faces. Kaido? Demiurge repeated. Who is this? Don't laugh at me. Everyone knows Kaido. He's the strongest man in the world. The Yonko who will rule the world. The immortal pirate who tried in vain to kill himself hundreds of times, without happen. No one is fit to stand against him. Dare to hurt me and your cursed Galadriel-sama will get killed because of you. Get down! Hearing the voice of Demiurge, Orochi suddenly had the impression of being crushed by an invisible force. Trying to resist for a few seconds, he finally felt his head crumble against the ground. What's happening to me? Do you dare claim that a human could defeat Galadriel-sama? Demiurge questioned. My poor friend. I think your stupidity has reached its peak. At least your death will make the world a better place. Noting that nothing seemed to want to prevent Demiurge from killing him, Orochi tried to recover a little, to get back on his feet. As if I was going to let you kill me. He is tough, Cocytus asserted, seeing him struggle. At that moment, Demiurge ordered, stand up. Immediately, the invisible force disappeared and Orochi was surprised to be able to get back to his feet. What? Turning then to Cocytus, Demiurge bowed to him. Cocytus, my friend. Since I summoned you, I think it's the least of courtesies for me to leave this man to you. I seem to remember that you adore tough opponents. I appreciate your gift, Cocytus affirmed. Seeing the giant insect walking towards him, Orochi smiled. Oh? Would you be so scared of me that you sent your subordinate? Perfect. Aiming one of his heads at Cocytus, he declared. As soon as I kill him, I can then take care of you undisturbed. Seeing him do this, Envy slapped her forehead. And no sooner had she made this gesture than the edge of a blade was heard. Then, droplets of blood spattered the ground. Flabbergasted, Orochi saw one of his 7 heads fall to the ground, when he hadn't had a chance to touch Cocytus. Not having moved, the Ice Guardian had simply conjured up a long sword in his hand, the blade of which was covered in Orochi's blood. For your information, I am not Demiurge's subordinate. I am a guardian of Nazarick and subordinate of Galadriel-sama. And I would be happy to make you regret your rudeness to her. Russia, eyes wide open, Orochi remained completely still. However, between Cocytus and him, was one of his heads which had just been cut off by Cocytus' sword. Oh? Decapitating. One of your heads doesn't kill you, Cocytus remarked. That's a very interesting ability, Demiurge stated, hand on his chin. But if I can theorize, I think the number of times you can use it is equal to the number of heads you have. Therefore, smiling sadistically, he declared, if Cocytus chops off your last 6 heads, you will die. Feeling drops of sweat running down his face, Orochi couldn't back away. To tell the truth, he didn't even feel the pain in the neck that had been cut. Yet blood continued to flow. The shogun was so scared that the pain had no effect on his brain. He hadn't even understood what had happened. It had extended its neck, in an instant, to attack Cocytus. So how had his head been decapitated? How did he do it? What are you doing? Asked Cocytus, who was waiting to see him move. Are you giving up already? Eventually coming to his senses, Orochi tried not to show his fear, while one of his heads declared, "Don't be smart, just because you got lucky. You just took me by surprise. But from now on, you won't be able to." His head stopped talking. Screaming in fear, the other head saw an ice spear pierced her skull, killing her. Seeing another of his heads crumble to the ground, Orochi was left with only 5 heads remaining. "Impossible. I'm quite disappointed," Cocytus affirmed, arm reaching out to him. "You don't look like a warrior at all." Seeing him lower his arm, Orochi tried everything for everything, and this time, 2 of his heads rushed at Cocytus, while taking different directions. "With a single sword, you have no chance of decapitating us," they asserted, before striking Cocytus' body. Chuckling, the other 3 heads heard numerous cracks and hoped that Cocytus' body was completely in pieces. Yet, a moment later, the 3 heads began to scream in pain. Indeed, having made his sword disappear, Cocytus had simply used his 4 arms to immobilize the heads that had attacked him. Trying to struggle, they felt the large hands of the insect exert a large pressure that eventually cracked the skulls. "Let go of me," Orochi ordered, trying to bring the 2 heads back to him. Pulling to his side, Cocytus managed to take 2 steps back, while the cervical vertebrae in the necks of the 2 heads were dislocated. "Stop!" Orochi shouted, guessing what was about to happen. Too late. After a last effort, Cocytus managed to tear off the 2 heads and threw them behind him. Falling back, Orochi could only be horrified, as he was left with only 3 heads. "Stop! Please! Wait! If she wishes, I allow your Galadriel-sama to associate with me. I will grant her the right to." Time stood still for the shogun, as 2 of his remaining heads were cut off. Having conjured up a battle axe, Cocytus made a quick movement with his arm, to create a sharp draft of air. His gesture was responsible for the decapitation of both Orochi's heads. Now he was just a monster with 8 necks and 1 head. "Why? Who do you think you are equal to Galadriel-sama?" Cocytus questioned. At that moment, a shadow appeared on the surface of the ground and Greed stepped out of it. Appearing next to Demiurge, he knelt before him. "Demiurge-sama, I came to inform you that our army has just emerged victorious from the battle against this group of humans. Wrath is rounding up all the human survivors to teleport them to the prisons of Nazarick." "Perfect. I was just planning to ask Galadriel-sama for permission to get some new test subjects." "Hey you!" Orochi roared, recognizing the evil lord. How did you so Fukurokuju? Sao? That human?" Greed questioned. "Are you being so stupid on purpose?" Then, he threw an object which landed in front of Orochi. Immediately, the shogun cried out in terror, recognizing Fukurokuju's head, which had been torn from the rest of his body. "As soon as I fought him seriously, it only took me a few seconds to defeat him," the evil demon assured. "And that's what will happen now," Cocytus assured. Then, he walked towards Orochi, who wept in terror. "I beg you, spare me. I'll give you my money. No, all my gold. No! I'll give you all Wano Kuni. Do what you want with the locals. Turn them into slaves if you will. But please don't kill me, human. Like you who flees danger by abandoning his men, or who tries to survive, sacrificing everything he has. I refuse to give you the slightest chance of polluting the air that breathe our lady by allowing you to speak to her." Finally, forcefully laying the end of his axe on the ground, Cocytus shook the area, as he stood in front of Orochi. "As a warrior, I give you the right 2. Decide how you want to die. I'm listening. If you allow me. Suddenly, Orochi's mouth opened wide and his jaws closed on Cocytus, while he didn't have time to react in time. Bwafafafa! Imbecile! As if the great shogun that I am would allow myself to be killed without reacting. However, he stopped laughing the moment he heard strange cracks. Much more fragile than the body of Cocytus, the teeth of the shogun had broken trying to bite him. What? What? Then, calmly, Cocytus put his hand to his face. You are the most miserable human I have ever come across. The next second, Orochi's body found itself completely frozen and transformed into an ice statue. Descending from the sky, Envy stared at the ice statue, all the while affirming, I want to leave it there, and put up a sign where it would be marked in memory of the biggest stupid guy in history. It would be too much of an honor to allow him the right to be remembered by people. Greed retorted. Let's take this opportunity to wipe out every last cell of his body. I want to vomit just to think that this thing dared to live at the same time as Galadriel-sama. Don't talk nonsense, retorted Demiurge. Don't forget something. No matter how stupid he is, this man seems like a very important person. Before I kill him, I want him to tell me about his life. No disrespect, this man is just mentally ill. Envy asserted. Demiurge-sama, you've studied all the geography of this world, and this man claimed to be the king of a country that doesn't exist. Why should we take what this human says seriously, simply because we are close to where the humans who defeated Shalter appeared? No matter how hard we searched, we couldn't find a single clue about them, despite knowing their faces. It's as if they have been teleported to this world. Teleported? Greed repeated. Do you mean like us? Possible. Demiurge affirmed, walking towards Orochi. And if this man has any connection to this trio, then it will be much more advantageous for us to keep him alive than to kill him. Then, laying a finger against the left side of his skull, he began to establish a telepathic conversation. Message, waiting. Demiurge eventually hears Galadriel's voice. Excuse me if I disturb you, my lady. But I would like to announce to you that we have in our possession a prisoner of the greatest importance, and, remaining silent for a few moments, Demiurge suddenly showed a flabbergasted face. Demiurge? Cocytus wondered. Somalia, hitting the ground, Albedo's body had created a cloud of dust. Seeing this, Aura and Yuri raised their gazes to the sky to see the silhouette of a newcomer, whose body strongly resembled that of a phoenix. Who is it? Aura asked. Was this one of the people who attacked Shalter? No. None of them had that kind of power, Yuri asserted. Managing to open one eye, Drake let a few seconds pass, allowing his sight to recognize the winged figure, which had gripped the man with his talons. You. Why, Luffy and you made an alliance, didn't you? Marco questioned him. As a member of this same alliance, I told myself that it was my role to help you. Moreover, having landed in this strange world of which everything is unknown to me, it is preferable to gather allies as quickly as possible. Then, deciding to leave, he began to fly away from the combat zone. Unfortunately, he stopped, while a huge jet of flames appeared in front of him. Appearing, a huge dragon positioned himself in front of Marco, in order to cut him off. And on his back was Aura, who carried her whip. Sorry, but I think you understand that we have no interest in letting you go. Then, Yuri appeared behind Marco, while using his fly ability to float in the air. You have entered this fight of your own free will. I hope you will be ready to accept the consequences of this act. Glancing at his two opponents, Marco simply flapped his wings to tread water. He could feel it. The power that emanated from these two women, especially that of the Dark Elf. He didn't know who they were, but he thought it best not to stay around very long, in case enemy reinforcements arrived. I don't know what this guy did to you, but if I apologize for his actions, can you forget what happened, Wa? Are you kidding? Aura questioned him. No matter what you offer us, we will capture this man and you with it. All right, I understand. Then, he folded his wings, before increasing their size tenfold. Then opening them, he created a multitude of flames, which shot towards the two women. Nashi no Tsubut. Immediately, Yuri created a magical shield to protect herself, while Aura's dragon lost altitude to find himself out of the path of the flames. Managing to find an opening, the phoenix hurriedly fled. Unfortunately, Capturing a sudden energy source, he stopped and avoided, in extremis, a sphere of destruction. Flying high in the sky, the attack lit up, before creating an explosion that could be seen for miles. Shaken by the shock wave generated by the explosion, Marco then lowered his gaze to see Albedo staring at him. Standing in the center of a crater, the head guardian of Nazarick showed her high stamina, while she was still able to fight. Still having her helm on her head, she allowed Marco to see that the helmet now had a somewhat distorted shape, due to the kick he had given her. Looking preoccupied, Marco felt that the aura emanating from his body was even more impressive than auras. Being forced to fight against all three opponents at the same time gave him little chance of escaping alive, let alone as the victor. However, knowing how quickly a fight could end in fiasco if an opponent lost his temper, he tried to maintain his composure. "You're already up. I'm impressed, Yuwa," he affirmed, with a small serene tone. In response, Albedo grabbed his helm and pulled it off. Thus, she showed her net, and more specifically, a trickle of blood that ran down the side of her head. Her armor, having been heavily damaged by Drake, had been unable to use its special ability to fully absorb Marco's attack. Some of that power hit Albedo, which created that injury. Although his wound was superficial, seeing the color of Albedo's blood was enough to baffle Aura. "Albedoyari bleeding." "So what?" growled the Guardian. "I'm not going to die of it." Then, while looking perfectly calm, she let herself float towards Marco. Seeing her moving slowly, without showing any hatred on her face, Yuri couldn't help but back away, while her whole body started shaking. She didn't like it. The fact that Albedo showed herself to be so calm was the beginning of a catastrophe that could trigger the destruction of the whole country where they were. "Albedo Sando, you want us to handle this fight? After your fight against that reptile man, I think it makes perfect sense, Aura-san and I." In response, Albedo pointed her silver specter at Marco, before creating a new sphere of destruction. Seeing the attack rushing towards him, Marco immediately created a wall of blue flames. "Fujiazami!" Hitting the wall of flames, the sphere of destruction created an explosion that knocked back everyone in the vicinity. Hit by the shockwaves, Yuri and the Aura Dragon moved closer to the ground in order to maintain their flight, while Marco disappeared in the center of a huge cloud of smoke. Being a reasonable distance from the explosion, Albedo remained motionless, despite the gusts of wind hitting her face. Thus, picking up a movement, she saw Marco come out of the cloud of smoke and try to resume his escape. "It's a real fury, Iwa. What did you do to her?" "It's not my fault," Drake retorted. "It was Kid and Trafalgar who challenged them." Suddenly, Marco shifted his body to the left and dodged the blade of an axe, which grazed his cheek. Resembling a boomerang, the weapon spun around, before returning to Albedo's hand, who appeared just behind Marco. Then raising her arm, she aimed her axe at the phoenix. Counterattacking, Marco lifted his leg and covered it with Byusashoka Haki. Striking his talons, Albedo was stopped in her tracks, while Marco's haki seemed as solid as the metal of her axe. "TSSSS," she growled, before launching another attack. Seeing her do so, Marco imitated her and used his leg to counter her attacks. A shower of sparks was created with each of the collisions, while their strikes seemed to be of equal force. Suddenly, Marco's claws managed to close on the handle of the axe, to immobilize it. Then, he threw Drake's body in the air, before directing his second foot towards Albedo. Forced to drop her weapon to avoid him, Albedo found herself disarmed, as she ducked to avoid Marco's foot. Not having said her last word, she closed her fist, before directing it towards the phoenix. Unfortunately, a green hand grabbed her wrist and managed to block her. "What? I'm not dead yet," Drake assured, as he managed to shift into his hybrid form. However, being too weak to stop her for more than 3 seconds, Drake finally let go. Nevertheless, having plenty of time to react, Marco folded his wings, before creating a sphere of blue flames. Bluebird, hit hard. Albedo felt her body burned completely, before being thrown back. However, being already there to replace her, Yuri appeared behind Marco, and aimed her gauntlets at him. Impact blow. Sensing her presence, Marco took on his human form, while retaining his wings. Then, using the haki, he began to move his head, as well as the rest of his body, in various directions, allowing him to dodge all the attacks of the Pleiad. Then, washing one of his feet in the air, he swung it down and kicked one of Yuri's arms. Despite her strength, the Pleiad felt her arm move downwards and, unbalanced, the rest of her body followed suit. Seeing that she could take no defensive position, Marco aimed his second foot at her neck and kicked her that crushed her trachea. Making a strange strangled cry, Yuri was ejected backwards. But appearing behind her, Aura, still on the back of her dragon, stretched out her arms to catch up with the Pleiad. Yuri, how are you? Falling to her knees on the back of the giant reptile, Yuri began to spit saliva, while she coughed and tried to catch her breath. Marco's strike had been powerful and fast. Anyone would have found themselves in the same state as her, being struck in a place as vulnerable as the trachea. Seeing her comrade in a bad state, Aura began to growl, before directing her dragon towards Aura. Razem, show him what you can do. Thunders fall. Looking at the dragon, Marco saw some kind of gills appear at his neck, which managed to create electricity. Lightning? Yeah. Razem isn't one of those stupid dragons that can wield a single element. He can wield fire, lightning, and wind. If fire has no effect on you, I bet that will not be the case with lightning. Targeting the man, the dragon unloaded his attack towards him, and 2 beams of lightning bore down on Marco, who remained surprisingly calm. Is wielding a single element a weak point? If you wield it perfectly, it will win you against anyone. What? Aura wondered. Drake, hang in there. Resuming his phoenix form, Marco charged towards the lightning. Increasing his speed, he slalomed between attacks and dodged them with such speed that Aura could barely see him move. It's impossible. Then, she was amazed to see huge flames covering Marco's entire body, making him look like a real comet. Kamitaji, Razem! Aura yelled. Again, the dragon created lightning. However, not even trying to avoid it, Marco took advantage of his increased speed and power to strike the attack and disperse it all around him. And continuing his momentum, he hit Razem's head, while their confrontation created another explosion and a cloud of smoke. But as Marco exited the other side of the cloud, unharmed, the dragon's body fell to the ground, while he was unconscious. Unable to control him anymore, Aura immediately turned to Yuri and grabbed her arm. Fly! Letting her body float, Aura abandoned Razem, who ended up collapsing against the ground. Paying little attention to detail, Marco took advantage of this opportunity to fly away from the combat zone. Very quickly his speed picked up again, and soon he was just a speck in the sky. Perfect. Hey Drake, would you like a quiet place where I can heal you? Shut up. However, the old supernova was startled to feel Marco suddenly stop, as a sound of impact was heard. Flabbergasted, Marco had his face crushed against an invisible wall. What the? He wondered, stepping back slightly. Looking carefully in front of him, he saw that a real wall of transparent glass was in front of him. What is that? A sound of applause was heard. Standing behind the transparent wall, 2 people stared at the duo. Being applauding, the smaller of the 2 silhouettes stared at Marco, while displaying a broad smile. I'm impressed. For a human, you are surprisingly powerful. However, if you don't mind, I would like to see you keep fighting. That way I can know the limit of your power. Standing still, Marco just stared at the strange man dressed as a general, while a strange mask covered his face, as well as the white-haired woman in front of him. Staring at the latter, Marco couldn't help feeling a strange sensation. The person in front of him looked like a woman demon, with a very attractive physique, while black wings were visible on her back. Yet the only feeling Marco felt, looking at her, was fear. Despite the smile the demon had on her face, Marco could feel an aura emanating from her body that seemed to be as hateful as Albedo's. Who are you? Asked Marco. Arriving at this moment, while flying through the air, Aura and Yuri suddenly stopped, seeing the 2 people behind the transparent wall. Ga Galadriel-sama? Galadriel? Drake wondered, looking at the young woman. So it's her? I really have to say I'm amazed. Affirmed Pandora actor. Fight against 2 guardians and still be alive. Normally, this requires miracles. In response, Galadriel clapped her hands, to get Yuri and Aura's attention. Girls, a little motivation, please. Are you telling me Nazarik's power isn't better than that? But before they could answer her, Aura and Yuri heard a voice behind her. I beg your pardon, my lady. Jumping in fear, the 2 women saw Albedo pass between her, while her aura terrified them. Turning to her, Marco saw some burns on her skin. Nonetheless, other than that, Albedo seemed unscathed. Staring at Marco, Albedo suddenly ends up bowing. Galadriel-sama. May I ask you for a request? Huh? What is it? Originally, you ordered me to bring one of these humans alive to Nazark, or, at least, his intact corpse, if I killed him. That way, you could resuscitate him and obtain information. Now that there are 2 of them, Allow me to seriously fight one of them and pulverize his body until nothing remains but dust. Oh? Am I to understand that you have to behave seriously to defeat a human? By asking this question, Galadriel knew perfectly well that Albedo would feel humiliated. Nevertheless, that was the goal. Even if she retorted otherwise, Galadriel knew that Albedo was like Shaltir. During a fight, both would refuse to admit that their power is inferior to that of a human or to admit to having to fight seriously to defeat him. Galadriel didn't know what was going on, but she really hoped that the Guardians of Nazarick quickly understood that some humans in this world could pose a threat to them in the next few days. And to convince them to take this threat seriously, she knew that Albedo had to be the first to be convinced. Remaining silent, the succubus looked down and gritted her teeth. Then, finally, she affirmed, "My personal honor comes after the honor of Nazarick. Galadriel-sama, will you allow me to fight seriously against this human who dared to interfere in this mission?" Albedo Galadriel called, her voice firm and serious. "Would you be ready to accept the consequences, if you ever lose this fight, or you reduce the bodies of these two humans to dust?" "Yes," Albedo assured. Continuing to fix her with a serious gaze, Galadriel eventually let a confident smile appear on her face. "Just make me proud, Albedo. Count me in, my lady," Albedo assured, raising her head. Then, twirling her battle axe in her hands, she created gusts of wind, which touched Marco's body. Still trying to keep his composure, he saw Aura conjure up a magical bow between her hands, while Yuri's gauntlets lit up. This time the real fight was about to begin, and as long as that invisible wall was there, Marco had no chance of running away. The only option left to him was to defeat the three people in front of him, before doing the same to the duo behind him. Rain arrow. Aiming her bow skyward, Aura fired an arrow that shot skyward. Raising his gaze, Marco saw the arrow rising more and more, before finally disappearing. Then, he saw the arrow fall back towards him while having multiplied into 100 copies. Seeing this, Marco crossed his wings in front of him, before allowing himself to be hit by the projectiles, which exploded upon hitting him. Not having finished, Aura aimed her magic bow at the cloud of smoke, before creating an arrow of light. Galactic shot. The arrow of light flew, the moment Marco extricated himself from the cloud of smoke. Seeing the new projectile, he spun around to dodge it, before finding himself in front of Aura, with one leg forward. However, remaining perfectly serene, Aura saw Albedo position herself in front of her, before positioning her arm in front of Marco's foot. Immediately, the impact caused Albedo's feet to slide back, as the ground cracked behind her. Having struck with force, Marco had managed to further damage the armor that covered Albedo's arm. However, still standing, Albedo used her second arm to grab hold of Marco's leg. Then, with a powerful gesture, she threw Marco's body to the ground. Feeling his back slam into the ground, Marco let out a moan of pain, as his claw let go of X-Drake's body, inadvertently. Immediately, Albedo's feet struck the former supernova's body, before throwing Marco into the air. Then, aiming at it, she created black lightning between her fingers, before sending it towards the phoenix. Being unsettled at first, Marco ended up spreading his wings, to stop his race and managed to regain his balance. Then, seeing the attack coming towards him, he created a shield of blue flames in front of him, which managed to stop the attack. "You won't get me with those kinds of tricks. Think again. Everything is going as we planned," Albedo affirmed. Astonished, Marco suddenly felt an explosion hit his back, making him let out a cry of pain. Smiling, Aura explained, "Galactic SHOT is a spell that allows me to target all flying enemies around me. And until this arrow hits a target, it will continue to move forever." Then, as Albedo flew towards Marco, she fired her bow again. Rain arrow. Seeing a new arrow fly skyward, Marco nonetheless found himself forced to focus on Albedo, who aimed her halberd at him. Nashi no Tsubiut, creating balls of fire, he threw them at Albedo. Spinning her weapon in front of her, the succubus managed to stop all the projectiles. However, as blocking Marco's flames created smoke, her vision blurred somewhat, and she was surprised to find that Marco was no longer in front of her. Having changed his position, the phoenix was right above her, his foot raised towards the sky. Aiming for the succubus' unprotected head, he covered his foot with Byasashoka Haki, before lowering it to her skull. The attack was powerful and managed to hit its target. Gritting her teeth, Albedo felt Marco's foot hit her skull. Having managed to touch her, Marco was to prove to be happy. Nevertheless, he had had the strange impression that Albedo had let herself go. Taken by a strange presentiment, he flapped his wings to get away from her. Too late. Again, Albedo's arm gripped his foot. Then, making a quick movement with her halberd, she managed to sever his limb. Stunned, Marco saw his severed leg fly past him, before falling to the ground. However, the trouble was only just beginning as Aura's arrows descended back to the ground. Galactic shot. Firing another light arrow, Aura made her attack split in two to target Marco and Albedo. Thus, the pair were trapped by arrows coming from above and below them. But far from being worried, Albedo simply created a magic shield and, the next second, she took all the attacks that targeted her. Being forced to do the same, Marco's body disappeared in the explosions created by the attacks upon touching him. Having remained motionless, Galadriel and Pandora saw the Guardians take advantage in this fight. "Whoa, Wonderbar!" affirmed Pandora, clapping. Simply beautiful. Perfect coordination between Aura-chan and Albedo-san. It's nice to see that they are able to work as a team. Yes. Galadriel agreed. Aura doesn't have a very impressive physical strength, just like Albedo's magic level. Working together, Albedo can attack with all his might, while relying on Aura to back her up. Still, I doubt that's enough. Indeed. Pandora agreed, regaining his seriousness. The fight is far from over. At this moment, the smoke dissipated, allowing to see Albedo, who was still protected bad state. Indeed, as if the attacks had managed to pierce him, Marco now had holes in the left side of his face, in his right shoulder and in 2 parts of his abdomen. Not to mention that he only had half of his right leg left. However, despite all these wounds, Albedo didn't see the slightest trace of blood. Instead, blue flames covered Marco's wounds, as they seemed to close them. Huh! Do you use your flames to heal yourself? Did you not know that the phoenix is a legendary animal that always rises from its ashes? No matter how much you hurt me, I will always rise again. While simply standing still, Albedo saw Marco's wounds disappear completely. However, sensing a strange phenomenon, Albedo noticed that the flames on Marco's leg took much longer to heal Marco's wound, while taking on the appearance of a new leg. Even though the regeneration of his leg was working, it was taking much longer than healing a simple injury. Understanding that Marco's immortality was only a myth and that his regeneration had some weak points, she took advantage that his leg was only half regenerated to rush at him. Dodging her halberd again, Marco flew backwards to put the gap between him and Albedo, who continued to swing her axe around him, slicing him. Slowed down due to his ongoing regeneration, Marco couldn't counterattack while healing himself. However, in a few seconds, he will be able to use his offensive power, as soon as his leg is fully healed. Unfortunately, sensing a silhouette behind him, Marco rose higher into the sky, to avoid being pierced by a huge hooked beak. On an animal's back again, Aura was smiling as she rode a huge griffin. Since you defeated Razum, you will have to fight against Meritino. I don't see any difference, Marco retorted, about to throw more flames. However, taking advantage of Aura's diversion, Albedo positioned herself in front of Marco and threw her arms behind him. Thus, Marco found himself prisoner in an embrace, while his arms were pressed against his ribs. It's the end, Albedo assured before increasing the pressure. Immediately feeling the bones in his ribcage begin to crack, Marco intensified the power of his flames and looked like a human torch. Feeling the flames burn her arms, as well as the front of her body, which was no longer covered by her armor, Albedo closed her eyes in pain. Gritting her teeth, Albedo continued to grit him nonetheless. Then, opening her eyes, she began to stare at Marco. Succubus eyes. Immediately, the phoenix stopped moving, while his eyes had the misfortune to meet those of Albedo. He didn't know if he was the victim of a curse, or charmed by her eyes, but in any case, he felt frozen. What's happening to me? Suddenly, Albedo pushed him away from her and sent him towards Aura. Still unable to move, Marco suddenly coughed up blood, feeling an arrow pierce his body. This time, you won't run away, Aura assured, with a wicked smile. Unable to speak, Marco then saw Albedo flying towards him, while holding her halberd above her. Die! Showing a shocked face, Marco saw the weapon pointing at his skull. Doing all he could to move his body, he finally felt the fingers of his left hand move slightly. Immediately, he created flames in the form of a thruster, which shifted him somewhat to the right. Surprised, Albedo saw Marco's head deviate from the trajectory of her weapon. But unfortunately, it was his wing that she struck and cut in half. Groaning, seeing that Marco was in trouble, Drake straightened up and scrambled to his feet. Damn it. Then, staring at Galadriel, he growled, "What does this person want from us? I advise you to lie." Turning around, Drake saw Yuri, just behind him. "Grr. What do you want from me? Galadriel-sama has asked us to capture you alive. So please, be quiet. It will do everyone a favor. TSSS. Don't make fun of me." Then getting into a combat stance, he assumed his hybrid form, while asserting, "I may no longer have my weapons, but in any case, I refuse to allow myself to be captured without a fight. Are you stupid? Do you believe you will defeat me in your state? No idea! But me, what I find stupid is lying on the ground, while someone who saved me is being killed. If I let him be killed, never my honor cannot forgive me." "I see." Then, putting herself in the same position as a professional boxer, Yuri moved up to Drake, before giving him a punch. Unable to dodge it, Drake crossed his arms in front of him and took the attack. Pulling back immediately, he felt that Yuri's punch was less powerful than Albedo's. However, being too weak to face the Pleiad, he continued to retreat, while Yuri chained a series of punches, which hit Drake's arms. Not targeting any other part of his body, Yuri heard the bones in his arms begin to crack, and continued to punch them to render them useless. Galactic shot. Raising his gaze, Drake saw Aura readying another light arrow and targeted Marco, who was now defenseless. "It's over. Sayonara." Aiming her fist at Drake, Yuri was suddenly surprised to see him jump up to dodge her attack. Then, his 2 feet rested on the arm of the Pleiad, while he leaned on it to perform a second jump. "What?" Launching himself into the air, Drake headed for Miritino. Unable to use his arms, he came up with only one plan to save Marco. Taking on his dinosaur form, he opened his huge jaws. "Aura! Be careful!" Yuri yelled. "Huh!" The dark elf wondered, lowering her gaze. Screaming in pain, her griffin felt Drake's jaws bite down on one of its paws. At first trying to struggle, it eventually felt the weight of the dinosaur pull it down. Unbalanced, Aura moved the end of her bow and her arrow was fired. Passing by Marco, the projectile missed him and headed straight for Albedo. Trying in vain to create a magic shield, the succubus was unable to form it in time and was hit by the arrow, which exploded. "Shit!" Aura shouted, seeing Albedo disappear in the explosion. Moving its paws, Miritino ended up scratching Drake's muzzle, who let go of his grip. Seeing him fall to the ground, Aura glared at him angrily, before targeting him. "You're going to pay for it." Unfortunately, a sphere of fire slammed into her griffin's back, burning it and the dark elf on top of it. Ah! Just about able to get his body moving, Marco was able to stabilize his flight, despite the absence of one of his wings, which was slow to regenerate. Breathing harder, he declared, "Do you understand? A phoenix is immortal." "Immortal? Don't laugh at me." Blowing away the smoke that surrounded her, Albedo showed herself again. Since the start of the fight, a few more streaks of blood had appeared on her face, as she bled from one of her nostrils. Her armor was half destroyed, while her abdomen and arms had been burned. Even if she had already fought a few adversaries who had tried to attack the tomb of Nazarick, she would never have doubted that a human could put her in so much trouble. She felt angry. Her hatred for humanity only intensified. Still, looking at Marco, she wanted to know who he was. Usually, she didn't care about humans' first names or their pasts. All he cared about was killing them because none of them deserved to live alongside Galadriel. But this human was different. He was the most powerful human she had encountered. No, he might even be the most powerful human Nazarick had ever known. But who was he? Where did he come from? Why was his strength so different from other humans in this world? What was his secret, human bastard? Aura roared, managing to extinguish the flames that covered her griffin's back. However, to her surprise, she saw Albedo lower her axe, before asking Marco, "Who are you, Marco?" Former commander of Whitebeard's crew and current member of the Alliance to liberate the country of Wano Kuni. Wano Kuni? Whitebeard, don't try to understand. This doesn't concern your world. Our world? Repeated Albedo. Are you claiming that you are not from this world either? Huh? You too? Hey, what does that mean? Aura asked. Where are you from? Completely completing his regeneration, Marco retorted with a small smile. If you want to know, you'll have to beat me, as if that scared us. Aura retorted, aiming at him again. Aura, back off. Albedo suddenly ordered her. What? Standing still, Albedo cast a quick glance to his right, to see Galadriel watching her fight. The succubus seemed to fight calmly, but inside she raged at the thought of being deeply disappointing her beloved. I refuse. I refuse to be beaten by an inferior being. I am Albedo, the supreme guardian of Nazarick. It is out of the question to be beaten by this man, just because his strength is greater than that of another human. Finally, concentrating her magical power behind her back, she summoned a second pair of wings, identical to the first. Huh? Marco wondered. Seeing this, Aura looked frightened. Or are you serious? Usually, you only use this technique to calm your sister down when she gets out of hand. Stand back. Albedo ordered her simply. This time, it will only take me a minute to defeat him. Meanwhile, having fallen back to the ground, Drake was sitting cross-legged, after his broken arms and 3 slashes to his face. Again in front of him, Yuri questioned him. Do you understand that you can't do anything? Stoic, Drake simply lifted his face before asking her. Why? Huh? At first I thought you wanted to attack us because of an attack by Eustace or Trafalgar. However, that's for another reason, right? Looking at Galadriel, he asked. Your lady, she wants to eliminate the strongest fighters to can destroy this world, doesn't she? Hearing this, Yuri chuckled, before affirming. What you say is both hilarious and incredibly stupid. Sorry? Don't you think what you're saying is a bit cliché? Galadriel-sama is meant to rule this world. What good would it do to destroy it, and just rule a planet without any inhabitants? That would be completely stupid. TSSS. Between destroying a world or reigning a tyranny, I see no difference. Who spoke of a tyranny? For your information, know that Galadriel-sama wants to create a better world where humans can live happily and equally. Despite the fact that you are only selfish and abject beings, Our Lady wishes your happiness. Our happiness? Are you kidding me? Then why did you attack us? If I remember correctly, I gave you a choice. You refused to follow us. Grr. Kill me because I refused your offer? I don't call that giving me a choice. Sorry. To be honest, I hate to pick on innocent people. But keeping the peace sometimes requires acting in a brutal way to destroy potential threats or enemies in Galadriel-sama's future world. TSSSS. I, working for the Navy, can tell you that this is nothing like justice. Justice? Do you even know what that means? What? I just want to ask you a question. In the history of mankind, which kingdom or country has never known war? Sorry? None. Yuri assured. No matter where this country is located or its history, every country has always known war. And do you know why? It is because man has always thought selfishly and always sought any pretext to invade another country. TSSS. And what difference will it make if your lady decides to control this world? It's simple. In the history of mankind, many people have taken control of a country without having anything different compared to a peasant of this same country. Anyone could have considered them as some underlings, rather than seeing them as kings. It makes no sense. How many selfish and unscrupulous scum do you think have become kings? How many innocent and pure in heart died at the hands of these pseudo-kings, when they could have become better kings? What are you trying to tell me? I'm just trying to describe to you the dumbest thing about humanity. Yet it's a common occurrence for you to put all the power of a country in the hands of incompetents, who does not possess the slightest ounce of power or intelligence. And many of them have become kings only because of their connections or their kinship. Admit that it is completely stupid. Silent for a few seconds, Drake finally confessed. Yes, this is ridiculous. Nevertheless, I still don't see the difference between your lady and those incompetent people. Why does the war continue? Why does it never end? It's easy to understand. Ordinarily, humans are as strong as each other, and none of them had ever really gone down in history because they got powers from a god. So when a war breaks out for one cause or another, when it ends, the two warring countries find themselves weakened and are immediately targeted by other countries. A war therefore never ends, since a war can be considered as a series of battles between the countries of this world, and it will only end when all countries are defeated by the same adversary. Unfortunately, no human has had the strength or the will to chain enough war to dominate the world. And it is because of this that other people have replaced him, and we are starting these wars again from the beginning, causing countless deaths. So what? Since when should we encourage war? Only peace will allow the citizens of this world to be able to live without always having to live in fear of being killed. This is false. When two countries, which have different kingdoms, are next to each other, peace never exists. It is only a facade. Because two countries having different laws, people can never live together forever. There will always be a time when a dispute begins, and no matter how many years pass, a war will follow that dispute. Peace will never waver until people think not in the same way. For peace to be present, the whole world must be governed by one and only one person. And for you, a demon would be a better king than a human? Of course it is. Galadriel-sama is more powerful than any human in this world. And what is a human's best defense when they feel in danger? The most powerful person he knows. By protecting the weak from the strong, Galadriel-sama will have no trouble bringing true peace to this tense world. Hearing her, X-Drake opened his mouth. However, no sound came out. Seeing him standing still, Yuri questioned him. For you, what is justice? What is justice? Repeating this question, which seemed to have a very simple answer, Drake could only open and close his mouth without making a sound. This question is impossible to answer, Yuri affirmed. Because this question is not a mathematical problem, with an already predefined answer. In this world, everyone has their own definition of justice. For some, it symbolizes equality. For others, it is the peace. For the rest, it can be revenge, slavery, or manipulation. Truth be told, no one can claim that his justice is better than another. However, what is shameful is not to respect one's own righteousness, and to alter it for personal or selfish reason. Who wouldn't respect their own justice? Drake asked. Suddenly, he groaned, thinking back to the navy of his world. It always told the rest of the world that it protected the weak and oppressed. However, he knew full well that any pretext was used to take down anyone suspected of being a threat to the world government, and the Cipher Pole were specialists in killing people and making up crime scenes in order to accuse someone else, without forgetting all the privileges that the Tenryubitos have, which can transform any person into a slave, or order their death. Justice in his world was wrong. Do you understand? Yuri questioned him. We don't want you dead. Truth be told, just tell me you're willing to cooperate with us, and I'll make sure you can have a friendly talk with Galadriel-sama. However, no sooner did she say that than the pair heard a strange noise and jumped aside to dodge a sharp gust of wind. Gripping her axe with both hands, Albedo was now spinning like a spinning top, and with each rotation it created many gusts of wind, the cutting edge of which could gouge the rock. Being close to her, Marco was the main target of this attack and was forced to slalom between the gusts of wind to avoid being sliced. You won't run away, Albedo assured. Do you want to bet? Asked Marco. Taking advantage that Aura no longer participated in the fight, Marco flew high into the sky, not afraid to meet her arrows. Then, stopping, he ends up dropping towards Albedo. Flying faster and faster, he covered himself in flames, to look like a blue comet. Seeing a real ball of fire hurtling towards her, Albedo stopped spinning. Instead, creating 4 magic circles, at the level of her wings, she began to move them with all her might. Thus, she created 4 powerful currents of air, which merged together, to create a tornado, which headed towards Marco. However, far from being frightened, Marco continued to gain speed, to find himself in front of the attack. Do you think I'm afraid of a little wind? The phoenix doesn't just control the fire. It's the master of the sky that rules the wind, and proving it in an instant, he crashed into the attack, before entering it, while ejecting the gusts of wind around him. Yet, despite seeing him fly towards her, Albedo flashed a wicked smile, while declaring, The phoenix may be the ruler of the sky, but you're only human. You're acting exactly as I wanted you to. What? At that moment, while he was in the center of the tornado, Marco suddenly stopped and was unable to continue moving forward. Then, a gust of wind hit him hard, spinning him inside the tornado. Gritting his teeth, he tried to fly into the center of this current of air. Unfortunately, he felt another current hit him from the front, stopping him again. What? Why does this tornado have winds moving in 2 different directions? It's illogical. Simply smiling, Galadriel nodded. It's been a long time since I've seen Albedo use this technique. Albedo can create this attack with a single pair of wings, affirmed Pandora. Nevertheless, the difference is that each of her pairs of wings make different movements. And these movements, which are not synchronized, allow her to create a tornado which has the particularity of being formed by air currents going in 2 different sides. Normally, it would already be difficult to get out of a tornado, the wind of which only blows in one direction, Galadriel added. But getting out of a tornado formed by 2 different air currents, it's almost impossible. Looking like a baby bird trapped inside a storm, Marco was being swept around in all directions, with no chance of getting out of the tornado. Seeing him thus in danger, Albedo tightened her axe, while affirming, "And it's not over." Spinning again, she created new sharp gusts of wind, which charged towards the tornado, before disappearing inside. Initially, Marcos saw no difference. Then, suddenly, he felt a large gash create on his abdomen, causing him to cough up blood. What the? Finding themselves also thrown in all directions, Albedo's attacks were now all around Marco, and some started to hit him. Unable to avoid them, the phoenix kept getting slashed and couldn't defend itself. Albedo had him completely at her mercy. "What now?" the succubus questioned, putting on an arrogant face. "Did you finally realize that you had no chance against me? Do you think you can get out of this mess? You have no chance. And that means I won." At that moment, Galadriel heard a word in her head. "Message." "Yes, Demiurge?" she asked, accepting the message. "Excuse me if I disturb you, my lady. But I would like to announce to you that we have in our possession a prisoner of the greatest importance, and—" "Thank you, Demiurge. Sorry to be brief, but I would like to ask you to lock up this prisoner in the dungeons of Nazarick, and wait my return to report to me. I watch a fight that might allow us to capture another prisoner." Immediately there was a long silence. "Demiurge, are you out of Nazarick?" Demiurge panicked. "Who is with you? Who are you fighting? Was it the men who defeated Shaltir? Do you need reinforcements? I can turn the prisoner over to my men and come with Cocytus to protect you." Heaving a sigh, Galadriel still couldn't get used to the fact that her subordinates sometimes treated her like a child and were often against the idea of her walking around alone without any protection. "They keep saying humans are insignificant, but they're always scared when I walk around among them." "Don't worry, Demiurge. I'm with Albedo, Aura, and Pandora. And the person they're fighting is already nearly defeated." His body completely covered in gashes, Marco had stopped moving, while he was still inside this tornado that now looked like a chainsaw. "So this is where I'm going to die? In a world that's not mine?" Gritting his teeth, Marco moved his head a little, as he gritted his teeth. No way, I have to avenge Oyaji. And I won't die until I kill Blackbeard. I have to find a way out of here." Continuing to struggle, he noticed that nothing seemed to allow him to fight these currents of air which constantly changed direction. As a result, he stopped moving and preferred to close his eyes. "Calm down and think. A phoenix's wings can allow it to ride through any wind." "Huh?" Albedo wondered. "Hey, what are you doing? Do you think it's time to sleep? Giving up, is that it? Ha ha ha. Finally, you're getting smart." Ignoring her taunts, Marco faced her attacks, still concentrating. Using Kenbunshi Kohaki, he attempted to predict the trajectory of Albedo's next attacks. However, instead, he finally seized the movement of the winds around him. It was difficult, because their flows were like two whirlwinds that collided. They seemed to form a huge stalemate that would prevent Marco from leaving. However, he eventually sees a light. At the end of the tornado, where Albedo was, there was a tiny opening. This opening was where the winds merged with each other, and where they were forced to stop for a short time, in order to blend together. This place, he was the only one where Marco could fly to have a chance to get out of this trap. But to get there was only one way. Only one path among these winds that allowed him to descend to Albedo. It was almost impossible, but it was his only chance. Stretching out his arms, Marco made his phoenix wings reappear. But instead of using them, he only increased their temperature. What is he doing? Pandora wondered. Impossible to know if he gave up or if he continues to fight. Beside him, Galadriel had a strange feeling. He still won't. It's over. 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 Affirmed Albedo, creating new sharp gusts of wind. You can do what you want, you can never. Suddenly she stopped, while looking at her tornado. Her attack didn't seem to be any different compared to before. However, the succubus had the impression that the drafts began to change. What is happening? Being in the middle of the tornado, Marco continued to increase the temperature of his flames. And finally, instead of hitting him, the air around him began to flow around him, before wrapping around his wings. Perfect. Being able to see a real ball of fire inside the tornado, Aura couldn't understand what was going on. What's up with this guy? What is he trying to do? Suddenly, Miritino stepped back, without her permission. Hey! What are you doing? Then, Aura felt the wind hit her on her back. Like being sucked into the tornado, more air currents rushed in and began to surround Marco's entire body. This time he was surrounded by an armor of flames and winds, How does he manage to do that? Pandora asked. The resonance, Galadriel affirmed. In a tornado, the best way to foolishly lose energy is to try to face its violent air currents. Nevertheless, this guy does the opposite. Instead of fighting the winds of albedo, this guy uses his flames to alter their trajectories and make them harmless to him. However, that's not all. Seeing part of the tornado begin to waver, she realized that the attack was losing power. Instead of destroying the tornado, he manages to tame it, and he is covering himself with its winds. Thanks to this, he is able to double his striking power. What? At this moment, Marco opened his eyes before shouting, "Let's go!" Then, resuming his flight, while taking his phoenix form, he began to take the path that could lead him to albedo. Like a bird hovering on a current of hot air, he had no trouble gaining speed, without using the slightest ounce of energy. Instead, he was going to take advantage of all the power accumulated around him to hit albedo. That's impossible. Albedo shouted, seeing him disperse her tornado as he got closer to her. Albedo, be careful! Galadriel shouted. Yet, instead of pulling away, the succubus showed anger on her face, before pointing Ginnungagap at Marco. Like I'm going to let a human ridicule me, she roared, letting her silver specter absorb her power. Then, as soon as the last winds of her tornado disappeared, while Marco was in front of her, she attacked him with a powerful beam of destruction. Hit by the attack, Marco found himself stopped. Yet, protected by his armor of wind and flame, the attack didn't knock him back, no matter what explosions it created as it slammed into him. On the contrary, albedo even saw him continue to advance. Slowly but surely, this is how I fight, Marco affirmed. Like the golden eagle, I use my wings to overcome obstacles in my path and I fly to victory. At that moment, seeing him in front of her, the succubus froze. Then, for a delay that lasted only a quarter of a second, she felt a feeling she had never felt in front of a human: fear. I'm going to lose? Albedo! Shouted Galadriel. Coming to her senses, albedo managed to take a quick step to the right. Saved by this reflex, she escaped Marco's trajectory. Yet, brushing her right side, one of Marco's wingtips slammed into the armor that still covered that part of his body, and managed to disintegrate it in an instant. If albedo hadn't dodged him, very bad consequences could have taken place for her, this human. At that moment, seeing Marco continue to fly, despite having missed her, she saw him losing altitude and seemed to aim at a precise target. What is he doing? Observing him too, Yuri noticed that Marco headed straight for Drake, and this was confirmed when the bird called out his name. Drake! Get ready! We're leaving here. Understanding his plan, the man immediately ran in his direction, before jumping. Nevertheless, not letting him, Yuri rushed towards him. You're not going anywhere. Unfortunately, with a simple flapping of his wings, Marco created balls of fire, which hit the ground in front of the Pleiad, stopping her. Then, aiming his talons at Drake, Marco managed to grab hold of his shoulders. Taking advantage of his speed, the phoenix rushed towards the invisible barrier. It's now or never. He go here. Galadriel noted. He can't break it. Pandora retorted. Yet, wanting to prove otherwise, Marco let his beak turn purple, just like the air that made up his armor. Using Raya Haki, Marco ends up hitting the invisible barrier, and immediately, sparks are created. Behind him, feeling gusty winds from the impact, the two guardians and the Pleiad did not move, as they saw the phoenix facing Galadriel's creation. More reactive than them, their lady suddenly teleported and appeared in front of the transparent barrier, just in front of Marco. Defense improvement. Arcane V. A magic circle appeared in his hand and the barrier in front of Marco began to glow as his solidity increased tenfold. There was immediately a real titanic fight, while Marco drew all his remaining power and used his flames as thrusters. Arms still outstretched towards the barrier, Galadriel was surprised to see the wall begin to deform. What? Then, in an instant, spinning to turn his beak into a spin, Marco focused his energy in one point and hit the barrier with such force that it snapped. Standing still, Galadriel saw a huge hole forming in front of her, as transparent chunks flew around her. Seeming to barely understand the situation, she made out Marco's silhouette coming out of the combat zone to rush towards her. Frozen, she didn't move an inch. Yet, compared to albedo, she didn't move because of fear. In fact, Galadriel felt a strange sensation inside her. Thinking, she wondered when was the last time she had found herself in this situation. In a situation of real danger. In truth, in the other world, boredom had often won her over and she hadn't known a real challenge for ages. That was why, seeing Marco rush towards her, like an unstoppable ball of fire, she couldn't help staring at him with admiration. Sugged. Nevertheless, before being hit by Marco, Pandora's arm wrapped around her waist, before creating a magical shield in front of them. Hitting it, Marco created an explosion that encompassed the foursome. Seeing the smoke blanket the area, Albedo felt her whole body start to shake. Galadriel-sama? Seeing no one come out of the explosion, she immediately rushed to the impact area. Galadriel-sama. However, she stopped, seeing Marco emerge from the smoke before flying away, taking Drake with him. Then, when the smoke cleared, Pandora and Galadriel were visible, inside a crystal dome. Pandora's protection had not taken the shock. However, having come out of her trance, Galadriel had created this new protection, which had stopped Marco, and which had finally convinced him to take advantage of the explosion, to flee. Shaking off her protection, Galadriel remained motionless, and just stared at her arms. "My lady?" Pandora wondered. Ejected to the side, he let Albedo fly to Galadriel and hug her. "My lady, you are safe and sound." "I was so scared." Finding herself with her face wedged between her breasts, Galadriel declared, "I appreciate this situation and the fact that you are worried about me, but I need to breathe in order not to die." Seeming to ignore her, Albedo stared at the direction Marco had taken to flee, before gritting her teeth. Unleashing a dark aura, she let the irises of her eyes crack as she roared, "That human bastard dared to lay hands on you. It's not gonna happen like that. To say that I was kind enough to just kill him and that's how he thanks me? I will ongoing." Yet, feeling Galadriel's hand rest on her head, she immediately calmed down, as her lady declared, "Forget him. For now, let him think he can run away." "What?" "But my lady?" Simply smiling, Galadriel nodded. "It will all depend on the prisoner that Demiurge has brought back to us. But if he has the information I need, this phoenix will no longer pose any problem for us." Feeling the wind sweep across his face, Drake was silent. Yet, in his head, he couldn't stop thinking about Yuri's words. Galadriel didn't seem like a trustworthy person at all. But is it really different compared to the navy of his world? Didn't what Yuri said have a real grain of truth? Was Galadriel the answer to permanently ending the wars of this world? Suddenly, something warm falled on his face. "Huh?" he wondered, raising his face. At that moment, he opened his eyes, seeing most of Marco's body covered in blood, while his regenerative power seemed to have reached its limit. "Oi! What do you have?" In response, Marco lost altitude and came dangerously close to the ground. Opening her eyes, a person was surprised to find that she was still alive. "To am alive?" he wondered, looking around. He saw only the outlines of a dark room, which looked nothing like the snowy plain where he had fought against a giant insect. "Where am I?" To answer his question, the light of a candle was lit, before being imitated by 100 others. Startled, Orochi ends up widening his eyes, noticing that he was in a place resembling a torture chamber. Trying to move, he found he couldn't as he lay chained to a table. "What the? Where am I?" Immediately, ready to satisfy his curiosity, the head of a female monster appeared above him. "You are in my personal room, my dear guest." I introduced myself. "My name is Neuronist, the Queen of Torture. It is said that you are a human emperor. Great, this is the first time that a person with a rank like yours finds himself here. Know that this rejoices me in advance for what will pass between us." Seeing Neuronist's horrible face, Orochi immediately started screaming. "Who are you? Fukuro, could you help me? Somebody help me! Scream as much as you want, no one will come to help you." Emerging from a dark corner of the room, Galadriel introduced herself to Orochi. However, not being alone, she held a man by his throat, while he was dressed as a ninja. His face bleeding, he only moaned, while Galadriel put a soft smile on her face. "Sorry to have damaged one of your men. I thought he might be useful to me, but his memories were really insignificant. Therefore, since you seem to be sleeping so soundly, I decided to skip the time by torturing him a bit. But don't worry, I didn't kill him. It's not at all worthy of a person like me to slaughter my precious guests." Who are you?" "No! Forget that question. I command you to release me. Do you know who I am?" "I am Orochi, the Shogun of Wano Kuni," Galadriel affirmed, with a bored tone. "From what my men said about you, you were just saying that over and over again in an attempt to scare them. Using his title as a weapon, it's pathetic." Growling, Are you stupid? I have the feeling that you don't understand what will happen to you if you ever hurt me. If you touch any of my hair, you'll regret it, bitch. In response, Galadriel put her sweet smile on her face. Then, slowly, she reached out her hand before closing her grip on Orochi's left knee. Orochi-san, as a host, I prefer to inform you in advance that I hate insults directed at me. And a loud crack was heard as Galadriel's hand crushed Orochi's knee bone. Ahahahaha. You call me a stupid girl, but honestly, what do I have to fear from you? Your whole army was destroyed by my subordinates, and my other subordinate had no heart to defeat you. Frankly, don't you understand that whoever should be most terrified of his situation? Extending her smile, she only showed cruelty on her face, as she stared at Orochi in his eyes. Then, while she was in her human guise, she enjoyed further terrorizing Orochi, taking on her demonic form. It's you. Feeling frozen, Orochi couldn't say a word, as sweat began to cover his trembling body. Oh? Has the information finally entered your brain? You see me delighted. After all, you are very lucky. Compared to the rest of your men who died in combat, my subordinates have transported here so that I may give you special treatment. The fact that you are alive shows that I am a generous person, doesn't it? Then, pretending to think, she said, Nevertheless, it should not be forgotten that a few of your men survived the attack. I was very impressed with their endurance. However, she shrugged, before sighing. Unfortunately, since it was the Demiurge who captured them, he is free to do with them what he wants. And I'm afraid none of them are still alive at the end of the week. What a shame. But what do you want? I have to know how to reward my men when they do a good deed. You monster. Oh? Do you consider me a monster just because of my wings? Orochi-san, I find that insulting. I don't see why the demon would always be treated as a monster by humans and not the other way around. And from what I've heard about you, you're by no means a saint. Damn it. But what do you want from me? Why did you attack me? I didn't do anything to you. I don't even know you. Oh, really? Excuse me for not introducing myself sooner. Stepping back, she sat down on a chair, before crossing her legs. Neuronist-san, can you satisfy our guest's curiosity by revealing my identity to him? Aye, my lady. Immediately, clapping her hands, Neuronist managed to start some music. Immediately, Galadriel recognized an OST from Lord of the Rings, while from Neuronist affirmed. Years ago, a dungeon infested with monsters and other creatures caught the attention of a group of supreme beings. 9 in number, they ventured inside and managed to defeat all the creatures of this dungeon. Once done, they improved it, before being joined by other supreme beings, who allowed them to form an elite group, worthy of being among the deities. Chuckling sinisterly, 3 gargoyles descended from the ceiling, continuing on. Among these supreme beings was Galadriel-sama. She embodied beauty, smart, and the power, and today, even though this group no longer exists, you are lucky enough to find yourself in their former home, the Tomb of Nazarick. And the person facing you is the supreme being Galadriel-sama. Gala? Orochi wondered. You're that bitch who runs these demons, aren't you? You little bitch. I swear you and your men HHHHHHHHHH. Immediately, Galadriel's fist smashed into his second knee, crushing it to a pulp. Orochi-san, what don't you understand about not insulting your host? Stop. Stop. I don't know you. What do you want from me? What I want. Again on her face, Galadriel's soft smile accompanied her finger, which traced a line on Orochi's forehead. That's what's inside your brain. Hi, Three-Eye? Suddenly, Galadriel's hand crushed his skull and glowed. What are you doing? Don't worry. I'm just reading your mind and knowing every corner of your memory. That way, I'll know your life in every detail. Unable to struggle, Orochi felt his memories being sucked away by Galadriel's hand, who closed her eyes. Immediately, flashes appeared in her brain and soon Orochi's life was no longer a secret to her. Wano kunioden kurzumi family Kenjuro Kaido Semieli. Finally, opening her eyes, Galadriel stared at Orochi in disgust. Then, the light from her hand was replaced by flames, which burned the shogun's face. Ah! I thought a shogun could serve me and become a wonderful hostage or bargaining chip. But a guy like you who doesn't know empathy or recognition or loyalty. Her eyes turned purple as she stared into Orochi's, who trembled in terror. You don't deserve to live. Finally, she turned around, before affirming, Neuronist, this thing is officially your toy. Treat yourself. But don't forget that you will have to report to me detailing all your actions. So, if you want to impress me, creative. Count on me, my lady. I will not disappoint you. Finally, exiting the torture chamber, Galadriel saw Yuri waiting for her in a hallway. Seeing the Pleiad, Galadriel questioned her. Did you manage to locate their position? Absolutely, my lady. Immediately, Galadriel heard her glasses make strange noises, as a red dot finally appeared. They are exactly 76 kilometers west of where we fought them. Starting to smile, Galadriel mentally congratulated Yuri, who had had the reflex, during her fight against Drake, to create a magic spell allowing the Pleiad to locate his position, no matter where he was. Perfect. Are you going to order the formation of an army to go and finish them off, my lady? Seeming to think, Galadriel affirmed. I saw you talking to this man and I saw that he had a somewhat troubled face. Yuri, can you tell me exactly what you said to him? Nodding, Yuri used her memory to repeat, word for word, her conversation with Drake. Listening to her, Galadriel couldn't help but have a sudden urge to laugh, while Yuri detailed the justice of the demoness. Finally, a demonic smile appeared on her face. Excellent. Yuri, you did a great job. Really? Still, compared to Aura-san and Albedo-san, I didn't. Stopping her, Galadriel put her finger on her chin, before lifting her head so that Yuri could fix her gaze. Yuri, you may be the one who will make us win this battle which has, for the moment, no winner. What? Putting her finger on a wall, Galadriel called on her magic to reveal a map of the world. Yuri, I'm going to entrust you with a very important mission. Pointing her finger at Somalia, she declared. Our enemies are here. Then she pointed to eastern China, and I want you to take them here. Huh! To do this, I will entrust you with mercenaries, whose role will be to follow and harass them. The Phoenix is not a coward. Nevertheless, since he preferred to flee the fight, he showed a cautious character. If he feels spied on, he will surely prefer to move away from our mercenaries, and we will use this to force them to move, again and again, until he arrives at his intended destination. And I want you to force them to take a very specific route. At that moment, a line appeared on her map, starting from Somalia, crossing a few other African countries, going to the Middle East and a few Asian countries like India, and ending its course in China. Here is your mission, Yuri. Pardon my lack of intelligence, my lady. But I admit I don't understand the point of this plan. Won't you capture these men? Yeah, but if you asked me, it's best for us to manage to ally ourselves with some of those strange humans. And whoever you talk to, I'll make sure to show him the marvelous political regimes of the countries they are going to visit, before having a conversation with him about the changes I intend to make in this world. Trying to understand her lady's plan precisely, Yuri saw her turn to her, before asking her, Yuri, in all honesty, do you really believe that I'm the true model of justice? Of course, assured the Pleiad, without the slightest hesitation. Galadriel-sama, there is no one better than you to discern right from wrong. And I know that you will do your utmost to eradicate evil in this world. Do you understand that this will perhaps force me to slaughter half the population living in this world? Yes. But if this allows the innocent to live in your future kingdom, I will watch you slaughter other humans with a smile, and I will help you in your quest. Eradicate evil can never be done with words. You have to get your hands dirty to make it entirely disappear. Then, showing a big smile, she said, the supreme being that you are is never wrong. Yuri, don't look at me with that innocent face. Galadriel thought, unable to help but slightly avert her head. I'm going to feel guilty. Then, reflecting on her motives for ruling the world, she wondered if it was really to help innocent people live in a better world. Immediately, she felt like giggling again. Of course, that was the excuse her human side was trying to come up with, to excuse her actions. But the demonic part of Galadriel knew full well that she was only doing this for the challenge. She wanted to show everyone the power of Nazarick and her own power. Many people have tried to dominate the world and failed. And she wanted to be the first person to get there. Suddenly, a strange sensation caught her attention. I cannot believe it. Believing to look at what was left of a deteriorated armor, Chief Blacksmith, the disciple of Amino Mahitotsu, could not help but be impressed by the significant amount of damage on the object. Your armor is, however, made from the strongest metal found in Nazarick, he assured. I never thought I'd see her in such a state. Turning to Albedo, he asked, what kind of monster did you fight? And how many were there? Taking advantage of her large size, Albedo lowered her face to glare at the blacksmith, who thought it best to step back. I can tell you, but I'll make sure you don't tell anyone. Do you still want me to satisfy your curiosity? No. In that case, just repair my armor, the succubus ordered, leaving the forge. And I want it like new. Being outside, Albedo walked a few moments in the corridor. Then she stopped. Looking down, she gritted her teeth, thinking back to her battles of the day. His performance against Drake had been perfect. Within minutes, she had managed to defeat him and was ready to bring him back to Nazarick. And yet, immediately, the entire hallway shook, as the succubus fist hit a wall, creating a crater. Just thinking about Marco was enough to make countless veins of rage appear on her face, as she clenched her teeth until they broke. She hadn't lost and Marco had fled. However, it was by no means a victory for Albedo. That human he humiliated meaned in front of Galadriel-sama. Albedo, turning around, the succubus saw Demiurge running towards her. Finally stopping, he made a horrified face appear as he asked, "What is this story? You were with Galadriel-sama, and she was almost attacked by a human? How can you explain that?" Staring at him for a few seconds, Albedo ends up turning around, before leaving. This was definitely not the time for her to hear someone scolding her. However, deciding to insist, Demiurge put a hand on her shoulder, before ordering her, "Tell me what happened. How could you let a human almost assault our master? What were you doing? Taking a nap?" Immediately, another jolt was felt in the hallway, while Demiurge's body had been pressed against the wall. A hand around her throat, Albedo glared at him as she roared, "What do you think I was doing? I was fighting to bring honor to Our Lady. But during that fight I mostly tried to survive." "Survive? Are you kidding me? Did this human really manage to defeat you? I can understand Shelter losing due to her lack of strategy, but not you. You weren't there," Albedo roared. "You can't understand." In response, Demiurge surrounded his body in flames and forced Albedo back. "I'm sure you let your guard down and that human got to take advantage of it. Albedo, what happened is unacceptable. You didn't live up to your title as leader of the Nazarick Guardians. If Tabula-sama knew about it, he'd be ashamed of you." "Repeat," Albedo roared, conjuring up a dark aura around her. "Demiurge, you think you are strong, but, in truth, you can do nothing without your army. And why did you take Cocytus with you, during your last mission? Were you afraid of fear against the humans you would meet? You're no better than me. If I took Cocytus with me, it was to obtain a perfect victory. Except that you did not obtain your side. Which proves that my plan was better than yours. If you are not able to understand that, maybe you don't deserve your title of leader of the Guardians of Nazarick after all." "TSSSS. What are you trying to insinuate? That you're better than me? Demiurge, I can beat you in any field, eyes closed. You're nothing compared to me. You say that Tabula-sama would have been ashamed of me? But if you want my opinion, it's because you're only a second-class guardian that Obert-sama is gone, without saying a single word of farewell. Do you dare?" The demon roared, slapping his tail against the ground, before elongating the size of his nails. Immediately, a normal human would have fainted from fear, as the auras of the two demons faced each other, as they were ready to fight. However, in an instant, their auras vanished, as fear played across their faces. "Albedo! Demiurge!" Startled, the two demons turned to see Galadriel walking towards them. "Gala?" The sound of a double slap was suddenly heard. Frozen, Albedo and Demiurge put a hand on their cheek, which now had a red mark. Glaring angrily, Galadriel asked them, "What's wrong with you? Just because I almost got hit, you're ready to fight to the death, like ordinary humans would? Are you stupid?" But Galadriel-sama, Demiurge said. Silence. Trembling, Albedo and Demiurge immediately fell to one knee, while Galadriel's aura was so heavy that they couldn't stay upright. "Who do you think I am? Yes, a human almost hit me. So what? You think my body is made of crystal? Do you think my body will destroy itself at the slightest shock? I am a child." Demiurge Albedo has nothing to reproach himself for. "It was precisely because I let my guard down that I almost got hit. I was so impressed by the strength of this human that I couldn't resist admiring it. I almost got punished because of my own stupidity." Staring at the two demons, she declared, "You know what would put Tabula-san and Albert-san to shame? Seeing you fight for a ridiculous reason. What do you think? Those humans who managed to get strength equal to ours? I doubt it." Standing still, his two subordinates lowered their faces, so as not to show their ashamed faces. Finally, Demiurge apologized. "I'm sorry. I admit I overstepped my bounds. Not being there during this fight, I can't allow myself the slightest comment." "Me too, I apologize for getting carried away," Albedo affirmed. Hearing them, Galadriel let her aura fade, as she nodded. For the next few days or weeks or maybe even for the next few months, Nazarick must stick together, as we may be facing the greatest threat we have faced so far. We must not forget that I do not represent the power of Nazarick. If tensions arise between the Guardians, I know in advance that Nazarick will only obtain defeat. Taking a step towards the duo, she held out her hands to them, before affirming, Albedo Demiurge, I need your help to dominate this world. Without you, I wouldn't be able to. So please, I don't want you to fight because of me. Hearing it, Albedo couldn't help but put her hand on her mouth, looking moved, while Demiurge felt a tear appear in his eyes. My lady, seeing that all hostility between them was completely gone, Galadriel declared, instead of being angry with each other, let's be angry with those responsible for our situation. These humans, one must destroy them before they become truly dangerous to us. About that, did the prisoner reveal any interesting information to you? Albedo asked. Showing a mixed face, Galadriel answered her, yes and no. He confirmed the fact that he lived in another world and that he was a real shogun. But apart from the horrors he committed, I didn't learn much. This fool was just an asshole, intoxicated by his own arrogance. Nevertheless, I learned a lot about the strange powers he had. He ate a devil fruit. Fruit of the devil? Repeated the two demons in front of her. Thinking, Galadriel said, I have the impression that his memories are being chased away by mine. I must quickly write them down, before I forget them. As a result, I could make a detailed report on all the important points that could serve us. But before that, looking at Demiurge, she questioned him. Do you know Kaido? Kaido? Yes, that human had told me he was his associate, and he seemed to want to scare me with that name. However, I don't know more. Is he an enemy to Nazarick, my lady? Questioned Albedo. Seeming pensive, Galadriel growled. Surely. I have seen this man in many memories of this human. Nevertheless, there are none that show him fighting. But, silent, she had a perfect picture of Kaido's profile. And the first word that came to mind was awesome. The Kaido's crew? Huh, Demiurge, from today you will remain inside the tomb of Nazarick, unless I order you to come out. I want you to organize the defense of the tomb. Let everyone be ready in case of a potential attack. Seeing her concerned face, Albedo questioned her. My lady, did you see anything? It's hard to explain. This man hasn't seen any combat from this so-called Kaido, but he seems very powerful, and, above all, very strongly surrounded. Still thinking, she finally said, Albedo, Nazarick forces must be informed that a potential threat may strike us. Therefore, warn all Guardians, Pleiades and others including Victim, Nigredo, Rabido and Gargantua. Hearing these last two names, Albedo couldn't help but stare at Galadriel in amazement. My lady, are you sure? I'm not contradicting your orders, Booty. Understand that you call on Victim and Nigredo, but is it a good idea to call on Rabido? Even if she obeys you, we must not forget that she is uncontrollable when she gets angry. As for Gargantua, I need to think about that, Galadriel informed, suddenly leaving the pair. Excuse me, but I need to be alone, for a few minutes in my room. A few minutes later, Galadriel was facing her bedroom mirror and stared at her mirror while putting on an emotionless face. However, a smile eventually appeared on her face. Then a genuine laugh escaped her lips. The situation frightened him. Within days, a real pressure had crashed on her shoulders since Shalter had met Kid and Law. And yet, this situation excited her. Since her reincarnation as Galadriel, Queen of Nazarick, she had always done her best to dominate the world and behave like her character. Yet this conquest was nothing like a quest for Yggdrasil. It just felt like a management game, with a bit of action here and there. But today, that was no longer the case. Galadriel wanted to control the world, and powerful opponents suddenly appeared. And this time, the excitement she felt was the same she felt while playing Yggdrasil. Now she really felt like she was playing her favorite game again. Sorry to disappoint you, humans from another world. You may have thought get rid of us quickly, but in truth, the first round of this fight has only just begun, and I'm going to make sure to finish as the sole winner. During the Battle of Nazarick against Marco, Luffy, Usopp and Chopper were now dressed in the disguises given by the League of Villains. Luffy wore a leather jacket with gray shorts, and wore a blonde wig with his straw hat hanging from his back. Usopp wore a white shirt with pansy and had a baseball cap on his head, while Chopper was in his chibi form wearing a rainbow shirt and his usual hat. Of course, since they were wanted, they had to keep a low profile and not be spotted by the town's heroes. Unfortunately, the word discreet was not included in the vocabulary of the trio. Watching them, passers-by saw Usopp with a camera photographing a red light. Wow! This thing is able to change color to allow the machines to move forward or stop. Looks like a policeman. Chopper affirmed. Hey, Usopp! Look, it looks like Frankie's motorcycle. Luffy stated, pointing to a scooter. So cool. Usopp shouted, taking a picture of it too. Continuing to behave like tourists, the trio attracted the attention of passers-by, who preferred to stay away from them. However, Usopp eventually hears one of them say, "There really are people who are not mentally stable," said a normal-looking passerby. Wow, they are so direct here. Usopp said with a confused look. Usopp, look. Luffy said, pointing to a convenience store. Jackpot. Usopp said, crisps, I'm going to buy all the meat-flavored chips they had available. Said Luffy, hey Luffy, remember we have a budget here. Said Usopp, following him. Seeming to ignore him, Luffy ran towards the convenience store, stretching his arms out in front of him. Unfortunately, not knowing the existence of the sliding doors, the cashier of the store jumped in fear, seeing Luffy's body banging against the front door of the store. Face crushed, Luffy remained stuck against the glass. Then, 2 seconds later, the doors automatically opened, knocking Luffy to the ground. Wow, amazing! Usopp affirmed, seeing the doors move on their own. Gotta show Frankie that. Having those doors on the Sunny would be so cool. Hello, the cashier said, not really knowing how to react to this strange trio standing outside the convenience store doors. Don't come in. Don't come in. Don't come in. She pleaded mentally. I don't want to deal with clients like you. Unfortunately, standing up, Luffy shook his head. Then, as if nothing had happened, he ran inside the convenience store. It's time to eat. Luffy, wait for me. Usopp begged, following him, while passing in front of the cashier. Surprised, she remained still, even when Chopper also passed in front of her. Nevertheless, turning around, the reindeer bowed to the young woman before greeting her. And good morning to you too, miss, said Chopper, before joining the others. Watching him leave, the cashier couldn't help but blush. He's cute. Chips, Luffy said, looking at the chip selections. Contom candy, Chopper said, standing in the candy aisles. Hey guys, check it out, they have this weird cold drink with different flavors, said Usopp, looking at a slush machine. Wow, they also have rainbow flavors and candy, Chopper said with stars in his eyes. Is there a flavor to the meat? Luffy asked. You don't mix meat and sugar, Usopp said. Choose a flavor, Usopp, said Chopper. Okay, said the sniper, starting to look at the scents. I'm going to choose apple. Then, taking a goblet and lowering a lever, he let a portion of green slush fall. Then, taking a lid and a straw, he took a sip. But in a few moments he froze. Then, suddenly he grimaced, before slapping his hands on his head. What's wrong? Chopper asked, worried. Frozen brain, he said, making a massage in his brain. Those things cause a brain freeze the moment you drink it. Really? I want to try it. The other two shouted, clapping to be the next to use the machine. And so both of them picked a flavor and drank real quick. At this moment, the cashier saw a young girl with blonde hair enter the convenience store. Seeming to be shy, she looked around, before seeing Luffy and his friends, tasting the granitas. Miss, can I do something for you? The cashier asked, seeing her standing at the entrance. No. I can handle myself, she assured, before dashing off to a shelf in the store. Then, now hidden, Mare took advantage of his stealth to get closer to Luffy and his friends. Since Ora had been summoned by Galadriel, he was the only one who continued to spy on the Mugiwara crew. Wanting to show that he could carry out this mission alone, he tried to capture the least word of the pirates. Galadriel-sama warned us that they were a potential threat to Nazarick. So they came here to plan a plan, in a place no one would suspect. Suddenly, his ears began to tremble, as a scream was heard throughout the store. Luffy shouted, rubbing his head. My head, Chopper said, also in pain. Feeling like his eardrums had burst, the dark elf spotted the pair rubbing their heads, while making grimaces of pain. Yet, to his surprise, they ended up laughing. Ha 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 ha, so much fun to do, huh? Mare wondered, seeing them start drinking again. Grinning again, the trio snickered at the pain from the slushies. What makes them laugh? Mare wondered. Hey, let's bring some to everyone, said Luffy. You bet. Let's see what everyone likes, Usopp said, and he chose tangerine flavor for Nami, rum flavor for Zoro, cherry flavor for Sanji, cola flavor for Frankie, grape flavor for Robin, lemon flavor for Brooke, and mint flavor for Jean Bay. It is done, said Chopper. Meanwhile, rushing towards the shelves covered with chips, Luffy moved his arms at full speed and, in 1/100th of a second, many packets of chips were gone, to end up in his baskets. I have everything, Luffy assured. Then, preparing to leave, he stopped, before thinking of something. Hey, let's also buy ice drinks for Mist Guy and also for Hands Guy, Luffy said, referring to Tamura. Do you want to give him this? Said Usopp, a little confused. I can understand for Kurogyri. But this guy Tamura, this guy is full of problems, and he doesn't seem to want to become friends with us. It's true that he is scary. Chopper agreed. I know, but maybe if we try to treat him like a friend, he won't be so bad in the end, said Luffy. And maybe it's just his past that makes him grumpy. Luffy, that's a terrible idea, Usopp said. That guy, I don't think you're capable of changing his behavior. What makes him is a shrink in a straitjacket. No one trusted Robin when she joined our crew, Luffy retorted. Everyone thought she was mean, but she saved my life. Well, that's different. At least Robin didn't threaten us when she asked us to come with us. Why do you think I don't want to approach the guy who wants to kill us all? Usopp said in justifying himself. Shrugging, his captain picked up 2 cold drinks at random, before heading for the exit. We're going back to see the others. Wait, Luffy. Chopper tried to stop him. We have to pay for our purchases. Seeing them heading towards the cashier, Mare came out of his hiding place, before following them. However, stopping, passing in front of the slushy dispenser, he looked at the machine, while thinking about the reactions of Luffy and the others. Is it that good? Looking away from the front doors, he didn't see 2 men enter the store. Looking around, they seemed to be looking for something, while their eyes were hidden by sunglasses. Hello, the cashier said. Can I do something to help you? Muttering to each other, the 2 men nodded. Then, one of them pointed a gun at her. If it's asked nicely, we'd like all the money in your cash register. And quickly, startled in fear, the young woman raised her hands before approving. Okay, please don't hurt me. We're going to hurt you, if you do something funny with your quirk, said the second thief, spitting on the counter. Immediately, his saliva made the wood of the furniture crackle, before creating a hole. Playfully sticking out his tongue covered in corrosive saliva, he asked, Unless you want to know what my tongue could produce on her pretty face? Jumping in fear, the young cashier began to panic, as she swore. Sir, I don't have a quirk. Why do you think I work in the register? This kind of work is only given to people without power. Hearing it, the duo laughed. Ha ha! A woman without power? I pity you, poor loser. It's so rare these days. I would be so ashamed that I would rather die. Then, the man with the revolver pointed his weapon more towards the young woman before ordering, Give us, I pay for this. Pushing the man with the gun, Luffy put all of his purchases on the counter, while he didn't seem to understand what was happening. What? The duo wondered, seeing him scatter his packets of chips in front of him. Hey, brat. Who do you think you are? Huh? Luffy wondered, looking at them. You have no purchases and I have all that. I have the right to pass before you. That's not the point. The 2 men retorted. Opening and closing his eyelids several times, Luffy pointed at them, while asking his friends, Are they stupid? Luffy, I think they're thieves, Usopp stated, heaving a sigh. Oh? So they are criminals of this world? Chopper asked. Hey, can I take a picture with you? Seeing the trio remain perfectly calm, the man with the acid saliva began to roar. You really don't understand the situation? Okay, we'll make you feel like humiliating us. Suddenly placing his hand on Luffy's head and crushing his hat under his fingers, he declared, You, in view of your purchases, I'm sure you have a lot of money on you. Give it to me, if you don't want me to hurt you. Huh, you better not touch his hat, Usopp asserted. Huh! Suddenly, Luffy's fist hit his chin and the man's body took off until it hit the ceiling. Flabbergasted, his accomplice saw his friend's head and shoulders stuck in the ceiling, while the rest of his body remained motionless. Luffy defeated and knocked him out with a single punch. Having finished filling a cup with slushies, Mare watched the scene, while the cashier stepped back. Dusting off his hat, while glaring angrily, Luffy turned to the second thief, before roaring, No one touches my hat. Seeing him take a step towards him, the thief cried out in fear, before firing his weapon. Immediately, the cashier screamed, as the projectile slammed into Luffy. Yet, standing still, Luffy simply felt the bullet attempt to pierce him, as it continued on its way, stretching his skin. Is he made of rubber? Mare wondered, seeing Luffy's stretching skin come up to him. Then, a second later, the projectile turned around and Luffy sent it in the direction of the thief. Frozen in terror, the man saw his own projectile graze his head, before crashing into the wall behind him. Still motionless, he felt a trickle of blood flow from his cheek, while the projectile had made a small cut. Bullets don't work on me, I'm made of rubber, Luffy said, putting his hat back on his head. Then, cracking his knuckles, he declared, but if you want to show me your quirk, I'll take up your challenge. However, he saw the man fall backwards, while the fear had been enough to knock him unconscious. Huh! Luffy wondered. Ha ha! Giggles Usopp. As if they had any chance of defeating Usopp's gang. Ha ha! For his part, seeing the cashier fall to her knees out of fear, Chopper climbed onto the counter, before asking her, "Ma'am, how are you? Please don't hurt me," said the frightened cashier. "We're not mean, we are nice people," said Chopper, trying to control her fear and get to her feet. The cashier looked at the trio in front of her, before glancing at the hanging body of the thief who still had his head stuck in the ceiling, and the one who was lying on the floor. "Are you heroes?" she asked. "No," said Luffy, "but then, why did you help me?" "Only heroes have the right to act in such cases. Letting yourself get hurt or humiliated, and not doing anything, that's not something I would pass up. Just waiting for a hero won't be the answer to everything, there are times when you have to be too," Luffy said very seriously. "Truly, I don't understand why you rely so much on heroes to protect you." "But the law," said the cashier, said, only to be interrupted by Luffy. "What is most important? Your life or follow stupid rules given by heroes?" Astonished, this made the woman pause for a second and bow in the greatest respect. Thank you very much," she said in tears. "I was so scared." "You're welcome," the trio said. Then, Luffy pointed to his purchases. "How much do I have to pay?" "Ha, take it all. It's free. It's my way of saying thank you." "Thank you, you are a nice woman," Luffy said, carrying at least 20 bags of meat-flavored crisps. Then he left with his purchases, followed by Chopper. Nevertheless, the reindeer stopped, seeing Usopp hanging back, while he just stared at the two thieves. "Usopp? Yeah, I'm coming," the sniper asserted, joining him. "Do you have a problem?" Chopper questioned, seeing him put on a strange, concerned face. "It's nothing. It's just that I really feel like powerless guys are seen here as worthless." Seeing them leave, the cashier heaved a sigh, before sitting down on a chair. Nevertheless, hearing footsteps, she saw Mare walk past her counter. With his glass in his hand, he rummaged in his pockets, before putting coins on the counter. "Keep the change," he said before leaving. Barely having time to see him, the cashier lowered her gaze and grabbed one of the coins. Still frozen, she noticed that it was a real gold coin. For a glass of granita, this strange girl had just given her a real fortune. Putting the coin on the counter, the cashier finally said, "I think I'll take my break. I don't think Sanji would like us to eat only junk food. He always talks about getting a good diet for everyone." Usopp said, "Whatever. Even if I eat chips, I'll still have room to eat Sanji's food," Luffy assured, his mouth full. Then, looking around, he asked, "Hey guys, how about we keep sightseeing?" "I like the idea," Chopper agreed. "We only live in the shadows. I want to stretch my legs." Then, he looked at a map of the city which indicated the main parts and also all the hero agencies. "This town is definitely full of hero agencies," Usopp said. "Is it a good idea to move around the city?" "Guys, look at this," Luffy said, pointing to the beach on the map. "Let's go." "A beach?" wondered the duo. "Don't you want to go somewhere we've never seen?" "The beach, we see it all the time, in our world." Ignoring them, Luffy started to run, and the others were forced to follow him, while shouting that he was in the wrong direction. Still behind them, Mare followed them at a distance. Nevertheless, lowering his eyes to look at his goblet, he finally took a sip of strawberry granita. And in an instant he stopped before putting his hands on his head. "My brain!" Nazarick, being in her office, Galadriel was writing. Finally, dropping the feather she was holding, she finally let out a huge sigh. Finally, looking at the actual manuscript she had just written, she wrote down all of Orochi's memories. Then, tilting her chair back and placing her arms behind her head, she began to look at the ceiling, while remaining motionless. Finally, she whispered, "Yonko? Navy? Vegapunk? Kaido? Onigashima? One Piece?" Then, a smile appeared on her face. This pirate world is full of us wholesome, yet I would have given anything to live there, rather than be born into my world. Nevertheless, Orochi's memories were completely insignificant. This moron never left his island. And due to Wano Kuni being isolated from the rest of the world, he only knew a few details about the rest of the world he lived in. And all these mysteries that this strange world had still intrigued Galadriel. Finally, mysteries, adventure, action, real adversaries. Galadriel finally had it. She finally had the life she had always dreamed of. At first, becoming the Empress of Nazarick had completely stunned her, compared to her former life as a slave to work where only resignation and anger were her companions. But after getting her bearings, she was easily bored. What she liked about Yggdrasil's game was to show her power, defeating powerful opponents. She wanted to find the most powerful groups and defeat them in front of everyone. She didn't want to win against pathetic opponents, whom she couldn't take as a challenge. She wanted a real opponent, a real fight, and a real victory. And all of that she could have. 3 different worlds, 3 stories, 3 different governments, but one throne to rule them all. Extending her smile, Galadriel had understood. The most powerful warriors of these 3 different worlds were gathered here, and an unprecedented battle was going to take place very soon. Could her be the triggering factor? Will a pirate be responsible for the start of this war? Or a hero? No one could know. Not even Galadriel. Nevertheless, what she knew was that there would be only one victor who could rule this world. And if this winner could figure out how to travel to get from one world to another, in this case, he would have every chance of controlling 3 different worlds. Ha ha! Having a potential chance to become Empress of 3 different worlds, who would have thought? You are nothing and you will never be anything. Immediately, ceasing to smile, Galadriel groaned, as her father's voice echoed in her head, as the man held a bottle of liquor in his hand. Veins of rage appeared on her forehead, as she clenched her fist. Father, despite everything you've done to me, since I've been here, I dream of finding a way to resurrect you. Yes, I want you to see with your eyes what your daughter has managed to create. I want to see you admire the power of Nazarick. And above all, I want to bow you down before me and implore my clemency, and only then can I let go of this past that you have made ignoble because of your presence. Recovering her smile, she grabbed another parchment, before starting to write down new ideas. I need to learn more about this strange world. The personality of these pirates, their ability to understand how to exploit their weak spot, who I can ally with. There's so much to take into account. Then, displaying a confident smile, she declared, from now on, the Real Challenge begins and nothing can stop me on my way. Nothing at all. At that moment, someone knocked on his door. My lady? Called her a homunculus. The meal is ready. And for tonight, the cook has made your favorite dessert. And in an instant, the quill Galadriel was holding was set on her desk, as she rushed to the dining room. Forgetting her plans for conquest or revenge, she displayed a simple childish smile, while shouting, Cheesecake, Municipal Beach of Dagobah. We've arrived, Luffy asserted, throwing his arms in the air. Why are you so excited? Chopper questioned, looking at the beach in front of them. It's just a beach. Yet he saw Usopp sit cross-legged on the sand, before closing his eyes to enjoy the sea breeze. It's true that we are used to seeing beaches. But when was the last time we enjoyed resting on a beach, feeling like crying, he said. We have always been hunted down by the Navy or forced to fight powerful enemies. This place can be considered the first place we can rest without fear of being killed. Ending up approving, Chopper noticed that they were almost alone, and the beach is ours. The beach was pretty empty except for 2 talking figures. Unknowingly, the pirates were on a beach, which was once a polluted and smelly dump. It's only been a month since it mysteriously returned to being a great place for tourists and heroes. But nothing prepared its next challenge. This time, it was Luffy who looked disappointed. I have to say I'm not impressed, said the captain. We've seen more cool beaches than this. We should have gone somewhere else. You're the one who wanted to come here. Usopp and Chopper roared, kicking the sand with their feet, sending it flying towards Luffy. Taking a few steps back, Luffy ended up turning around and leaning forward. Digging the sand like a dog, he sent it flying towards his companions, who were immediately submerged under the sand. Arg, Luffy, Usopp said. I have sand in my eyes. Chopper complained. Ha 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 ha. You asked for a fight with the warrior of the sands of all time. Note Usopp. Grab him, Usopp, Chopper said. Having arrived on the beach, Mare saw Chopper and Usopp throw a pile of sand at their captain to be perfectly dodged. You missed me, Luffy said, smiling. Hey, using the haki is against the rules, Usopp said. Who said? It's me. Seeing them fight, Mare had no idea what to think of Luffy. He saw him behaving exactly like a child. And the longer he followed the trio, the more the elf wanted to contact Galadriel to assure her that they were no threat to Nazarick at all. Mare was not stupid. In truth, he was one of the smartest occupants of Nazarick. Still, understanding Luffy's personality couldn't. Suddenly, he saw Usopp grab his sling, before arming it with a rubber ball. Eat that, Usopp said, aiming at Luffy. Seeing the projectile, his captain tilted his upper body back and saw the projectile pass over him. Continuing on, the ball headed towards the two people talking and it ended up hitting the back of the blonde-haired man's head. Ouch, said the person, before falling on the beach. Seeing this, the pirates stopped playing, and sweat appeared on their faces. Usopp, you hit that person, Chopper said. Ah! What did I do? Usopp shouted. Let's go check it out, Luffy said, running towards the man. Arriving at the blonde man, the pirates saw him get up. Managing to cross-legged, he ruffled his hair, to remove the sand that was on it. Then running his fingers over where the bullet had hit him, he found that the area wasn't very painful. Hey, how are you? Luffy questioned him. Although yes, my good boy, it was just a bullet that hit me, said the man, despite the fact that he looked old and very skinny. Picking up the ball, he asked, who did that? Looking at his slingshot, Usopp hit it behind his back, before starting to whistle. Yeah. Where's that from? Said Usopp, trying to hide the evidence. Usopp is the culprit, Luffy asserted, pointing at him. It's his fault. Chopper agreed, imitating him. Traitors, the sniper roared. Anyway, I saw your slingshot, the old man said. Sorry, Usopp apologized, before pointing a finger at Luffy. But it was him I was aiming for. Heaving a simple sigh, the old man gave him back his ball, while advising him, be more careful. Even if this place does not have many people, an accident can happen quickly. So sorry. Usopp apologized again. I would take care. Tashinori-saneri, you sure you're okay? A green-haired boy asked. Don't worry, Midoriya-kun. Even though I look like I'm falling all the time, I think I'm still strong enough to withstand a rubber ball. I apologize too, Luffy affirmed, before asking. What's your name? My name is Tashinori Yagi. Oh? In that case, I apologize to Machiyaki. Machiyaki? The blonde wondered, while Luffy called him by associating two Japanese dishes. My name is Monkey D. Luffy, the pirate then affirmed, putting his straw hat back on his head. Seeing him do this, the green-haired boy looked at the pirate. Then, finally, he started screaming. It's you. Huh? Luffy wondered. I recognize you're that guy who defeated a group of villains a few days ago. Huh? All Might wondered. Are you the fugitives who injured Kamui Woods? Getting ready to answer, Luffy threw back, while Usopp and Chopper got in front of him. Fugitives going after a hero? Usopp asked, looking scared. Certainly not. We are weak and defenseless. Besides, what villain would be stupid enough to walk on a beach while eating chips? Chopper asked. But that hat, the boy insisted, looking at Luffy. It's a coincidence, nothing else, Usopp assured. Luffy loves that hat. The wanted criminal looks a bit like him. That's all. Thanks to Kurogiri for providing us with disguises, Usopp thought. But I told Luffy to entrust his hat to Nami. Few people here are used to wearing a hat like his. Listening to them, the green-haired boy looked suspicious, as he continued to stare at Luffy. However, he surprised the trio by bowing to them. Excuse me for accusing you without any evidence. I'm sorry, it's nothing, Chopper affirmed. Yeah, besides, we're used to always being singled out because of Luffy. He's a problem magnet. Me, by the way, is Usopp, and me, Chopper. Oh hi, I'm Izuka Midoriya, Izuka said. And sorry again. We're the ones sorry. You two seemed to be quietly chatting before we disturbed you. It's nothing, Yagi assured. Anyway, the beach belongs to everyone. I'm even happy that people come to visit it. Do you like the beach? Actually, I prefer the ocean, Luffy retorted. I love riding the waves and traveling from island to island. Oh? Like explorers? The blonde questioned. Explorers? Luffy repeated. No, we are pirates. What? Showing a big smile, Luffy declared. And the Pirate King will be me, King of the Pirates? The duo wondered. Immediately, Luffy's smile disappeared as Usopp put his arm around his neck to strangle him, while flashing a fake smile at the people in front of him. Don't listen to that fool. It's nothing but a delusion we've had since we were kids. We're playing pirates, Chopper asserted. And since there are only 3 of us, Luffy proclaimed himself to be the Pirate King. Sawyeri not real pirates? Of course not. We don't have any boat, the pair assured, while Luffy's face turned blue. Also seeing this scene, Mare had not missed the moment when Usopp had strangled Luffy. Seeing this, he began to imagine a hypothesis, which could help him understand the situation. Luffy couldn't be the leader of this group. It was impossible. It didn't matter if it was a group of demons or a group of humans, the leader was always someone to be feared and respected. None of his subordinates would dare to strangle him like Usopp had just done. Even in her wildest dreams, Mare could never imagine seeing a guardian behave like this with Galadriel. Therefore, looking at Luffy, the Dark Elf wondered if his title as leader of this group was actually a ruse. Do these pirates know they're being watched? One-San looked scared of something when she tried to get inside the bar and advised me to stay some distance away so as not to get spotted. Is the real leader of this group using Mugiwara to avoid being spotted? This assumption may have seemed strange. Yet, despite the fact that Luffy was more powerful than a human in this world, Mare had seen nothing in Luffy that could allow him to justify his role as leader. In truth, he looked like an immature child with strong might. If I had to compare him to anyone, I'd say he looks a bit like Rabito. The only difference is that he doesn't seem to let his anger get the better of his emotions. And you? Usopp asked, trying to change the subject. What are you doing here? Not much, Tashinori affirmed. I was just advising young Midoriya-kun about his upcoming tests at UA school, Tashinori said. What is UA? Asked the trio. What? Tashinori wondered. You don't know? Huh. We're not really from the area, Usopp stated, scratching the back of his head. Staring at them, Tashinori couldn't help but find this trio more and more strange. Moreover, he hadn't forgotten the suspicions that Midoriya had had, thinking he recognized Luffy. However, if they were the real fugitives, Tashinori preferred to play the game and answer their questions, while trying to find a way to reveal to them who they really are. In truth, it's very simple to explain. UA is simply the greatest school that empowers students to become future pro-heroes. All of Japan's greatest heroes were trained at this school, including Beast Genist, Endeavor, and All Might. Izuka said, the weird guy with that smile. Luffy said, making the pair in front of him quite confused. Yeah, Izuka said, now nervous with that answer. I saw videos of him on TV, Chopper asserted. He's always seen saving people, or else he easily defeats villains trying to wreak havoc on the town. Usopp chimed in. Looks like he's not afraid of anyone, or even putting his life in danger. It's true that he knows how to act cool, Luffy agreed, looking a little bored by the discussion. But I think he shouldn't do it on his own. What are you talking about? Yagi asked, immediately drawn to Luffy's words. We've been watching too many videos on the internet lately, said Luffy. I mean, he's a cool-looking hero, but he doesn't want to call a friend to help him, like he thinks he can do everything on his own. For a hero, I think he sets a bad example. It's as if he claims that the other heroes are useless compared to him. Useless? Yagi wondered. Hey, I'll arrest you right now. All Might has never said that kind of thing. Even though All Might has done heroic work for decades, risking his life every day for the safety of the world so that everyone can have a smile on their face, he knows full well that he will always need the help of others. Japan is a vast country. Who would be arrogant enough to believe himself able to make the evil disappear from a country fighting alone? All Might has his limits, and he knows it. Maybe, but the way he presents himself isn't so cool to me, Luffy said seriously, making everyone very nervous. Whenever a powerful villain is defeated, it's only All Might who gets praised. In fact, I think it's all the heroes who act weird towards the population. The set of heroes? What are you talking about? It's simple. I feel like they're trying to force people to look up to them, while making them unable to defend themselves against the villains. It's true that the laws of this country are strange, Usopp stated, crossing his arms. When the city is attacked, people have no right to fight against the villains. They have an obligation to wait for a hero to arrive. That's it, Luffy agreed. Me, if I was a hero, I would let them learn to defend themselves. Sorry, but that's ridiculous. All Might retorted. We have heroes protecting this country. So why should we let civilians fight against villains? Because there's bound to be a time when the civilians get attacked and the heroes can act quickly, Luffy asserted. And since they don't know how to defend themselves, these civilians will die because of these stupid laws. Especially the people without quirks that the heroes put aside. What? Tashinori roars. Having spoken too loudly, he spat blood and dropped to one knee. Tashinori-san! Shouted Midoriya. Is that it? Chopper questioned, advancing towards the injured man. Yet, ignoring them, Yagi just stared at Luffy and, despite the blood running down his chin, he declared, heroes were created precisely to protect people without quirk who are the main targets of the villains. I forbid you to say that heroes throw them aside. Staring at him, Luffy saw some kind of intensity in his eyes, which proved that Tashinori firmly believed what he was dosing. Still, just nodding, Luffy stated, people without powers are seen as lesser beings because everyone knows they won't be heroes. Heroes may have been created to protect them, but their presence only reinforces the difference between the quirks and the quirkless. That's wrong, Tashinori retorted, trying to straighten up. You dare to criticize the work of All Might and the other heroes, without understanding how hard they work to keep the peace. Someone like you who knows nothing of the danger should take more time to observe and understand life of a hero. Living without knowing the danger? How can you be sure? You don't even know me, Luffy stated, now angry. Seeing the two who seemed to want to start fighting, the other three panicked while looking for a way to calm them down. Hey, let's talk about other things, Usopp said, changing the subject. Yes, like new uniforms for the upcoming season, said Izuku, super nervous. Still, Luffy and Tashinori continued to stare angrily at each other. Luffy, stop. It's not like All Might is here, Usopp said. Why do you want to insist? If this man respects heroes, it's his right. Still staring at Tashinori, Luffy finally heaved a sigh, preferring to end the argument. Yeah, sorry Yakigai, Luffy said, trying to get the anger out of his voice. Also trying to find a new conversation, Chopper declared. I find it strange that this beach is empty. It is nevertheless pleasant to look at. It's because this place was a dumping ground for years. Until someone mysterious started cleaning it up, Yagi said. Reaching into his pockets, he showed a picture of the beach. Here's what this place looked like a few months ago. URK. People are really disgusting, Luffy asserted, while sticking his tongue out. How did one man manage to clean this place back to its original state? Usopp wondered. He deserves to be congratulated. Yeah, he's cool, Chopper agreed. Hearing their comments, Izuku immediately blushed. If you don't know anything about how this beach used to look, you really aren't from here, Yagi remarked, putting away his picture. Are you here as tourists? I don't really know how to explain our situation to you. We're kind of stuck, Usopp said. Ah? Are you in trouble? Izuku asked. Yeah, the three replied. You know you can contact someone or maybe a hero to try to, Izuku said, only to be cut off. No heroes, said the three. Huh? Yagi asked, more and more confused. Usopp had to invent a new lie. It's because we're trying to improve ourselves to show that we don't need heroes to deal with our day-to-day problems, Usopp said. Yeah, we're in this mess, so we're making sure we're on our own, said Chopper. It's true, and if anyone tries to stop us, I will beat them, Luffy said, smiling. Do you like fighting? Asked Izuku. It's not that I actually like fighting, but if anyone has fun getting in my way or my friend's way, surely I'd kick their ass to teach them not to do it again, Luffy said, with a serious tone. You're going to get in trouble for that, said Tashinori, again angry at this behavior. It's up to the heroes to fix these kinds of problems. Not up to you, TSSS, I don't care, Luffy said without caring. A young man with that kind of thinking is irresponsible and can get himself killed, said Tashinori, getting angry now. So what? What should scare me about almost dying? I've experienced so many of them that I can't even count them all, Luffy said, now irritated. Only cowards constantly ask someone for help to solve their problems. I would never want to be that kind of person. My God. Do you really need help? Tashinori stated. It's not normal to have such thoughts. Me, I find it normal to rely on your strength to defend yourself, said Luffy. I still think it's not a very wise choice, young man, said Tashinori. Heaving a new sigh, Luffy preferred not to start a new discussion that found him boring. Sorry, Yakigai, but that's my way of life. I want to be free and do what I want. And I want my friends to be able to live that way too. If we have a problem, we'll work together and we'll fix it. And no one will stand in our way, especially not a hero," said Luffy. "Look at the time," Usopp suddenly shouted, looking at his wrist where a non-existent watch was. "Yes, it's very late," Chopper agreed. "Luffy, let's go before Nami breaks our skulls again," Usopp said, picking up his friend. "Nice to meet you," Chopper affirmed, before following his friends. "What kind of nightmare are they living in?" Izuku asked in horror and confusion. For his part, Yagi just stared at Luffy, while he couldn't understand his way of thinking at all. He doesn't act like a villain, or a civilian, or a hero. Who is he? And what does he want to look like? He says he wants to be the Pirate King? Is that a fugitive in another country? Is that why he doesn't want to ask the heroes for help? It would be better if I investigate him. Tashinori-san, you okay? Deku questioned, seeing him pensive. Don't worry, young Midoriya-kun. I see a lot of reckless people in my time, but this young man seems careless with his words. It's like he's jumping into danger and risking everything. It's something I can't bear," he said. Listening to him, Midoriya confessed. Still wasn't totally wrong. People like Myuho are born with no quirk, they are shunned by the rest of society. Seeing the boy lower his gaze and clench his fists, All Might noticed that Luffy's words had brought back bad memories from the boy's past. Thereupon, running his hand over Midoriya's hair, he declared, "Today you are living proof that a powerless person can become a hero. And when people find out, you will be the person who can change society. Believe me, Midoriya-kun." Meanwhile, Mare was again thinking, while Luffy's behavior puzzled him again. For the first time, the elf had seen him speak seriously. And he had found his words to be both right and strange. Scratching his head, he confessed, "I don't know what to think of him." "Hey, Mare! What's the matter with you?" Startled, the elf turned to see Ora behind him. "Wani-san? Did you come back? What are you doing away from our targets?" Ora questioned her. "Do you think it's time to admire the ocean?" "No. Not at all." Tu was following Mugiwara and his friends. "I think they're going back to the bar where they're hiding." "What about you? Why did Galadriel-sama summon you?" Keeping silence, Ora said nothing and made a sort of grimace, while looking preoccupied. "Wani-san, Mare, what do you think of humans?" Thinking back to Albedo's battle against Marco, Ora couldn't help but still feel shivers at Marco's power. Just yesterday, she viewed humans as sacrificial pawns and thought Shaltair had lost to them, purely because of her lack of strategy. But having seen the succubus fight against the phoenix, she understood underestimating them was the worst idea. Mare, it seems that humans from another world have arrived here. And their power is far superior to that of the humans we used to fight. In truth, some may have our power. What? From another world? Then thinking about how Luffy and the others got to this town, he asked, "Mugiwara is also one of those humans?" "It's possible. To find out, you would have to see him fight powerful opponents. In the meantime, we must continue to monitor him. We have no idea if he knows we are here or if he plans to attack Nazarick." Hearing this, Mare looked thoughtful. Then, finally, he declared, "Wani-san, I think I need to speak with Galadriel-sama." Tu would like to tell her an idea I had. It may be totally stupid. Booty would like to tell it to Galadriel-sama to hear her opinion. Ora looked at her brother in surprise. Usually, he let Ora make the decisions and followed her without ever saying his opinion. Finally, she declared, "For now, since Mugiwara is calm, we can afford to take turns watching him. But hurry up." But before leaving, the elf felt Ora take the goblet he had in his hand, while declaring, "Are you taking advantage of my absence to buy yourself some soda? But hey, that's good, I was thirsty." Wani-san and too late. Ignoring him and placing the straw between her lips, Ora sucked up all of what was left inside the goblet, in one gulp. Then standing still, Mare saw her beginning to feel the freezing effect of this mixture as well as pain equivalent to the power of a 10th level magic spell. "Mare, what happened to you?" asked Galadriel. Kneeling in front of her desk, Mare averted his gaze somewhat from Galadriel, while a bump could be seen on his head, as well as a tear in the corner of his eye. "It's nothing," he assured. Wani-san threw a tantrum and accused me of wanting to freeze her brain. Her brain? Sighing, as she preferred not to get into this argument, Galadriel finally asked, "What did you want to talk to me about, Mare?" Raising his gaze, the elf was about to open his mouth. Nevertheless, in an instant, he caught sight of Albedo's gaze. Being behind Galadriel, with her arms wrapped around her neck, the succubus displayed a look that betrayed her anger. This anger was due to the fact that Albedo wanted to take advantage of being alone with Galadriel, to offer her a relaxation session in her own way. However, when she was about to offer her invitation, Galadriel had received a message from Mare, telling her that he wanted to speak to her. Therefore, deciding to favor the dark elf, Galadriel had invited him to her office, preventing Albedo's plans from taking place. Staring at Mare, Albedo flashed him a smile, while declaring in a voice filled with poison, "I really hope what you have to say is important. It would be a shame for you if you dared to disturb Our Lady for nothing." Immediately, Mare felt intense shivers run through his body, as he began to shake with fear. Honestly, being used to his sister's behavior, he no longer felt real fear when he was scolded by Aura. However, he was horrified by Albedo's aura when she was angry. That was why he hated being alone with her. Noticing this unease, Galadriel states, "Albert, if you continue to scare Mare, I'm going to have to order you to leave my office and ask Yuri to replace you for the day." Hearing this threat, Albedo made her dark aura disappear completely, before displaying a horrified face. "No, please. I didn't do anything. I swear." Heaving another sigh, Galadriel simply placed her hand on her head. Seeing her calm down and purr as she felt her beloved's hand caress her head, Galadriel then turned to Mare, before putting on a comforting face. "You can start, Mare. I'm listening." "Huh, thanks. Actually, Galadriel-sama, do you remember the strange group of humans Winnie-san and I saw coming to town last week?" "Yes. And because of the fact that you demonstrated to me that they were strangely powerful, I asked you to watch them. Did something happen?" Winnie-san explained to me that humans from another world arrived here. And I think those humans also from this other world." "Are you sure?" Not really. It's just that I overheard their conversation with other people, and they don't seem to know anything about this world. For example, I saw their leader in awe of a car, just like Demiurge was when we came into this world." "Honestly, I had confirmation of that statement a few hours ago," Galadriel affirmed. "Even if he never really met them, a prisoner whose I read his memories wanted to see them dead. Moreover, if Aura says that a human seems to her to be strong, it means that he doesn't normal. But what I want to know is if they are a threat to Nazarick. It's hard to say. But I think they suspect something." "Eh? Have they spotted you?" "No idea. In fact, these suspicions are only an assumption on my part. It's just that I have the impression that their captain is not the leader of this group." "Captain?" Albedo wondered. "Do these humans think they are sailors?" "No. They say they are pirates." "Pirates? Great," Galadriel said. "After a mythological monster, here comes Jack Sparrow. And why do you think their captain is not their leader? He doesn't behave like a leader. He looks like an immature child. Besides, the other members of his crew hit or strangle him without any repercussions." "Seriously?" questioned Albedo. "A leader who shows no leadership is doomed to disappear. Are these humans dumber than average? Unless he's not the real leader of this group." Galadriel understood. "Is that what you're trying to tell me, Mare?" "Yes. I think his real captain asked him to play his part. And if so, that means he feels threatened. But I don't know if it's because he's as found in this world, or if it is because he knows that we are spying on him." Reflecting, Albedo said, "If he knows he's been spied on, he could end up wanting to attack Nazarick. It's not impossible that he even knows of our existence." "That seems unthinkable to me," Galadriel retorted. "These humans don't know where they are. I doubt they could locate us, in just a few days, in a world totally unknown to them." Suddenly, grabbing 10 sheets from her desk, she threw them in front of her, and watched them line up perfectly in 2 rows. Thus, Galadriel had no trouble looking at the faces of the 10 people Aura and Mare had been spying on for a week. Regarding Luffy, she could hide the fact that he didn't have a real charismatic profile. He seemed too young, too small, and above all, according to Mare, too stupid. If Galadriel had to appoint a leader among these people, she would have bet on the green-haired man, whose carnivorous gaze inspired much more respect than Luffy, or on the strange blue-skinned man. And there was also the dark-haired woman. Galadriel had never seen her, but the perfect drawing she had of her made her want to bet she had a little mysterious side. But it was not the only chosen one that attracted her. Staring at Robin's profile and that of Nami, Galadriel had immediately been rendered by their physique. Judging by their faces, the demoness knew in advance that they had to have sexy authorized bodies. Possibly the sexiest human bodies she had ever seen. I wonder if I should get to know them quickly. Knowing that she was speaking more specifically of the two women, rather than of the entire crew, Albedo displayed a sulky expression, before retorting, "My lady, you will never find a person with a sexier body than mine. Sorry, Albedo darling. But I really like diversity, and I want to experiment with new things on bodies that I don't know." "You are mean. Don't worry. You too will have the right to participate in my experiments. And if you want, you will be my main guinea pig. I will make you scream all night, even if you beg me to stop, break your hips." Suddenly, having almost forgotten that Mare was there, Galadriel saw him staring at the ground, while his face had turned red. Even if his knowledge of sex was almost non-existent, he was certain to have, roughly, understood the meaning of Galadriel's words. "Wani-san, I really don't think you'll be up to it, for several years." "Sorry, Mare. Indeed, I understand why you came to warn me. And what you say is not impossible. But it is necessary for us to obtain details. Do you want us to kidnap one of them?" Albedo questioned. "Bad idea. All I know about them is that the green-haired man almost killed the shogun that Demiurge asked for. I had my doubts that it was him, but now the doubt is no longer allowed. This man who walks around with 3 swords is very dangerous, and if the others have the same power, kidnapping one of them risks being more complicated than expected and risks bringing serious trouble to Nazarick. Because if they know where we are, they'll come here and try to annihilate us. We have no idea how many people have been teleported here, let alone those who are likely allies with these pirates. We must learn more about them before to declare war." "Should we just keep spying on them?" asked Mare. "Right now, yes. I would like to know more about this world before I tackle this group of pirates." Suddenly, she heard a message. "Aura?" she wondered. "All for One's hideout. We are back," Chopper said, holding up one of the convenience store bags. "It took a while." "Where are my onigiri?" said Zoro. "Don't say thank you," Usopp said, throwing the snack at her. "So they serve like that?" "It's a bit weird," Zoro said, unwrapping the foil. "TSSS. This artificial, tasteless food is an insult. As long as I'm alive, no one in the crew will eat this," said Sanji, remembering the things some people buy. "Luffy is already done," said Chopper. "I know, but I tried to stop him from eating that kind of crap," Sanji said, still angry. "Hey guys, check this out. We bought you some ice-cold drinks. It's fun to taste," Luffy said, pointing to the frozen drinks. "Huh? Really?" Frankie said, as the rest of the crew got curious. "Try it," Usopp said. "We took for each one, thinking about your preferences." Taking his, Jinbei removed the lid, in order to look at its contents. "This drink is really strange. I have the impression of seeing a liquid and an ice together in the same cup. Let's see what this drink tastes like," Brook said. "TSSS." Sanji simply growled, squeezing the straw between his lips, and everyone started sipping. But immediately, Luffy and the other two saw them feeling the effects of the frozen drink. "Ouch, my head," said Nami, making faces. "Wow, that's frozen super cola," Frankie said. "Yo-ho-ho, that really hurt my brain if I still had my brain." Growling. "What is this horror?" said Zoro, who didn't like it. "It's too sweet and too frozen. How can we like that? It's only artificial. I can make a better drink than that," Sanji said. "These are things you can find at any store for a few yen," said Kurogiri. "Honestly, you can easily find better elsewhere. There are specialty shops that make better quality." "See, Mist Guy agrees with me," Sanji said. Suddenly, a kick hit the door and opened it with a huge crash. "Yo, you idiots," Shigaraki said, entering the room, killing the good mood. "What do you want?" Nami asked. "Sensei wants to talk to all of you," Shigaraki said. "Why?" asked Zoro. "I don't ask him those kinds of questions," Tamura retorted. "If he says something, I carry out his orders." "Well, let's meet," Robin suggested. "At least there's one smart one among you," Shigaraki asserted, pretending to step away from them. However, he was surprised when he saw someone handing him an ice-cold drink. "It's for you, Hands Guy," Luffy said, grinning. "What is it?" Tamura demanded. "A frozen drink." "Grr. What's inside? Poison or acid?" Tamura asks. "Trust me, trying to poison someone is not our style," Sanji said. "Furthermore, if someone poisons food in front of me, I assure you that I will make him eat all the food, down to the last crumb. And what's your style? Demanded Tamura. Kick your ass? Affirmed the entire crew. What? Growled the man. Shigaraki, there's nothing wrong with these drinks, said Kurojairi. In response, Shigaraki grabs the drink from Luffy's hands in a very rude way. Then the pirates saw him take a sip. So? Luffy questioned him, extending his smile. In response, Shigaraki took the whole sip back in Luffy's face. Here's what I make of your ing kindness. At first surprised, Luffy ends up showing anger, bucking. The pirate roared, clenching his fist. Do you want me to eliminate you? Tamura questioned, positioning his hands towards Luffy. However, just as an obvious fight was about to take place, a voice saw the whole building shake. Tamura, recognizing All For One's voice, his young disciple immediately froze. Then, finally, he ends up backing away from Luffy, while growling, "That will be for next time, Mugiwara." Then, the man left, under the surprised and angry eyes of the pirates. Damn it! I never thought I'd be stuck here working with a supervillain, Usopp said. Luffy, I told you it would be a bad idea to befriend that guy. Remaining silent, Luffy only took his hat to remove the splatter on it. Then, once done, he pretended to go to the room where All For One is. Nevertheless, as the others followed suit, Zoro walked behind Luffy, still affirming, "We are being watched." "I know," Luffy stated simply, putting his hat back on. "He followed us all afternoon." Heroes? I don't know. Eventually, the pirates all gathered in front of All For One, who hadn't moved since they met. "Thank you for coming," the man said. "Just like thank you for the work you've done over the past few days. But now if you want my full support, you have to make a delivery." "Full support?" Nami asked, confused. "Since all this time, are you still doubting us?" asked Brook. "Trust is not something that can be earned easily, too. If you want my help, you have to help me. That's how it works," said All For One, smiling. "Besides, it's not like I'm going to ask you to do anything dangerous." "And what was this mission?" Jinbei asked. "My dear friend, Dr. Ejiko is a specialist in molecular modification." "Molecular modification?" Usopp wondered. "Do you know the principle of fusion?" "The principle is to take the cells of several living beings and mix them together to create a new species. This is the principle of molecular modification. More resilient animals. What does it have to do with us?" Sanji questioned him. "Your doctor wants our DNA for his experiments?" "No, not at all. He just finished one of his creations and would retain the power to store it somewhere." All For One replied. "What kind of animal did he create?" Robin asked. "Do you really want to see it?" All For One said, in a sinister voice. "Nope," said Usopp, Nami, Chopper, and Brook, nervous. Suddenly, one of the screens near All For One lit up and the face of a doctor with strange glasses appeared on the monitor. "Hi there, who is that?" Frankie asked. "It's my old friend Ejiko," said All For One. The doctor looks at the straw hats with interest and confusion. "Who are these people?" "These are the people who sent Tamura and Kurojairi to deliver our new species to their new home," said All For One. "Do you have a problem with that?" "No, not really. Anyway, I'm not going to argue with you," said the doctor. "Hey, where is the animal?" Jinbei asked. "Why are you asking him that?" Usopp questioned. "If we have to make this delivery, we might as well know what we know. Let's avoid unpleasant surprises. Are you interested?" the doctor asked, with an evil smile. "Very well. I'm going to do you the honor of being the first people to see my latest creation." Then, stepping aside, he allowed the pirates to see a huge figure behind him, which was in a vat. Then, seizing a lever, the doctor lit up the whole room, which made an apparition of pure nightmare appear. Shouted the cowardly group. "What is this monster?" Zoro asks. "Is it really an animal?" "He's a Nomu, an artificial being with 2 quirks. It is the first of a new line of species," Ejiko said. "He looks like he belongs to Thriller Bark Zombies," said Frankie, very horrified that this thing is really ugly. "You want us to take care of this thing?" Usopp asked in great fear. "There's no way I'm going anywhere near that thing." "Same," Nami and Chopper agreed. "If that thing touched me, I'd have nightmares about it all night long," Brook stated. "Yet, that's the mission I entrust to you. And not only that. Deliver the Nomu to the spot with Tamura," said All For One. "And in exchange, you'll get what you want. The information you need to get home." "What?" The pirates wondered. Do you really know how we can get back? Nami asked. Ha! No one should underestimate my networks. I know everything. And before long, you'll be home. Still, there was something wrong that worried the pirates. What do you get with this? Luffy asked. Why is this delivery so important? I just want to give this as a gift to an old friend of mine. He doubts I can create a new species, said All for One. I'm sure he'll be very interested in me showing him this Noma. I don't know why, but that doesn't sound right, said Robin. Yeah, Chopper said, clutching her leg. I feel like we're going to be used, Jinbei affirmed. Besides, what proves to us that we can go home after this? Laughing, All for One noticed. You see? You don't have any more, you don't trust me. Still, I'm the only person who can help you. Now it's up to you to decide what you want to do, Luffy, Nami said to her captain, hoping to find a solution. Just one delivery, and then you help us for real. No tricks or tricks? Luffy asked. I will give my word to Luffy, and my word is something I will never lie about, affirmed All for One. Okay, said Luffy. Okay, excellent, said All for One. So, when will the delivery take place? Luffy asked. In a few days. I have to wait for a location to open up so we can deliver properly, All for One said. Okay. Did Luffy, said his crew except Robin. He said it, we have no choice, and if this thing goes crazy, I shoot it down, said Zoro, showing his sword. Suddenly silent, the swordsman rushed out of the room. Zoro? Pulling out one of his sabers, Zoro returned to Kuragami's bar, who was also surprised to see him return. Roronoa? Ignoring him, Zoro headed outside the building. And once outside, he turned in all directions. Seeing no one, he began to shout, Come out of hiding! I know you're there. No answer. Growling, seeing him trying to find her, Ora wandered off to another roof. Being out of breath, she tried again to get inside the bar. And having taken advantage that the pirates had all gathered around All for One, she had managed to reach the place where Kuragami was, without being seen. Then, trying her luck, she moved closer to hear All for One's conversation with the pirates. Unfortunately, she had been forced to flee at full speed, while Zoro had once again sensed her presence. Looking at him in frustration, Ora wondered, who is this guy? It's impossible to get into this bar because of him. Ora, are you still there? Hearing Galadriel's voice in her head, the dark elf immediately apologized. Sorry, my lady. I wanted you to be able to hear the whole conversation, but I had to rush off. It's okay, Ora, Galadriel assured her. Having, indeed, been able to take advantage of Ora using the telepathic message to eavesdrop on the conversation, Galadriel had been able to hear the most important parts. As a result, starting to smile, she declared, Ora, I'll have a new mission for you. Looking around with his cameras, All for One only saw Zoro looking around, before being joined by his friends. Not seeing the slightest trace of Ora, he ended up simply shrugging his shoulders, thinking that Zoro had become paranoid from being locked up in that bar. Concerned about something more important, he chuckled. Let's see how you handle this All Might. Not just the Nomu and Tamura, but a bunch of stronger than normal people. Let's start UA's downfall, All for One said with a triumphant smile. Pushing an umpteenth cry of pain, Orochi lost consciousness. Seeing him still alive, despite the fact that she had been having fun torturing him for 4 days, Neuronus seemed cheerful. I love when humans have strong bodies. I can do a lot of interesting experiments, and improve my knowledge of torture. It is true that it is sometimes interesting to favor the quality of our guinea pigs rather than the quantity. Losing her smile, Neuronus turned to see Demiurge, with a big smile on his face. Slowly stepping forward and inspecting Orochi's bloodied and mutilated body, he began to applaud Neuronus. I see you're doing a great job on this human. I must admit I'm impressed by your qualities as a— What do you want, Demiurge? Interrupted Neuronist. In truth, she didn't like seeing Demiurge in her torture room, especially when he smiled at her and complimented her on her work. Because she knew he only came here for one reason. I just have a small favor to ask of you, he assured. Could you just entrust me with this man so that I can also experiment on him? Is this a request from Galadriel-sama? No. The demon confessed, in an evasive voice. In that case, you can leave here, affirmed Neuronist. Every time, it's always the same thing. You come here and you take all my toys. For once I'm having fun, no way I'm going to be fooled by your behavior and your fake compliments. How about we make a trade? Snapping his fingers, Demiurge summoned imps, who entered the room, while holding 10 humans, who were formerly part of Orochi's army. 10 of my guinea pigs against your prisoner, Demiurge affirmed. That seems like a reasonable deal to me. Simply looking at the 10 prisoners, Neuronus declared. Usually, you are extremely stingy about parting with your precious guinea pigs. Why do you want to have this man so much? It's true that if he was just a normal human, I would have left him with no problem. Nevertheless, he is not normal. This Mani want to study his power. Showing a serious face, he explained. I've read the full story that Galadriel-sama wrote using this man's memories, and I'm particularly interested in those famous devil fruits. I want to know if it's those strange fruits that are at the origin of the Herculean strength of these humans from another world. And if so, I must study their users. Therefore, since this is for the protection of Nazarick, I believe I am in right to have priority over that human. Growling, Neuronus didn't quite seem to agree with her last sentence. Nonetheless, knowing that Demiurge might eventually ask Galadriel for permission, Neuronus knew that Demiurge might return, while declaring that there was no more trade, while she would simply be forced to hand Orochi over to him, with nothing to ask him in return, and as a result, she would find herself without any toys. TSSS. I want 15 prisoners. 12. Deal. Smiling, Demiurge was already working the right hemisphere of his brain, while he was thinking about all the experiments he will do with Orochi. However, having been in a hurry to get it, he hadn't thought about exactly what he was going to do and how to do it in order to keep him alive for as long as possible. Next time I should make a list. Do you have the date and place where the plan will take place? Yes, assured Aura's voice. I managed to hide my presence for a few moments before fleeing. Nevertheless, I managed to hear where the place of the battle will be. Perfect. In that case, get ready. The rest of the plan will depend on you. Galadriel-sama. You can count on me. Then the telepathic message stopped. Smiling, Galadriel said, I know I can count on you. Then, facing a convenience store, she went inside. Quickly greeting the cashier, she walked to the back of the store, almost rushing to the candy department. Barely looking at her, the cashier seemed to be lost in thought. With a weary sigh, she wondered, will he come today? Suddenly, a sound of impact was heard and, startled, the cashier saw the face of a man crushed against the automatic doors of her convenience store. And immediately, a smile appeared on her face, as she recognized the young man, who finally fell to the ground. Passing in front of the sweets, Galadriel stopped in front of a product of which there was only one copy left, a white chocolate jelly with a strawberry compote and a red fruit coulis. Almost salivating, Galadriel stared at the dessert, as if it were a work of art. So it was true. This convenience store has this product. Perfect. I'm going to bring it back to Nazarick and allow my chefs to redo it to make it 100 times better. I can't wait to taste it. Then, reaching out her hand to grab it, she froze, while a hand passed beside her face before grabbing the dessert. Motionless, Galadriel barely understood that she had just seen a stretching arm steal her property. Shahihi! Giggles a voice behind her. Gotcha! There were a lot of things that made Galadriel angry, and having her food stolen was in her top 3. Immediately, she turned to see the face of her next victim. Nevertheless, she remained motionless, seeing a young man with a straw hat on his head. Him? Seeming to ignore her, Luffy was grabbing many more items while his arms stretched out as he held more and more food in his hands. It's the rubber man. The man who is supposed to be the captain of his crew. Hey, Luffy! Usopp's voice roared. Stop robbing everything. We don't have the budget for that. Huh! But it's free, fool! It was free last time. But today we have to pay. Huh! In that case, we just have to punch other thieves, because you think there will be thieves every time you come here, fool? Usopp roared. Put these things back in their place. I'm the one running the budget. No way. Seeing them fight, Galadriel couldn't help but understand why Mare had doubts about Luffy's captaincy. Arriving in his turn, Chopper helped Usopp grab Luffy, while they tried to make him let go of what he had in his arms. Suddenly, opening his arms, Luffy inadvertently threw what he was holding in his hands, and Galadriel watched in horror as his jelly rose into the air, before falling back to crash to the ground. No! She cried, practically diving to grab it. However, she suddenly got covered by several packets of cakes and crisps, until her body disappeared under a huge pile of wrappings. Huh! The trio wondered, seeing the pile of packages on the floor. Huh! Wasn't someone there? Chopper asked. In response, the trio saw the packages of cakes begin to move. Knowing that they had made a mistake, Usopp grabbed Luffy's arm before starting to run. We're leaving. Hey, wait for me! Chopper shouted. Appearing just as the trio fled, Galadriel's head popped out of the cake packets. Frozen, she remained silent, as she felt a white liquid running through her hair. Embarrassed by the cakes, she hadn't managed to grab her jelly, which had fallen on her head. As a result, her dessert now covered her skull, while a black aura appeared around her body. Mugiwara, being having a drink on the roof of a building, Toshinori Yagi only stared at the moon which could be seen among the dark sky. Looking pensive, he couldn't help but think of a boy's words. People without powers are considered lesser beings because everyone knows they won't be heroes. Heroes may have been created to protect them, but their presence only reinforces the difference between the quirks and the quirkless. Remaining silent, Toshinori only took another sip of sake. Then footsteps were heard behind him. It's rare for you to invite me to have a drink with you. Sitting next to All Might, Gran Torino grabbed the second glass and the bottle of sake. Starting to refill his glass, he affirmed, "Every time we're here, it's because something's bothering you. Do you have a bad feeling?" All Might remained silent, and since they don't know how to defend themselves, these civilians are going to die because of these stupid laws. Especially the people without quirk that the heroes have cast aside. Torinodo, you think we're making bad decisions? Huh! As for people without quirk, are we really helping them by protecting them all the time? Looking surprised, Torino looked at him before asking him, "What's wrong?" "I don't know. In fact, I have a feeling I haven't forgotten in years. I remembered my life before I got my power." He took another sip. "I want your opinion. How do you think people without quirks see us? As heroes or as a bunch of hypocrites?" Just continuing to stare at him, Torino questioned him. "Before I answer, can I have your opinion? No matter how old I was, I always looked up to heroes. It was other people who constantly made fun of my weakness. That's why I always wanted to become a person who achieved keep the peace. To me, heroes are there to protect the weak. I never fought for fame or money. If I became All Might, it was for peace." "I know it," Torino asserted. "Nevertheless, I cannot give you any answer." "Huh, Yagi, I was born with a quirk. How do you expect me to understand someone's feelings without a quirk?" Finishing his drink, he declared, "If you want to know an answer to your question, it is better that you ask it to people who are really concerned." But, putting down his glass, he went away while affirming, "Whether Japan sees me as a hero or a hypocrite, I will continue my work. Peace and war are never far from each other. In fact, they are only separated by a sheet of paper, which can be easily torn. Heroes' job is not to keep the peace. Their job is to make sure that this sheet of paper doesn't tear." The next morning, each broadcast network stands in front of the prestigious UA school, waiting to be able to interview the students entering the school. Apparently, the fact that All Might becomes one of the teachers of the school has been heard by all. And for the poor students who arrived, they were bombarded with many questions, especially for a white-haired girl who looks oddly tired. Like she wasn't sleeping at all. In truth, she had spent almost 3 hours washing her hair because of the jelly incident. And was still pissed off about it. "Mugiwara, forget about becoming my underling. Next time I see you, I'll make you eat your hat." The moment she got out of her limo, they bombarded her with questions to get her opinion on having the #1 hero as their teacher. Then, recognizing her, the journalists then asked her about her family. "Miss Nazarick, what do you think of All Might's teaching? What are Nazarick Enterprises' plans in Japan? Who is your favorite hero? What do you think of the AU teachers?" Galadriel sighed, feeling exhausted from a long day of work. She didn't need to feed or sleep, but she always does. It keeps her sane. Mental exhaustion seems to ignore any trait or power in any form. Or maybe it's something she brought from her past life, she can't be sure. Her psychology is strange. "I'll read about it, maybe there's something with my brain or with me," Galadriel thought. In truth, as in her old world, Galadriel was in a hurry for the end of the day to come. As a result, she could return home and start playing her new favorite game, locating humans from another world and continuing her conquest of the world. Being the leader of the supreme beings, Nazarick's highest form of authority, takes a lot of work. And adding the fact that she has to take care of the company as CEO and read all the reports from her subordinates around the world is time-consuming. Even with Albedo's help, there's so much to do. Seabass scolded me for staying up all night. They want me to take a break, but I don't want to leave it all to Albedo and Demiurge. They already have a lot on their hands. They are workaholics, these two there well, everyone in Nazarick is a workaholic, Galadriel thought with a sigh, and two just want to spend my time eating, collecting rare action figures, expanding my harem, and playing with my new toys. Blinded by the flash of a camera, the Empress of Nazarick felt a certain frustration shoot through her body, as she wondered if she better blow up all their cameras. Finally, heaving a sigh, she preferred not to do anything that might draw unnecessary attention to her. Now is not the time. Before long a battle will take place and I will finally be able to know the power of the people that Aura and Mare are spying on. I have no comment, Galadriel said. Please let me through. I don't want to answer, please. The reporters insisted, continuing to blind her with their flashes. This time, Galadriel just wanted to destroy them, but it could be a dangerous move for her. So she just sighs, wishing she had breakfast this morning. I should have eaten something. Eating makes me happy, but now it's too late for that. I'm going to have to wait for lunch. I want a cake too, with a milkshake. And a milkshake. Oreo shake, Galadriel thought. Deciding to use the teleport, the girl stopped when she heard someone coming behind her. Please let our students pass, Aizawa said, practically pulling her out of the reporter's grip. Wait, we deserve to know something. A reporter exclaims, trying to approach them. But before she can do anything, a metal door falls in front of him, stopping him and the others in their tracks. What is that? How dare they? Never mind, we'll wait. For God's sake, we've been here 2 days straight, and they don't even have the decency to give us anything. Not even a lie or anything like that, said a journalist, looking furious. None of them seemed to notice a man behind them, staring at the door with cold eyes and scratching his neck. He seems to be excited about what's to come, but what exactly he's waiting for, no one knows. In Class 1A, Aizawa leaned on the evaluation of the combat test. He noticed something wrong with the white-haired girl. She looked exhausted. Could this be related to his quirk? Or her family? Aizawa thought. The more powerful the quirk, the greater the downside to the user. That was what he believed. And he's not wrong about some of her white-haired girl theories. She's tired, but not for what he thinks it is. I just thought about it, but I'm only hearing about this video game which is appreciated by all. It's called Fortnite. I should try this game. But for that, I have to buy a new console. And I would also like to play LOL. Internet works in Nazarick. Nevertheless, is the network high speed and would allow me to play MMOs without any difficulty? I haven't tried that yet. Should work, right? Like Wi-Fi or something. I'll talk about it with Demiurge. I also have to prepare for the trip I will do with Albedo and Shaltir. I wonder what kind of date these two would like. The last date I took with Albedo was actually nice. I finally saw the Roman Colosseum in one piece. In my other world there was nothing left because of the war. It was a nice place, I like it. Where should I take Shaltir? Well, I already took her to Romania. It was fun to visit Dracula's castle. But now, where should I take them? They work so hard, I have to reward them. And I love to travel, so it's a fun thing to do. I want to make them happy. And I want to eat something too, Galadriel sighs, not noticing Aizawa's gaze. He mistakes her sighs for something different. Finally, looking at his class in front of him, while his students were all seated in their places, he took on his role as teacher. Now everyone listen, I looked at your notes, and your evaluation of the combat test. Bakugo, listen to me. Stop acting like a 7-year-old. You're wasting your own talent, understand? Bakugo nodded reluctantly. The kid knew it. It's something he's been thinking about since his fight against Midoriya. I know, Bakugo said. Although teaming up with someone turns out to be a good thing, it is clear that you still need to improve in your teamwork. Miss Uraraka, you also need to be more sure of yourself. You both have a lot things to think about. Aizawa continued to talk about each of their issues. However, Galadriel was not listening to any of his words. Before I forget them, the people who fought Shaltir must also be found. Nevertheless, Demiurge's underlings have not found any trace of them. Could it be that they have already left Russia? For the moment, those are the only people whose position I haven't located. Yuri is still spying on the Phoenix and the dinosaur, while Mugiwara is also being watched. But the question I ask myself is how many people are there left to locate? If they're alone, I could easily defeat them or make them Nazarick's allies. But if several other people appear, it might complicate the situation. Miss Nazarick, Aizawa said, looking at the girl who seemed to come back to reality. Yeah? Be careful with your quirk. You don't look good today, Aizawa said, causing everyone to stare at her. What? Do I really look tired? Yua, I need to be cool. But wait, I could use this, yeah? It's a good way to make them think that I have a little weakness. Well, honestly, I just need to eat something good and I'll feel better, mentally better, so I don't see why they look so worried. Nazarick is back. Everyone deserves a break once in a while, Galadriel thought. Don't worry, Professor, I'm not going to overwork my body, Galadriel said. Well, now there is something we have to do today. And is to choose a class president. Hearing this, everyone jumped at the chance to be the class president. Class president? That's right, it's a school, thought Galadriel. Golly, don't you want to be the class president? Asked the pink girl, seated next to Galadriel. I refuse. It's a lot of work and honestly I don't have time for it, Galadriel said. In truth, Galadriel did not want to renew a misadventure of her past. During her second year of high school, she was surprised to be complimented by the students in her class because she was serious and hardworking. And finally, they managed to persuade her to become the class representative. Serious mistake. In an instant, Galadriel had become the slave of her class, while the teachers bequeathed their responsibilities to her, vis-a-vis the problems of the class. Suffice to say that becoming the delegate again did not interest her at all. At the end of it all, they chose Midoriya and Yayorozu as president and vice president. Looking at the duo, Galadriel thought Momo was a good fit. Then, she smiles in amusement as the poor green-haired guy seems like a nervous dementor. In front of the class, his whole body was shaking as he stuttered. He seemed to be the one who had the hardest time believing that he had become the class president. This could be useful to him, to strengthen his confidence in his abilities to lead. So it's not so bad, but she feels sorry for him. Galadriel hated that time in her life when she was in high school, but now that she thinks about it, maybe that's one of the reasons why she overworked and stressed herself out doing something. One of the many habits she can't get rid of. Maybe I have a psychological problem. Should I go to the psychiatrist? I don't know, I'll just read a book about it and see what I can learn, thought Galadriel. The day went normally. Calming down, during her lunch break, she felt her bad mood disappear as the taste of a wonderful omelette dispersed in her mouth. Still, that didn't stop her from sensing that something was changing outside of school. It was weak, but there is something there. That was weird, Galadriel muttered. What's strange? Ashido asked, enjoying the Empress's company. Nothing. It's just I just felt something weird, that's all, Galadriel said. You really are confusing sometimes, golly, Ashido said honestly. Thank you, Pinky, that's what I want to hear, Galadriel drawled. Suddenly, approaching his face to his hair, Ashido began to sniff them, while declaring, You smell like jelly. White chocolate jelly. Immediately, Galadriel almost banged her head against her table, to prevent anyone from seeing her face. Since yesterday's incident, she had washed her hair 3 times. Still, she was sure she could smell the jelly scent clinging to her hair. However, she thought it was just paranoia. Serious mistake. It's the smell of my new shampoo. Is it unpleasant? No. I love the smell of jelly. Thanks. Miss Nazarick, you seem tired today, Yayorozu said. Is it true? Are you feeling well? Ashido asked. I'm fine, I just needed to eat something. That's all, Galadriel said. I have to thank the chef at Nazarick for cooking this delicious meal for me. God, I love to eat. But I should try to relax more. I think a day at the spa will help me. Yeah, that would suffice, thought Galadriel with a smile. Honestly, I worry too much. It's bad for me. But I don't want to disappoint Nazarick. I want to prove that I'm a great boss. Even though I know they are faithful to me, I'm still a little afraid that they will leave me. It's been a few years and I still can't get used to this responsibility. But I have to work hard for Nazarick. It's my home and my family, so I have to give my best. Galadriel thought, but part of her felt like she was going in circles, feeling the need to work hard for your home and the need to rest. Galadriel's fears of abandonment fuel her old work habits to the breaking point of mental exhaustion. Eating and sleeping seemed to relieve her of stress most of the time, regardless if she didn't necessarily need to eat or sleep. But she has so many worries that she sometimes overworks herself without realizing it. Going to this school seems to make him forget all the work at Nazarick. And that's something she's slowly realizing. Suddenly an alarm went off, causing everyone to panic. Galadriel didn't like the loud noises of students running for their lives. It's too loud and boring for her. But she walked away from all of them, leaving Ashido and Yayorozu looking scared behind. Shadow devil, she whispered. My lady, the demon replied, pointing to his shadowy figure. Tell me what's going on, she said. Someone destroyed the entrance to the school, allowing journalists to enter. Should we investigate this? The shadow demon asked, in his usual hoarse voice. Galadriel nodded, not liking it. Something is happening, and it's not his paranoia talking. Was it the action of a journalist who absolutely wanted to have a scoop to offer his boss? A villain who wanted to attack the school? Or a human alien to this world? Yes, let Demiurge know about it and let me know, Galadriel said. Yes, my lady, the shadow demon said as it disappeared. Galadriel sighed, annoyed that she couldn't finish her meal in peace. All this because of some journalists who invaded the school grounds. The rest of the day went by and everything was back to normal. Although she saw Midoriya giving Tenya class leadership, she greatly disappointed her. Part of her understood why he had done that. Somehow, the engine kid managed to control the horde of students trying to leave the cafeteria. She didn't even realize something like this was happening. This action was enough to make him fit to be the class president. Midoriya still needs to work on his confidence, which is hard to do. I know what it's like to be pushed into a leadership position with no experience. Being a guild leader in a game is one thing, but having people who look up to me, who adore me, who await my command. This is something no one is really ever prepared for, Galadriel thought grimly, now that everyone pays attention to it. What happens this morning will not prevent us from doing what we have prepared today. We have decided that you will all participate in the rescue trial today, Aizawa said, startling everyone in the room. Rescue? Being gathered in a large room, several people were talking among themselves or smiling maliciously. All wearing suits, most of these people looked rather sinister, much like the reason for their presence here. Ha! Soon Yue will know our power. Our offense is going to be so perfect that even All Might can't step in time to stop us. Hero reputation won't be the same by tonight. Hearing them, a trio of people stood still, just staring at a man, with huge muscular arms. A small woman, wearing a strange human mask on her head, began to drool. All these people are making me hungry. Concentrate, Antoma, Aura ordered her. We have to keep our seriousness. Besides, I'm the one responsible for this part of the plan. There's no question of dishonoring Nazarick any further. You can slaughter these people during the fight. I look forward. For her part, Regina couldn't help but feel uneasy. Even though it had already been more than a week since the fight with them, she saw, again and again, her battle against Kid and Law. And today, she was going to fight against humans likely to have a strength similar to theirs. Galadriel Samados, she still trusts me? Flashback. Training in the Colosseum of Nazarick, Regina had collapsed on the ground, while an elemental monster of Earth faced her. At level 69, it surpassed Regina in terms of power or defense. Not having the slightest scratch, the monster watched the Pleiad struggle to get back on their feet. Then, resuming her fighting stance, she let her teeth and claws lengthen, as she asserted, I'll get stronger. I swear. Thinking back to Law and Kid's faces, she roared, I wouldn't lose a single fight again. Then, using her speed, she disappeared from sight of the monster, before appearing behind it, claws pointing at the back of its neck. If she wanted to beat it, she had to decapitate it first, to blind it, before she could strike its abdomen, to destroy its energy core. Unfortunately, having an extremely strong skin, the elemental monster had managed to withstand her surprise attack. Then, pinpointing her position, it had no trouble turning around to direct its fist at her. However, before it could punch her, it felt its fist hit the skin of a stranger's hand, stopping it in an instant. What? Regina wondered. I need to talk to you, affirmed Galadriel, who was the one who had appeared in front of her. Noticing this, the elemental monster took several steps back, before dropping to one knee. Seeing it do this, Galadriel simply waved her hand in front of it, before affirming, Give us a few minutes. I have to speak with Lupus Regina. Nodding its head, the monster let its body glow, before disappearing into the form of a scroll. Now alone, Galadriel turned to Regina, who had already dropped to one knee. My lady, how can I help you? Seeing her lower her gaze and not daring to stare at the Empress of Nazarick, Galadriel affirmed, I just came to warn you that I'm sending you on a mission. A mission? Regina wondered, raising her head. Huh! Looks like you're surprised. I thought you didn't want to give me any more assignments. No! I told you that I was not going to entrust you with a solo mission anymore, because of your lack of maturity which you showed during your mission in Russia. For this mission, you will be under the orders of Wilhav. But Galadriel-Sam, are you really counting on me to succeed in this mission? Lowering her gaze again, she said. Yuri taught me that the people we fight against have power comparable to that of the Guardians. How could someone like me be useful? Surprised by her lack of combativeness, Galadriel realized how much her defeat had taken away her self-confidence. Therefore, squatting in front of her, the young Empress positioned her face in front of that of the Pleiad, before putting her hand in her hair. Regina, I forbid you to say that the Pleiades are useless. In battle, I know perfectly well that you are precious supporting allies. Besides, it doesn't matter whether you win or lose. What? Look around you. If you're here, it's because your defeat made you realize that you have shortcomings and you're training for the first time. I'm glad to realize that you're doing effort to be able to help me. Clenching her fist and wearing a look filled with conviction, Galadriel declared, Regina, today is your chance to show me that I can always trust you. Go and make me proud of you. Flashback and, closing her fist, Regina affirmed, Galadriel-Sam, I will never betray your trust again. At the same time, Luffy's crew couldn't help but be a little nervous, since the day of the delivery had arrived. Today they were going to have to take this monster to a zoo for All for One. Of course, still skeptical, Robin and Jinbei claimed that All Might was using them for a bad cause, while the cowards of the team were unsure about approaching the Noma. Still, in an attempt to reassure them, Luffy, Zoro, and Sanji were sure that if this thing went crazy, they could stop it. Scratching the back of his head, Frankie declared, I don't know why, but I don't think we're going to help do a good deed. We have no choice. Zoro retorted. Luffy made a promise to All for One. And as long as he didn't do anything that could be considered treason, we must carry out his orders. Remember that our return home will depend on this delivery. Do you really think he knows how to do it? I doubt it. Sanji retorted, smoking a cigarette. But for now, believing it is our only choice. What if he lies to us? Then he will understand why we are wanted pirates. Zoro affirmed, putting his hand on his swords. Then, turning to his captain, he questioned him. Luffy? Finishing off a packet of crisps, Luffy rolled the wrapper between his hands, while declaring, Right now, we can't trust anyone but ourselves. Sanji is right about the fact that we're not sure we'll return home as soon as the delivery is made. Nevertheless, turning to his crew, he declared, Even though Machine Guy fooled us, I swear we'll find a way to get home, no matter how long it takes. So there's no reason for us to panic. Okay, I assured his crew, finishing their preparations, and in a few seconds they were already dressed. Luffy a buttoned-up red shirt with blue shorts. Zoro with a shirt with Thought Guy written on it and jeans. Nami wore a cute orange shirt and white shorts. Sanji was wearing his usual clothes. Chopper wore a green shirt with yellow shorts. Usopp wore a denim jacket. Robin wore a purple dress with pants. Frankie was wearing a large Hawaiian shirt with no pants. Brook was wearing his usual clothes. And Jinbei wore a huge white t-shirt with red shorts, as well as sunglasses and a hat to hide his head. The atmosphere was cold, almost as if an accident was going to happen sooner or later. The Straw Hats didn't trust All for One, and if anyone put themselves in harm's way, they would sabotage the mission. Are you guys ready? Luffy asked his crew. Yeah, let's do that stupid thing on it, said Zoro. And let's make sure we don't do anything that could get us into more trouble. Robin, what do you think? Nami asked her. Do you think All for One really wants to create evil around him? No idea. But his aura seems a lot darker to me than he's trying to make us believe. But if All for One ever decides to betray us, what would we do? Brook asked. No idea. We are in another world. We have no allies, no help, no money, and we attacked a pro-hero in the light of day. I hate it as much as many between you, but we don't have much of an option. All for One knows this and surely wants to take advantage of the situation. Jinbei affirmed. It's up to us to outsmart him. Later, the pirates saw Kurojairi walking towards them, while alone. Hey, Mist Guy, where's your boss? Sanji asked him. Sensei is sleeping right now. But he wishes you all good luck. He wants the report at the end and also that the Nomu is well fed, said Kurojairi, with a very cold and dark tone. Because we also have to feed him? Usopp frightened. Where's Hans Guy? Luffy wanted to know, looking inside the bar. Tamura talks to some interns to help him deliver the Nomu, said Kurojairi. It is better that there are several to manage it. Why are you so worried about this? Nami asked. Nomu is stable but can become very dangerous, said Kurogyri. Why do people want this thing? Can't they just buy a dog? Said Usopp, super nervous. It's not a pet but a test subject. So what are we going to do? Luffy asked. Watch Hands Guy deliver the monster and intervene if he gets angry. No! You're going to have a bigger job, said Kurogyri. And what is it? Zoro asked. I'm going to give you the mission to get to the place where the Nomu will live in advance. You must approve that this place is good enough for him. The Mist Man told him. Only that? Yes, and here is the map of the place, said Kurogyri. Then he pulled out the plans for something called USJ and showed the location. I'm going to be busy in the afternoon. Sorry, but I'm counting on you to find this place and get there before the delivery time. No problem, Zoro assured, pretending to take the blueprints. It will be easy for us to surrender. Nonetheless, Nami's hand slammed into his face, pushing him back as she grabbed the blueprints. I'm taking care of it. Excellent. Tamura and Sensei will be informed of this, Kurogyri said, forming his portal, before disappearing into it. Finding themselves alone, the pirates had no choice but to follow the directions given by Kurogyri. Let's finish this job and hopefully we can leave this place, Sanji said. Yeah, Usopp said. We do not have the choice. Finally, walking towards the exit of the bar, Luffy affirmed. Let's go. The city of Mizurufu. Being in the city center, the Straw Hats used their disguises, like Dressrosas, and went to the place given by Kurogyri. They had to be low-key because the heroes were after them, even they didn't have a bounty on their heads either. Having to move on their own, they had experienced the Japanese subway. The means of transport had attracted Robin's curiosity, or amused Chopper. However, the other pirates had hated the ride, due to being squeezed together, in carriages that could only accommodate a quarter of the passengers who had traveled with them. My back, Frankie complained. Even the cells that impelled down are more comfortable than these tin cans. My head was hitting the ceiling and I had to bend over all the time, Brooks stated. He should make wagons higher, and a pervert touched my ass. Nami roared, fist clenched. Don't worry, Nami Swan. I took care of him, Sanji stated. The police will surely quickly discover his body, which I left in the toilet. One question, Zoro said, sounding frustrated, pointing to his wrist. To see a cord that connected him to Nami, he asked. Why am I tied up? You'd get lost in a hallway, Nami affirmed. No question of leaving you unattended in a crowd. Anyway, the heroes don't seem to recognize us, Usopp said, as they saw a man in a red suit walk past them. Does the beard really camouflage us? Jinbei asked. Hey, Nami! When are we getting there? Luffy asked. Our destination is a 20-minute walk away, said Nami, looking at her map. Does anyone think this plan makes no sense? Said Usopp. Yeah, but whatever we get in the moment, we have to endure it, said Robin very frankly. Suddenly, a cry of terror was heard. Ha! The pirates wondered, looking at the direction the shout was coming from. Someone's in trouble, Luffy affirmed, before starting to run. Luffy, said his crew. Damn, I'll catch him, said Sanji, running. We'll meet at the meeting point. Thank you, Sanji-kun, Nami said, as the rest of the team left the stage. And be careful that no hero sees you. What is that idiot thinking? Sanji thought angrily at his captain. In one street, everything was peaceful. Carrying a shopping bag, Seabass looked at a shopping list that contained purchases Galadriel wanted. Thinking he had bought everything, the butler looked at a figurine representing some sort of animal dressed as a superhero. What is this strange figurine? Is it a magical object of this world? Why can't I detect any power in it? Is Galadriel-sama the only one who knows how to manipulate it to extract its strength? Suddenly, hearing cries of terror, the man stopped. Seeing several people backing away, he ends up seeing a huge pink humanoid monster terrorizing the population. Sneering wickedly, the supervillain, Habit Headgear, had kidnapped a little girl in hopes of a ransom, despite knowing that at any moment a hero would appear and try to stop him. And at his feet, the two parents of the child begged him to release her. Please don't hurt our child, said the dad. Mom, I'm scared, said the girl. Don't worry, darling, a hero will come, said the frightened mom. A hero? Ha! What a silly excuse, ma'am. Listen, little girl, not all stories have happy endings like in fairy tales, and if I don't get what I want, let's just say it won't be pretty, Habit said, proving that he wouldn't hesitate to kill the girl. Stop that monster! shouted a spectator. Where are the heroes? Says another. Kamui Woods and MT Lady are stuck with another villain, and they're the closest. Said another, scared. Ha ha ha! Looks like the heroes aren't on your side today, said Habit. Being among the people observing the scene, Seabass glanced around, to see that no one was trying anything to help the child. However, the butler suspected that many of them also had powers. I understand why Our Lady says the laws of this country are stupid, the butler thought. These people are told that only heroes can protect the population, and the bad guys take advantage of their absence to wreak havoc. Oh please, I'll give you anything, but don't hurt my family, said the dad, crying. Now we're getting to something, Habit said with an evil grin. With a weary sigh, Seabass looked at the watch on his wrist. I'm 2 minutes ahead of my schedule. Then, putting his bag on the ground, he tilted his head from side to stretch his neck muscles, before walking forward. A little action will allow me to stretch my legs. However, he was surprised to see a figure pass him by, before pointing a finger at the villain. Hey, the bad turtle! Luffy shouts. I order you to stop. Looking down at the newcomer, Seabass saw his straw hat, which allowed him to recognize him instantly. Mugiwara? As surprised as the butler, everyone turned to see the source of the scream, as did the villain. What did you call me, Mosquito? Don't mind that detail, Sanji said, stepping into the scene and seeing the problem. We're in a hurry, so be reasonable and let these people go. This will prevent us from wasting our time kicking your ass. Growling. Who do you think you are? Habit asked. Are you deaf? Let them go, asshole, said Luffy angrily, looking at the duo in front of him, and seeing that neither of them seemed very dangerous. The villain only smiled. Of course. But my generosity will have a price. Here's our offer. You let them go, and you keep your teeth, Sanji said. Is this a joke? Dude, you're so dead, I'll break your neck and send the heroes a warning card. After that, they'll know to take me seriously, Habit said, ready to tackle. TSSS. Who would take seriously a turtle that enjoys torturing innocent people? Luffy said. You're just a coward. Anyone who threatens a woman will have my foot on their skull, Sanji added. Seeing them staring at the villain without the slightest fear, both parents looked at them. Are you two pro-heroes? Dad asked, scared. You don't have to be a hero to save a child, Luffy simply stated. Really? As if a mosquito like you could do anything against me, Habit retorted. Soon he saw a bunch of police cars appear. Then, forming a barrage in front of the humanoid monster, men got out of their cars, before pointing their guns at him. Police! Hands up, said an officer, aiming at the bad guy. TSSSS. More morons! Hey, if you want to be useful, hurry up and bring my money. The longer you keep me waiting, the greater the risk of a murder happening. Tightening his grip around the child even more, he made her moan in pain, while he laughed sadistically. I'm bulletproof thanks to my quirkiness, and besides there's no pro here, so no one here can me. Luffy, Sanji said, exhaling smoke. We have to act fast. Feed him the concrete. With pleasure, Luffy assured, getting into position. I'll be done in 3 seconds. 3 seconds? Habit wondered. Suddenly, he was surprised to see smoke surrounding Luffy's body. Gear second! What the hell? The people wondered, stepping back. Squinting, Seabass didn't quite understand what was going on. Nevertheless, he was certain that Luffy was increasing his power. Perhaps now is the perfect time to see if his power is as incredible as those strange humans we've recently encountered. Groaning at first, Habit finally laughs. Hey, Mugiwara! How will imitating a locomotive make you win against me? You think you're scaring me? You're wrong, Gum Gum, did Luffy. Suddenly he disappeared from sight. Then, the next second, he reappeared right in front of Habit's abdomen, with his fist clenched. What? Opening his eyes, Seabass barely caught sight of Luffy's swift movement that propelled him right in front of his enemy. This speed. Pistol! Spitting blood, Habit passed out before he even felt any pain. Then, his body flew backwards before crashing against the facade. What was that? Asked a shocked spectator. Perhaps a power-up quirk? Another said, using his phone to record the scene. I didn't even have time to see him move. Hearing a scream, everyone saw the child's body fly through the air, while Habit dropped him due to the impact of the shock. Sanji, I have her! Sanji said. Skywalk! Running in the sky, he moved at full speed, before reaching out his arms to grab the child. I've got you! Huh! The child wondered, as she trembled with fear. Hey, it's okay. You're safe, Sanji assured her, giving her a reassuring smile. Then, a moment later, he put his feet on the ground, before releasing the child. Can you walk? Are you hurt somewhere? Asked Sanji. And none. Thanks you. Then, hearing footsteps, the child ran to his mother, before rushing into her arms. Mama, I'm here. Everything is fine. I thought I was going to die, she said, crying. Oh, darling, said the father, contorting himself. Then both parents looked at Sanji. Thank you, sir, said the parents, bowing to him. You're welcome. Hey, Luffy, how are you? Said Sanji, talking to his captain. Man, this guy is weak, Luffy said, looking at where Habit had stolen. I think my punch was enough to knock him out. TSSS. It was really just small fry, said Sanji, a little disappointed. Thank you, heroes, for saving us, said the father, bowing to Luffy. Actually, we're not, Luffy said, ready to tell the truth. Immediately, Sanji clapped his hand over his face to close his mouth. Yeah, you're welcome. Luffy, we have to join the group, said Sanji, with a hurried tone. Remember that we have no time to waste. Oh yeah? Stay safe, guys, said Luffy. Thank you, sir, the family said, while seeing Luffy and Sanji leaving the street. After that, the cops looked at the family. Are you all right? Do any of you need medical attention? A policeman said. No, we're fine. Those pro heroes caught the bad guy, the father said, confusing the cop. Are they pros? Asked the man. I've never heard of them, says another. Maybe there's something new. Impossible. We would have been informed of their inclusion in the Hero League. Wait. This guy with dark hair had a straw hat on, didn't he? Someone asked. Yeah. He's the one who knocked that villain out. What's the matter? Asked the mother. If I'm not mistaken, he is part of the group of thugs who fought against pro heroes during a villain attack. At that moment, Empty Lady and Kamui Woods appeared. Don't panic. We're here. However, the duo were surprised not to see any villains around. Huh? Where's the villain? Here, a cop asserted, pointing to the half-destroyed facade and the body of Habit headgear. What? Empty Lady wondered. What's going on here? Has anyone ever defeated the villain? Has All Might been there? Kamui asked, surprised. No. It's a dark-haired guy with a straw hat who defeated this guy in one hit, the father said. The two heroes were surprised by this answer. Did you say a straw hat? Kamui asked. Yeah. Was there anyone with him? Asked the brown hero. A blonde man with a nice suit. Oh yeah, that guy, said Empty Lady, remembering that pervert. Is something wrong, Kamui Woods? Said the cop, seeing the hero really angry. They were part of a group of thugs and you didn't arrest them? He asked. Huh. We had no idea it was them. And then they stepped in just to defeat that villain. And why did you let them do it? If this villain had managed to defeat them, would you have taken responsibility for their deaths? These idiots think they are heroes? They are showing a bad example to people. They must be stopped imperatively. Why stop them? Lowering their gaze, the two heroes saw the girl staring at them in surprise. They saved me, so why do you want to stop them? Looking at the child, Kamui scratched the back of his head, trying to find the right words to convey his logic to the child. Little girl, what they did was brave. But they might get in the way of our job as pro-heroes to protect people. If people start to imitate them, we'll have a lot of injuries or even deaths. They may have acted for justice, but they broke the law and need to understand that what they are doing is wrong. Woods, what should we do? Empty Lady asked him. We need to let the other professional heroes know that these people are nearby. And maybe I can find the monster that nearly cut my arm off, said Kamui. You're right, she says. Suddenly, a large shadow appeared. I'm here! All Might shouted, putting his feet on the ground. I hear a citizen panic and I have come to save those in need. Too late, Kamui assured him. The work is already done. Realizing this, All Might felt embarrassed, as he had come for nothing. How can this be? Two thugs showed up, said Kamui Woods. Thugs? All Might repeated, shocked that people could take down a villain of that size. The same as the incident 2 weeks ago. It was the guy in the straw hat and the blonde, said Kamui Woods, looking at his arms that nearly cut. Understood. In this case, I make sure to find these thugs, All Might said, declaring his next mission. All Might, are you going to hurt them? They saved me, asked the girl to the national hero. Honey, hush, said the nervous mother. Sorry, girl, But as heroes, we fight every day to protect people in need. This is a dangerous job that could kill anyone. These people, while having good intentions, can encourage others to imitate them. I will not give them hard punishment, but they will not have a happy ending if they refuse to be captured. All Might said to the girl. You are right, All Might. Kamui affirmed. Take care of the villain. However, as he left, he didn't notice that anyone was against his logic. But they were nice and friendly, affirmed the child. They made me feel Safitomi they are my heroes. Suddenly, grunts were heard, as Habit Headgear stood up. Spitting blood, he freaked everyone out as he scrambled to his feet. Yet, ignoring them, he just looked around for someone. Where are you? Mujiwara, stay where you are, Kamui ordered. However, before making the slightest move, Habit felt a projectile hit his forehead violently. Stunned again, he fell to the ground, along with a coin. Having discreetly launched the metallic projectile, Seabass had picked up his bag, before simply leaving, while thinking of the law of this world. These laws are useless. Yes, Mujiwara could make people want to play heroes too. However, these people are mature enough to know that it can lead them into dangerous situations. They will make this choice of their own free will. It won't be his fault if some get killed. Besides, if he hadn't intervened, who knows how the situation might have ended. Thinking back to Luffy's actions, Seabass began to think, before declaring, Mujiwara, you really are an interesting person. USJ rear entrance. The rest of the Straw Hats stared at the huge building in front of them, which was shaped like a dome. I have never seen a building like this, affirmed Frankie, removing his sunglasses. I want to learn more about its architecture. Looking at a sign, Jinbei noticed. Looks like this place is private UA property. UA? Nami repeated. This may be the name of the organization in which works the strange doctor, who created the Noma. Next to her, Chopper and Usopp felt like they'd heard that name before but couldn't remember where. Looking around the building to make sure no one saw them, they stayed outside until Luffy and Sanji returned. What did Luffy decide to do this time? Usopp asked. Our captain probably went to save someone, said Robin, adjusting her glasses. Yeah, but he always forgets that we are fugitives, said Nami. And knowing him, he will surely come back to us, chased by a group of heroes. At that moment, a cry was heard, while the pirates saw their captain running towards them. However, they were surprised to see him only in the company of Sanji, while no one was chasing them. Did they manage to be discreet? Frankie wondered. Thank God, Usopp said, pretending to pray. Hey guys! Luffy shouted. Idiot! Nami growled, pinching his cheeks. Instead of going for it, you couldn't have waited for us to establish a strategy. But it was an emergency. He's right, Sanji agreed, finishing his cigarette. Even though I regret to say it, Luffy's impulsiveness may have saved a life. What do you mean, Sanji? Nami asked, not letting go of Luffy's cheeks. There was a giant villain who was attacking an innocent family and wanted to exchange them for money, Sanji explained. And apparently he wasn't one not to harm a child. Looks like the pirates of our world, Brooke said. Are they okay? Yes. But if Luffy hadn't intervened in time, who knows what could have happened? Sanji said. The heroes of this world still hadn't arrived. Was he strong? Zoro asked. He was weak, Luffy retorted, positioning his arms behind his head. I defeated him in one hit. Okay. In that case, we can say that you acted for the good cause, Nami stated. Nevertheless, I would argue that we should think rather than just keep rushing mindlessly. Okay, Nami, said Luffy nonchalantly. Serious, Nami growled, knowing she was talking to a deaf person. Hoo-hoo-hoo, sneered Robin. Now, how are we going to get in here? Did that Tamura guy leave a key? Jinbei asked, seeing the big door with the code. I feel like we have to use this dial and press the buttons on it, Usopp said, looking at the numbered buttons. Pressing randomly, he dialed 39213. Immediately, error was written on the dial screen. You have to find the right 5-digit code, Nami remarked. Which means there's only one right combination out of 99,999 different combinations, Robin remarked. What? And how are we going to find the right code? Luffy asked. Let's just destroy the door, Zoro affirmed. Don't you have better ideas? Sanji retorted. If this building has an alarm system, the heroes will be here in minutes. At this moment, the pirates saw Frankie advancing towards the dial. Then, showing his small hands and several tools, the cyborg managed to gently open the lid of the box before touching the electrical wires. I see that's the power supply. Hear the alarm, so if I touch this. Waiting a few seconds, the hackers heard the sound of a click. Then, numbers appeared on the screen and formed 98,152. And then the door opened. Bingo! Frankie asserted. Did you make it? His companions wondered. I have to say, I'm impressed, Frankie. Robin said. Since I was bored, Kurojiri showed me many electronic objects with electrical systems like this. Actually, he seemed very excited as he discovered that I was very good with my hands. He even told me he never had a guy as good as me. Yeah, Frankie, said Luffy, Usopp, and Chopper. You is the best. Penetrating inside the building, Zoro looked inside. Looks like it's deserted. Come on, guys, we have to walk. Sanji said. Rescue test, it looks tough this time around. Kaminari said. Totally. Ashido exclaimed. If there's water, then it's no problem for me, Ribbit. Tsuyu said. Silent, Aizawa was dozing off, while the whole class was inside a bus. Before falling asleep, all the teacher said was that the place they were going was so far away that they had to take the bus. For her part, Galadriel was the only one who knew exactly what was about to happen. She remembered perfectly the recruitment advertisement she had found, while she had entrusted a mission to 3 of her subordinates. Mutuare, the League of Villains, we're finally getting to really get to know each other. Nevertheless, I hope you don't mind me knowing that I have no real idea what could happen to you. My test could be your last, if you turn out to be weaker than I think. Galadriel? Startled, the girl saw Sato, not far from her, staring at her. Yes? Sorry, I was concerned. Holding a box of Mikado, the boy asked her. You want some? Surprised, the young girl looked at the box for a few seconds, before finally grabbing a few chocolate sticks. Thanks. Then looking around, she saw the other students talking to each other. Despite the stress created by their upcoming test, they didn't seem against developing a camaraderie with each other. Watching the children on the bus slowly open up to each other made him somewhat melancholy. Even Bakugo slowly joins the rest of the class, as they tease him. Galadriel saw a few friendships bloom here and there, but she could only stare, feeling melancholic at the scene in front of her. She had never had a school life that anyone wanted. Nevertheless, their behavior reminded her of her relationships with the other players in her guild. Melancholy is the happiness of being sad. I guess I have to be grateful that it happened. Shit, I haven't felt like this in a long time. Galadriel thought with a sad smile. Golly, are you okay? Ashido asked, looking worriedly. I'm fine, I just think. That's all, Galadriel said. What's happening to me? She wondered. I must not be preoccupied with useless thoughts, thinking she needs to stop daydreaming in front of people. The thoughts are getting more and more bothersome, and she doesn't want that. Luckily, they got to their location before they could ask for things. Wow, said Luffy, Chopper, Usopp, and Frankie looking at the place. This place is amazing, Usopp said. I feel like I'm seeing different ecosystems in one place. Nami stated, seeing a cliff, a pond, and some vegetation. If this building were a boat like Thriller Bark, this would be the best place to rest while we sail. Brook remarked. This is the best park/zoo I have ever seen, said Chopper. Look, there's a place where the Noma can destroy stuff, Luffy said, pointing to a group of destroyed buildings. We should find one for you in the ship, Usopp said. That's a great build. What do you think, Frankie? Robin asked. I have to admit I'm impressed. This facility may contain more animals or people than I can count at the moment. There are different places with different weather conditions, shapes, and formats. It's a great place, Frankie said. Nevertheless, starting to think, he seemed to be preoccupied. A problem? Asked Sanji. No, it's just, don't you think it's too perfect? Imagine the price of such a building. They say they put so much effort into creating it just to put a monster in it. Never mind. Knowing how they spend their money is not our problem, Zoro affirmed, shrugging. Anyway, inform Kurojiri that we have to come in. Okay, said Nami, taking out her cell phone. Can we go explorer? Chopper asked. Sure, said Luffy. Until the Nomu is here, this place is ours. I think that's not a good suggestion, Luffy-kun, Jinbei retorted. The Nomu is likely to arrive here at any time, and we must be present when he is there. TSSSS. One person will be enough to calm him down, if he decides to get angry, Sanji retorted. Then, looking around, he said, but Frankie is right. Huh, finally, why did All for One ask us to come here? Miss Guy, with his power, could have checked this place out in 2 seconds. Why did you give the mission to guys like us? Maybe because he was certain that we can calm the Noma down. I'm also starting to have serious doubts, Nami stated. In fact, we don't even know where we are. Does anyone know where UA is? I think I've heard of that, Usopp stated, getting to thinking. Me too, Chopper said, imitating him. Isn't this the place Yakigai told us about? Said Luffy, thinking back to Tashinari and the person accompanying him. The duo finally froze. Damn it! Shouted Usopp. What's the matter with you? Sanji questioned him. It's not a park or a zoo. It's a… At that moment, the pirates all heard a noise. There's someone, Zoro remarked, grabbing one of his sabers. Nevertheless, kicking him, to force him to fall behind a rock. Nami hid near him, as did the rest of the crew. Not a sound, she ordered. Who's there? Frankie asked. Discreetly thinking his head over the rock, Usopp used his sniper scopes to spy on the surroundings. Maybe it's Hans Guy and his team coming with the Noma, said Luffy. No, it's a group of children, said Chopper, looking with Usopp. Teenagers, said Usopp. Damn it! All for One really lied to us. What do you mean? Nami questioned him. What are those weird clothes? Asked Brook. Looks like they're dressed like heroes. It is, Usopp agreed. UA is a school. A pro-hero school. A school? The pirates wondered. That doesn't make sense, Sanji retorted. Why would All for One want to bring the Noma here? Then, falling silent, he seemed to understand what the mysterious man wanted. An overpowered, uncontrollable monster. Jinbei understood. If they release him here, he is certain to cause casualties among these children. But why bring us here? Chopper asked. Suddenly, Frankie's eyes widened. Damn it, what do you have? To get in, IV turned off various alarms. If All for One decides to come in, the security won't kick in. What? All for One used us to kill those children? Nami sounded frightened. The motherer, Zoro growled. Sitting cross-legged, Luffy remained motionless, with his gaze hidden under his hat. Then, finally, looking up, he growled. All for One! Thank you all for coming. Galadriel stared at the white hero who had come to greet the high school students. Unable to help staring at his costume, she wondered if he was an astronaut who hadn't been able to join NASA and who had resigned himself to becoming a hero. Not great as a costume, nevertheless, she hurriedly moved her ears, while she was next to an overexcited person. He's Space Hero N Degree 13, Midoriya said, roaring like a fangirl who had just met her idol. But of course, that's the case with him, when he meets any type of hero. Yet, for once, he wasn't the only one excited. I love number 13, Uraraka said, with a sparkling look. Thanks. Glad to see that even heroes like me have fans. Now follow me, N Degree 13 said, before entering the training building. He's so cool, Midoriya whispered. Really? Demanded Galadriel, staring at N Degree 13's back. She wondered how many seconds she could kill him. In truth, she was certain that a single attack would be enough to kill him. No man native to this world seems to be a real adversary. N Degree 13 spent time explaining to them what's in this place, and why the heroes need to be careful with their powers. Many of their quirks could kill people if they are unaware. This is one of the reasons the government is so strict with regulations and laws on superhumans and their quirks. I've seen these laws and regulations. Some of these laws punish heroes for doing what they're supposed to do. There's always a hidden agenda, always someone moving things around behind a closed door. I guess that's something that will never change, no matter the world or the dimension. Humans are sometimes really greedy. Galadriel thought. That's it. You have my gratitude for listening so conscientiously and patiently. N Degree 13 says. I wonder if his black hole could rival mine. Unfortunately, I can't bring him back to Nazarick, Galadriel thought. Suddenly, she felt a presence right behind her. However, unconcerned, she recognized the presence of a shadow demon, which she had created, as soon as she arrived here. My lady, I have identified the energy of 10 people who have been hiding here. 10 people? Perfect. Then, preoccupied with the time, she began to count down in her head. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1 now. However, nothing happened. Pouting, Galadriel wanted to growl. These morons are late. But suddenly, she sensed danger approaching. In the distance, a strange black mist appeared, and from within various figures emerged. each looking more monstrous than the last. What the? Shiro wondered, seeing them. An attack? And Degree 13 wondered. And while a wave of panic appeared among the group of high schoolers, Galadriel stood still, only identifying the faces of the villains that had just appeared. Then she saw the chefs, which she recognized as easy. So here are Tamura and Kurogyri. In truth, if Aura and Mare hadn't had the idea to spy on Luffy and his companions, Galadriel might have been surprised at this surprise attack. However, the villains didn't have a clue that they were now his pawns and his own subordinates were among the villains they had just recruited. Thus, Galadriel saw a woman with red hair, a little girl who had deliberately made insect legs appear on the side of her body, and a last masked person, resembling a young man. Perfect! Everyone is present. Stay behind and don't move! Cried Aizawa. Number 13 is protecting the students. What is that? Kirishima asked, stiffening his arms. I'm telling you not to move, Aizawa ordered. They're bad guys. Professor, what about the intruder alarm? Yaoyorozu asked. Normally, she should have rung, Number 13 said. The villains had to find a way to turn it off. Is this the only part of the campus they've infiltrated, or are they attacking all the others as well? Todoroki asked, seeing many other villains facing them. It's a coordinated attack, very clever on their part. Using the hackers to set up the ambush and get rid of the alarms at the same time. Unfortunately, Aura couldn't figure out their purpose. Why are they here? Do they all want to kill us? Why are we their targets? And Degree 13, do the evacuation procedure and try to call the school. These bad guys know how to bypass the sensors, and there's a chance that one of them is an electrowave type that interferes with reported. Knowing the villains wouldn't let them, Galadriel just stared at the two leaders of the group, while they stared at Aizawa. They've found their most dangerous target. But unfortunately for them, theory completely wrong. However, not being able to use her true power in front of everyone yet, she decided to wait for the right moment to see how strong these people are. Galadriel, we need to move! Midoriya shouted, seeing her stay still. We need to evacuate. And Degree 13 said, I'm afraid I can't allow this. A voice asserted in front of them. Having left his position, Kurogyri appeared in front of the high school students, while taking the form of a black mist with glowing eyes. Is that teleportation? Galadriel thought. Please excuse the inconvenience. We are the Wicked Alliance, and I apologize for the presumption, but we took the initiative to enter the school, so that we can fight against the symbol of peace, All Might. We wanted to turn off his light, but it looks like he's not there. The villain said. The Alliance of Villains? Seriously? Couldn't they have come up with a more original alliance name? Sounds like a name that Bowser and Eggman could have created, allying with each other. If their power is equal to the badassness to their name, I think the high school kids around me will be more than powerful enough to defeat them. Nevertheless, she looked suspiciously at the black mist, while trying to identify his quirk with precision. Was teleportation his only power? Could he teleport anywhere? Or did he have a limit or a weakness? At that moment, raising his hand to the high school students, Tamura ordered, slay them. Immediately, two villains rushed towards the group. Like I'll let you! Aizawa growled. Nevertheless, before moving, Bakugo and Kirishima rushed towards the duo, and in an instant, they slammed into their jaws with enough force to knock them out. Do you think we're weak? Kirishima asked. Too bad for you. We're the ones going to kick your asses. Bakugo roared by creating explosions in his fists. Galadriel moans at the madness of the students. If they face anyone from Nazarick, they would be dead. In any PvP battle, you need to know the enemy's abilities and combat skills. You can't just attack randomly and hope for the best. Therefore, no matter how strong he is in this world, she takes her time to know, investigate, and plan any adversary she might find. However, despite the number of villains, she couldn't help but turn her gaze to a place in the building where her true opponents were. Mugiwara, what are you going to do? Having seen Kurogyri appear while creating a portal to allow Tamura and other villains to emulate him, the hackers had found that their suspicions were justified. The bad guys just used them. Impossible, Nami said. They could not, said Usopp, all scared. They lied to us. Jinbei roared angrily. So I guess All for One won't get us back home, Sanji asserted, standing up. Too bad for him. First, we're going to destroy those weaklings, Zoro began, tying his bandana around his head. Then, we will go to him to give him our thanks. However, before moving, they had Luffy get up in silence. Then, putting his fist on the ground, he began to cover his body in smoke. Gear second! And he disappeared. Attack them! Tamura ordered again. Hands guy! Suddenly, a fist appeared in front of the villain's face. Ha! Then, Luffy's fist hit him before he could react. A long silence had spread inside the training building. The villains who had been gathered by All for One stood still and just stared at where Tamura was a second ago. However, instead of the man with hands on his face, they only saw Luffy, his fist still clenched. Eventually snapping out of his torpor, one of the villains turned around and stared at a wall where a crater is located. And in the center of the crater was Tamura's body, which remained completely still. In an instant, Luffy had propelled his body backwards until he crashed against the wall. And for that, a single punch was enough. Growling! That's for lying to us, the pirate affirmed. What? A villain wondered. Who is this guy? What did he just do? Mugiwara? Said Kurogiri. This guy? Midoriya wondered, recognizing Luffy. Oh? Galadriel said simply, her hand under her chin. Very impulsive. Then, using message, she asked, Albedo, do you see what's going on? Affirmative. Being in a room in Nazarick, the succubus sat on a sofa and looked at a crystal ball that showed the future fight scene. And around the artifact were also Demiurge and Pandora actor. Let's not forget that the purpose of this mission is only to know the power of Mugiwara and his allies. I don't think this situation will require it, but just in case, have your armies ready to teleport here. All right, my lady. Don't worry. At the least worthy danger, we will come to you. Excellent. Then the message ended. But while Albedo put on a serene face, Demiurge had his arms crossed and repeatedly tapped the heel of his foot against the ground. It starts again. Thinking back to Shelter's fight against Galadriel, he declared. We shouldn't let her put herself in such a dangerous situation. Seemed to be as serene as Albedo, Pandora retorted. On the contrary. We must allow Galadriel to be able to experiment with her powers on people of various abilities. If we constantly fight for her, we can put her in danger. If these humans are as powerful as we feared and who decide to ally, it is imperative that we allow Galadriel to know their powers to perfection. Also, compared to his fight against Shelter, Galadriel-sama is far from alone, Albedo assured. Having seen Tamura get defeated in one hit, Regina looked pensive. Is our mission over yet? His boss is probably going to ask us to hurry back. And Toma agreed. TSSSS. Finally, this guy is a big sucker, affirmed Aura. Because of this, the trio still waited for Galadriel's signal. But what's going on? N-Degree 13 asked. In response, Luffy's companions left their hiding place and walked towards the villains. Luffy, why do you always save yourself the best bit? Zoro questioned him. I wanted to cut him out too, whatever, Sanji said, dropping his cigarette before crushing it under his foot. We'll defeat these guys and send them back to All for One to show him what will happen to him, once we found him. Hey! Who are you? A villain asked. Are these guys responsible for the security of this building? Laughing at this detail, a man snapped his fingers before making fireballs appear around him. Never mind, those guys aren't going to stop us from humiliating All Might, he asserted, throwing his fireballs at the pirates. Frankie wondered, as the attacks aimed at him. A moment later, the cyborg disappeared behind a cloud of smoke, as the attacks slammed into his abdomen. Ha ha! Giggles the villain. See? These guys are nothing. Frankie Launcher! Startled, the man stopped laughing, as several torpedoes left the cloud of smoke, before flying towards him. What? What? Way out? Screaming in terror, he finally disappeared in a violent explosion, as the missiles slammed into him, throwing his comrades to the sides. Ah! Several people shouted, feeling themselves thrown backwards. What happened? Someone asked. For some reason, the smoke disappeared and Frankie reappeared, without a scratch on him. Having crossed his enormous arms in front of him, he ends up smiling, before affirming, Hey, don't do that anymore. I'm sensitive to tickling. Who is this guy? As amazed as the villains, the high school students tried to figure out what was going on. Who are they? Shijo asked. Are they bad guys too? Sato asked. Merely growling, Aizawa seemed to recognize the pirates' faces. The thugs that All Might is looking for. What are they doing here? For his part, Kurogiri didn't quite know what to do. Mugiwara allowed us to get here without the heroes being aware of our plan of attack. However, now they don't seem at all happy to have understood our true intentions. Have to do. Looking in the direction of the high school students, he noticed. All Might is not here compared to what we thought. Then, looking in Tamura's direction, he looked skeptical. And Tamura just got beat in one hit. Finally, creating a teleportation portal, he declared. Better to retreat immediately, especially not, retorted a voice. Pausing, Kurojairi directed his gaze to a transmitter that broadcast All for One's voice. Our plan must continue. Also watching the battle, All for One seemed completely calm, despite his plan being turned against him. For the moment, victory does not belong to Mujiwara. This kid is far from having a brilliant mind. Tried to take advantage of his stupidity to defeat him. And anyway, we still have our weapon. But in Tamura? No worries. I'm sure that punch woke him up. Still being in the center of his crater, Tamura suddenly started coughing up blood. Opening one eye, he groaned in pain, while his face hurt excruciatingly. Mujiwara Yu, passing his hands over his face, he froze, noticing that the hand that hit him was no longer there. My hand? Where is my hand? Then, he saw it on the ground, not far from Luffy. Mujiwara, looking around, seeming to wait for an order, the villains finally snapped out of their shock, before getting back into position to fight. Ignore these guys! Remember, our targets are UA High School kids. Yes. First we'll kill them. And then we'll deal with these guys. Immediately, 3 villains rushed towards the group of young heroes. No pity. Unfortunately for them, Zoro walked quietly before positioning himself in front of them. Then calmly pulling out his swords, he affirmed, "One more step and you're dead." In response, one of the villains turned his arms into hammers. Another made dragonfly wings appear on his back before flying away, and the last made spikes appear all around his body. "Do you think you're a hero?" the flying villain questioned, pulling out his daggers. "Sorry, but we're hero killers," the other two assured. Looking annoyed, Zoro only positioned his swords behind him, while retorting, "You're not even worth knowing who you are." In an instant, a gust of wind rushed towards the villains and, their abdomens lacerated, they spat blood before collapsing to the ground. The fight had ended as quickly as it had started. "Susuga," Kirishima declared. "I didn't even see how he managed to do that attack," Siro asserted. Displaying an amused smile, Galadriel made her first observations. Mujiwara and Moss had genuinely seemed like stronger than average fighters. However, to match their exact level, they would need much more capable opponents. Then, turning to stare at a trio, she nodded. It didn't take much for Aura to grab her whip. "Our allies don't seem to want to back down." "Perfect, we can have a little fun. But remember, you only have permission to attack Mujiwara and his gang. We need to find out if they're as powerful as we are. And if they turn out to be nothing, you have permission to kill them." Behind her, Regina had already displayed her sadistic smile, while Antoma made a strange hiss, a sign of her excitement. Then, the pair disappeared, leaving Aura alone. Having received a somewhat different mission, the dark elf reached into her pocket and touched a magic ring that was there. "My babies, you will soon be able to have a little fun." Seeing the bodies of his victims on the ground, Zoro heard footsteps behind him. Yet, not turning around, he only asked, "What do you want? You were the one who attacked Kamui Woods, weren't you?" Aizawa questioned. "In my defense, it was this tree man who started it," said Zoro, continuing to stare at the villains in front of them. "Hey, Roronoa!" Kurojairi called him. "Why are you allying yourself with our enemy? I thought you hated heroes." "Don't mix it all up," the swordsman retorted. "There's a difference between not liking the heroes of this world and allowing you to kill a bunch of kids. I hope you understand the difference. You dare betray us after all for One has done for you? Do you really think you can come home without his?" Tilting his body to the side, the villain dodged a sharp gust of wind, which Zoro created with a flick of his saber. "You can tell your boss that we don't care. We'll find our way back on our own, and we won't let you hurt those kids," said Zoro. "And last thing, Luffy has a message for him." "Huh, tell your boss, we'll come and kick his ass." Remaining silent, Kurojairi eventually took a step back, before disappearing into his teleportation portal. Then, appearing behind the group of villains, he gestured for them to continue the mission. Seeing them readying their weapons, Zoro asked, "What are you going to do?" Simply looking at the swordsman, Aizawa looked confused at the situation. Then the professor sighed. "For the moment, I think that I'm going to need help." Nevertheless, frowning, he affirmed, "But as soon as this is all over, our truce will end immediately." "I didn't ask for anything else," Zoro assured. Overhearing the conversation, just like the other high school students, Galadriel noticed the seriousness in Zoro's demeanor, while he had the charisma of a true leader. My lady, I think Mugiwara is not the true captain of this group. Remembering Mare's words, Galadriel stared at Zoro, while preferring to focus her attention on him rather than Luffy. What if it were true? What if Mugiwara was just a decoy to hide the identity of the true captain of these pirates? He's strong, but he doesn't have the charisma of a leader. But if that's the case, they suspect that there are powerful people in this world. I need to find out. Guys, deal with those traitors. Kurogyri ordered. What? Frankie wondered. Are we the traitors? You wanted to make murderers out of us. Nami asserted. It's not our style to hurt children. Jinbei added. You lied to us, Miss Guy. Luffy finished. This place is not a zoo at all for the Noma, dumbass. Passing by Kurogyri, Tamura walked towards Luffy. Nevertheless, stopping, he bent before grabbing the hand that was on the ground. Then, pinning it to his face, he fixed Luffy with a hateful look. Did you really believe our lie? I didn't think you were that stupid. Grrrr. We mostly tried to trust you and understand why you were behaving so badly. The pirate retorted. Ha ha. Compassion? Mugiwara, that feeling is the most stupid and useless. That's why we handled you without a care. Then, his hand went to Luffy's face. And now I'm going to take pleasure in killing you. Nevertheless, standing still, Luffy only let one foot strike Tamura's arm, while threatening to destroy him. Hey, don't touch our captain with your hands, Sanji ordered, hands in his pockets. Then, stepping back, Tamura saw the other pirates surrounding Luffy, ready for battle. Eventually, letting out battle cries, the villains all ran to attack. Ribbit, does anyone understand what's going on? Ajri asked. I think I heard they were thugs, Momo said. But in that case, why do they decide to help us? Well, at least we can tell they're not after us, said Kaminari. And us? What should we do? Asked Uraraka. At that instant, a woman emerged from the ground, while Quirk allowed her to move through matter. I'll take care of you, she assured, pointing her hands at Uraraka. Nevertheless, a scarf wrapped around her neck, immobilizing her. What the? She wondered, turning around. Huge mistake. Staring at her, a pair of red eyes froze in terror, as Aizawa used his power on her. Unable to get away by disappearing into the ground, she eventually felt Aizawa throw her back and let her hit another villain's body, knocking them both out. Hurry to flee, Aizawa ordered before rushing towards other villains, who arrived. However, as soon as the high school students had time to react, they saw villains positioning themselves just behind them. These adults seem to want to protect these children. Take them hostage and they won't do anything to stop us. In response, a shower of stalactites fell on them, forcing them to retreat. Don't take us for weaklings, Todoroki growled, while part of his body was covered in frost. Guys, let's stay together, Ida ordered, positioning herself in front of the others. We'll get out of here, while protecting each other. If we're organized, we can. Barely listening to him, Galadriel suddenly saw a huge amount of black mist covering the floor of the building. Huh! She wondered, directing her gaze to Kurogyri. What is he doing? Ah! What's that? Mineta gasped, climbing onto Shinjo's shoulders, so as not to disappear into the mist. What is Kurogyri doing? Brook frightened. His mist is everywhere, Usopp remarked. Being as amazed, Luffy suddenly saw the mist rising all around them, preventing him from seeing anything. Mist Guy, what are you doing? Then, he felt his body being absorbed in the mist, before disappearing along with the others. Galadriel felt absorbed, then she felt her feet touch the floor. Confused, she looks around and sees that she is alone, surrounded by bad guys. Away from where the rest of her classmates are. I see what an interesting quirk he has. I wonder if his body is part of his abilities. Demiurge would love to experiment on him, Galadriel said. But that's good, I'm alone. So I can contact Albedo, no problem, she whispered, paying no attention to the surrounding villains. Hey little girl, are you scared? She looks scared, for fear of soon being killed. Yes, I forgot them. I don't want to waste time with them, so why don't you just die? Galadriel said, looking at them with shining golden eyes. Demonic aura too, the bad guys around her are fading away, one by one. Not before crying out for their lives in the face of Galadriel's twisted, demonic gaze. PFF is only level 2, so pathetic, said Galadriel. Sometimes I really want a real fight. Then, a huge bestial cry was heard. Huh! She wondered. Having passed through a teleportation portal created by Kurogyri, the Nomu appeared inside the building. Good, now that our enemies are separated, defeating them will be much easier, Kuroji assured. And now is the perfect time to see Nomu's true abilities. TSSS. Do whatever you want, Tamura growled, looking around for someone. Nevertheless, no touching Mujiwara. He's mine. Ah, help me, Argagaff. Startled, the duo turned towards a small group of villains, who were fleeing in their direction. Help! Unfortunately, each of them was violently torn apart by the jaws of a huge black wolf. What is that? Sorry my pet killed your men. But he loves to play. Startled, Kuroji and Tamura looked up to see a small figure, standing high in a tree, staring at the duo, while their face was hidden behind a mask. Who are you? My name? There's no point in you knowing that. Hey, you're one of the people we recruited, Kuroji affirmed. May I know what you are doing? Retain your dog and order him to kill our enemies instead of attacking our comrades. Comrades? Suddenly, Aura started laughing, while retorting, I think there's a little misunderstanding between us. You see, I agreed to come here to fight any heroes we might encounter. However, I never said I wanted to fight alongside you. What? Suddenly, another teleportation portal appeared. However, instead of being purple, like Kuroji's, they were silver, which surprised him. A other portal? Impossible. However, the worst happened, as more portals opened and appeared not far from the villains in the area. Hey, what is that? It was not expected. Indeed, none of this had been planned by All for One. And even less what would happen next. Not knowing how to react, one man stood still, even as a long tongue protruded from one of the portals before wrapping around his body. Screaming in terror, he eventually felt himself being pulled inside the teleportation portal, before disappearing into it. Then, a few seconds later, the other villains saw a huge red frog, whose size exceeded 2 meters high, cross the portal. Mouth swollen, while a human arm was still visible between its lips, she finally swallowed in order to swallow the man it had just captured. Stepping back on seeing it, a few villains approached another portal and, at that moment, Miritino, the griffin of Aura, appeared in turn, before using the enormous claws Ophi's paws to lacerate them. Increasingly horrified, the other villains saw more beasts appearing in the buildings, while Aura took pleasure in seeing her animals watching the humans with excitement. It had been a long time since they had seen so many toys. Finally, seeing all these precious animals being reunited, she ends up snapping her fingers. Slay them all! Immediately, what looked like a huge gorilla, whose skin was covered with scales similar to those of a pangolin, began to run while shaking the ground under its paws. Having already found a target to eradicate, he rushed at a villain, who was so paralyzed with fear that he fell on his butt. No! 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 Ignoring his cries of fear, the gorilla leapt into the air, before dropping to crush his under its paws. Unfortunately for the animal, a person appeared in front of it, before arming himself with his 3 sabers. Ueltora, barely having time to see the face of the stranger, the gorilla saw him moving at the speed of sound, before finding himself behind it. Gari! Frozen, Aura saw her animal remain motionless for a few seconds in the air, before spitting blood, while 3 huge wounds had appeared in its abdomen. Losing consciousness, the gorilla collapsed to the ground. Gogon? Aura wondered. Ignoring the crash caused by the gorilla hitting the ground, Zoro only directed his gaze towards Aura. Then he declared, I recognize you! You were the one spying on us, weren't you? Pointing one of his sabers at Aura, he declared, You are going to tell me immediately who you are and what you want. Above all, you will suffer the same fate as your stupid monkey. Coming out of her torpor, Aura lowered her gaze, before glaring at him with hatred. I wanted to be nice to you and your friends, but it seems that no mercy is tolerated against you. At that moment, looking around, Zoro saw the remains of Aura's animals surrounding him, while Aura left her tree to land on Fen's back. I hope for you that you are as powerful as the phoenix we fought, because otherwise, you won't survive more than a minute. Do you want to bet? Zoro questioned her, in no way afraid of the enemies. Having also found himself alone, Sanji was able to see Aura's animals appear, before regrouping around Zoro. That idiot! He growled, walking towards them. As soon as I'm not around, he always has to get in trouble. Hey, why don't we just leave him alone? Startled, Sanji turned around and saw Regina waving at him. Hi! Startled, Sanji's eyes widened, seeing the beauty in front of him. Wonderful. Oh? A compliment? I appreciate it. Nevertheless, we are enemies, so I don't think that will be enough to save you. Then, she stopped smiling, as her whole body transformed into her bestial form. Usually, I always take my time torturing humans. However, I know you're potentially dangerous for someone of my level. So, I'll make sure to finish you off quickly. Having disappeared into the mist, Luffy eventually appeared in the air and felt his body fall. Screaming in fear, he noticed that he was falling towards the pond that was inside the building. No! Not water! Not water! Help! However, noticing something that could save him, Luffy directed his gaze to an old shipwreck that lay in the center of the pond. Without hesitation, he stretched his arm towards the old wooden frame. Grabbing its mast, he let the rest of his body fall towards the wreckage and land on the wooden floor. Yoch! It was close! Lucky that boat was there. At that moment, feeling a presence behind his back, Luffy immediately turned around, his fists clenched. Who is here? Above all, Midoriya took a step back and almost fell on his buttocks. Wait! We're on the same team, I believe. Huh! You're the boy who was with Yaki Guy. Luffy recognized him. Huh, yes! My name is Midoriya. But I would like to know what's going on here. At that moment, a long tongue pulled Mineta out of the water and let him fall violently on the boat. Here we'll be safe, Ajri affirmed, stepping out of the water as well. You're right. Thank you, Ajri, Midoriya said. Call me Tsuyu, she told him. Then, directing her gaze to Luffy, she questioned him. Friend or enemy? Huh? Luffy wondered. Neither. I'm just stopping Hans Guy from killing you. Who is this guy? Mineta wanted to know. Why did he come here? Is he dumb? No one stands a chance against the heroes of UA. They knew our schedule and the right time to attack, Midoriya retorted. Besides, if they managed to come here without causing the slightest alarm, it's because they found someone capable of neutralizing them. Yeah, it was us, Luffy asserted, raising his hand. Or rather, Frankie. He's amazing, isn't he? I don't see what's amazing about helping these villains, retorted the teenagers. I don't understand. Why help these guys if it's to stop them hurting us? Mineta asked. They lied to us. Me and my friends thought we could do something else by coming. And since they lied to us, we're going to make them regret using us. But how? Midoriya asked. Opposite, they are 5 times more numerous than us. No risk, Mineta asserted, throwing punches in the air. When All Might gets here, these guys will get the beating of their lives. Huh, Mineta. If those guys came to fight All Might, I doubt they're here without having a plan to kill him, Ajri retorted. Never mind, this guy isn't that invincible, said Luffy. What? The trio wondered, seeing Luffy walking towards one side of the boat. Inspecting the surroundings, the pirates spotted Tamira, who was in the company of Kurojairi and Noma. Perfect, he affirmed, making Mine reach out his arms to them. Wait, Tsuyu wanted to stop her. At that moment, a figure came out of the water and faced Luffy. Huh! The pirate wondered, seeing a man with shark teeth. I'm going to tear you all to shreds, the villain assured. However, Luffy's fist hit his face and sent him flying up the cliff of the building. Oops, Luffy said, who barely understood what he had just done. Sorry, you surprised me and I hit you without realizing it. Turning then to the high school students, he asked. He was a friend? No. In that case, I'm not sorry, Luffy affirmed. Suddenly he felt Mineta pinch his leg and stretch his skin. Your body is elastic? Your quirk allows you to be a rubber man? Quirk? No, it was my devil fruit that gave me this power. Devil's fruit? At that moment, the foursome saw several silver teleportation portals opening up all over the building. What is it? Midoriya wondered. Is it that guy who creates portals again? No. Looks like they're different, Ribbit. Then, they saw all kinds of terrifying monsters come out of the portals and start attacking everyone around them. Monsters? Shouted Mineta, seeing a lion with a fiery mane pounce on a villain and begin to wedge its head between its huge jaws. Midoriya couldn't help but tremble. Already, he had been frightened by the arrival of the villains. But now it was 10 times worse. They were in the middle of a nightmare. Kill those monsters, ordered a villain, while attacking a bicorn, along with several of his comrades. Help me! These monsters are going to devour me. Use your quirks. Soon several explosions occur, plunging the building into chaos. How could all this have happened? Mineta was frightened. Suddenly, appearing on the surface of the water, several villains tried to reach the shore, while seeming to flee from something. Quick! He's coming! Then, a second later, a huge sea serpent, with a horn in the center of its forehead, pierced the surface of the water. Already having some of its teeth coated in a scarlet liquid, it turned its attention to the rest of its prey. Aiming for it, he conjured electricity around his horn, before creating lightning that shot towards the villains. Hitting the water, his attack electrocuted the entire group of villains, who could only scream in agony, and in a few seconds they stopped moving, before their bodies sank into the waters of the pond. Getting ready to devour their corpses, the sea monster directed its gaze towards the boat, where there was still some prey. And the high school students recoiled in fear, seeing electricity still covering its horn. Frankie was walking towards what appeared to be a group of destroyed buildings. He didn't know if they were recent or fake, but he didn't care about that detail. All he knew was that a group of brats with superpowers were separated and they might be killed by Little League Tamura and Kurogyri. TSSS. It doesn't matter that I was unaware of their true plans, I can't help but think that this is all my fault. I should never have disabled that security system. Suddenly, several people appeared in front of him to block his path. Hey, you're one of those guys who betrayed the boss, said a villain. I bet if we can get your head back, we'll be rewarded, said another, taking his knife. Guys, I don't have time to play with you, Frankie retorted, pointing her fist at him. I have children to save. Strong, right? In a building, Bakugo and Kirishima watched Zoro with confusion and interest. This man used his hands as weapons. Maybe he was connected for his quirkiness, but they almost feel a murderous vibe of this blue man, almost like a robot. Bro, what do you think? Kirishima said. I think he's a loser just waiting to die. The fists alone won't be enough to fight these guys, said Bakugo. Should we help him? Said Kirishima, ready to jump, but Bakugo held him back. Let's look first, said Bakugo, wanting to look at the cyborg. Punching two people with his huge fists, Frankie threw them sideways before turning around. Attempting to attack him from behind, a man took fright when he saw him pull out guns at his wrist. Weapons left. Immediately, the villain was bombarded by his projectiles and collapsed to the ground. TSSS, Frankie growled, looking at the bodies of his fallen enemies. If you want to waste my time, try to be at least good opponents. Blade bug. Turning in extremis, Frankie positioned one of his huge arms in front of him to block the blade of a huge sword, which almost slashed his back. Seeing sparks being created, Frankie jumped back. Then, inspecting his arm, he saw a mark caused by the attack. TSSSS, he said, looking at the person in front of him. Sorry to take you by surprise. And Toma apologized. But in a battle to the death, I hope you understand that anything goes as long as you win your team. Hard bullets, bugs. At that moment, Frankie was surprised to see a swarm of insects flying towards Toma, before entering the sleeve of her left arm. Insects? Then, acting like a submachine gun, her arm flew the insects, as if they were projectiles. Frankie cannon! Conjuring up cannons on his shoulders, Frankie fired two cannonballs that struck Toma's projectiles, while creating explosions. Seeing a cloud of smoke forming, Toma positioned her arm in front of her face to shield it from the gusts of wind. What's wrong with his body? He's got weapons stashed everywhere. Is he some kind of mutant? Mutant? Watch your words. Suddenly, Frankie's fist shot out of the smoke and shot into Toma's face. I'm a cyborg. However, as he struck Toma, he felt his fist hit the solid surface of a shield that covered Toma's arm. Armor bug! Stepping back again, Frankie saw a multitude of insects positioning themselves around Toma. However, instead of being frightened, he began to smile, while affirming, Finally, I think I've found someone who can fight. Attempting to flee from one of Aura's creatures, one of the villains was surprised to see Sanji jump over him. That? Get out of my way! Flabbergasted, the villain felt Regina's claws slash his belly, before ejecting him behind her. Then, looking at Sanji, she ran towards him, before trying to make him meet the same fate. However, to her great surprise, the blonde was showing an agility and speed equivalent to her that he managed to dodge all of her attacks, jumping backwards. TSSSS! Stop running away! Regina roared, pointing her left hand at him. This time, unable to jump in time, Sanji raised one of his legs and used it to protect himself from the attack. Hitting Sanji's leg, Regina was stopped short, as she felt like she was hitting a titanium bar. Impossible! Excuse me, lady! If I hit the beautiful face that is yours, I would blame myself for the rest of my life. My beautiful face? Regina wondered in her form beast. Hey, wake up! You're facing a werewolf trying to kill you. Do you really think it's time to be a gentleman? It doesn't matter if you are a werewolf, a dragon, or a troll in my eyes, a woman is still a woman. However, it is true that I preferred you before. Your sadistic smile you wore before transforming, that was the best, Sanji affirmed, with hearts for eyes. This time, Regina didn't move, surprised by what he was saying. You're really strange. You're not the first man who tries to hunt me down. But usually, as soon as they see me transforming, he screams in terror and begs me to let them go. Why are you so confident? Who are you, me? Sanji asked, smiling confidently. If you are the wolf, I am the hunter. But instead of fighting you, I'd rather capture your heart. Immediately, he jumped back and avoided a punch that pulverized the ground. Stop ridiculing me, Regina roared. Then, raising her hands, she summoned a ball of fire, which appeared in the sky. Fall fire. Taking the form of a column of fire, the attack landed on Sanji, setting the area ablaze. Resuming her human form, she began to smile sadistically, while asking, Now what? How will our great knight react to this? However, she was surprised when she saw a figure emerge from the flames and begin to fly through the air. Skywalk! Trying to find one of his friends, Sanji knew he had to hand over the baton to someone else. Damn it! I could never beat her! It's got to be Jinbei or Robin. However, he stopped, seeing Regina, right in front of him. Where do you think you're going? Then, she gave him a powerful punch, which ejected him towards the ground. Falling onto his back, Sanji moaned in pain. Then, opening one eye, he saw Regina fall back towards him, while resuming her werewolf form. Consfix cross! She cried, crossing her arms, while surrounding her claws with a dark aura. Getting up in extremis, Sanji did a backflip, while Regina hit the ground hard, creating a cross-shaped crater. Then pursuing Sanji, she interrogated him. Hey, Hunter! What are you waiting for to counterattack? You may be good at dodging my attacks, but it seems you're not a very good fighter. It depends against who? Sanji confessed, dodging her claws. Suddenly, 3 villains positioned themselves in his way. There's one. One of them shouted, running in his direction. Sanji wondered. Die! Shouted a man, pointing a trident at him. Nevertheless, he made his target disappear, before feeling a foot hit his chin. What? Wondered another villain, seeing him fly through the air. Then, a moment later, he spat out drool and blood, feeling Sanji's foot hitting his abdomen. Then, aiming his foot at the last person, Sanji wanted to kick his face. However, at the last moment, he stopped. The person in front of him had his face almost entirely covered in bandages, making him look like a mummy. But even that didn't stop Sanji from seeing that the skin on his face was completely burnt. However, what caught his attention was the rest of his body, which, much better preserved compared to his face, had a feminine form. A woman? Seeing him stay still, the mummy woman managed to put her hand on Sanji's leg, and immediately Sanji felt some of his energy being sucked away. What? Then he cried out in pain, feeling Regina's claws slash his back. Don't forget about me. Then, his foot hit Sanji's face, throwing him against a rock that got pulverized. Seeing him on the ground, the Pleiad affirmed. He was much weaker than expected. Shrugging, she finally turned to another target, and saw Robin and Nami fighting against other villains. Having noticed how much Sanji seemed to like women, Regina wondered what his reaction would be if she came back to him, before throwing the 2 women's decapitated heads at him. Next target. Seeing her leave, the mummy woman seemed hesitant. But seeing the carnage around her, she ends up following Regina, not wanting to be left alone in any way. Positioning his saber in front of him, Zoro stopped a huge blade belonging to a praying mantis, whose head resembled that of a lizard. I present Sela! Aura affirmed. Level 71! Then, the enormous red frog puffed out its cheeks, before spitting out a sphere of slime. Jumping to avoid it, Zoro saw the slime hit the ground and begin to melt the stone. Acid? And it is Gagapur! Level 58. Growling, Zoro spun around, creating a sharp tornado. Tatsumaki! Immediately, his attack grows in size before swooping down on Aura's animals. Yet far from being worried, the elf ordered, Razim! Miratino! Flying away, the dragon and the griffin spread their wings before beating them at full speed. Combining their winds hit Zoro's tornado and managed to stop it. What? Zoro wondered. Suddenly, Fen appeared behind him, opening its jaws. However, Zoro jumped to avoid it and ran into his sharp tornado, risking getting slashed. What is this idiot doing? Aura wondered. Covering his body in haki, Zoro managed to resist his own attack. Then, spinning in the center of his tornado, he put his sabers into position. Senhachija pound ho! Turning around cut in two, his tornado was slashed by a powerful cutting wind that rushed towards Miritino. Unable to react in time, the griffin was lacerated and collapsed to the ground. And two, rain arrow! An arrow was shot towards the ceiling of the building, before separating into 100 copies. Not even having time to regain the ground, Zoro saw the arrows aiming at him, before falling towards him. TSSS! He growled, positioning his swords in front of him. Rokudo no. At that moment, a ball of mucus hit his back and Zoro moaned in pain, feeling like acid was melting the skin on his back. Having touched him, Gagapur had used its corrosive slime to destabilize him. It's over for you, assured Ora. However, having not said his last word, Zoro retained his concentration and composure, despite the rain of arrows approaching him. Suji, and all the arrows stopped, before being separated into 6 pieces. Then Zoro put his feet on the ground, along with the pieces of the weapons. And immediately, Gagapur jumped behind him, before spreading its long tongue. Not even turning to it, Zoro grabbed one of his swords. Rengoku Onigiri. Passing Zoro, Gagapur also found himself wounded in the abdomen, while blood flowed from a stomach wound. And 3. Zoro affirmed. Seeing him hurt another of her babies, Ora felt anger flood her mind. However, knowing that she had to keep calm, she began to applaud him. Congratulations! Compared to the soldiers of a certain country that we destroyed, you are a very powerful human. However, this was only the beginning of the fight, which let me know your way of fighting. Then, displaying a confident smile, she assured, the real fight starts now. Really? Zoro questioned her, with an amused smile. Your monsters aren't bad. But it'll take more too. Suddenly he dropped to one knee, feeling like his lungs had paralyzed. What? Simply smiling, Ora looked at a creature that looked like a big green rat whose body was covered with a multitude of fungi. This is Ritonaga. My brother doesn't like it at all because it loves to eat his plants. But what it loves the most are poisonous mushrooms. It is immune to their poisons and is able to push them on its skin, as well as use their spores. To prove it, Ritonaga rubbed its paws against its chest, shook the mushrooms there, forcing them to release spores which were directed at Zoro. Damn it! And if that's not enough, this time, a purple cloud fell on Zoro, making him cough, and his eyes turning red. What is it again? Flying overhead, a large black crow opened its beak to release more purplish mist. Corbus! It is also able to swallow poison and spit it out to defend itself. And finally, a slime appeared from behind Ora and rushed towards Zoro. Yet, despite the poison and spores around him, the man opened his eyes, before swinging one of his sabers. In an instant, the slime cut in half and fell to the ground. However, starting to move, both parts came to life before charging at Zoro. And to his great astonishment, they took on the appearance of 2 metallic balls. Forced to use his 2 sabers to block them, Zoro was unable to cut them. What? Kapal is a slime specially created by the Supreme Beings and entrusted to me by them. It is able to transform into anything he sees, and even copied matter no matter what it is made of. And believe me, I showed it a lot of interesting and very dangerous things. Besides, there's no point in cutting it up. Indeed, the 2 slimes approached each other and soon, the original slime reappeared. Smirking, Ora snapped her fingers as she ordered, everyone, but not Ritonaga, Corbus, and Kapal, go attack this man's friends. Have all the fun you want. Immediately, her precious babies took their leave and scattered throughout the building, while not hesitating to attack the villains they passed. Stay here, Zoro ordered, trying to get up. A whip slammed the ground in front of him, while Ora sneered. You dared to hurt 3 of my precious beasts. So I'm going to let you know hell 3 times. Spitting blood, Sanji finally straightened up, while putting his hand on his back, from which blood was still flowing. Damn it! I think I lost to a woman again. Bzzzzzzz. Hearing a strange buzzing sound, the blonde got up immediately, and avoided getting slashed by Zila's blade. What the? The blonde wondered, spotting the praying mantis, which used a pair of wings to fly. Crossing its blades before it, the insect flew towards Sanji aiming to kill him. Still, despite the bug being a higher level than Galadriel, Sanji wasn't afraid of it. Premier, however, before making the slightest move, a blade of fire struck the insect, slashing and charring it. That? Sanji Dano, appearing in front of the blonde, A tall man, dressed like a samurai, smiled, while affirming, "Glad to have found you, Kikinaman?" The blonde wondered. Chopper sighed. The reindeer doctor was in his chibi form trying to find the rest of his friends. Chopper was already afraid to see the villains entering the building, but he was even more afraid when he saw Aura and her animals. "What should I do? Where are Usopp and the others?" Hearing sounds of battle, the reindeer spotted Momo, Jiro, and Kaminari struggling as they faced off against a group of villains. "Students," he said, running to help them. "That's it, kids, you're done," said a villain ready to attack. "Watch out for nearby enemies," said Momo with a gun, but she was all nervous inside. "Kaminari, attack them," Jiro ordered. "Huh? Why me? You're a man. It doesn't change anything. Kung Fu point." At that moment, several villains felt hooves hitting their faces, knocking them to the ground. "Hiya!" Chopper said, attacking the villains, before positioning himself in front of the high schoolers. "Who is he?" Momo asked. "Is one of that group of thugs?" said Jiro. "That thingy's at the raccoon with the hat?" Kaminari wondered. "Who's the thing that looks like a raccoon? ? Chopper roared. However, seeing other enemies coming, he asked, "Do you think you can beat yourself?" "No worries," Momo assured. "Kaminari, get into position. We'll need you." "Me?" Getting electrocuted, a villain fell to the ground, while Nami twirled her climatact between her fingers. Then, seeing Aura's animals scattering all over the building, she asked, "Did All for One make those monsters appear?" "Nami, warning!" cried Robin. Flying above the redhead, Razum targeted her, before creating a column of flames. First screaming in fear, Nami shook her climatact in front of her, to create a gust of wind. Tornado tempo! Hitting the flames, the wind managed to dissipate them. But, already, Razum let himself fall towards Nami, and opened his jaws. But before attacking her, the dragon felt huge hands appear on his back and grab his wings. Growling? He wondered, feeling himself losing his ability to fly. Then 2 more hands appeared on his shoulders and grabbed his muzzle. Jaws closed, Razum could only struggle as the pair of hands pulled his head back, breaking his neck. "Sorry, but our navigator won't become your lunch," Robin said, arms crossed. "Clutch!" Feeling the pressure building, Razum panicked. Then, out of reflex, he summoned lightning and used it to electrocute his entire body, as well as Robin's arms. Immediately, the archaeologist let out a cry of pain, before falling to her knees. Feeling her arms disappear, Razum was able to spread his wings and fly again, avoiding crashing to the ground. "Robin!" cried Nami. Then, positioning her climatact in extremis in front of her, she blocked a hand with very long fingernails. "Good reflexes," Regina assured. "Do you really think now is the time to keep fighting us while these animals are trying to kill us?" "Don't worry about me," Regina assured. "Just worry about yourself." Then, using her second hand, she aimed it at Nami's abdomen. Attempting to jump back, the redhead nevertheless felt Regina's fingernails slash her t-shirt, as well as the skin of her belly. Grimacing in pain, she felt blood begin to flow from her wounds. Seeing her clench her teeth, Regina laughed. "I love your face. In truth, I'm sure Our Lady would be happy to have you by her side, like her toy." "Your lady?" "Yes, it's—" Suddenly Regina fell silent, remembering an order from Galadriel. "Since the battle against the Phoenix, she has ordered us not to speak her name, or that of Nazarick. Luckily, during our fight in Russia, we had not spoken her name. Nevertheless, the Phoenix and the Man-Lizard know who she is. We need to keep other people from knowing us. Forget what I said. I'll make you my toy." Then she reverted to werewolf form. Seeing her do this, Nami began to moan in fear, before stepping back. "Oh, don't put that face on," Regina told her, unable to help but smile sadistically. "If you continue, you will make me behave childishly and torture you." However, while she pretended to be frightened, Nami ended up displaying a confident smile, before pointing her climatact towards the Pleiad. "Thunder Lance tempo! Ha!" Suddenly, feeling the hairs of her fur lift, Regina turned to see a black cloud behind her, charged with electricity. "Go!" shouted Nami. Immediately, the lightning left the cloud, to rush towards his climatact. Being in the path of the attack, Regina saw it rushing at her, while being surprised. She controls lightning? However, using her speed, she had no trouble jumping to avoid electrocution. "What?" Nami wondered. Suddenly, Regina's claws were in front of her face and slashed at her. Unfortunately, the Pleiad saw her hand cross Nami's head, without meeting the slightest resistance. Then, the rest of the navigator's body disappeared, like a mirage. What? The Pleiad wondered. Mirage tempo! Then standing behind Regina, Nami aimed her climb attack at her, before creating an overpowering gust of wind. Tornado Tim. But before she could launch her attack, Nami saw Reina's face position herself right in front of her. Shame! And her foot hit Nami's belly. Breathless, the redhead dropped her weapon before rolling several times on the ground. Then, when she finally stopped, she screamed in pain, before spitting drool and blood on the floor. Arms on her belly, she had the impression that Reina's foot had pierced her belly and had pulverized her organs. Too bad for you, Regina said, pretending to be sorry for the navigator. But my sense of smell allowed me to understand your strategy, and I purposely fell into your traps so that you let your guard down. You, Nami growled, trying to get up. You know what? Regina questioned, walking towards her. I like humans like you. I have as much fun fighting you as torturing you. However, she was instantly stopped when a multitude of arms appeared around her. Huh? She wondered, trying to flower. Turning her gaze to Robin, Regina saw her with one eye closed, while Razum's electrocution seemed to have heavily damaged her body. Still able to attack? Regina questioned her. Then, using her physical strength, she tried to free her arms, contracting her muscles. Gritting his teeth, Robin tried to face his physical strength superior to his own. Nevertheless, she was so focused on Regina that she didn't hear footsteps behind her. Then a hand landed on her back. Absorption! Flabbergasted, Robin felt some of her energy suddenly sucked away. Frozen, she fell to her knees, before uncrossing her arms. How? She wondered. Behind her, the mummy woman had her left hand resting on her back, while the bandages around her mouth turned scarlet. Yerk! She said, sounding like she was about to vomit. I sucked in too much energy. Unaware, Regina, now freed, shrugs. She didn't know who this woman was, but if she was stopping Robin from ruining her fun, she was going to let her handle it. Turning then to Nami, she pretended to scratch her again, when a rock was thrown towards her. Positioning her arm in the air, the Pleiad let it crash into the rock and pulverize it. Who dares? She asked. Immediately, Ochako recoiled in fear, while she was in the company of Sato and Aoyama. She blocked it? The young girl said, frightened. Children? Knowing that Regina didn't have permission to kill them, she put on her scowl, before ordering, leave, before I decide to devour you. For answer, Sato grabbed several pieces of sugar, before putting them in his mouth. Aoyama! Cover me! He ordered before rushing towards Regina. First frozen in fear, the blonde finally reacted and fired a laser beam. Seeing the attack rushing at her, Regina leapt into the air to avoid it. But having imitated her, Sato was already at her side, his fist clenched. Ah! Nonetheless, simply positioning her hand in front of her face, Regina gripped his fist, effortlessly. What? Then, deciding to spin, like a top, Regina forced Sato to imitate her, before letting go. Launched towards the ground, Sato's body crashed into Aoyama's, and the two boys fell to the ground. Frightened, Ochako tried to back away. But a moment later she froze in terror, feeling claws appear in front of her throat. You're a bad girl, Regina affirmed, who was now behind her. Has anyone ever taught you that children should never meddle in adults' affairs? Then twisting her neck, Regina took pleasure in seeing the horrified face of Ochako, who couldn't help shaking and sobbing. Wah wah wah! Your face is perfect. I love it. What should I do? Kill you fast? Torture you slowly? What do you want me to do with you? Ochako was unable to answer her, while her whole body was paralyzed with terror. At the slightest movement, she knew Regina could kill her. Hey, stop that! Startled, Regina saw Nami get up. Oh? You're very resilient! Congratulations! Nevertheless, moving her foot, Regina crushed Nami's climb attack, who couldn't get it back. I don't think you have the ability to stand up to me anymore. Besides, your friend is in trouble too. Indeed, still on her knees, while she felt deprived of her energy, Robin remained motionless. Still behind her, the mummy woman looked up to see Razum landing in front of them. Pulling back, she showed fear in her eyes. But luckily for her, the huge reptile was only interested in Robin, from whom he wanted revenge. Barely able to look up at him, Robin saw him open his mouth, before forming flames in the back of his throat. Robin! Said Nami, but it was too late because, the next second, the flames left the mouth of the dragon and charged Robin. Being close to the path of the attack, the woman mummy pretended to flee. However, no sooner had she taken a step back than her eyes widened as the flames turned to ice. Surprised, Razum couldn't even react before feeling a blade slash his back, before making ice peaks appear. Roaring in pain, he spat blood as he struggled to stand on his feet. What the? Regina wondered, seeing him hurt. Then, stooping, she dodged a blade of ice, which nearly pierced her. Yo-ho-ho-ho! Sneered Brooke. Geez, I feel like I'm going to be dubbed the new Dragon Slayer. Yo-ho-ho-ho! Ryuma, watch out, the skeleton? Regina wondered. At that moment, she noticed that she had let go of Ochako, who had directed her hands to the floor. Then, she touched an object, before making it float in the air. Catch! She cried, throwing the object. Startled at first, Nami ended up reaching out her hands to catch her climb attack, which flew towards her. Seeing this, Regina pretended to run to retrieve the weapon. However, she was forced to use her claws to stop Brooke's sword. Young lady, please stop the fight. I would be sorry if I had to hurt you. Growling! What's wrong with your crew? And, at that moment, Nami grabbed her weapon, before pointing it at the sky. Egg ball! Flying through the air, an egg appeared before cracking open. Unleashing a black cloud, Nami made it grow, before positioning it above Razum. Only able to raise his face, the dragon could not react, while the lightning was heard. Thunderbolt tempo! Lightning fell from the sky and blasted the body of the huge reptile. Roaring in pain, Razum finally lost consciousness, as smoke poured out of his mouth. Then he collapsed on his side. Impossible! Regina affirmed. Then, seeing Nami and Brooke in front of her, the Pleiad gritted her teeth, wondering what she should do. Regina! Go away! Huh! The Pleiad wondered, hearing Demiurge's voice. We're watching you! Don't forget your mission! Even if you don't win, just be sure to let us know the power of each of these pirates. Now it's best that you leave this fight. I don't think you can win against them. Groaning again, Regina felt a sense of humiliation inside her. However, not wanting to make a stupid decision in any way, which could dishonor Galadriel, the Pleiad ends up creating a ball of fire above them. Fall fire! Seeing the attack take the form of a column of smoke, Ochako put her hands on Sato and Aoyama's body, before flying with them. Jumping back, Brooke and Nami also dodged the flames. However, as soon as they disappeared, they noticed Regina's disappearance. She's running away, Brooke remarked. Nevertheless, being preoccupied with something else, Nami turned to Robin and noticed that the mummy woman was still behind her. There is still an enemy. I have it, Brooke affirmed, rushing over to her. Frightened, after what she had just done, the woman mummy looked around her and saw the bodies of two villains on the ground. Immediately, she placed her right hand on the back of one of them. Then, the next second, all the energy she had stolen from Robin disappeared into the villain's body. Then, she did the same with the body of the second villain, and gave him the energy she had taken from Sanji. And the next second, the two men opened their eyes, before getting up. What is? Good luck, said the mummy woman, before fleeing. Huh! Then, the duo got scared, seeing Brooke right in front of them. Get out! Unfortunately, one of the villains created a black mist in an attempt to hide. Seeing the two villains and Brooke disappear inside, Nami hurriedly created a gust of wind, which caused the mist to disappear. Visible again, Brooke was standing, with the bodies of the two villains back on the ground. However, like Regina, the mummy woman had managed to escape. So you heard that the League of Villains was recruiting and you had the idea to join them, Sanji summed up. Actually, I thought I met some members of Kaido's crew, who could give me some information, Kinemon affirmed. I don't know where our allies or our enemies are, TSSS, Sanji said. It's true that we always had doubts. But if you're here, it means that we are certainly not the only ones to have landed in this world. If Kaido and Big Mom are there, it might complicate things. What should we do? Kinemon asked. First, we'll defeat these guys, Sanji asserted, turning his back on him. No problem. However, as Sanji took a step forward, he didn't see Kinemon grinning evilly as he aimed his saber at him. Still, Sanji's foot was faster and slammed into his chin, knocking him back. What? Did you really think you were fooling me, Kinemon? Sanji questioned him, looking down. Or would you rather I didn't call you your real name, Kenjuro? Startled at first, Kinemon flashed his evil smile again. Then finally, twirling his saber, he let it take the form of a huge brush. I got discovered? Even covered with your drawing, your aura does not escape my haki. Moreover, Even if Kinemon would have wanted to join this group to meet pirates of Kaido, I doubt that he would stay with them, knowing that he was going to help them kill children. He's not like you. Simply laughing, Kinemon's face changed, taking on the appearance of Kenjuro's. Sanji Dano, what you are telling me is very vexing. Weren't we friends? Would my foot in your face be a good answer? Simply laughing, Kenjuro said. Again, we are enemies. But what do you want? If I wanted to survive in this world, it was normal to accept the first job that was offered to me. Even if it meant killing children, bitch. Sanji growled. Then, he directed his foot towards the face of the former samurai, who managed to stop him using his brush. Growling, Sanji felt his strike being far below his usual strength, as the mummy woman had stolen more energy from him than he had thought. Looks like today is my lucky day, Kenjuro affirmed. I advise you not to push your luck too far, Sanji retorted. Or else? Suddenly, several stalactites hit Kenjuro's back, freezing him. What? The samurai wondered, looking away from Sanji. Immediately, Sanji took the opportunity to violently kick his face, throwing him backwards. Then, turning his gaze, he saw Todoroki, with his right hand pointing towards him. Huh! Galadriel wondered. Having spotted Kenjuro, she quickly remembered him. He's Orochi's spy. From what I remember, he's a psychopathic comedian who can easily create anything he draws. I wonder if he could replicate the creatures of Aura. At least it's good news that he's Mugiwara's enemy. With a little diplomacy, I could make him my subordinate. And if he refuses, I don't think I'll have much trouble kill. Then, focusing on the other fights, she caught sight of Antoma still facing Frankie, while Regina fled facing Nami and Brook. It was better to do it that way. They would have been more than capable of killing her, fighting together. These pirates, at the moment, most of them have a power between level 50 and 70. But a few are much more dangerous. Looking at Zoro, who continued to face Aura and her three creatures, she got him hit by Aura's whip, while the area he was in was now completely covered in poisonous gas. A normal human would already be down, and yet he continues to fight. This guy, for the moment, he is the one I am most suspicious of. Above all, Aura must not let her guard down. And finally, she directed her gaze to Tamura, who was staring at Aizawa, who was now in front of him. What did you do with the children? Aizawa asked. Kurojiiri just teleported them to random areas, said Tamura. Besides, you should worry about yourself instead. Finally, I think you would be the perfect warm-up for Noma. Then, letting out a cry, the monster moved between Tamura and Kurojiiri, before facing Aizawa. TSSS! The man growled, before positioning his glasses in front of his eyes, and grabbing his scarves. Oh, that's something worth seeing up close, Galadriel affirmed, deciding to move towards the future combat zone. Ah! Seeing the sea monster pretending to attack them, Mineta panicked. We're going to die! We're going to die! We're going to die! But instead, Luffy stretched out his arm and grabbed the monster's horn. Startled, the sea serpent discharged all of its lightning, which electrocuted Luffy. However, not seeming to feel the slightest pain, the man began to smile, while retorting, sorry, but suddenly he let his body vote the face of the sea serpent, before affirming, but I'm a man elastic. Seeing him coming towards it, the giant snake opened its mouth and summoned a column of water that rushed at Luffy. What? The pirate wondered, as this attack was about to do more damage to him. 5,000 tile true punch! Hitting the water column, Jinbe pulverized it in an instant. What? The high school students wondered. Jinbe! Luffy gloated. I'll take care of it, the fishman assured, falling into the water. Finding himself surrounded by water, Jinbe then concentrated, before creating an aquatic sphere between his hands. Yaranami! Taking the form of a water cyclone, Jinbe's attack cut through the water before breaking through the surface of the pond. Unable to react, the sea serpent saw the attack rush at it, before being violently struck. Dumbfounded, everyone in the building saw its body fly through the air, before crashing into the ceiling. Unconscious, he then collapsed and slammed into the ground, shaking the entire building. Hi Shia? Aura wondered. Then, turning her gaze, she saw the bodies of other animals on the ground. Zila Razum. Hearing a smile, the dark elf then turned around, to see Zoro smiling. What are you laughing at? You told me you were going to put me through hell? Forcing himself to his feet, he declared. You're the one who doesn't understand that you preyed on the wrong people. But don't worry, crossing his arms, he declared. Hell is really going to break out here. But who do you think will be the victim? Spider Talisman. Creating several giant spiders, and Toma ordered them to attack Frankie. Immediately, her bugs created silk, which stuck to Frankie's arms. Hey! I forbid you to dirty my super dream body. Completely ignoring him, the spiders created more silk that wrapped around Frankie. Arms tied to his body, the cyborg was surprised that he couldn't make a move. This floss is really strong. Attack! And Toma ordered, jumping towards Frankie. Her spiders showed their fangs. However, far from being frightened, Frankie puffed out his cheeks, before creating a jet of flames. Unable to avoid it, several spiders were charred by the attack, which left only 2 survivors. Seeing them still heading towards him, the cyborg tensed the muscles of his enormous arms, before tearing the silk. Then, his 2 hands seized the 2 spiders, which he hastened to lace towards the ground. Feeling their bodies end up in the center of 2 craters, the spiders disappeared to resume their appearance as talismans. Super! Frankie shouted, striking his famous pose. But already, Toma rushed at him, with her sword-like arm. Blade bug! Strong hammer! Separating his fist, Frankie threw it towards Toma. Nevertheless, quick enough to avoid it, the Pleiad jumped over the fist, before landing in Frankie's face. Unfortunately, positioning his arm in front of him again, Frankie parried her blade, without the weapon being able to actually damage his arm. Then, he opened his shoulders, to show several rockets. Frankie Roquet Launcher! Immediately jumping back, Toma used her sword to cut 2 of the projectiles. Nevertheless, embarrassed by the smoke that her gesture caused, she was unable to locate the last rocket, and saw it only when it found itself in front of her. Seeing his projectile explode, Frankie closed his shoulders, and saw Toma's body fall to the ground. Face and clothing covered with burn marks, the little Pleiad struggled to get up. Little girl, you are very strong compared to all those other villains. Nevertheless, don't you think it would be best to give up? The cyborg asked. In response, Toma made strange noises, which betrayed her anger. Looking at the state of her clothes, which had been given to her by the supreme beings, she glared at Frankie with rage. Unforgivable! She roared, in a much more gruff voice. Ha! Thunderbird Talisman! Leaving another piece of paper, Toma transformed it into a bird whose body was made of electricity. Fresh fire! Attempting to set it on fire, Frankie spotted the bird dodging his flames, before slicing through his body. Immediately, he felt electricity spread through his body, causing him to let out a cry of pain. And it's not over! Toma affirmed, as her arm took on the form of the body of a giant centipede. Raising it to the sky, she ends up letting it fall forcefully towards Frankie. However, far from being impressed, Frankie positioned both of his arms up, before bending his legs. A moment later, Toma's modified arms slammed into the palms of his hands, and the shock of the impact created cracks around Frankie's feet. Initially, the cyborg winced in pain. But managing to grip the modified arm between his fingers, he smiled. It's my turn. And in an instant, Toma saw him spinning, and his brute strength was so phenomenal that the Pleiad's feet left the ground. Continuing to spin, Frankie forced Toma's body to do the same, as his spin grew faster and faster. Feeling like she was about to vomit, Toma created new talismans that flew towards Frankie, before sticking to him. Exploding talisman. Immediately, 3 explosions took place, startling Frankie, who nearly let go of his grip. It's over! Toma affirmed, preparing to create more talismans. Pushing, she cried out in pain, feeling Frankie squeeze her arm much tighter than before. Then, letting out a war cry, he ended up throwing her with all his might against a wall. Can only scream in fear, Toma felt her back hit the hard surface, before crossing it and feeling pieces of concrete covering her. TSSS, Frankie growled, while twirling his left arm to make sure he was still operational. Then, seeing one of the debris begin to move, he eventually sees a few pieces of concrete being ejected to the side. Then, managing to extricate herself from the pile of concrete, Toma was seen staring at Frankie, while screeching, You, I already told you! Frankie affirmed, without the slightest conceit. You can't win against me, Toma was furious. Frankie was humiliating Nazarick by beating her. However, she had to admit that he was telling the truth. Frankie was barely injured compared to her, and hadn't been able to get the better of him since the start of the fight. That human, he must be level 75! I can't win against a guy like him. However, having not said her last word, she saw a giant wasp and a dragonfly with spikes in place of its legs, flying behind Frankie and getting dangerously close to him. "I would never give up," she asserted, standing up. Catching his attention, Antoma stopped Frankie from turning around, despite the imminent danger. But unfortunately, the plan of the Pleiad was ruined when two silhouettes appeared above his creations. "Day!" roars Bakugo. "Ah!" cried Kirishima. Immediately, an explosion pulverized the wasp, while the edge of Kirishima's hand struck the dragonfly's head. "Huh!" Frankie wondered, turning around. Falling to the ground, the two insects turned into a piece of paper, which was crushed under the high school student's shoes. "We came to help," Kirishima affirmed. "This stupid woman, I will crush her," Bakugo assured, creating explosions in his fists. Staring at the two boys with hatred, Antoma struggled to control herself. Then, deciding to show her true power, she put her hand on her face. However, before she could remove her mask, she heard a telepathic message. "Demiurge?" Surprised, the trio in front of her saw her remain motionless. Then, having received the order to retreat, the Pleiad gritted her teeth. But obeying orders, she created several talismans, which fell to the ground. "Smoke talisman!" Exploding, the pieces of paper released a cloud of smoke that hid Antoma. "She's trying to run away," Kirishima observed. "In his dreams," Bakugo roared, charging into the cloud of smoke. Hitting where the Pleiad should be, the boy only hit the void. "What?" Much like Regina, Antoma had quit the fight. Seeing Todoroki continue to move his hand towards him, Sanji questioned him. "Kid, can you not consider me an enemy? I don't see why I wouldn't be suspicious of you," Todoroki retorted. "Hey, listen to me. I'm not on their side," said Sanji, now irritated. "Why should I listen to a potential villain?" the teen asked. "I'm not a bad guy. They cheated on me and I refused to hurt the kids," Sanji said, walking towards him. "Don't come near me," said Todoroki, threatening him. "Listen, kid, I may not have flashy superpowers like you, but if I wanted to fight you, I would have kicked my foot in your face by now," Sanji said. "Sorry, but that doesn't scare me," Todoroki said, creating more ice. Then, he created spears of ice, which slammed into Sanji. Heaving a sigh, the blonde rushed towards the projectiles, before sending his leg towards her. "Premier Hachis," said the cook, with a powerful kick that broke all the ice spears. Stunned, Todoroki saw his attacks turn into vulgar chunks of ice, which fell to the ground. "Impossible. Do you still want to try?" Sanji asked. "How did you manage not to be injured? Do you have a Kyric which increases your combat strength tenfold?" Shoto said. "No. Sorry to scare you, kid, but I don't wield any weapons and I don't have any special powers. It's my own strength." "Your own strength?" Shoto said, now more confused than ever. "You're lying. You must have an ability or something. Listen, half cold and half hot, we can discuss powers later. Right now we have something serious," Sanji said. "Like what?" To answer his question, the duo heard footsteps and saw Kenjuro coming back towards them, with blood dripping from his nose. "As if a simple kick is going to be enough to defeat me." Seeing him, Shoto affirmed. "He, I'm guessing, isn't a friend." "Certainly not," Sanji assured. Then, turning to the child, he questioned him. "What's your name?" The kid was silent for a few seconds. Then, finally, he answered. "Shoto Todoroki, and you?" "Call me Sanji." Drawing on the ground, Kenjuro conjured up a giant eagle, as he climbed onto its back. "Well, Shoto, do you want to beat bad guys?" Sanji asked with a smile. "Yes," Shoto said, taking the blonde's side now. Chopper felt like the heavy hitter in a band for the first time. These weird-looking kids didn't seem to be the strongest in muscle, so they used everything they had with their so-called quirks. Nevertheless, the quartet were surrounded by a group gathering at least 20 people. "Hey, how are you?" Chopper asked. "Yeah. But seriously, it's scary," said Kaminari. "Idiot, you have the best quirk right now for our side. Use your electricity," Jiro said. "But I'm scared." "You don't become a hero out of fear," Jiraiya said as he kicked Kaminari, screaming, the boy moving, until he hit a villain. Surprised, the man didn't even have time to react, before being electrocuted. "And won," Jiro asserted. "Hey, why did you do that?" said Chopper in horror. "Huh? What's the matter?" Jiro asked. "He's your friend and you're supposed to be a hero, and you just threw him at the bad guys," Chopper said, scolding Jiraiya. "He's mostly our best way to win." "He's getting closer," said Momo, seeing more people appearing. Chopper decided to be faster. "Kung Fu Point," he said, taking on his fighting form. "Hi-ya-ya-ya-ya-ya-ya," said Chopper. Kick the ass of many bad guys. What an awesome quirk, he is able to transform into different muscular shapes to fight, said Momo, super impressed. I have to say, for a raccoon he's pretty strong, said Jiro. Stop praising me, you mothers, said Chopper, doing his happy dance in the middle of the battle. Then he shouted, I'm not a raccoon. Are you bipolar? Said the two girls, with a bead of sweat on the back of their heads. Hey, what's the plan? Kaminari asked, while keeping the villains at bay with his quirk. Just wait, Kaminari, Momo said. Then she made a part of her body shine, before invoking an object. What's going on? Chopper asked. It takes time to make large objects, Momo says. Then a giant sheet appears behind her back. A sheet? Said a villain. 100mm thick insulating sheet, Momo said. Jiro! Come quickly. Understanding the idea, the other girl ran towards her and engulfed under the sheet. Aya, wait for me, Chopper shouted, afraid of being electrocuted. You can't set foot here, there's no space, said Jiro. Of course I can. Look, said Chopper, taking his chibi form. So cute, mentally said that goth girl. Kaminari! It's your turn, Momo affirmed. No worries. Now get ready to see how strong I am, said Kaminari, shocking everyone. Screaming in pain, the villains around him were hit by his attack and eventually fell to the ground. And a few seconds later, ceasing to move. Kaminari couldn't help but smile stupidly, while making strange sounds. I think his brain fried, Momo said, not noticing that the front of her outfit was torn. Then she turned to Chopper. Thanks for your help. Momo, cover up, Jiro shouted, blushing. Ooh, sorry, Momo said, covering her breasts. Damn it, they're full, Jiro thought, with a feeling of jealousy. I'm going to make a new uniform, said Momo, going behind a rock. What next? Jiro asked. We need to find your teacher and my friends. They will know how to protect you until all is well, said Chopper. You mean until the AU personnel arrive? Said Jiro, looking at the little reindeer. I guess we better stay focused and not let our guard down, said Chopper, getting super serious. Why is he so cute when he talks serious? Jiro thought, seeing this cute little guy trying to play tough. Ah! Screaming in fear, Usopp recoiled in fear, seeing a lion with a fiery mane advancing towards him. Midori Bashi Sargasso! Hitting the ground, his pop greens transformed into huge carnivorous plants, which opened their mouths towards the feline. Nevertheless, in no way afraid, the monster let his mane intensify the size of its flames, which enveloped his entire body. Imprisoning him between its jaws, one of the carnivorous plants kissed itself as the flames reduced her to ashes. Then, the lion created a ball of fire that charred another plant. And finally, he jumped to the last plant before slashing it with his claws. In an instant, he had managed to destroy Usopp's plants. But, already, the sniper aimed it and fired another projectile towards him. Skull exploding grass! Inflating its cheeks, the lion created another sphere of fire, and the two attacks collided before creating an explosion, shaped like a skull. But hardly the lion put his paws on the ground, that another projectile crossed the cloud of smoke. Impact wolf! This time, the animal could not react in time while a huge wolf's head crashed into it and made it recoil. I got it! Usopp rejoiced. However, opening his eyes, the lion managed to put his paws on the ground and stop his flight. Gianni? Usopp wondered, with snot dripping from his nose. Annoyed, the feline roars before rushing towards the sniper. Ah! Usopp shouted, before firing another projectile. Skull exploding grass! Nevertheless, the lion jumped aside to avoid the projectile, before continuing its course and jumping on Usopp. No! The sniper shouted, positioning his arm in front of him. At that moment, a black figure rushed at the feline and gave him a little kick. Surprised, the lion stopped, before falling back on his paws. Then, growling, he turned to Dark Shadow. Having decided to attack him by surprise, Tokoimi began to growl. He doesn't have a single scratch. Still, I hit him with all my might, Dark Shadow assured. Roaring at the sight of the duo, the lion jumped back, to avoid acid jets. Zero! Creates a Shido. Standing behind the feline, the boy took advantage of his backing up to create duct tape, which wrapped around its paws. Startled, the fire lion nearly lost his balance. Taking advantage, Ojiro and Shoji jumped over the monster before hitting it with all their might. Hit in the face, the fire lion was thrown backwards, before crashing into the ground. But what? Usopp wondered. We did it! Ojiro, Ashido and Siro rejoiced. Still, less pleased than the trio, Tokoimi and Shoji stared at the spot where the monster had landed, as the impact kicked up a cloud of dust. Then, the two boys widened their eyes, seeing a figure that was already standing. It's not over. Ha! At that moment, several balls of fire left the cloud of smoke and swooped down on them. Dark Shadow! Growing in size, the shadow entity positioned itself in front of the small group to protect them. However, in the face of fire, he quickly disappeared to return to Tokoimi's body. The worst adversary. The boy growled. Running again, the lion let the flames of his mane wrap around its entire body, making it look like a flaming torch. Screaming in fear, Ashido and Siro launched their quirks at him. However, the acid and duct tape were quickly destroyed before they even touched his body. He's invincible. Ojiro frightened. Bamboo Jave Grove! Throwing several projectiles into the ground, Usopp saw them turn into a veritable bamboo forest. Finding himself right in the middle, the lion felt several of them hitting his abdomen. Despite his flames, the solid plants took several seconds to burn, giving them time to crash into his belly and slow him down enough to stop him. Sprinkler! Another projectile hit the ground and turned into a huge flower that released water, like an automatic watering can. Being close to the flower, the feline felt the water touch him and began to cry out in agony, as if the liquid was burning him. Seeing his flames go out, Usopp cried out, "It's time!" Impact Wolf! Trying in vain to rekindle the flames of his mane, the lion does not put me to spit a new ball of fire, before hitting Usopp's attack. Feeling the shockwave hit his skull, he coughed up blood, stepping back. Yet he still remained standing. What? Usopp frightened. Opening his eyes, the lion stares at him. Then, suddenly, his eyes turned white and he collapsed to the ground. Landing on one of the banks of the pond, Luffy dropped Midoriya, Azuri, and Mineta at his feet. It's okay. We're safe. Almost all the villains were killed by the monsters, Azuri remarked. And most of those freaks got beat up, Ribbit. However, turning his gaze in one direction, Midoriya widened his gaze as he saw, in horror, their teacher on the ground. Having become a punching bag for the giant, deformed villain, Aizawa was coughing up blood, while he had several wounds on his face. Aizawa-sensei, he's no match for that monster. Mineta sounded scared. What can we do? All Might still isn't here. To answer his question, the three high school students saw a silhouette teleport in front of Nomu, before getting into a combat position. Kurogyri and Tamura wondered, seeing a girl with white hair. Ggladril? The high school students wondered. Facing the Nomu, Galadriel felt like acting like Aura and Demiurge and examining the monster to find out what it was exactly. However, forced to behave like a normal high school girl, she put on a scared face and made her legs shake. What should not be done to control the world? Oh? What do we have here? Tamura asked, with an amused look. One of All Might's protégés came here to save her teacher. Isn't that cute? You don't scare me, Galadriel affirmed. Really? Tamura asked, with a wicked smile. Noma, do what you want with her. She's crazy. Midoriya shouted. She's going to get slaughtered, Ribbit. At that moment, the high school students saw Luffy pass between them, before running towards the future combat zone. Hands Guy. However, he stopped, as two figures positioned themselves in front of him. Apart from the beasts that fought against Zoro, Fenrir and Quadriceal were the last aura creatures left standing. Growling in displeasure, they faced Luffy, who clenched his fists. Do you want to fight? Luffy don't mind them. Emerging from the water, a huge figure leapt into the air, before landing in front of the pirate, shaking the ground beneath its feet. Startled, the two creatures backed away a bit, growling, as Jinbei appeared in front of them. I'll take care of them, the fishman assured. Okay, Luffy said, rushing over, while waving at him. Thank you, Jinbei. Nonetheless, appearing to transform into a shadow, Fenrir moved at full speed towards Luffy before opening his jaws in front of him. Unfortunately, his teeth crashed into solid skin, while Jinbei had positioned his arm between his jaws. Covered in haki, the fishman's limbs seemed unbreakable. My captain is busy, Jinbei affirmed, positioning his second arm back. Then, he punched Fenrir in the face. Feeling like being hit by a train, the canine flew backwards, before crashing into Quadriceal. Collapsing to the ground, the two animals got up with difficulty, while Jinbei faced them. So it's up to me to take care of the small fry. Seeming to understand the insult, the two animals growled, while facing him. Messages, like in the past, I am a pacifist. Raising his head, Aizawa groaned, seeing the white-haired girl facing the trio of villains. Idiot, go away. Don't worry, you'll be fine, I'm here now, Galadriel said, trying to smile confidently. Maybe I shouldn't have come to help her, she remarked. If I kill this bunch of puppets, the others are going to realize that I'm not normal. So I'm going to have to fight without killing them. It's not going to be easy. She didn't know what kind of attack would have an effect on the monster in front of her. But before she could make up her mind, Tamura appeared behind Galadriel. Sorry, but I hate people who play heroes, he stated, with a sadistic smile. His long hand gripped Galadriel's neck, and for a moment he thought he had it. But his quirk didn't work, and it's not because of Aizawa's ability. What? Simply raising her fist and punching over her shoulder, Galadriel had no trouble smashing Tamura's face, without needing to look at him. GNNNN! The man growled, stepping back. Kamiyan, it's time for me to show how cool I am, Galadriel thought with a smile. Why isn't my quirk working? Tamura muttered, while walking away. He didn't understand how she didn't die. She had to disappear. He wanted her dead. Problem with your quirk? Galadriel teased, finally turning to him. It's no good, no good. You're still here, you shouldn't be here. You should disappear, Tamura said. I don't want to, Galadriel replied simply. Nomu, kill her. Immediately, Nomu let out a scream before raising his fists, to smash them into the girl. However, hitting the ground, he was surprised not to touch Galadriel, while she was gone. Then, spitting blood, he felt the tip of a spear of light dig into his back. Light spear, said Galadriel, who had teleported behind him. Huh? Kurojairi wondered. A power like mine? For her part, wanting to sigh in boredom, Galadriel simply walked over to him. Guys, at least try to have fun. However, noticing that a shadow covered her, Galadriel turned around and saw Nomu right behind her, watching her. Seizing the spear of light, he pulled it out of his body, aggravating the condition of his wound. Yet, gazing at him curiously, Galadriel saw the wound begin to close and heal. And after a few seconds, not even a scar remained. Regeneration? Interesting, Galadriel whispered. Finally, instead of comparing yourself to an ogre, you're more of a troll. A new growl was uttered and signaled the offensive. Noma's immense speed surprises Galadriel, who barely evades the attack, but she also notices that the Black Mist villain wasted no time in attacking, ambushing her from behind. The coordinated attack brought a smile to her face. In truth, since her confrontation against Marco, Galadriel had been looking forward to a new fight, in order to be able to regain this feeling that had made her happy. To fight, the thrill of confronting an enemy. It wasn't a game, but she still enjoys the PvP aspect of this new life. We have you now, Kurojairi said, starting to form another teleportation portal. Arcane field force. Immediately, Kurojairi, feeling a strange invisible force hit his body and forcing him to step back. What? Arcane sword. Pretending to attack him with a sword, Galadriel felt the Nomu's presence behind her back, as he made to aim his fist at her. However, a sadistic smile appeared on the Empress's face, as the monster felt his arm being cut in half. Then she attacked the villain of the Black Mist. However, even feeling the blade pass through his body, the Fogman didn't seem hurt in any way. It won't work on me, he said. I get it. It's your quirk. Very annoying indeed, Galadriel said. I'm learning a lot from their quirks. This Mist guy's ability is interesting. And this thing, Nomu, is something I want, Galadriel thought. The Nomu attacked once more, and for the sake of acting, she let herself be hit. Her dramatic pose number 12 made the students who watched from afar scream in fear. Of course, she didn't take any damage but claimed that she did. My God, I'm such a beautiful actress, Galadriel thought with a smile. Arcane shield. She stopped Nomu's attack with no problem, but her game looked like she was struggling. Die! Tamura roared. Arcane field force. Galadriel pushes them away once more. I have to applaud you, girl. From all the students here, you are clearly the strongest in your quirk. It's a powerful thing. I wonder what it is, Kurojairi said. Shut up, Kurojairi. We've wasted enough time with that girl. She should have died, fading to dust. I'm going to kill her, Tamura said, walking in her direction. I don't think that will happen, Galadriel said. The Nomu uses his speed and strength to attack it. Black Mist tries to ambush her again, while Tamura seems to watch her. Standing still, Galadriel attempted to read their movements and quirks, and exploit a weakness. I got you! Black Mist said, twisting under her to grab her legs. The gnome throws a series of punches to break her shield. And Tamura saw this as an opportunity to be done with her. Nomu, hold her! The creature obeyed, and he hugged it with his huge arms. It's over, Tamura said, licking his lips as he grabbed her by the neck. But his quirk didn't work again, and this time he screamed. I said die! Vanish! Shouted Tamura. Do you even have a quirk? Galadriel teased. Memories of his childhood flood him, something he didn't want to remember. His teacher once told him that some altars react to their feelings. The more hate he has, the more powerful it becomes. Just a few more seconds. I heard someone scream. I wonder who's screaming. I'm going to use the Tier V spell, but I don't want to kill that gnome thing. I need to learn how they did, and that warp guy quirk is interesting too. Just a few more seconds, I'm getting caught, just to get it over with now, Galadriel thought. Then she saw how her uniform was slowly disintegrating. She saw Tamura's crooked smile, as her quirk started working on her. Die, get out of my sight, he said, smiling. Yua, her smile reminds me of Albedo's smiling face when she's in heat. Galadriel thought. I wonder if I'm taking damage. My uniform stats are average at best. It's not really a surprise that they're not strong enough to stop this quirk guy. Guess I'll change to it to get stronger. My racial levels and resistance are too high for me to take any damage from it, but I have to be careful. I don't know how much quirks can grow, and this creature proves that it does. Something more going on here, Galadriel thought. Calls out! Tamura shouted with a crooked smile. However, the pair were surprised, seeing a new teleportation portal being created. Huh! Tamura wondered. That girl's not normal, Kurogyri asserted. Let's take it back to Sensei. Hearing this, Galadriel hesitated. Do I let myself be captured to meet their boss, or should I postpone our meeting? After all, I don't know if he has any allies who could stop me from fleeing. However, the instant Nomu took a step towards the portal, he heard, gum gum. Finding himself right in front of Nomu, Luffy targeted his abdomen, while his arms were stretched back. Mugiwara? Tamura wondered. Bazooka! Immediately, the villains felt like they saw Nomu's belly contort as Luffy's hands slapped him hard. Feeling its feet leave the ground, the monster flew to the other end of the building, before crashing into a cliff. Barely realizing what was happening, Galadriel felt the Nomu let go of her, before Luffy's arm wrapped around her waist. Then, knocking her to his feet, the pirate interrogated her. Hey, are you okay? Huh? Yeah, Galadriel replied. But what is this fool doing here? Who is the idiot who thought it smart to let him come here to fight him? And oh, that's me. Then, she was surprised, seeing Luffy staring at her. In fact, he seemed to be examining her gaze, while seeming to try to recognize her. A problem? This guy, does he actually know who I am? Has he ever seen my demon appearance, and does he understand that I'm not human? Finally, flashing a smile, while slamming his fist into his palm, Luffy nodded. You is Jelly Girl. What? Wondered Galadriel. You're the girl who was in the convenience store, Luffy affirmed. The one who got crushed by the packets of chips. Before I left with Usopp, I turned around and saw you extract your jelly-covered head. Laughing, Luffy nodded. You were so hilarious to watch. You have to be an idiot to find yourself in this kind of situation. Immediately, a vein of anger appeared on Galadriel's forehead, which held back, in extremis, a murderous impulse. Mugiwara Hatto, you want to eat it with pepper or salt? Huh! Hey, Mugiwara! Regaining his seriousness, Luffy faced Tamura, who glared at him with hatred. Today will be the day you die. Jumping back, Jinbe dodged the onslaught of Fen, who failed to bite him, and was amazed at Jinbe's agility. Dodging another attack, Jinbe found himself in front of the huge black wolf's left flank, and clenched his fist. 5,000 tile true punch! However, before he could kick him, he felt a long tongue wrap around his right leg. Having captured him, Quadrisil then pulled him towards him. Off balance, Jinbe attempted to maintain his attack. Nevertheless, deprived of his precision, the fishman saw Fen move his body enough to dodge Jinbe's fist. Growling, the fishman turned back to the Itsamna, just as the animal conjured up electricity around him. Reaching his tongue, the attack covered the entire appendage, before blasting Jinbe. Gritting his teeth, the fishman seemed to be helpless, and Quadrisil took the opportunity to jump into the air, before dropping in his direction. However, far from fainting, Jinbe opened his eyes, before repositioning his fist back. Shark-tile true punch! Hitting Quadricel's abdomen. Just as the lizard was about to touch him, his fist released a shock wave, which spread throughout the animal's body, making him roar in pain. Still, gritting his teeth, Jinbe felt his feet sink into the ground, due to the weight of the animal, which was surprisingly heavy. Gray's a lot heavier than he lets on. However, preparing his second fist, he repeated his attack. Shark-tile true. Nevertheless, stepping out of Quadricel's shadow, Fen's head suddenly appeared in front of Jinbe, startling him. What? Opening his jaws, Fen covered them with black flames, before biting Jinbe's second arm, in order to stop him. Not having had time to use the haki, the fishman growled again, as he felt the wolf's teeth sink into his flesh before starting to burn it. Thinking he had captured him, Fen then backed away, and tried to pull Jinbe, in order to knock him forward. But to his surprise, the body of the fishman did not move a millimeter. Despite Quadricel's body, which was still trying to crush him, and the black flames that began to surround his arm, Jinbe didn't move from his position. Instead, looking down at Fen, he suddenly lifted the arm the wolf was biting. Stunned, Fen felt his paws leave the ground as his opponent picked him up like a doll. Then, seeing him still biting him, Jinbe used his opponent's body to punch Quadricel hard. The shock of the impact made the duo roar, as they were thrown into the air. Not even looking at them, Jinbe then blew on his arm, to extinguish the black flames, as if they were the flames of birthday candles. Then, resuming a combat stance, he exhaled, while closing his eyes. That was the power of fishman karate, and hardly had he finished his sentence, than a double shock was heard behind him, when Fen and Quadricel crashed against the ground. Unfortunately, opening his eyes, Jinbe saw them getting up, despite their injuries and displaying looks of hatred against him. That wasn't enough to defeat you. Impressive. Then, quietly, Jinbe walked towards the pool of the building, before crouching down to plunge his hands into the water. I'll give you a choice, he asserted, while making circular gestures with his arms. At this instant, a huge amount of water disappeared from the basin. Then rising, the fishman presented a swirling sphere of water, which kept prisoner between his hands. Give up or fight! But if you decide to fight, I'll warn you that this will be the only attack I need to take you down. The choice is yours. In response, Quadricel's tongue curled around one of his arms. Then, disappearing into Quadricel's shadow, Fen took advantage of the shadow of the lizard's tongue to sneak up to Jinbe. Still, with his eyes closed, Jinbe seemed to pinpoint exactly where the huge wolf was. Then, the instant Fen stepped out of the shadows, to open his jaws, once again covered in purple flames, Jinbe opened his eyes. Seize breaker shark! Barely having time to react, Fen saw Jinbe's hands release their pressure around the aquatic sphere. Taking the aspect of a powerful torrent coming from the depths of the oceans, the attack struck the wolf, before rushing on Quadricel. Finding himself also a prisoner of the torrent, the giant lizard tried desperately to flatten his paws on the ground so as not to be swept away. However, either he nor Fen could make the slightest move, while Jinbe's body appeared in the torrent, before positioning his two fists back. Double Onigawara true fist! Breathing with difficulty, Zoro tried in vain to see his opponents through the purple mist that surrounded him. Bearing numerous wounds, he felt his lungs burn, as a cloud of spores lurked within the mist. Feeling his eyesight blurring, the swordsman couldn't even use haki, as a mocking voice laughed at him, while seeming to come from all directions. I warned you! You had no chance of winning against me and my babies! No matter how hard you try, a human will always be too weak to have me. Shut up! Zoro roared, turning around, before creating a sharp gust of wind. However, other than hitting the air, his attack did nothing at all. Ha ha! Ora sneered. What were you trying to touch? The air? You're pathetic. Then, hearing a strange hiss, Zoro jumped in extremis to dodge a whip. Unfortunately, appearing in front of him, Kapal took on the form of a spear, before sinking into his shoulder. Screaming in pain, Zoro clenched his swords in his hands, before aiming them at the slime, in order to cut it into 3 pieces. This didn't harm to the slime which, falling to pieces, had no trouble reconstituting itself. Damn it! Zoro groaned, pretending to attack it again. Unfortunately, Ora's silhouette appeared in front of him, before her foot struck his abdomen. More powerful than a normal human being, Ora heard the man cry out in pain, before falling to her knees. Are you hurt? Are you in pain? In that case, what are you waiting for to give up and let yourself die? Unlike Zoro, Ora was immune to attacks from her creatures and could therefore remain in the mist, without feeling any ill effects. And with her sight improving, she could easily see in the mist, like in broad daylight. As a result, she displayed a playful look, seeing Zoro dying on the ground. "Whatever you do, you won't get anywhere. We're in a building, so there's no way the wind can blow away the crow's mist. You won't be able to escape it." However, her smile disappeared when she saw him raise his head slightly, to stare at her. It's not over." "How?" wondered Aura. "A human would be dead in seconds. How can he still be alive?" Then, something frightened the dark elf, Zoro's gaze. Ordinarily, in this situation, any human would have shown fear in his eyes, realizing that he was living his last moments. Yet, there wasn't the slightest ounce of fear in Zoro's. Instead, determined to survive and win, the swordsman stared at Aura, while forcing himself to his feet. This human, immediately thinking of Drake and Marco, Aura wrapped her whip around Zoro's neck, before beginning to strangle him. "He must not survive! This human, he is dangerous. Double a nigga with true fist!" At that moment, a powerful shock was heard in front of Aura. Then, the next second, two figures entered the poisonous mist, passing the dark elf. Surprised, Aura remained motionless, before hearing the two silhouettes crash against the wall behind her. Finally, turning around, she was dumbfounded, seeing the bodies of Fen and Quadrisil, stuck in the two craters that their bodies had formed by hitting the wall. "Fen? Quadrisil?" Unable to answer her, these two favorite creatures have also fallen victim to the phenomenal power of pirates. Impossible. But the worst was yet to come, as Zoro noticed her letting her guard down and made a move with her saber. Reacting in time, Aura jumped back. But to avoid having her arms cut off, she let go of her whip, which remained wrapped around Zoro's neck. Barely caring, the swordsman rose to his feet, still asserting, "I have no choice with this attack, either I win or I lose." Then, positioning his swords back, he concentrated all the energy he had left, before making the muscles of his arms grow. "An eye gorilla!" Then, making a hypersonic movement with his sabers, he created a tornado. "Tatsumaki!" Startled, Aura immediately backed away. However, washing her gaze, she noticed that the tornado rose higher and higher, while Zoro didn't seem to have targeted her at all. "What is he doing?" Flying above the poisonous mist, Corbus saw the torture emanating from the mist and cried out in fear, seeing it pass before him, fearless of being imprisoned in its winds. Still continuing to rise higher, Zoro's attack ended up crashing into the roof of the building and immediately cracks were created. "It's all I can do to win," Zoro affirmed. "The only way to win is to blow that stupid mist away." Instead, lying on the ground after fighting against Kurogyri, Degree 13 got up at the same time Zoro created his attack. What was the surprise for the hero to see a tornado appear and hit the ceiling of USJ with a force that defied logic. "What is that?" Then he saw the ceiling begin to deteriorate. "That's impossible! The ceiling is made from an indestructible alloy. It can't. Let's go!" shouted Zoro. At that moment, the tornado managed to leave the building, breaking the ceiling and carrying half outside the building. Immediately, powerful gusts of wind entered the building and Aura saw the mist being completely blown away. "How did he do it? Yosh! Perfect!" Feeling a gust of wind sweep across his face, Zoro then attacked towards the ground. Senhachija Pound Ho! Creating a gust of wind, which hit the ground, Zoro used the power generated by the attack to propel himself through the air. "He flew away?" Aura wondered, following him with her eyes. Once in the air, Zoro then struck his abdomen with the hilt of his sword. Forcefully punching his rib cage, Zoro forced the contents of his lungs to be ejected out of his system. Immediately, starting to cough, he spat out a small cloud of mist and spores. Seeing this, Corbus flew towards Zoro, before aiming his talons at him, Zoro completely ignoring him. Then, inhaling a huge amount of air, he opened his eyes, only to show a carnivorous gaze. 1,080-pound phoenix! The attack only lasted a moment, and yet Zoro didn't give the raven a chance. Hit by a new sharp gust of wind, the bird had lost consciousness, while several of its feathers were torn from its body. Turned into a huge projectile, his body fell at full speed to the ground. There, where Ritonaga was, only able to raise his face, the big rat was crushed under the body of Corbus. "And two," Zoro affirmed, feeling himself sink back down. But already, Kopal had rushed towards him, transforming its body into a bird. Then, when it was near Zoro, the slime kept its wings, but transformed the rest of its body to take Zoro's appearance. Far from being impressed by this, Zoro questioned it. Do you really believe that imitating me will give you the slightest chance of defeating me? In response, the fake Zoro took out its sabers, before flapping its wings to fly towards Zoro. Nevertheless, it saw Zoro already in front of it. You El Toragari! That won't work! Aura retorted. You can never! She fell silent the moment Zoro's sword struck Copal's shoulder, making the slime howl. Finally having the feeling of touching something, Zoro smiled carnivorously, while his swords were covered with Byaso Shoko Haki. I never thought it would actually work. Then, with a swing of his saber, he violently threw Copal's body towards the ground, which landed right in front of Aura, while kicking up a cloud of dust. Stunned, Aura remained motionless. Of her 50 creatures, she had brought 12 of her most powerful animals. And yet, each of them had been beaten by a group of humans who were outnumbered. It's impossible! Impossible! Suddenly, her body froze, as she heard someone land behind her. Being surrounded by dust, Zoro would have been invisible to anyone. However, turning around, Aura immediately caught sight of his silhouette, as she got into a fighting stance. No matter how powerful, this human is hurt! I'm sure all I need is one punch to. Seeing Zoro walking towards her, Aura continued to stare at his figure. Yet, to her surprise, she felt as though she felt his aura, an aura that kept growing. What is? Still hearing Zoro walking towards her, Aura was surprised to feel one of her feet move back. What is happening? Then, her body beats quickened. What is happening to me? Finally, as the dust began to settle, the first thing Aura saw were Zoro's eyes. All that's left is just you, he affirmed. Aura stood still. No, in truth, she was paralyzed. Her forehead covered in sweat, she couldn't help but feel her hands shaking, while her feet seemed to be frozen to the ground. She was unable to make the slightest movement. She was terrified by Zoro. Crossing his weapons in front of him, the swordsman was able to alter his aura, which seemed to take the form of a Shinigami. Rengoku, Bubukabukagama-sama, she stammered, starting to sob in fear. Anajirai, no! Aura cried, positioning her arms in front of her face. At that moment, sparks were created as two blades struck each other. Startled, Zoro saw a sword 3 times longer than his saber, hitting his weapon. Then, raising his gaze, he met the gaze of the giant insect that had just appeared in front of him. Who are you? In response, Cocytus clicked his mandibles, as he felt Zoro's saber strike his sword. With one look, he could see that Zoro was not at his peak strength, while many wounds covered his body. However, Cocytus had felt an incredible power during the clash of their weapons. You are strong. Then, lifting his foot, he kicked it against the ground, freezing all the ground in the area. The attack was so fast that Zoro couldn't even move before he felt his feet get trapped in the ice. What? Seeing him prisoner, Cocytus turned to Aura, falling on her, but the dark elf continued to shake in fear. Help, help, I came to get you, Cocytus asserted, clutching the elf in his hand. Demiurge. Immediately, Zoro saw the body of the insect disappear, just like that of Aura and her animals. Hey, come back, Zoro ordered. Our fight is not. Nevertheless, still having a quantity of spores in his organism, the swordsman felt his body stop moving, before finally collapsing on the ground. Being about to intervene to save Aura, Galadriel remained motionless while Albedo's voice was heard in her head. Demiurge has summoned Oriole Omega to help us teleport Cocytus here and bring him back with the others to Nazarick. Breathing a sigh of relief, Galadriel said, Thank you for being able to count on you. Then, glancing at Zoro, who was on the ground, she couldn't help but be concerned about his performance. He is the 4th person we meet whose strength is equal to that of a guardian. Then, turning around, she looked at Luffy, who was facing Tamura and Kurojirai, without feeling the slightest fear. Is he really stronger than him? Mugiwara, before I kill you, can you tell me the reason why you betrayed Sanei? Tamura questioned. Huh? Luffy wondered, cracking his knuckles. Are we the traitors? All for one use Frankie to bring you here. We'll never forgive you for lying to us. TSSS. The strong do what they want with the weak. If you refuse to understand this, you don't deserve to live. For all answer, Luffy turned to Kurojirai, before asking him, Miss Guy, why do you work for this guy? You're a nice guy. Sorry, Mugiwara. But my loyalty to Sensei is unwavering. Whatever he asks me to do, I will do it without hesitation. So you knew All for One would betray us? In effect. Suddenly, hearing a roar, Galadriel turned to see Noma push aside the huge blocks of stone that covered him. Having given enough time for his body to heal, he got up, letting out a huge cry. Then, running towards Luffy, he leapt into the air, before crushing Luffy's skull with his huge fists. The blow had created a gust of wind, which had kicked up the dust in the area. Arriving at this moment, Midoriya, Azui and Mineta stopped, seeing the pirate being punched by Noma. Mugiwara, less frightened than them, Galadriel simply observed the pirate, and noticed that he remained standing. Then, suddenly, his arm was stretched out and gripped the back of the monster's skull. Making a noise of surprise, Noma then saw Luffy's second arm being thrown back, before starting to spin. Gum gum, die! Tamura shouted as he ran towards him. Too late. Covered in Busashoku Haki, Luffy's fist swirled around before hitting the Noma. Hawk rifle! Feeling like its stomach was completely pulverized, the creature flew backwards again, while his body swirled like Luffy's fist. Impossible! Kurojiiri cried, while Tamura froze. There, where he was, all for one saw his creation lose consciousness, while blood escaped from his mouth. One shoot! Incredible! Mineta said. For his part, falling on his buttocks, Midoriya had his mouth wide open, as he saw Luffy's power. Hissing admiringly, Galadriel saw the Noma crash against the surface of the pool before disappearing into its waters. Not bad nevertheless, that Noma wasn't enough for me to know his true power. Suddenly, having a bad idea, she ends up smiling sinisterly. Then she ran to the pool. Galadriel? Midoriya wondered. This monster must not be allowed to recover from its wounds, she affirmed. If we want to finish it, it's now or never. Where do you think you're going? Tamura roared, running after her. Nevertheless, Luffy already positioned himself in front of him, while affirming, Get on her and I'll kick your ass. Continuing to run, Galadriel ends up diving into the water. Then, swimming at full speed, she saw the Noma's body, which was at the bottom of the water. Seeing him, she heaved a weary sigh. Finally, he's not very impressive. He reminds me of the ultimate angel that jerk Nigan summoned to defeat me. I think he has the same power as Yuri. Finally, she came on top of him. However, seeming to notice her presence, Noma regained consciousness, and aimed one of his fists at her. Aura of Despair V! The Noma stopped. Then, finally, his hand froze, as did the rest of his body. Galadriel had killed him in an instant. Perfect! And now, placing her hand on the Noma's head, she created a black substance that began to cover the corpse. Let's see what the outcome of this experiment will be. Then, a few seconds later, satisfied with her creation, Galadriel swam at full speed towards the surface of the water. Slamming into the surface, it turned her body into a projectile, giving the impression to others that something had thrown her violently out of the water. Galadriel? Midoriya wondered, seeing her fall to the ground. Running towards her, he caught her in extremis, and saw her tremble with terror. We have to go. What? He's transformed and he's gotten too strong. Midoriya, we have to run. Suddenly, another silhouette emerged from the basin. Flabbergasted, everyone turned around, to see a creature shaking the ground, crushing it under its feet. Noma was back but was completely different. Now he had a double head, stuck together, and covered with black skin that took on the appearance of a helmet that protected his brains. His left arm had taken on the appearance of a huge battle axe, while his right forearm had turned into a huge shield. A tail had grown behind him and hit the ground hard enough to leave a footprint, and the rest of his body had taken on a skeletal appearance, while his flesh had putrefied, giving him an undead appearance. And that's what he was. He had become Death Noma. Using his enormous paintbrush to block Sanji's foot, Kanjuro drew a slew of arrows at top speed which he flew towards the cook. However, a wall of ice was created in front of Sanji, and protected him from projectiles. Growling, Kanjuro looked down to see Todoroki, as ice appeared around his feet. Then, directing his hand towards the Kanjuro's eagle, he created a huge spear of ice. Nevertheless, stepping off the back of his creation, the former samurai twirled his enormous brush and struck the ice spear, which was destroyed in an instant. Startled, Todoroki couldn't even react, while Kanjuro smashed his weapon to his skull. However, an arm wrapped around the boy's waist and forced him to jump aside. Hitting the ground, Kanjuro turned on his side and saw Todoroki, while Sanji's arm was still around his waist. Taking on a child? Asked the cook. Decidedly, your courage and your honor have no limit. Simply sneering, Kanjuro retorted. Destroying your enemy's potential allies is always a great way to win in the long run. And in my opinion, Kaido and the others do the same. Huh? What do you mean? Smiling sadistically, Kenjuro affirmed. You've been separated from your allies, haven't you? Just imagine Kaido finding them before you. What would happen? Laughing, he continued. Kinem and the Minks-Kazuki's family used to Trafalgar. Do you know if they're still alive or if they're dead? Gritting his teeth, Sanji looked angry. Yet, managing to calm himself down, he only removed his cigarette from his mouth as he spoke. It's true that I have no idea where they are and how they are. Nevertheless, I can tell you something. Suddenly, he rushed towards Kenjuro, Tower igniting his leg. Kaido will lose one of his allies in 2 seconds. Premier Hachis! Nevertheless, dropping from the sky, the huge eagle aimed its talons at the cook. Yet, disappearing from sight, Sanji jumped so high that he passed over the flying creature, before slamming into its back. Pushing a huge cry, the eagle crashed against the ground, before turning into a drawing. The fight had only lasted a few seconds. However, that was enough for Kenjuro to flee. Having failed in his murder attempt, he preferred not to go, before the rest of the pirates came to help the cook. TSSSS, the coward! Sanji growled. Then, preparing to leave, he saw Todoroki position himself in front of him. Ha! Who are you? Can you explain to me how you managed to fight like this, without using any quirk? Are you a mutant? I told you it was just my strength, Sanji said, giving him a quick response. You lie saying you're not weird, Shoto said, wanting to know the truth. What's all this pressure on my powers? If you want my advice, kid, don't be so pushy. If you annoy someone whose powers you don't know about, you might quickly regret it. Continuing to stare at him, Todoroki seemed to have no idea how to view Sanji. Then, finally, he declared, For now, we'll be done defeating the villains. But when this is all over, I'll make sure to know your secret. As you wish, Sanji affirmed, turning around. At that moment, he noticed that he was in front of the huge lake. Hey, kid! Can't you just make an ice bridge? Sanji said. This is not a problem, said Todoroki. He then makes the huge amount of ice to make the two travel faster, while Sanji asks him a question. Tell me, can you become ice like the pure element or not? No, I'm not at that level of power. If I use too much of it, I can become unbalanced and useless, Shoto explained. So he's not as powerful as a devil fruit user. That's a good mark, Sanji thought. Hey, I think I can see my classmates from here, Shoto said, seeing a group of people gather. Do you see my friends? Sanji asked. I can see a woman with orange hair and... Shoto said. Suddenly he saw Sanji become something completely different. Aya! Does Nami Swan have a problem and does she need her knight? Sanji asked with tears in his eyes, before rushing towards the women of his crew. Who is this guy? Todoroki asked. Roaring, Death Nomus shook the entire building, while the people around him felt a strange evil wave, which made them tremble. Falling back, Mineta was sobbing in fear. It's what's that thing? He evolved, Azuri affirmed. As surprised as the high schoolers, Tamura turned to Kurojairi. Did Sensei tell you about this transformation? No way, confessed his comrade. In truth, still observing the combat area, all for one couldn't help but be stunned by what he saw. Did the doctor manage to boost the power of the Nomu so that it exceeds its limits when it is in difficulty? Staring at the new Nomu, he wondered. Is it still controllable? Finally, he began to smile. Let's see how things go. Raising its axe-like arm, Death Nomu slammed into the ground and managed to create a huge crack in the ground that flew towards its opponents. Jumping in the air to avoid it, Luffy closed his fist, before throwing it towards the monster. Jet pistol! However, much more reactive than before, Death Nomu positioned its new shield in front of it, which managed to stop the pirate's attack without the slightest worry. However, attacking again, Luffy stretched his leg, while targeting the monster's feet. Gum Gum Whip! Feeling Luffy's foot hit its own, Death Nomu almost lost its balance. Still, using its enormous weight to stay on its feet, it lifted its axe and aimed it at Luffy's foot. Bazooka! But before it could slice off Luffy's leg, the pirate's hands slapped Death Nomu's face and knocked it back. Feeling its feet leave the ground, the monster flew backwards before performing various rolls on the ground. Remaining conscious, it nevertheless had no trouble putting its hands on the ground and stopping its run. Then, directing its gaze at Luffy, it rushed towards him, while Luffy positioned his arm back, before twirling it around. Gum Gum Rifle! Then hitting Nomu, Luffy was surprised to see it move as fast as the wind and avoid getting hit. Continuing its momentum, it was so quick that it found itself in front of Luffy, with its axe raised. But the instant it lowered it to the pirate's skull, Luffy positioned his second arm in front of him and covered it with Byuushoku Haki. Immediately, sparks appeared as the axe struck the pirate's reinforced skin. Seeing Luffy resisting, Noma lifted its shield, before slamming it down forcefully towards Luffy's face. Hit hard, the pirate was ejected towards the ground and crashed in front of Midoriya. Only able to watch the fight, the green-haired boy couldn't even feel his legs shaking. In truth, his whole body was completely paralyzed. Who are these people? In response, Death Nomu dropped down towards Luffy and crushed him under its feet. However, performing a somersault, Luffy found himself in extremis out of its path and was now in front of it. Gatling! Immediately, Death Nomu felt dozens of fists hit its body and face, causing it to recoil. With each impact, a shock wave was felt and managed to sweep Midoriya's hair, who couldn't even find the strength to step back. Ahead of him, the boy saw the most terrifying fight he had ever witnessed. Both of these people had enough strength to defeat him in one attack, and Midoriya wondered if even someone like All Might was strong enough to deal with them. Continuing to get hit, Death Nomu suddenly opened the mouth from both of its faces, and two jets of black flames appeared. Immediately, Luffy jumped aside to avoid them. Unfortunately, anticipating his gesture, Death Nomu had imitated him and had already positioned itself in front of him, the axe raised in the air. Then, he lowered it with such force onto Luffy's skull that cracks appeared around the pirate's feet. He is dead. Mineta frightened. We're all going to die. For her part, Galadriel felt like heaving a disappointed sigh. In the end, Mare was right. This man is weaker than the green-haired swordsman. Yet, she ends up seeing Death Nomu standing still, while its axe had cracked. Dumbfounded, the monster saw Luffy cover his forehead with Byuushoku Haki and managed to resist the power of its attack. Furthermore, with his arms already pointing backwards, Luffy covered them with Haki as well, before hitting the monster's abdomen. Bazooka! In an instant, Luffy's hands pressed against Death Nomu's abdomen, and the impact was so impressive that the pirate felt his hands go through the monster's body, which was mostly made of putrefied flesh. Feeling the attack pulverize its abdomen, the monster roared in pain, before spitting out what looked like thick black blood. Then it remained motionless. I killed it? Luffy asked. Unfortunately, at that moment, he felt Death Nomu's abdomen regenerate, and within seconds, Luffy's arms were trapped inside its body. What? Luffy wondered, trying to free himself. Hey, get off me! For all answer, Death Nomu opened its two mouths again. But this time, what looked like a double laser beam hit Luffy hard. The powerful attack ejected Luffy so carefully backward that his arms were freed and the pirate ended up disappearing inside in an explosion. Seeing this, Tamura laughed grimly. I don't really know what happened, but I'm not unhappy with what's going on. Anyway, there's no point in hitting Nomu. No matter how powerful you are, Nomu will be able to regenerate. Remaining silent, Kurogiri stared at Death Nomu, wondering if he could still give it orders, without risking being killed. Roaring again, Death Nomu seemed to savor its victory. However, it fell silent as it felt a scarf wrap around its neck. Amazed, it turned to see Aizawa standing again. With red eyes, the professor tried in vain to make his power disappear. Unfortunately, being in no way impacted by his quirk, Death Nomu moved at full speed to find himself, and the next second, its shield hit Aizawa's face. Spitting blood, the adult collapsed to the ground. Seeing him powerless, Death Nomu raised its shield again and lowered it to kill him. Aizawa-sensei, that idiot! Galadriel snarled, pretending to intervene. I will need him for later. Detroit smash! Punched in the face, Death Nomu froze. Seeming to barely have felt the punch that had just struck it, it looked down at Midoriya, who had managed to fall to his feet. The boy's body was shaking tremendously. Fear even made him sob, while his teeth chattered as if he were freezing to death. Being close to this monster amplified his fear, which the monster created using its evil aura. However, Midoriya had managed to control his fear, for a short time, in order to be able to come to the aid of his teacher. Back up, monster! The boy yelled, trying his best to get into a fighting stance. At that moment, the world seemed to freeze around the boy. Seeming to see in slow motion, while unable to move, Midoriya caught sight of Death Nomu's axe heading for his throat. In truth, Nomu wasn't moving in slow motion at all. Truth be told, it was so fast that only Deka's eyes were fast enough to see him. unlike the rest of his body which couldn't move fast enough to avoid his decapitation. I will die. Rifle! Smash in the face, Death Nomu recoiled a meter, while its weapon slammed into the ground, instead of hitting Midoriya. Falling on his butt, the boy saw Luffy position himself in front of him. True, Luffy's clothes were burnt and torn. Admittedly, his abdomen had burns. Certainly, Luffy had felt pain when Death Nomu's last attack had managed to crash into him. However, it took a lot more to defeat him. I am your adversary, the pirate asserted. Sensing a trickle of black blood, Death Nomu immediately roared. However, it stopped when it saw Luffy put his fist on the ground, while declaring, "You're tough! So I'm going to have to show you what I'm capable of." Gear SEC. However, everyone was suddenly surprised to hear a huge crashing sound. Then, the next second, the building's huge door flew through the air, before crashing into the center of the building. What? Brook wondered, as the door crashed down not far from him and Nami. Enemy reinforcements? Usopp frightened, aiming his slingshot at the entrance of the building. However, the high school students next to him finally put on relieved faces, as they saw a man with blonde hair come forward before shouting, "Don't be afraid. I am here, All Might," said most of the students. The hero? Chopper wondered. He came. Uraraka rejoiced, showing no smile. As usual, the hero's face held nothing but anger, as he took off his tie. Young Ida briefed me and Principal Niza on this situation. As soon as we hear we've briefed the rest of the AU staff, they'll be here soon, said All Might. Who is this puppet? Frankie asked. All Might, Shigaraki said, more than annoyed. Looking around, All Might saw the different groups formed by high school students and pirates. Then, he looked at the bodies of the many villains that were on the ground. Finally, he directed his gaze towards Luffy, who was facing Death Nomu, while he was standing in front of Midoriya. Mugiwara? Blonde Dumb? Luffy wondered. Staring at him for a few seconds, All Might ends up directing his gaze towards Tamura, Kurojiiri, and especially Death Nomu. So this thing is the famous Nomu I was told about, said All Might. Perfect. We'll take care of it. And immediately, a dozen people appeared alongside the hero. The teachers, Ojiro affirmed. This time we are saved. They're going to beat this monster. However, unlike the other high school students, Galadriel seemed annoyed. Mugiwara seemed like he was about to show me something interesting. Why do you always have to bother? Then, starting a new message. Demiurge? Is Oriole still with you? I need a favor. Hey, All Might! Should we fight those thugs? Ectoplasm asked, staring at Luffy and his gang. Remaining silent for a few seconds, All Might finally retorts. No, it seems that our main opponent is this strange creature. For the moment, we will focus on it. Then, once it is on the ground, we will take care of the details. However, don't hesitate to fight back if they try to attack you or run away. Understood? The teachers assured, hurrying up the stairs leading to the training area. But immediately, Cementos created a huge wall, which managed to stop dozens of fireballs. What is that? Midnight wondered. Raising her gaze, she had no trouble seeing an entire group of imps, which had just appeared while passing through a new teleportation portal. Having placed an order, Galadriel had seen many imps from the Demiurge army appear above them and begin to hiss the group of professors. Granted, the demons had levels below 20. However, Galadriel had brought them in just to keep the teachers busy. I won't let you destroy my pleasure. What are those monsters? Snipe growled, starting to hiss at one of them. However, positioning himself in front of him, Present Mike walked forward quietly, with his hands in his pockets. Then, seeing several flying monsters heading towards him, he inhaled a huge amount of air, before shouting with all his might. Immediately, feeling their eardrums bursting, the imps stopped and cried out in agony. Then, as soon as the cry stopped, dozens of silhouettes rushed at the imps. And in moments, the ectoplasm clones hit them and threw them back. Then Snipe fired at more imps, while Vlad King bit his thumb. Bleeding his finger, he made a quick movement with his hand, which made several drops of blood fly. Using his quirk to solidify them, Vlad King turned them into veritable arrows of blood that pierced several imps. But no sooner were the bodies of the demons falling to the ground than others flew towards the teachers to attack them. Detroit Smash! Striking into the void, All Might created a shockwave that shot towards the demons, before ejecting them to the sides. Seeing them retreating, All Might began to run. I'll take care of the huge monster! You take care of those demons and the safety of the children. No worries, Niza assured. We will show them the hospitality that UA has for intruders. Seeing the imps fighting the professors while letting All Might come to them, Galadriel wondered if she should summon a more powerful demon to stop him. Still, upon thinking about it, she noticed that it was a great opportunity to experience All Might's true power. These humans from another world are giving me enough trouble already. It's time for me to find out what the level of the most powerful human in this world is, so that I don't have any bad surprises in the future. Around her, Luffy and Death Noma had ceased their fight and watched as All Might came towards them, as did Tamira. Chuckling wickedly, the villain seemed happy to see the hero. Finally you came. Villains, there's nothing that annoys me more than seeing children being attacked. No matter your reasons, no excuse can forgive the fact that you involved the students of this class in your stories. You terrorized them, attacked them and injured them, and you also attacked my colleagues. Barely conscious, Aizawa saw him walking towards him. All Might, he muttered, while coughing up some blood. Kneeling before him, the blonde asserted, "Wait a few more seconds, my friend. I promise you'll be in a hospital bed before you know it." Then, directing his gaze to Tamira and Kurojairi, he finished, "And you, only prison awaits you. But now the question is whether you will surrender gently or will you make me use force to arrest you?" Still smiling, Tamira only pointed to Death Nomu. "Ask it that. In truth, I don't think we can control it. Good luck reasoning with it." At that moment, seeming more attracted to All Might than Luffy, Death Nomu rushed towards the hero. "However you want." Then, the hero imitated the monster, before crossing his arms in front of him. "Carolina Smash!" Then, he uncrossed his arms at full speed, while hitting Death Nomu. Unfortunately, compared to Luffy's attacks, his gesture had no effect on it. "What?" Then, seeing Death Nomu's shield moving towards his face, he crossed his arms in extremis in front of his head, to protect it. However, the shock of the impact made him recoil, almost feeling the bones of his arms being pulverized. "What is this force?" Moving at full speed, Death Nomu found itself behind him, and spat out a jet of black flames. Turning around, All Might let out a yelp as he punched the attack. Detroit Smash! Hitting the flames, All Might's fist managed to scatter them to the sides. But already, Death Nomu appeared in front of him, and its axe pointed towards All Might. The hero jumped back. Unfortunately, the blade managed to slash the front of his abdomen. "All Might!" shouted Deku. Seeing his hero fall to one of his knees, Midoriya saw blood beginning to flow from his wound. "It's impossible." Again, Death Nomu raised its axe, before targeting All Might's skull. Raising his gaze, All Might stretched his arms out in front of him and stopped the weapon by pinning it in his hands. Nevertheless, gritting his teeth, he felt the enormous power of Death Nomu, who tried to bring its axe closer to All Might's face. Trying to resist, the hero felt blood flow from his mouth, as his wound in his abdomen became further damaged. "This monster, where did it come from?" "Ha ha! Excellent!" Tamira enthused. "Go ahead, destroy him! Humiliate All Might! Hurt him! Kill him! Turn him into ground meat!" Adding more power to its arm, Death Nomu was about to manage to free its weapon from All Might's grasp, as the hero saw the blade move closer to his face. However, neither of them understood what happened, when a fist hit Death Nomu's face, to make it recoil. Growling, the monster glared at Luffy, who again interfered. "That damn kid again?" Tamira roared. "How does he make this monster go back, Mugiwara?" All Might wondered. "I'm already taking care of it," Luffy said, staring at Death Nomu. "Anyway, I doubt you can defeat him." Hearing it, All Might wondered if he said that last sentence to make fun of him, or because his carelessness made him think he was stronger than the best hero in this world. "Mugiwara," All Might said, starting to get up. "It's not a game. What do you think? That playing the heroes will allow you to become as powerful as them? Don't take your luck too far. I think I understand that you are the enemy of those guys, and it looks like you've already managed to stop that monster long enough for me to get in, before he can kill everyone. Now let me handle the situation, before you regret it. It's not your job to defeat it." Not even bothering to turn to him, Luffy affirmed. "You're even dumber than I thought." "Huh, I'm not a hero. And since I'm not one, I should have stood still, right?" Turning to All Might, he questioned him. "If I had done as the law ordered, what would have happened? How many people would have died before you could arrive? Do you really think I could have forgiven me for their deaths, knowing that I could have saved them?" At that moment, All Might remained silent, while Galadriel was surprised at Luffy's seriousness. Finally, the pirate turned to Death Nomu, while affirming, "I don't fight to play hero. As you just said, anyone would be angry to see a group of bad guys attacking children. If I fight, it's because I want to protect them. And it doesn't matter if I'm weak or not. If fighting allows me to save them, I'll sacrifice my life if necessary. You don't have to be a hero to do that." Hearing this, Tamura laughed. "You're even dumber than I thought, Mugiwara. You can't defeat Nomu, and you want me to believe that you can save everyone. You're completely stupid. Where do you think you'll find the strength till we stop? It's not a matter of strength," Luffy retorted. "Ha!" Presenting his hand on his hat, Luffy glared at Tamura, while affirming, "Winning is only a matter of willpower. If my willpower is stronger than my opponent's, then even if he is stronger than me, I could defeat him. TSSSS. And what will motivate you enough to defeat we? It's simple. Thinking only of protecting my friends, I would always have enough motivation to defeat anyone. And with that motivation and all my friends, we can defeat you. Find a way to return home us. And finally, I would become the king of the pirates." "The Pirate King?" wondered Galadriel. In all honesty, ever since she learned of Luffy's existence, the Empress had always thought of him as a stupid being. However, she couldn't help but smile, listening to these words. Looking at Luffy, All Might was unable to answer anything. For him, it was impossible to let someone like Luffy fight, and let him risk his life. All Might was a hero. It was up to him to face the dangers to save the civilians who believed in him. Nevertheless, the pirate was right in the fact that the massacre had been avoided thanks to his intervention. If Luffy hadn't decided to fight Death Nomu, would this monster have had time to kill Aizawa and several children before he arrived? Definitely. At that instant, Death Nomu created new black flames, forcing the pair to jump to avoid them. But as Luffy landed on his feet without the slightest difficulty, All Might gritted his teeth as the sudden movement intensified the pain from his injury. "Damn it! Hey, blonde dumb! Stay back, I'll take care of it." Hearing him using that insulting nickname again, All Might asked, "Mugiwara, do you hate me?" "I don't hate you," Luffy retorted. "It's just that I don't like you either. You're just a pretentious guy." "I'm not pretentious." This time, Nomu jumped towards them, before crushing them under its shield. Again the pair jumped back to avoid it. But this time, blood escaped from the wound of All Might, who couldn't help moaning in pain. "You are," Luffy retorted. "Because otherwise you would have already understood that you are incapable of defeating this monster. Okay, you are a hero. Okay, you want to preserve justice in this world. But why don't you want to admit that I am more qualified than you to defeat this monster? Because I am the symbol of justice," affirmed All Might. Forcing himself to stand, he declared, "When I became a hero, I never thought I would get the popularity that I have now. But finally I realized that I could use this popularity to bring peace. After each of my victories, people have more confidence in my skills. Every time a villain is put in jail, they sleep more peacefully, knowing that the danger they posed has completely disappeared." Wiping a trickle of blood that dripped out of his mouth, he faced Death Nomu while declaring, "If I want this peace to be kept, I have to keep winning. Over and over again. Because if the villains know that I lost a fight or let someone fight for me, they will increase their assaults with the aim of killing me. And if that happens, this world will suffer grave consequences. Mugiwara, I must win this fight." Simply staring at him, Luffy saw him begin to breathe harder as his body reached its limit. "All Might, did Midoriya. Two different visions of justice," Galadriel remarked. "Mugiwara fights in the name of freedom, while All Might fights for peace." Then, reflecting, she wondered what her own vision of justice was. Justicite never existed. Simply because no one knows its definition. For many it's a symbol of peace. Others use it for revenge. And others use it to better control a country. Suddenly laughing, Tamura affirmed, "Your vision of justicite disgusts me. You create peace with violence, don't you? And for yourself, you do good. Then why would someone like I who imitate you would not be seen as a savior of liberty? Who does not say that my justice is better than yours? Who doesn't say that you are perhaps the real villain of this world? TSSSS. Don't make me laugh," All Might retorted. "If I could, I would gladly do without violence. And if I had the choice, instead of being a hero, I would be with a cap on my head, a pot full of popcorn in my hands, while watching a baseball game. But because of you, I can't afford to live like an ordinary civilian. You say you and I are alike? That's an insult. Growing the muscles in his body, he declared. You are wrong. We heroes do everything we can to protect civilians, and even if we are not happy to do so, we know that force is sometimes necessary to guarantee their safety. For you, the force is just another tool to scare people and sate your destructive madness. I don't nothing to do with guys like you. Again, Death Nomu rushed towards them and tried to decapitate Luffy with its axe. Barely turning to face it, Luffy hardens his fist again, before slamming the weapon. Again, sparks could be seen until the confrontation ended when Nomu's axe shattered. Startled, the monster took a step back. But immediately, both of Luffy's arms wrapped around its waist. Then, shouting, Luffy lifted it in the air, before throwing it against the ground. Feeling its head hit the ground, Death Nomu disappeared in a cloud of dust, while the entire upper part of its body was trapped in the rock. Letting his arms return to their normal size, Luffy declared at all might, Do as you want. If you want to fight, I will arrest you. But at the end of this fight, if you continue to want to hunt us down, we will truly become enemies. Managing to get up, while all its wounds healed in an instant, Death Nomu saw Luffy running towards him, before multiplying its arms. Gatling, positioning its shield in front of it, the monster tried to take all the attacks, which forced its feet to slide back. Seeing Luffy continued, Tamura laughed. Mugiwara, how long are you going to continue trying so hard? Don't you understand that your efforts are for nothing? I won't stop until I destroy it. The pirate retorted. Ha! How naive you are! Come on, Noma! Destroy him. No one knew if the monster had listened to his order, or if it had acted of its own volition. Nonetheless, slapping one of Luffy's arms to eject it to the side, Death Nomu took advantage of an opening to lunge at the pirate. Seeing it running towards him, Luffy immediately jumped up in the air. Following him with his eyes, Nomu opened its mouth to create a beam. Unfortunately, only focusing on Luffy, it was surprised to feel a fist hit its chin with enough force to force its mouth shut. Deprived of exit, the beam gathered between its jaws before causing an explosion. Stepping back, All Might saw the monster's face be completely covered in flames, as it seemed to scream in agony. I bet you felt that attack. In response, Death Nomu looked down at him, before opening its jaws. Why are I? Hitting the top of its head, Luffy's feet forced the monster's head into the ground again. Then, Luffy's arms grabbed its arms and he let the rest of its body crash into Death Nomu's back. Rocket! Spitting black blood, the monster could only take the attacks, while Luffy then jumped away from its body to land near All Might. Far from being cheerful, the heroes saw the monster begin to get up, while their attacks seemed to have done no damage. TSSS. This monster seems truly invincible. Its stamina seems limitless. I don't care if he keeps getting up indefinitely, Luffy stated. Because I know I would always have the strength to hit it every time it tries another attack. Then, he rushed Death Nomu, just like All Might. About to double punch it, the pair were suddenly startled to feel their feet go through the ground. What? Quickly, their lower bodies disappeared inside a purple teleportation portal, which had appeared on the ground. What is that? All Might wondered. Mist guy, said Luffy, appearing in front of the duo. Kurojairi declared. Excuse me, Mugiwara. There was never any question of me killing you. Nevertheless, if I let you, you will become a real obstacle in our plans. It is therefore better that I kill you right away. Trying to free himself, Luffy roared. You're planning to teleport me somewhere else? Baka! No matter where you teleport me, I'll immediately come back here. There is no question of teleporting you somewhere. Disappearing, Kurojairi appeared next to All Might, while declaring, Our plan had only one objective, to kill All Might. And we wanted to use Nomu only to immobilize him. And once I saw All Might in trouble, I just had to trap him. And now, letting his teleportation portal shrink around All Might and Luffy's waist, he asked, What do you think would happen if I closed my attack with you stuck in it? Chuckling, he declared, You will be cut in two and the ground will be stained with your blood and covered with your viscera. Bucking! Luffy roared, trying to fight back. Still sneering, Kurojairi prepared to kill them. Sayonara! Detroit Smash! Startled, the Mist Man turned to see Midoriya leaping towards him, fist clenched. Ah! He shouted, preparing to strike Kurojairi. Imbecile! The man growled, simply letting him pass through his body. However, a huge hand suddenly grabbed the boy's neck, choking him with tremendous pressure. Asphyxiated, Midoriya watched in horror as Death Noma's face presented itself in front of his own, while the axe in its arm had been rebuilt. Crying in terror, the boy tried in vain to free himself by hitting the arm of his attacker, without any result. Simply squealing, the monster aimed its weapon at Midoriya's neck, who was about to relive the same scene as before. However, this time he was saved again, when Death Noma's arm suddenly separated. Startled, Midoriya fell to the ground, as did the monster's arm, which continued to hold his neck. Stunned at first, the creature ended up focusing on its prey and tried to kill it. It was without counting the intervention of Galadriel, who interposed between them, before creating a magic shield. Galadriel? The axe struck the protection of the young girl and an explosion took place. Thrown back, Midoriya immediately looked up and saw the girl's body flying through the air, before crashing to the ground and remaining inert. Galadriel! However, he didn't see the bored look of the young girl, who pretended to be hurt. Really, why did I protect him? Damn it, playing hero is boring sometimes. But at least I did my good deed for the day. TSSS. Tamura growled. That bitch again. Then, turning to the two prisoners, he shouted, Kurojiiri, hurry up and kill them. Unfortunately for him, the unthinkable happens. Hey, blonde dumb! Luffy called out. Are you still fit to fight them? No problem. All Might assured, still trying to struggle. If I manage to free myself, I will defeat them. In that case, leave it to me. Gum gum UFO. Then, without the bad guys being able to see, his legs began to spin. Then, using them as thrusters, Luffy felt his body lift higher, before finally freeing himself from the trap he was in. What? Said Tamura. Impossible. How did he do that? All Might asked, noticing that his legs now resembled the propellers of a helicopter. Suddenly, grabbing his hair, Luffy exerted enough force to also pull him out of the teleportation portal, while risking tearing half of his hair out. Seeing them in the air, Death Noma roared before jumping towards them. Seeing it do this, Tamura roared, You are never better served than by yourself. Seeing him open his hands, Kurojiiri was going to order him to stay still. However, he was startled when he felt an explosion hit the armor he wore around his neck, knocking him to the ground. What? Hey, Mr. Villain! Bakugo sneered, crushing him under his hand. I hope you haven't forgotten that those guys weren't your only opponents. Then, ice appeared and started to freeze part of Kurojiiri's body. It looks like your plan has failed, Todoroki asserted. Seeing his comrade in trouble, Tamura growled, before jumping back to avoid a punch from Kirishima. Damn it! The boy growled. You are dead. Ruged Tamura. Nevertheless, missiles hit the ground in front of him, forcing him to retreat. Being with the children, Frankie and Sanji faced Tamura, while Brook and Nami were right behind them. Like the kids just said, it's over for you, Frankie affirmed. But don't worry. We'll take care of your boss too, Sanji assured. TSSS. Like it's over, Tamura retorted. As long as Nomu is with us, nothing can happen to us. At that moment, the monster's body crashed to the ground, while Luffy's fist was pressed into its body. Spitting black blood again, it barely had time to get up, when Luffy and All Might landed right in front of it. Children, stay out of this, All Might ordered. Guys, I'll take care of it, Luffy assured. Then, turning to All Might, he thought he saw him about to collapse. Hey, blonde dumb! Are you okay? Of course, All Might retorted. Because I am the symbol of peace. Then, suddenly, the duo rushed towards Nomu, who did the same. Then, starting to punch each other, the trio moved their arms so fast that they almost disappeared from sight of the onlookers, who could only see shock waves as their fists clashed. Susuga! cried Kirishima. Where does their power come from? Tadakori asked. Yes. Perfect. Half opening her eyes, Galadriel also saw the fight and had the impression that the intensity of their attacks were more impressive than before. Show me your power. It's useless, Tamura assured. Nomu's quirk allows him to absorb shock. He can't be. Exactly, All Might shouted. Absorb doesn't mean cancel. Spitting blood, All Might felt like he was outclassed. He was hitting with all his might. Still, he felt like his punches were barely effective compared to Luffy's and Nomu's. These two theories stronger than me. In that case, I have to exceed my limits. Facing Luffy's punches first, Death Noma was startled when it felt one of All Might's punches hit its face, forcing it back. 100%! 101%! 110%! 150%! Suddenly, the punch he threw was so powerful that even Luffy recoiled from the impact. At that moment, All Might's strength had surpassed his own. What is this force? Frankie asked. So, here is the strongest man in this world, Sanji remarked. For its part, Death Noma backed away, before letting out a shrill cry. Suddenly, a double punch, forcing Noma to step back several meters. Then, looking up, he saw Luffy and All Might with their fists back. Gum gum, Luffy began, igniting his fist. Plus, shouted All Might. Immediately, Death Noma positioned its shield in front of it. Red Hawk / Ultra! Striking with perfect timing, Luffy and All Might slammed into Noma's shield, as the ground pulverized behind the monster's feet. Less solid than its shield, the bones in its arms cracked before they began to break. Then, the surface of its shield did the same. Ah! Shouted the two humans in front of it, before feeling their fists go through Death Noma's shield. And the next moment, Tamura froze, seeing their fists hit the monster's face, before sending it flying through the air. Impossible! Still with half-open eyes, Galadriel saw Death Noma fly through the air, before disappearing through the hole Zoro had made in the roof. Despite its regeneration, she knew he would take a long time to get up. The game is over. Then, using MESSAG gain, she called Albedo. Albedo! Can you send the 8 assassins around where I am? I wish they could retrieve the monster that will be in the center of a huge crater. It will be done, my lady. Perfect, Galadriel thought. Even transformed, I'm sure Demiurge can teach me a lot about Noma's origins. Plus, I got to see All Might's strength. Seeing All Might and Luffy side by side, Galadriel noticed that All Might looked in pain as more blood flowed from his mouth. On the contrary, Luffy looked barely tired, as if he was far from showing his full power. All Might he managed to get stronger than Fujiwara during this battle, but is that really the case? Not knowing what she was thinking, All Might then turned to Tamura and Kurokiri. Gentlemen, I think we'll be done with you quickly. Only able to show anger in his gaze, Tamura suddenly saw Kurogiri step in front of him to stop bullets. Damn it! Snipe growled, seeing his projectiles being stopped by the Fongman. All Might, we're here, Midnight assured, running up with the other teachers. Those imps have all been destroyed, Vlad King asserted. However, to his surprise, huge claws slashed at the professor's abdomen, knocking him to the ground. Unable to react in time, President Mike felt sheets of paper stick to his face before exploding. His face charred, he fell to the ground, while Regina and Antoma had just appeared. Definitely, being on the side of the bad guys doesn't always bring benefits, confirmed Regina. Villains again? Midnight wondered before grabbing her whip. Nevertheless, a hand landed on her back and her energy was sucked away. Absorption. Being behind her, the woman mummy managed to steal enough of her energy to knock her to her knees. Then, she rushed towards the Pleiades, judging it better to be with them, rather than alone in front of the remaining group of professors. I've had enough of all this, Ectoplasm affirmed, opening his mouth. Let's get this over with. However, before he could create any clones, the end of a huge paintbrush hit his skull, before knocking him to the ground. Smiling sadistically, Kenjuro had appeared in turn. Then, pointing to the ground with his finger, he pointed to a multitude of bombs he had just drawn. Barely having time to see them, the teachers saw numerous explosions being created, preventing them from approaching the group of villains. Taking advantage of the explosions and smoke, the foursome eventually find themselves alongside Tamura and Kurogiri. Hey boss! Can we go? Regina asked, pretending to be frightened by the situation. All Might! Roared Tamura, who still didn't seem to understand what he had just seen. Seeing that he had to control the situation, Kurogiri spread his purple smoke around the group and one by one, the villains disappeared inside. All Might! Tamura roared again, as his body was the last to disappear. As if we were going to let you run away. Bakugo roared, throwing himself towards them, with his outbursts. Weapons left! Frankie shouted, bombarding the fog with projectiles. Unfortunately, none of the attacks managed to hit the fog, which vanished in an instant. Thus, 6 villains had managed to flee the scene of the battle, while another portal opened outside, allowing some demons to find Death Noma's body and take him to Nazarick. Seeing their main enemies gone, All Might and Luffy stared at each other. Then, All Might declared, Mugiwara, I advise you to stay still and not run away. What if I refuse? Please don't do something that would force the rest of the world to see you as an enemy. Getting ready to retort something, Luffy fell silent when he heard Usopp's voice. Zoro! Are you okay? Zoro! Looking away, Luffy saw Usopp in front of Zoro's prone body, which remained motionless. Also beside him, Chopper looked at the skin of his body, which was covered here and there with purplish mold. The combination of Crowbaw's poisonous smoke and Ratanaga's spores seemed to have a very detrimental effect on his body. What happened to him? Asked the doctor. Spore? Poisoned? I've never seen that before. What are you waiting for to heal him, idiot? I don't have anything on me that can help him. I need medicine and a medical office. Luffy, turning to his captain, he shouted, Zoro needs urgent care. What? Hearing this, All Might affirmed. You said your friends were more important than anything, didn't you? Staring at Luffy, he questioned him. If we give your friend treatment, would you let yourself be arrested and follow us without struggling? If you do, I guarantee that no harm will be done to your friends. With a clenched fist, Luffy only stared at the blonde, noticing that the situation was not to his advantage. How are our teachers doing? Niza asked, as he was on Samantha's shoulder. Beside him, Snipe had a notebook in his hand, as he declared. Luckily, no loss is counted among our students and teachers. Concerning Present Mike, Ectoplasm and Vlad King, it was enough for Recovery Girl to use her powers on them to heal them. When at midnight by tomorrow, all her energy will be restored to her. She is resting right now. What about Eraserhead? Niza asked, more concerned about his condition. As far as I know, he's being taken care of for hospital duty. But don't worry. His life isn't in danger. And knowing him, he'll make sure to come back to high school, the most as soon as possible. And for our students, only Mrs. Nazarick was injured during her fight against the creature, while trying to protect one of her comrades. Her gesture is commendable and fortunately, she now just needs a rest. As for the other students, they are unanimous. If they haven't been harmed by villains and creatures, that's largely thanks to the pirates, so they were enemies of those villains. Niza understood. But can we really consider them allies? If I may say so, it seems to me that All Might claimed that they weren't really bad. Samantha stated. It's just a bunch of pseudo-heroes who seem to want to do whatever they want. Rebels. Snipe summed up. What are we going to do with them? Right now, I'd like to talk to them. Niza affirmed. Finally, the trio arrived in front of a police station and went inside. Nevertheless, they were surprised to see a policeman sitting behind a counter, with a stressed face and a large glass of water containing several aspirins. Hello? Niza greeted him. Startled, the policeman seemed shocked by their presence. What? 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 Then, finally he saw the teachers in front of him. Well, how can I help you? We'll want to see the group of people we gave you and… Immediately, the policeman's hands grabbed Samantha's clothes and the man began to implore him. Take them back, please. Take them somewhere else. Make them go away. Please, I don't want to see them anymore. And to the great surprise of the teachers, they saw the policeman start to sob. They are the worst prisoners I have ever had. It's going to be a pain to fix later, said Frankie, trying to fix his arm. This bug girl created explosions that managed to do some internal damage. Do you think you can fix yourself? Usopp asked. I need my tools, Frankie affirmed. And especially to do several tests. I don't want my arm to break down in the middle of a fight. Then, smiling, he declared. But anyway, it was a hell of a fight. After spending several days doing nothing, I'm not unhappy to have been able to exercise. Immediately, Nami's fist hit her head. Imbecile! I remind you that these guys wanted to kill us. Besides, we still don't know what state Zoro is in. He's been through worse, Sanji asserted, unconcerned about the swordsman's condition. Plus, these heroes allowed Chopper to go to the hospital with him. Yo-ho-ho-ho! At least these heroes are kind enough to allow Zoro to get the care he needs, Brook affirmed. But what do you think they're going to do with us next? We saved children, Usopp assured. I doubt they consider us criminals. You're forgetting something, Robin retorted. Even though he betrayed us, we can be considered allies of All for One. For now, let's try to stay calm and don't do anything to anger the heroes, Jinbe advised. At that moment, Nizu and the other teachers arrived. And immediately, the trio was surprised to see the Mugiwara's cell. Wide open, it could easily let any of its 8 prisoners leave to wander down the hallway. And the worst part was that no police or guards were there to watch them. Why is it open? Niza asked. In response, the reception policeman sobbed while pointing to 3 other cells whose bars had been completely pulverized. Our brand new cells, they pulverized them. The first time it was Mujiwara who twisted the bars and came up to me asking me to eat. Then the second time the blonde destroyed the bars with his feet because the redhead wanted to use a cleaner toilet than the ones in the cell. And the last time, it was the cyborg who destroyed the bars, because he wanted to know if he could get tools to fix his arms. As a result, we preferred to leave their cell open. However, that was not all. In truth, the place where the pirates were locked up was nothing like a prison cell. The floor was covered with several poofs on which the pirates sat. In addition, several trays of foods could be seen, as well as a few bottles of alcohol, a coffee maker, a stack of books, DIY tools. It was the only way to keep them from coming out every 5 minutes, the policeman affirmed. And they were threatening my colleagues if they stayed in the hallway to watch them. Oi, policeman! Luffy shouted, seeing him. Dinner coming soon? What are those primitive tools you gave me? Frankie roared. I can't fix my arm with this. Robin Schwan would like some tea, Sanji affirmed. When will I get the teapot I ordered? Immediately, the policeman turned to the teachers before imploring them again. Take them back! I beg you on my knees. Immediately, Nisa sighed, wondering what situation they would find themselves in. Then, finally, he came down from Cementos' shoulders, before clapping his hands. Hey! Get serious! Casually, you're in jail. Huh? Usopp wondered. A talking mouse? Looks like a stuffed animal, Nami affirmed. He's almost as cute as Chopper, Robin chimed in. Hearing that, Nisa felt his own seriousness leave his face. Still, thinking the pirates were just laughing at him, he declared, I'm Nizu, the warden of UA's facility. From now on, I'll take care of you. Immediately, he heard a shout of delight behind him from the policeman. Thanks, my God. Hey, mouse guy. How's Zoro? Luffy asked. Did you actually take him to the hospital? Who do you take us for? Nisa questioned. All Might never lies. Since you let yourself be caught without fighting back, your friend got the care he needed and your doctor was allowed to come with him. Besides, I just learned that the care he gave him ended up saving him. And to prove it, Snipe pulled out a laptop and showed a photo where the hackers could see Chopper standing on a bedside table while Zoro was lying on a bed. Appearing to snore, the man slept peacefully, while his skin seemed to have returned to its original color. Your friends are fine, Snipe assured. But heroes are watching the hospital where they are. They won't be able to escape, so follow us very kindly, Nisa ordered. We're taking you somewhere else. Hey, we don't know you, Luffy retorted. Me, all I promised Blonde Dumb was to come here. Nowhere else. If I want, now that Zoro is better, I stay here. And oh, shouted the policeman. Leave! Leave this place. I don't want you. Get out of here. Now, it's the first time that I have a guardian ordering his prisoners to leave a prison, Sanji affirmed. Please, the policeman implored them. Don't make me beg you on my knees. Seeing that the situation was slipping away from him, Nisa finally asserted. We mean you no harm. Indeed, we consider you thugs and you attacked heroes. Nevertheless, you then protected children and our colleagues. Looking at the pirates, Nisa declared, I want to talk to you and find out your motives. If you are simply rebels who want to play heroes, I think we can find a compromise that could make everyone agree. This would be our way of thanking you for your help. Listening to him, the pirates looked at each other, wondering if they could trust him. None of them had forgotten that they had given their trust to All for One, and that the man had betrayed them. Were the heroes of this world really more trustworthy than him? But, after all, none of them really wanted to stay here. As soon as Zoro was able to walk, they were going to investigate on their own so they could return home. For his part, Nisa prayed that none of them would refuse to comply. Even though he was sure that Mujiwara was weaker than All Might, he knew how the hero was badly sick. If the rebels in front of him decided to join forces to fight against All Might, could he defeat them all while preventing them from doing a lot of damage in the city? Nevertheless, the mouse almost breathed a sigh of relief, seeing the pirates get up, before coming towards him. Okay, said Luffy. Then, one by one, the pirates left their cell. Nevertheless, being the last to come out, Sanji asked, If we leave prison, where is it to go? The UA school, taught him Nizu. UA? By the way, who is the captain of your crew? Nisa asked, glancing in the direction of Jinbe and Frankie. I would like to address him directly so as not to be rude to him, but to his surprise he saw the two men, along with 5 other people, pointing their fingers at Luffy. "It's me," he assured, with a big smile. At first the heroes thought it was a joke, but after a few seconds they all had shocked faces. Just like Ora and Mare had thought, they couldn't believe that someone like Luffy could be the leader of the team. Certainly he was powerful. However, he did not have the charisma of a leader at all. "You're kidding me," thought the heroes. UA staff room. Much to the pirates' delight, Niza had kept his word and the group was now inside UA. However, while the principal was gone for a few minutes, the pirates were in the company of several teachers from the school, except All Might and Aizawa. A strange mood could be felt, as the teachers stared at the pirates, trying to figure out how they could view them. All they saw of them was Luffy fighting with All Might against Death Noma. However, none of them had forgotten that the pirates were wanted because they had attacked a hero. For their part, appearing to be quite relaxed, except for Usopp and Nami, the Straw Hats all acted like it was a normal situation, while tea and a few cookies were dropped in front of them. "Come to think of it, we left our prison without being allowed our dinner," Luffy declared, letting his head fall on the table. "I'm hungry." "Now is not the time for that, silly," Nami growled. "Hold on tight. Now is not the time to get in more trouble. Lucky Ma said isn't with us," Sanji stated, drinking some tea. Knowing this barbarian, he would ask for sake. "I must say that this tea is not bad," Robin said, taking a sip of tea too. "Yes, it's certainly a joy to my tongue, but I'm just bones, yo-ho-ho," said Brook, drinking tea as well. "Sorry to sound rude, but can't we have cola here? I need it to recharge my batteries," Frankie said. "What the hell is Niza thinking?" Ectoplasm thought, sweating alongside the rest of his colleagues. "Who are these clowns?" growled Hound Dog. For his part, turning his face to the side, Present Mike looked at Midnight, who glared at the pirates, while seeming to struggle with fatigue. "Midnight, you don't have to, no worries," she retorted. "We don't know what could happen. I'm just feeling tired." Nothing more. Finally, Niza entered the room. "Sorry everyone," he tells. "Hey, rat guy," said Luffy. "Luffy-san, without giving you orders, I'd appreciate it if you addressed me in a polite way. After all, you're the leader, so you must have some idea of what I'm saying," Niza said, thinking Luffy could understand that argument. "Oh man, this guy is screwed," thought most of the crew. "Dude, are you really the headmaster of this school?" Luffy said. "You must be a powerful person. Strength has nothing to do with being a director," the mouse retorted. "I'm just very good at my job. Still, I don't think this place is the best place to make a deal with us," Jinbe remarked. "At this time, I am in favor of discussing the deal you have to offer," said Robin. "Thank you, miss. But before that, I would like to thank you." Much to the professor's surprise, he bowed to the pirates. "Thank you for protecting our students. We owe you a lot." Seeing him do this, Luffy gave him a broad smile, while declaring, "You're welcome." "Okay. Now tell me your name and your role in your organization," Niza said. "Monkey D. Luffy. Captain, Nami. Navigator, Usopp. Sharpshooter craftsman tough guy, Sanji. Cook. And the green-haired moron is our swordsman, Nico Robin archaeologist. And Tony Chopper is the name of our doctor, Frankie. Charpenter, Brook. Musician, Jinbe. Helmsman. Okay, that's interesting information," Cemento said, taking notes. "Now what exactly are you?" Niza asked. "A group of rebels? Duh, we are pirates," Luffy said. "Pirates?" asked Vlad King. "Like modern pirates." "Do you make money schemes online and deceive people?" asked Ectoplasm. "Money online?" Nami repeated. "Can we use the internet to do this? Is that what the pirates of this world do?" Luffy wondered, very disappointed. "There's nothing interesting to do. You have to believe that this world is much less dangerous than ours," Jinbe remarked. "When you say pirates, do you mean?" asked Midnight, wanting a full explanation. "We are pirates. Pirates sailing on ships and trying to find treasures," Nami said. "It doesn't exist here? From here they disappeared, over 400 years ago," Niza affirmed. "Pirates? This is so ridiculous," said King Vlad, finding this absurd. However, not wanting to upset the pirates, Niza nodded. "Okay, so you're pirates, but what part of the world are you from?" "Huiri, not really from this world," Usopp stated. "Sorry?" Looking at each other, the pirates tried to figure out how to get them to explain their misadventures. Finally, remembering a word used by All for One, Robin asked, Do you believe in the multiverse? Multiverse? Robin then tried to give a reasonable explanation and explain the misadventures of their crew. Nisa listened to him like a very focused student, and Robin being the teacher, the other heroes also understood more. Of course, Robin tried to explain that the fight against Kamui Woods was just an accident. Finally, after a full half-hour of explanation, Nisa then took a sip of his tea and then said, "Well, it's a story worthy of a science fiction book." "What is science fiction?" Usopp and Brook asked. "I said nothing, but what we say is the truth," Jinbe said. "Okay, we don't have any proof. But what we can say is that we don't want to declare war on your country. What I understand is that you put the lives of our students in danger by helping a criminal," declared Vlad King. "Who doesn't tell us that you are his spies? If you want, we can tell you where All for One is hiding," Frankie assured. "And you should hurry. Because if I was him, I would be long gone. And why should we trust you?" Ectoplasm asked. At that moment, hearing the sound of a lighter, everyone was surprised to see Sanji start to smoke, as if nothing had happened. "Hey, where do you think you are?" asked Hound Dog. "It looks like you misunderstood something," the blonde asserted. "Instead of seeing us as enemies, you'd better see us as potential allies." After all, staring at Nisa seriously, he declared, "Chances are that the enemies of our world have also been teleported here. And if so, I'm afraid even your national hero isn't strong enough to stop them." "You mean Big Mom and Kaido? Are you really telling me they're superhuman? In our world, the people who can defeat them count on the fingers of one hand," Nami assured. "And if they fight together, it's next to impossible to beat them. I hope they're not there, but I'd be surprised if they weren't. Yonkos are not people to be underestimated," Jinbe assured. "Trust us when we tell you they're monsters. And none of you are able to defeat them?" "I could," Luffy affirmed. "I may have lost to Kaido, but next time I might defeat him." "He lost to him?" Nisa wondered. Remembering Luffy's performance, he couldn't help but think if All Might could face Kaido. "And why would you want to team up with us?" Midnight asked. "It's simple. We don't know anything about this world," Brook assured. "As a result, to return home, we are obliged to ask for your help." Robin confessed. "Honestly, I don't know if we can actually help you," Present Mike affirmed. "We have never met people like you, unless everything you're saying is lies," Vlad King remarked skeptically. "Are you calling us liars?" Frankie roared, standing up while staring at the professor. "Hey, buddy, if I wanted to, I could defeat you in an instant." "Watch your language, is that a threat?" Vlad asked with an angry tone towards the cyborg. "Yes, it is," Frankie said, without the slightest fear. "You know, if you try to escape, there will be countless heroes after you," said Snipe, trying to scare the pirates. "In that case, we'll just have to beat them all," Luffy affirmed, with a surprisingly serious voice. Immediately, Snipe's weapon appeared behind his head, as the hero asserted, "Don't push your luck too far, kid." But a moment later, the hero felt the presence of Sanji and Jinbe behind him, while Robin had already crossed his arms. "A word of advice: didn't threaten our captain by taking this for a game," Sanji advised. "This could become your last action," the fishman assured. Getting ready to retort something, the sniper had a bad feeling. He had the strange feeling that his instinct was telling him to back off. Remaining motionless for a few moments, he ends up lowering his weapon, before moving away from Luffy. "Principal, what do you plan to do with these pirates?" Midnight said in a worried tone. "Honestly, after what I've seen and heard, I wish I didn't let them run wild on the streets of our city." Then, seeming to think, he finally affirms, "If we help you, do you promise not to attack anyone?" "It depends on what you have to offer us," Sanji affirmed. "We let you live here and we help you get home, and, in exchange, you won't do any damage in town." At that moment, an old woman came into the room, accompanied by a blonde man with a surprisingly thin figure, and who seemed ill. "Our recovery girl and Tashinori, I'm so glad you two are here," Nisa said. Luffy and Tashinori look at each other again in disbelief. "Yaki guy, it's Yagi," the man retorted, while looking reassured that Luffy didn't recognize him. "The man from the beach?" Usopp wondered. "What are you doing here?" "I work here," the blonde assured. Then, walking towards Nizu, he declared, "Headmaster, I think you misunderstood All Might's words. Indeed, he said he doesn't consider these people enemies. But we can't allow them to stay here. We can't allow them to stay here in the company of the children, not knowing that what they are saying is the truth. Don't worry. I would never be foolish enough to have them live directly with the students," Nevertheless, Yue is the best place to put them. Given their strength, only All Might could stop them if they decide to flee. Hey, I can defeat All Might when I... Luffy began. However, he fell silent when Nami clapped her hands over his mouth. Shut up. Think for a second, Luffy. Usopp whispered to him. Better make them think you're weaker than All Might so you can stay here. For once, let's not do anything stupid that might keep us from getting home. Don't you want to be Pirate King anymore? Huh? Of course I want. In that case, shut up. If you are afraid of All Might, know that he will never fight you without a good reason. Niza assured. TSSSS. This guy is just a pretentious one. Luffy muttered. Young Luffy, I know it's been a while since we talked that day on the beach, but I still believe my argument is that Might is the #1 hero. He has to protect everyone every time. And what you did was good but incredibly dangerous. Don't you value your life? Yagi said. Hey! Who the hell are you to say how should I live my life? I'm just saying you'll have to let the professionals do their job. And where was All Might when the children were in danger? Luffy roared. Whose fault is it that they were in danger? Yagi yelled before coughing up blood. Luffy! Nami said nervously. Calm down, Tashinori, said Recovery Girl to her friend. All Might risks his life on a daily basis, protecting all citizens with his immense strength. And all of this with a smile on his face, said Yagi, proud of his alter ego. Even if you are powerful and from another planet, I would never let you insult his work. We don't insult him, Sanji retorted. Exhaling from the smoke, he declared. He sure doesn't pretend to be a hero and he really cares about people's lives, but these same people trust him more than their own abilities. Staring at All Might, the blonde questioned him. Let's say All Might dies, what do you think would happen? Don't you feel like this addiction would quickly turn into a panic? There's a difference between being a hero and becoming a real drug. Yeah. All Might should let people fight to become stronger and more independent, Luffy affirmed. A fight once in a while never hurt anyone. Robin couldn't help but laugh a little at his captain's enthusiasm. Niza had no idea how to handle the situation. He only had one thing in mind. Can you excuse us for a minute? He said, directing all the heroes from the staff room to another private meeting room so they could chat without the hackers. Later, Midnight left the meeting room and went alone. Still showing a tired look, she ended up appearing in great shape as soon as she left the establishment. Once outside, she walked over to a large black limo and disappeared inside. Sitting in the back seat, she faced an old man and a blonde-haired woman. So? Seabass asked. It looks like we'll have a much easier time spying on Mugiwara and his gang. Then, Midnight's dark hair changed color as her skin melted. Finally, actress Pandora faced Seabass in solution, while fully understanding what he had just heard. Now we just have to report to Galadriel-sama, London. It was raining. Again and again. In truth, when it wasn't raining, there was fog. And when there was no more fog, it was raining. These were the thoughts of a young woman who sat on the sidewalk as she let the raindrops fall on her bowed head. Never in her life had Hiyori felt so alone. She was alone, and above all, she had found herself in another world. A world that was completely unknown to her. Knees against her chest, she was shivering with cold, while her clothes were completely soaked. Momo, she murmured to her. Zorajiro, still sitting, Hiyori barely saw a car stop not far from her. Then, suddenly, the raindrops stopped falling on her face. Huh! The young woman wondered, seeing legs in front of her. Looking up, she saw a woman in front of her, holding an umbrella she had positioned above Hiyori. Are you okay? She was a youthful-looking woman with long hair that is white on her left side and red on her right, and the colors are perfectly separated at the middle of her scalp. Her hair is arranged into 2 long ponytails with 2 circular braids at the end. These circular braids are also seen at the top of her head. Her left eye is shrouded by her hair. Her left eye is shown to be bright purple. Then, also getting out of the car, a second woman appeared. She had long black hair and was dressed in a rather masculine black uniform, making her look like a bodyguard. Please stop leaving the car like that. If your fans see you, you're going to find yourself surrounded by the crowd again. No risk-a-do-chan, assured her the first woman. Besides, I can't let poor people out under this girl. Then, crouching down in front of Hiyori, she questioned her. Do you want us to offer you a hot meal? In Galadriel's hospital room, doctors and surgeons look like statuses, like robots. You will all only remember that the operation was a success, and you will ignore everything I do. If anyone asks about me, you will say that I am recovering. And you will not remember this moment at all, said Galadriel, as the people in the room left her alone. Well, that's embarrassing, Galadriel whispered, looking down at the bandages covering her body. Acting like that is hard. I don't know how the Pandora actor does that. She sighs. Now I have to pretend I'm recuperating in this awful place, with hideous food, in a horrible bed. She laments. Well, at least I captured that Nomu, but those pirates, I still don't know what to make of them. If I fight with this motivation and with the help of my friends, I could accomplish anything. Thinking back to Luffy's words, Galadriel regained her smile. Let's see what disasters this pirate could produce by staying here. All the heroes were now very desperate with this situation. All Might still refused to fully trust the pirates and let them live inside the UA campus. They were far too unpredictable for the teachers to let this happen. Now what do we do, Nizu? Asked Cementos. What do you think? I didn't expect Tashinori to explode and show his true form, said Nizu, annoyed by the blonde. Hey, what are you insinuating? Tashinori wanted to know. It was Mugiwara who looked for me, not the other way around. Boy, what's wrong with you? All you and this young Luffy do is argue. You've never behaved so immature before, so what's the matter? Asked Recovery Girl. All Might took a deep breath and said what he thought of Luffy. I guess because he and I have such different ideologies. Finally, dropping into a chair, he declared. I respect that every human being thinks differently from each other. Booty can't stand anyone questioning my work and the sense of justice I'm trying to show. I didn't become a hero to be a superstar. I'm using that popularity to secure peace. What you are, said Recovery Girl. Unfortunately, a lot of people see your actions as hypocrisy. Mugiwara is free to think what he wants of you. As long as he doesn't physically attack you, nothing he does deserves the arrest. Are you still against integrating them here? Niza asked. Thinking for a few moments, All Might said. What I'm suggesting is to keep them under surveillance, in a place where they think they can act freely. That would be the best way for us to see their real intentions. Even if they don't look like villains, their story is a little too strange to be trusted. I agree. Vlad King agreed. Anyway, I don't want these guys approaching the students in my class. Besides, if the public finds out that UA harbors pirates, we're sure to get all the bad press. Snipe asserted. Anyone have better suggestions? Midnight asked. For my part, I would rather think about forming a real partnership with them. Partnership? Cementos repeated. All Might is right in stating that we can't trust them, but don't forget what they said. If that famous Kaido is here, who knows what he's actually capable of? Instead of becoming enemies with Mugiwara, let's try to make them our ally, in case we have to fight a force that surpasses us. Having a sudden migraine, President Mike affirmed. I feel like any decision we make will have a disastrous effect on our careers. Listening to each of the teachers who had just spoken, Niza finally affirmed. Very good. To make everyone agree, I will put them in apartments near the school, which are used in case of emergency. Before installing them, we will put security cameras and other devices. I'm also going to give them phones with a tracking system so we can keep control. Niza said, explaining his plan. And by continuing to be kind to them and showing that we are helping them to return home, we can always ask for their help in the event of an enemy attack. Crossing his arms, Ectoplasm declared. It really is poker. I just hope our cards are better than those pirates, and they don't just try to lead us like puppets. I hope so too. But remember, they agreed to help us, and if we let them free, if we tried to capture them, they might rebel and a few might flee and cause havoc in town. They're really like the old pirates, they'll do what they want, to the detriment of the civilians, said Nizu, giving his vision of what a pirate is. Not to mention that Mugiwara fought alongside All Might, Cementos stated. Let's make a gesture towards them to try to be friendly. Nodding his head, Niza then looked at All Might with a serious look, which surprised the number one hero. Tashinori, you have to be patient with young Luffy. If not, I scold you both. Niza said. Why do you take his side too? He asked him. I don't want to fight. I just want him to understand that there are laws here and he has to obey them. Then, sighing, he declared, what you offered, I agree to accept it, and trust these pirates to hold their peace, until they get out of here. Nevertheless, he doesn't, there will be no second chance. If they decide to betray our trust, we will capture them and place them in a suitable prison to keep them prisoners. That seems reasonable to me. Me too. But what the heroes and Niza hadn't imagined was the fact that a devil fruit could be used to spy. Because Robin had made an eye and an ear using her flower power, the heroes didn't even notice those two things on the ceiling. The archaeologist overheard the whole conversation and was one step ahead of the heroes. Meeting room. What did you hear, Robin? Nami asked with a smile, as Robin finished using her power. We'll be placed in a nice place but with certain security features, she said. This last information didn't bother the pirates, while one of them seemed to be happy. Hey Frankie, are you interested in us studying these things? Usopp asked. These heroes are nice. They give us toys, the cyborg declared, with a big smile. After that, the heroes returned from the other room. But while most faced the pirates, Midnight apologized before leaving. We are back, said Nizu. So Rat Guy, we have a deal? Luffy asked. Yes, but first I would like to do one last thing and then I will make it official, said Nizu. What is that? Usopp asked. I would like to speak with each of you individually. I have to make sure of the personality of each of you and make sure that I don't have any bad surprises, said Nizu. The Straw Hats saw that it was fair and that it would not result in a bad surprise. Nevertheless, assuming we settle here, I'm guessing you'll want us to perform a few favors for you, Sanji remarked. In truth, we would especially like to have you as allies, if your enemies decide to come forward. If you know them, I think you will be the people best able to fight them. I have a question too, Robin stated. If we help you with various tasks, will we be able to benefit from certain advantages, such as enjoying more freedom? What do you mean with help with various tasks? Dr. Chopper and I have a lot of knowledge in our chosen fields. If you wish, we can use it to give lessons to your students. Honestly, for now, I'd rather you stay away from the students while we get to know more about you. We can potentially discuss that later. Some parts of UA will be accessible to you, but that's it. The teachers were very anxious about it, and the pirates too. Does this guy trust Luffy with this? The Straw Hats thought. Okay, that's right, said Luffy. Okay. Wait, really, Luffy? Said Usopp, all surprised. Yeah, I mean it's a school and they want the kids to be safe. So I don't mind those weird things, as long as I can go to a restaurant when I'm hungry, said Luffy. The food in this world is really good. If the captain agrees with those terms, I guess we also agree, said Brook. But the conversation then turned to a whole new level of anxiety when Jinbe speaks. We're not bad people. But we're not idiots either. Staring at Nizu, he declared. We won't betray your trust. Nevertheless, we hope you will do the same. If that's the case, we'll be forced to use methods, Nami said, threatening the heroes. We know each other very well and know that no one here would try to betray our promise, Frankie said. Trying to stay calm, Nizu felt increasingly anxious about the deal he was about to offer. But he had no other choice. So we have a deal? Nizu asked, raising his hand. Deal, Luffy said, shaking Nizu's hand. It was official. The partnership alliance between the Straw Hat Pirates and UA had started at this time. I'll prepare the interrogation room we're talking about, and in the meantime, I'll let the heroes show you your future places of residence, Nizu said. Okay, let's go, said Luffy. Seeing the pirates pretend to leave, the heroes began to moan. I can't believe this, said Vlad King. Aizawa is going to be crazy, Snipe said. We will have these crazy people near the children, said Ectoplasm. Young Luffy, startled, the pirate captain turned around and saw Toshinori staring at him. Yakigai, I know you don't appreciate All Might's methods, but in that case, can you tell me what a hero is, according to your beliefs? What is a hero? Shrugging, Luffy nodded. You don't need a stupid diploma to become a hero. Anyone can become one. You just have to believe in it, and have confidence in your abilities and those of your comrades to become one. It's up to someone else to say whether or not someone has the ability to protect what they love. Then, the pirates left the room, leaving Toshinori motionless. Kurogiri's bar. Stepping inside an abandoned building, Endeavor smashed the front door before looking around. Behind him, a dozen heroes entered in turn, ready to fight against the slightest enemy. However, they quickly found that the place was deserted. All they saw was an abandoned bar, which didn't seem to have seen a single customer in years. What is this prank? Endeavor roared. There is nothing here. For his part, looking around, Hawks remained silent. Who does All Might think he is to send us here when there's nothing? Endeavor continued to roar. A bunch of villains here? My ass. One moment. Hawk stopped him, approaching the counter. Rubbing his hand against the wooden surface, the man looked at it next, before presenting his palm to his comrade. Quickly, Endeavor found that his hand was surprisingly clean. Do you know many abandoned buildings where cleaning is done regularly? The flying hero questioned him. Looking around, he declared, the information we received was good. Nevertheless, these villains had time to flee. Another abandoned bar. A crashing sound could be heard. However, sitting on a counter, Regina showed an amused smile, seeing Tamura let off steam to vent his anger. Shigaraki was furious. He still couldn't figure out how Nomu had failed to kill All Might. And yet, seeing him metamorphose, he was certain of their victory. Shit! 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 He roared, throwing a bottle. Seeing the object pass close to his face and smash against a wall, Kenjuro remained calmly seated on a stool, while drinking a glass of vodka. Is he always like that? Asked the former samurai. Don't worry. Usually he calms down on his own, Kurojiri assured. Shut up! Shouted Tamura. Then, he saw the mummy woman begin to clean a table on which several bottles had broken. What are you doing, you? Sorry. She apologized, looking scared. I do this whenever I'm concerned. By the way, my name is Amami. I don't care what your first name is. Do you think you're Cinderella or what? Tamura roared. Sorry. She apologized again, as all of her fighting spirit showing during the attack on USJ was completely gone. Hey boss! Aren't you ashamed to pick on a poor girl? Regina questioned, with a mischievous smile. Shut up! Tamura repeated. I don't want to hear any more. Immediately, Regina's smile widened, as she caught sight of him continuing to wreak havoc. It's all Mujiwara's fault, the villain asserted. Why did he get involved? If he hadn't intervened, All Might would have been dead. Thinking back to the pirates, he put a hand on a table and quickly turned it to dust. I wish his stupid heroes would catch them all and torture them all night long. For his part, being perfectly calm, All for One was in the next room as he looked back at the fight that had taken place, and more specifically the moment when Death Nomu had appeared. The doctor himself does not understand what happened. Nomu did not have the ability to perform such a transformation. So what happened? I said it was an experiment, and I didn't say anything specific. Ichiko keeps his documents very close to him, and I don't know what to say. Is he hiding certain things from me? Damn it! Tamura roared. Tamura! Said the voice of All for One. Calm down, but sensei, you're not ready yet, Tamura. All for One said with a smirk. You just stood there like an idiot watching the fight. But sensei, I thought the Nomu would be enough to defeat him. Besides, I was surprised by the power of this girl. Thinking back to Galadriel, he said. Her quirk, I am sure she has a quirk that can cancel mine. She cheated. Don't be childish. You just lost your temper. Besides, our situation is not really to our disadvantage. Apart from the loss of the Nomu, we were able to sort out our recruits and keep these who could serve us. Them? Recruits? Tamura roared, staring at the 4 new members of the Villains League. A painter? A cleaning lady? A bug? And a woman who keeps making fun of others? Hey! Don't call me a cleaning lady! Regina ordered him. Are you stupid or what? Tamura roared. Tamura, calm down. Kurojiri advised him. She's pissing me off. The man roared, while Regina seemed to enjoy seeing his face change in anger. I saw what they were capable of. All for One retorted. The power of these 3 women is quite interesting. As for Kenjuro, looking at the ancient samurai, he declared, I think you know a lot about Mujiwara. Simply smiling, the painter declared, if we can help each other, I think we can come to an agreement. But to be honest, finishing his glass of alcohol, he suddenly put on a serious face, while declaring, if Mujiwara and his gang decided to come here to fight us, we wouldn't stand a chance. What? Tamura roared. What dare you say? What you've heard? Kenjuro affirmed. Apart from All for One, whom I haven't seen fight, none of you are capable of defeating Mujiwara. In all honesty, I'm not ashamed to admit that 4 of these pirates will easily be able to defeat me. And I have the same power as 2 other of them. If we want to kill them, we must attack them sneakily and in groups. Smiling, he stared at Tamura, while affirming, but cowardly as you are, I guess you're used to that kind of tactic. Immediately, Regina's cheeks puffed up, as she barely missed a laugh, seeing Tamura's face. Asshole! He roared, pointing his hand at Kenjuro. Unimpressed, the former samurai positioned his brush in front of him and covered it with Busashoka haki. Touching his weapon, Tamura tried to make it disappear. Unfortunately, he couldn't even crumble it. What? A problem? Asked Kenjiro. If you can't even damage my haki, you don't stand a chance against Mujiwara's. Grr! Tamura roared, backing up. Why do you respect this pirate? Is he your friend or what? You moron! Mujiwara and I are enemies. Nevertheless, I have traveled with him long enough to know how powerful he is. Only a moron will never admit that his enemy is stronger than him. If you don't even confess not your limits, you will never win. I agree. All for One suddenly affirmed. Of all of them, Luffy is the most interesting. He's young and yet he has a level of power that suggests he might surpass All Might in the future. All for One said, remembering when All Might and Luffy ejected Nomu. That would be interesting to see. Now, what about Sensei? How long for Ijiko to do more Nomus? Kurogiri asked. It will take some time to get new ones. Besides, it is always necessary to recruit new recruits, affirmed All for One. If we trust Kenjiro's knowledge, we need to increase our offensive strength. All those morons were pathetic. Tamura retorted, bringing his hand up to his face. If you wish, I may have someone to suggest to you. Wearing glasses and with some odd teeth, someone had just walked into the new villain bar. Hey! But in an instant, he fell on his stomach and cried out in pain, while Regina sat on his back and twisted his arm. Smiling broadly, she said, Boss, I captured an intruder. Can I play with him? Ouch! 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 Stop! Please, let him go. All for One ordered her, heaving a sigh. He's an ally. Oh really? Pretending to hesitate, to prolong the pleasure, the Pleiad finally let go of the man, who hastened to move away from her. You're crazy. Who the hell are you? Said Tamura. My name is Kajiro Okuta, but you can call me Jiren. It's my code name. Sensei, who is this asshole? Jiren is a famous underground who knows a lot of people who are in marketing looking for a job, said All for One. So you're an informant? Kurogiri asked. Yes. So I have a few people in mind for your organization. I can find them and bring them to you, said Jiren. Truly, I would like you to find me someone. All for One stated. Who? Jiren asked as he made himself a drink. Stain, the hero killer, Tamura says, and the thought silences the whole room. Nonetheless, letting out a real cry, Amami let stars fill her eyes. Stain? He's going to join us. Too cool. Why are you yelling? Tamura growled. I've always been a fan of Stain. He's the only person who dares to show the world that there are real and fake heroes. Clenching her fist, she declared. I hate these false heroes. They are nothing but bastards who only think about their popularity, to the detriment of others. At that moment, one of her bandages moved a little, showing more of the burns on her face. Endeavor, she growled, putting her bandage back on properly. Stain? Jiren repeated. It's tempting, but from what I heard from my sources, he likes to work alone in his quests. But if you say he is interested in joining, it can increase the attention of new members. Never mind, tell those pranksters Stain is interested, and when they get here I'll show them what this organization really means, said Tamura, breaking down some fruits that were nearby. Okay. Before we continue, I suggest you read about some of these people. They will be perfect for the League, Jiren said, showing files that looked like recording files and very interesting files. Picking up the papers, All for One read numerous files on young crooks who committed crimes that sold through the failure or death of bad guys. He found some interesting people and decided to remember those names, such as Dabi, Himiko Toga, Twice, and others. Nevertheless, no human in this room seemed to suspect how useless what they were doing would be. Indeed, observing them, Regina and Antoma were already preparing their next report for Nazarick and wondered when they would have permission to destroy this place. I understand. Thanks for letting me know. Putting the phone on his desk, Niza heaved a weary sigh, as he was informed of the villain's escape. With everything going on, it would have been nice to finally hear some good news from you. Pirates, villains, hell's creatures, what worse could happen? Director! Startled, Niza almost fell out of his chair, while President Mike came into his office like a cannonball. We have a problem, he shouted. I just contacted Midnight, the man affirmed. She was at home. How normal, she was off duty. No! What I mean is that she had stayed at home since the incident at USJ. She said she never came to the meeting concerning the pirates. Immediately, several drops of sweat appeared on Niza's face, as he remembered perfectly having seen the young woman among the teachers. Way audit? A few days later, the anger is palpable on her face. The thought of her failing and now having to deal with it frustrates her to no end. She failed, and the more she looks at what is in front of her, the more anger she feels. Galadriel Melkor, the supreme being of Nazarick, the ruler of the great tomb, and the one this world should fear and respect, has lost, and shame fills his soul. How could she look beyond that? Galadriel didn't know. But what she knows is that this defeat will strengthen her, she will learn, she will adapt. And she will win, no matter what. You lost this time. Please select continue. Or spend 5,000 hero coins to avoid this boss. Galadriel huffed. She's never paid to skip a boss in the past. And it won't start today. There she is, in her hospital bed, her phone in her hand and killing time playing the brand new game that is driving everyone crazy in the App Store. Shadow Heroes Raid is just another cash grab. She's seen this game before. They still put content behind a paywall and make it nearly impossible to play without spending real money. She hates these kinds of games, but there's nothing she can do here. Galadriel spent the last 2 days in the hospital hoping to make it more believable that she was seriously injured, and so on, and to rest from the madness of his life. They were a pleasant few days, in fact, for her. Since most of the hospital staff are under her control, she can do whatever she wants. Eat, read, sleep, and play video games. And even watch movies. 2 full days of doing nothing, and she's loving every minute of it. But she sighs, knowing that her brief escape must end today. From the reports she read, the Villain Alliance seemed to have a long history in Japan. And especially with All Might, she will have to know every detail of this organization, and know if they could be useful to her later. So she had to take care of that, the pirates, and the last thing, the image she builds with the rest of the school. So far, everything is going according to plan. Although she considers the rest of the children nothing more than tools for her. She admits there are some interesting young heroes there, and the beginning of the camaraderie in the class makes her melancholy. Galadriel sighs, realizing there's no getting around it. She'll always feel that way, but at least there's Nazarick. They will always be with her, no matter what. You have lost again. Please select continue. Or buy 5,000 hero coins to avoid this boss. Or you can buy an EXP boost to level up your characters. Only for 4,800 hero coins, Galadriel groaned as she stared at the screen. She'll think about what she should do later for now. She must concentrate on what is in front of her. Shit developers, hissed Galadriel, switching to full game mode. I'll show you who I am. They won't beat me. This shitty game won't be my death, said Galadriel. 2 hours later, and 21,500 hero coins spent. She eventually won against the dominating evil boss. But she lost more than money. She lost her pride. You damn it game! Someone knocked on his door. Immediately, Galadriel put her cell phone away, knowing full well that she had ordered the hospital staff only to allow a few people into her room. Entering her room, an ordinary-looking man appeared in front of her, before performing an exaggerated salute. My lady, glad to be able to see you again and assure me of your good health. It's not like I was actually hurt, Galadriel retorted. And where did you find that face? Returning to her original form, Pandora's actor declared. I met this man on my way here. I thought that with a face like his, I could come here without anyone remembering me. You did well, Galadriel assured, standing up. So, what do you need? Asked his creation. Why did you bring me here? Oh, just to do me a little favor. Staring at her creation, she gave him a soft smile, while declaring, I just need you to take on my appearance for the rest of the day, while I get somewhere. A kick hit a ball. Running after it, some children tried to catch it and keep it. Thus, a normal afternoon passed for the children of a small orphanage. Playing with each other, they tried to forget the fact that they had almost nothing left. No family, no material possessions, no glorious future. All they had were other children who were like them. However, between the ages of 5 and 8, this was enough for them. Having still long years of waiting before joining the adult world, they took advantage of the years that separated them from this world and its problems. Suddenly, kicking the ball too hard, a boy sent the ball away from them and the object began to roll, until the foot of a young woman landed on it to stop it. Running to collect their property, the children stopped, seeing the white-haired young woman facing them. Hi! Galadriel greeted them. Immediately, wide smiles appeared on the faces of the 6 children facing her, and a moment later, The Empress of Nazareth was mobbed by the children. One-E-san! One-E-san, are you here to play with us? One-E-san! Are you staying with us? One-E-san! One-E-san! Hey, calm down! Galadriel begged, seeing them surround her like a bunch of little demons. Don't worry! I came to play with you. Hearing this, the children's smiles widened as they seemed delighted with the news. For her part, starting to juggle the ball, Galadriel ends up shooting it, and the object goes in the direction of the orphanage. Following it with their eyes, the troop of children began to follow it, giving Galadriel a little respite. Worse than demons. Yet, strangely, Galadriel put a smile on her face. She didn't know why she was there. Or rather, she didn't know why she came back here. Every time she felt her demonic side take advantage of the little humanity that remained in her. Flashback. She had found this place by chance. When she first visited, the building in front of her wasn't even an orphanage. It was just an almost dilapidated building, where the 6 children were trying to survive as best they could. Even being simple children, they knew exactly what poverty, abandonment, lack of affection were and had paid the price. Having been forced to live on their own, they had taken refuge here and had lived there for some time before Galadriel met them. Having traveled around the world to find out if the countries of this world were like hers, Galadriel had come across this place by chance, and quickly, she had faced her children who had considered it a threat. One of them had threatened him with his quirk, which could not be controlled, while the others had taken refuge behind him, holding gregarious weapons, which could not have frightened a mouse. Lucky, at that time, that Galadriel was accompanied by Cizi. Having been instructed to attack if she felt any danger towards Galadriel, she stood still, and asked Galadriel what to do. For her part, much to the children's surprise, Galadriel couldn't help but laugh. Then, finally, she sat cross-legged in front of them, before asking them, "Are you happy?" Galadriel knew perfectly well not. Looking into their eyes, the Empress had recognized their gaze. It was the same one displayed by the children, who lived on the streets, in her home world. These children survived, while feeling abandoned and condemned. Galadriel knew that she no longer had the same emotions as when she was human. She knew that her demonic side had almost wiped out her humanistic side. However, she had managed to feel something, seeing these children. She felt real pity for them. As a result, making a magic circle appear on the ground, Galadriel surprised the children, as they saw the magic circle being replaced with food. "It's for you." The children looked at Galadriel. Then they looked at the food. But they did not move and even less touch the food. Even if they were children, the poverty in which they were born had allowed them to understand that there were people who were not very nice who favored targets like them. Children alone, helpless, whose disappearance would not be seen or reported by anyone. Because of this, Galadriel got up before walking away with Cizi. Settling on top of a hill, Galadriel could see the children and vice versa. She didn't care that they could see her, she was just waiting to see their reaction. She had remained in her place the rest of the day, and even at night, the children didn't touch the food. And knowing that Galadriel was observing them, they remained hidden in their lair. However, the dilapidated building only allowed them to go inside and stay in the small entrance hall. The rest of the house had collapsed, preventing them from venturing elsewhere. Because of this, Galadriel had no trouble seeing them, while the building had no doors. There were 6 children. 3 boys and 3 girls. All between 5 and 8 years old. And among them, a boy with a scar on his cheek and a girl with freckles seemed to act as the leaders of the group. Being the oldest, they remained in front of the building, and seemed to stand guard, in case Galadriel came back to them. Staying behind his Empress, Cizi asked, "Why don't they touch the food you gave them?" "Because they're smart," Galadriel affirmed. "They needed to live, but they know something a lot of people don't." "What is that?" "They know the existence of human cruelty." Trying to figure out what that means, the Pleiad asked her. "And you? Why are you helping them?" Galadriel remained silent for several seconds. To tell the truth, she didn't really have an answer. She felt like saying that she just wanted to act nice because it was her duty. But she knew perfectly well that was not the real reason. Thinking back to her own life, as a human, she finally said, "When I was a kid I wish someone had saved me." Finally, at dawn, the 2 leaders of the group approached the food, before grabbing a piece of fruit. Cutting it in half and eating it, they then returned inside the dwelling. Galadriel found that they only had this to make sure the food wasn't drugged or poisoned. Waiting a few more hours, she then saw the 2 children return towards the food, accompanied by the 4 others. Then everyone started eating. They had no trust in Galadriel, but hunger was stronger than their will. Even before Galadriel's arrival, they hadn't been able to find food for a few days, and seeing a feast like this didn't help. Seeing them eat, Galadriel still remained motionless. Then she decided to get up and walk towards them. Busy eating, the children didn't feel her presence until they heard, "Is it good?" Jumping with fear, they couldn't hide their surprise seeing her, sitting at their side, as if she had teleported. Immediately, they began to flee into their home. Unfortunately, tripping over a rock, a little girl fell to the ground and felt her knee hit the hard floor of the area. Immediately, feeling her knee scrape, she began to sob, but it ended quickly when Galadriel approached her and put her finger on her small wound. Making a green glow appear, she surprised the child, who had seen her bleeding disappear as quickly as it had appeared. "Are you okay?" Galadriel asked, giving her a tender smile. Just looking at her, the girl didn't know what to answer. Noting this, Galadriel positioned her hands in front of her face. Then, closing them, she reopened them in a split second and, like a magician, she made a stuffed animal resembling a white rabbit appear. "It's for you," Galadriel announced, entrusting the stuffed animal to the young child. Arriving behind Galadriel, Cizi remained motionless, while the other 5 children finally emerged from their hiding place, ready to attack Galadriel to recover their comrade. However, the little girl was the one who surprised Galadriel. Slowly moving her hands, she finally took the stuffed animal. Then, looking at her, she felt tears running down her cheeks. And a moment later, Galadriel had felt her bury her face against her abdomen, before starting to cry. At that moment, Galadriel hadn't understood that she was the first adult to have shown affection to this child, and she had a hard time knowing how to react. Then, remembering the memories she had of her mother, she ended up putting her hand on her hair, and whispering sweet and reassuring words to her. Seeing her do so, the others looked at each other, before moving closer to Galadriel, while letting their weapons fall to the ground. Flashbacks end. Some time later, the dilapidated building seemed to have undergone a real makeover, tending that it was in excellent condition and even completely improved. As for the children who lived there, they had developed an unbounded admiration for Galadriel. For them, who were looking for a way to survive, she had become their heroine. Coming back to her, the children had brought back their toys, before asking, "Wani-san, we're playing with this." "No, with that, Wani-san." Having to struggle again in front of this gang of unleashed children, Galadriel felt a small hand gripping the back of her t-shirt. Turning around, she saw a young girl, with a stuffed rabbit, handing her a book. "Wani-san, can you read us a story, please?" Looking at the young girl, Galadriel ended up smiling at her, before grabbing her book. "If you want, Natasha." Then she walked to a place where several stools formed a circle and sat down on the middle one. Immediately, Natasha followed her and, finally dropping their toys, the other children followed them. Settling around Galadriel, they saw her open the book, before starting to read it. Snoring loudly, a trickle of drool ran down Zoro's chin, while his duvet was half fallen on the floor. Suddenly making a strange noise with his mouth, he grimaced before scratching his chest. Then his snoring became loud again. Seeming defenseless like this, while Chopper wasn't there to watch him, Zoro was unable to see an invisible figure, which was hanging from the ceiling, just above him. Having a humanoid appearance, and dressed like a ninja, the enemy dropped from the ceiling, and aimed a dagger at Zoro's throat. However, despite the surprise effect, the weapon stopped 2 centimeters from Zoro's carotid artery. Stretching out his arm, the swordsman had managed to grab the ninja's face and stop his fall. "What? Who are you?" Zoro roared. Suddenly, hearing strange hissing, he threw the ninja away, before crossing his arms in front of him, while 3 shurikens had targeted his face, and managed to pierce the skin of his arm. Growling, he saw the ninja do an aerial somersault, before landing at the other end of the room, while 2 other perfectly identical ninjas appeared. "Not bad at all. You're the first human we Hanzos failed to kill on the first try." "Hanzos?" Zoro repeated. "All for one," he thought. "He must have hired those clowns to kill us." Conjuring up numerous daggers between their fingers, the Nazarick ninjas ran towards Zoro, while declaring, "We're going to take advantage of your weaknesses to kill you. Without your swords, you're nothing." Yet, despite being unarmed and all alone, Zoro simply stood up on his bed, before bending his legs, and positioning his arms behind him. "No sword style. Sayonara, human, Tatsumaki." The Hanzos barely had time to see Zoro move his arms, before being struck by a current of air, which took on the appearance of a tornado. What? Thrown sideways, the trio cried out in panic as they flew through the window, before finding themselves in the void, several dozen meters above the ground. Hearing them fall, Zoro began to growl as he pulled out the shurikens still stuck in his skin. I hate being woken up, especially when someone wakes me up for nothing. Then, yawning, he fell on his bed and decided to finish his nap. Closing the book, Galadriel asked, "Did you like it?" Immediately, after hearing the story which told the adventures of a knight of a princess, several of the children pretended to fight with pieces of wood. I too want to become a knight and have adventures. On the contrary, a girl with freckles retorted, why is it always up to the knight to save the princess? Girls know how to fight too. You don't even have a quirk. The boy retorted, yours is useless. Not even true. Seeing the two children arguing, Galadriel decided to side with one of them. Ali Maraka is right, she affirmed, placing her hand on the girl's head. A woman today is perfectly capable of fighting a man, even without quirk? The boy asked. Yes. I even know a lot of women who don't have a quirk who can defeat entire armies. Really? For her part, clutching her rabbit against her, Natasha declared, I want to visit a real castle. No, the best thing is to visit an alien ship, a boy asserted. I would rather see the ocean. Hearing the children begin to share their dreams, Galadriel suddenly had an idea that might appeal to them. Do you want to take a trip? Huh! Suddenly, using her finger to write a message on a stool, Galadriel straightened up, before facing the children. We're going to have an adventure. An adventure? 6 voices repeated. Suddenly, a magic circle appeared in Galadriel's hand and she directed it towards the children. Immediately, they were all startled, feeling their bodies become incredibly light. What? Ali wondered, feeling his feet leave the ground. I fly. Having fun floating them above the ground, Galadriel imitated them, before creating a huge sphere around them. Having gathered them all around her, Galadriel let the sphere fly higher and higher, allowing the children to have an incredible view of the landscape. Too cool! It's like being in a balloon. Smiling, Galadriel retorted. No, it's much better. From now on, I've become Koro-sensei. Then, suddenly, the sphere moved at full speed. Surprised, the children began to scream. Yet they felt nothing at all, not even a gust of wind. Protecting them perfectly, the magic sphere allowed Galadriel to be able to move much faster than an airplane, without being crushed by atmospheric air currents. At first surprised, it had to wait a few minutes, before the children began to smile, and enjoying the trip. Yahoo! Faster! Faster! It's so great! Extending her smile, Galadriel amused herself by doing acrobatic pirouettes, making the children laugh even more. Nevertheless, she ends up stopping, seeing a plane appear not far from them. Using an invisibility spell, she let the flying craft pass by them, without any of its passengers being able to see them. On the contrary, huddled against the wall of the magic sphere, the children admired the plane, which was only a few meters away from them. Leaving them to watch, Galadriel then ends up resuming her journey. And a quarter of an hour later, they reached their destination. Looking around, the children saw many islands, mostly covered with forests or beaches, while the sea separated them. It's the first time I've seen an island. There are so many. You can even see the sea. Wani-san, where are we? If I'm not mistaken, we are above Indonesia. Indonesia? Maraka tried to repeat. In response, Galadriel stopped her magic sphere, which then began to fall. Hold on, and most importantly, hold your breath. What? And before the children could react, the magic sphere fell in the direction of the sea and disappeared under the water. Surprised, they closed their eyes and their mouths, by reflex. However, remaining motionless for several seconds, they were surprised not to feel the slightest drop of water touching them. Being always present, the magic sphere prevented them from drowning and allowed them to attend an incredible scene. Unbelievable! It is so beautiful! Looking around with sparkling eyes, Natasha felt Galadriel's arms grab her and bring her to her lap, while the Empress sat cross-legged. So, Natasha? Which is better? That or visiting a castle? That! Natasha assured, without the slightest hesitation. Swimming around the magic sphere, whole shoals of multicolored fish were visible, as were huge manta rays. This kind of show, many people had never had the chance to see it. But for children like them, this scene was, for them, a dream that they would never have had the chance to see, if they had not crossed paths with Galadriel. For her part, Galadriel was also watching this aquatic spectacle, with eyes similar to theirs. She, too, had thought for years that she wouldn't be able to see this show. This show that had been totally destroyed in his world because of human stupidity. And despite her smile, a hint of frustration could be seen in her eyes, as she swore to herself that she would never let this world make the same mistakes as hers. Nazarick, 6th floor. Being in the arena of Nazarick, Aura was armed with her whip, while she declared, "Kapal, I'm ready." Immediately, the slime in front of her began to move, before transforming. Trying to keep calm, Aura saw it take on a humanoid form. Then, she had no trouble recognizing Zoro's silhouette. In an instant, a surge of rage surged through her, as she gripped her whip tighter in her hand. "Mosshead!" she roared, rushing towards it. She moved swiftly and quietly. She was so fast she could have surprised any human. Wanting to do the same, she found herself in front of Kapal, before the slime could react. Unfortunately, meeting the slime's gaze, Aura froze. Staring at the fake Zoro's eyes, Aura had completely stilled, while her body began to shake in terror. It had been 3 days since USJ's accident took place, and yet the terror that Zoro had caused in her had by no means disappeared. Zoro had completely terrified her. Why? She wondered, dropping to her knees. Why? Gritting her teeth and pounding the ground with her fists, she screamed, "He's only human! So why am I afraid of him? Why? Why?" Being behind her, Mare cautiously approached her. "Wani-san?" He got no response. "Wani-san?" he insisted, putting his hand on Aura's shoulder. "Leave me!" she suddenly roared. Surprised, Mare stepped back, before seeing her get up and run away, to disappear into the forest. Walking through the forest of a small island, the small group of Galadriel took on the appearance of explorers, while the children discovered an ecosystem they had never seen. Seeing them, monkeys looked at them with curiosity, while birds with multicolored feathers cried before flying away. "Monkeys," Ali shouted. "Birds," adds Maraka. "They are so beautiful." Being almost running, the children left the adult of the group behind them. Seeming to be the only one to suffer from the heat of the place, Galadriel had much more difficulty following them, while she looked like an elderly person, who noticed the difference in energy between her and the children. "They've been running for a while now. It's like they're inexhaustible." Just running, the children followed Ali and Maraka. But they stopped several times, when the 2 children argued over which way to take. The eldest boy and girl in the group argued frequently about becoming the leader of the group, and the other 4 waited until they finally agreed. Finally, stopping in front of a river, the children noticed that it came from a cave. Seeing that they could easily get inside, Ali and Maraka looked at each other and, for once, having the same idea, they ended up going inside. Deciding to follow them closely, Galadriel advised them, "Don't run in this cave! The floor must be wet." "Aye," affirmed 6 voices. Walking about 50 meters, while skirting the river, the small troop arrived in a large cavity and a small fresh wind welcomed them. Feeling it touch her face, Galadriel let out a satisfied sigh. Admiring the cavity, the children began to inspect it, like a group of adventurers. Seeing them having fun, Galadriel sat down on a moss mat and enjoyed the cool wind. This afternoon with the children had allowed her to stop thinking about his plans for conquest, and to empty his mind. It was like taking a day off. Then, eyes closed, she continued to enjoy her pleasant day, before suddenly falling asleep. Surprised to find that she had fallen asleep, Galadriel opened her eyes. However, she was unable to move. Crushed under the weight of 6 bodies, the Empress was surprised to find that the children were at her side. Eyes closed, they were all asleep, showing Galadriel that this day had exhausted them. Crushing her right arm, Natasha was closest to the Empress. Seeing her head close to hers, Galadriel stared at her for a few seconds. Then, being able to move her left arm, she brought her hand closer to Natasha, before placing it on her neck. Thus, Galadriel had no trouble feeling her pulse, knowing full well that she could kill her in her sleep. "Am I demonic enough to kill her?" she whispered. She didn't even need to think, to get an answer. "If I ask myself this question, it's because I'm a bad person." This truth came as no surprise to Galadriel. However, she would have liked to know that there was a real limit in her. But this limit didn't exist. If she wished, Galadriel could decimate all of humanity without remorse. In truth, it would just be enough for her to spare these children to feel the fact of having done a good deed. "I don't know if it's a good thing or a bad thing to think like me." Suddenly, slightly opening her eyes, Natasha raised her tired head somewhat. Looking at Galadriel's hand, which was right in front of her, she gripped it with her small hands before placing her head on it. Thus, the Empress of Nazarick saw her use her hand as a pillow, before hugging her stuffed animal to her and beginning to suck her thumb. Seeing her do this, Galadriel confessed, "At your age, I have never been able to sleep so peacefully. You are so lucky." Deciding to let the children sleep, Galadriel was about to resume her own nap, when her eyes widened. "What time is it?" The children showed big smiles and Galadriel tried to imitate them. "Are you mad?" she asked. Being back at the orphanage, she faced a woman with Asian features, who stared at her with a certain anger in her gaze. Thus, the Empress understood that the manager of the orphanage had been angry not to have been warned directly for this unplanned trip, while she had obviously noted the disappearance of the children. "I've been waiting for you for 5 hours," she roared. "I left you a message where you said you would be back in an hour. I am sorry." With a weary sigh, the other woman declared, "I don't even want to argue with you." Then, looking at the children, she pointed to the orphanage before declaring, "Go wash your hands. I bet you're hungry." Indeed hungry, the children headed for the dining room, where the lunch they had missed was waiting for them. For her part, rummaging through her pockets, Galadriel pulled out a beautiful seashell, which looked almost like jewelry. "Here, I got this for you. Galadriel, you need to stop behaving like this. I really worried about those kids. Shagly, I believe you're the only human in this world who knows the extent of my powers. Do you really think anything could happen to them if I'm with them? I know very well what you are capable of," she assured. Immediately thinking back to her former life in Vietnam, Shagly quickly recalled her encounter with the Demoness. Flashback. Having been captured and held prisoner, Shagly was destined to be part of a women trafficker and sold to China. She didn't know what would have become of her. But fortunately, a miracle had happened. Being in a cell, with about 20 other people, she passed her days, perfectly motionless, waiting for the day when she would be sold. However, hearing a cry, she understood that this day would never come. Facing an attack, her traitors had fought against 2 women, Albedo and Shalter. First of all, seeing them walking quietly towards them, the slave traders had believed in a miracle and were already thinking about the money they could get by selling them. Unfortunately, within 5 minutes, their smiles had turned to screams as they were slaughtered. And, hitting one of them, Albedo had sent it flying towards the outer wall of Shagly's cell, which he pulverized. Finding himself able to see the outside, Shagly was able to see the one-sided fight, while the traffickers could only flee in vain, knowing they couldn't win. And while most of them were dead, the few survivors, all of whom had had their legs blown off, saw a third woman arrive, hands behind her back and floating a few centimeters above the ground, taking pleasure in showing her demonic allure. Galadriel showed her power against those who lay on the ground. Yet, appearing from the sky, a vulture-like man flew towards her to attack her. "Die! Bitch!" Not having even looked at him, Galadriel had simply muttered a sentence. And before he could attack her, the man had collapsed on the ground, dead. Seeing that there was no longer any problem, Galadriel clapped her hands to capture the attention of her 2 subordinates. "Albedo, bring the survivors to Demiurge. I'm sure they'll love participating in his activities. Shaltir, you can select 5 corpses and keep them. The rest I want spread throughout Nazarick." "Aye, my lady." Then, ignoring the cries of survivors, who were being led away by Albedo, Galadriel made her way to the cells of the prisoners. Recoiling in fear, many feared that Galadriel would kill them too. Still, clapping her hands again to get their attention, Galadriel let her eyes turn scarlet. "Demon puppeteer." Immediately, the prisoners' eyes also turned scarlet, as they all rose to stare at Galadriel. "I give you back your freedom. Go where you want, I don't care. Nevertheless, you will forget what you just saw. Did I make it clear?" "Aye," the former prisoners affirmed, before exiting through the hole in the wall. Seeing them leave, Galadriel was about to do the same when she saw someone staying in the cell. "Huh!" she wondered, staring at Shagly. "Do you have a problem?" Again, Galadriel's eyes turned scarlet. But however, she looked at the prisoner in vain. She noticed that her eyes remained normal. "Why can't I control you?" "It's no use," Shagly asserted. "My quirk prevents anyone from being able to mentally control me." "Oh, really? Then why didn't you pretend to be checked, so you could run away with the others?" Showing no expression on her face, Shagly simply shrugged, declaring, "I don't think I even want to run away." Tilting her head to the side, trying to understand the meaning of her words, Galadriel approached her before crouching down, to better see her gaze. And in an instant she had the impression that this person had the same look as hers, when she was human. This woman felt no pleasure in living. Staring at her for a few seconds, Galadriel finally declares, "You are an interesting person. Why? Because I kill people but I don't feel like it. That's weird." Then, smiling, she said, "I'll have a job for you. Do you like children?" Flashback and, thinking back to their meeting as well, Galadriel stared at Shagli. She was the only human who knew her true identity, and Galadriel was the only one who did. Just like this orphanage, Galadriel hadn't told anyone about it. For her, it was her secret. And to tell the truth, she liked being able to speak freely to a human of this world. "Shagli, if I came today, it's mainly to talk to you. I would like to assure you that I will soon begin the purge of this world." Listening to him without saying anything, Shagli ends up leaving to go back to the orphanage. Seeing her do this, Galadriel simply sat down on the grass. And a few seconds later, Shagli came back with 2 small bottles of alcohol in her hand. "Can you drink some beer?" she asked, offering her one of the bottles. Catching it, Galadriel covered it with a magic circle, turning it into a sweet drink. "I don't really like alcohol," she confessed before starting to drink. Starting to drink from her bottle, Galadriel watched the sunset in front of her. Then she ends up asking, "Shagli, what do you think of humans?" "I'm human," the other woman retorted. "You know very well what I mean." Looking at the Korean, she declared, "I see the hate you have in you." Drinking in turn, as if to delay his answer, Shagli finally declared, "I was born in North Korea. In this country, you have no freedom. You don't have the right to do what you want or say what you want to say. Instead, you have to hear endless speeches and constantly see the face of some jerk that everyone thinks is a god." Tightening her grip on her bottle, she roared, "This guy, he's just a human bastard. Nothing more. Nothing less. A god? My ass." Facing a professional boxer, would he manage to win without the slightest scratch? No. In the face of a natural disaster, would he manage to survive? No. Without water or food, could he live for years? No. And yet he killed my parents. Leaving her to continue, Galadriel said nothing as anger slowly appeared on Shagli's face. "He killed them because they wanted to tell the truth to the rest of the people. He killed them because his stupidity makes him believe that the lies he tells are true. He killed them to prevent others from understanding that he was nothing. I could never forgive him. And yet, it's not the worst." Throwing her bottle against the ground, in an excess of rage, she roared, "The people supported him. They laughed at what my parents tried to do for them. They supported the actions of this pseudo-god by foolishly believing his words. They are puppets and are proud of it. People as them, I hate them. But I thought they were just being manipulated." Then, thinking of her complicated escape from her country of birth, before reaching Vietnam, she gritted her teeth, remembering her capture by human traffickers. "But they're all the same. I hate humans. I hate being a human." "So what are you?" Galadriel questioned her. "Nothing more than a human," Shagli affirmed. "Booty, don't understand. I don't understand why the rest of the world doesn't see things the way I see them. This world is full of inequalities and I feel like I'm the only one that see them. Why? Seeing them is one thing. Acting on them is another thing," Galadriel affirmed. "And that is the problem." Looking back at the sunset, she declared, "Human intelligence involves kindness, compassion, empathy, but also selfishness, greed, cruelty, but above all, stupidity. It has always been the case since the man built his first home, and that will always remain the case until he disappears from this planet for good. Yet man has every reason to evolve," Shagli affirmed. "There are wars, epidemics, famines. Why does he never understand that what he is doing is wrong and that karma will always catch up with his actions? Because he's stupid. For example, a certain people hated a man with a mustache because he started a war that killed 50 million people, including 20 million of that people. And yet, at the same time, this people was led by another mustachioed man who behaved the way this cretin did. He was paranoid, anti-Semitic, cruel and homophobic, and yet by his people, he was seen as a god. I don't understand humans." Then she continued, "However, it is wars that will evolve humans. Europeans are the ones who have experienced the most changes. Since antiquity, many battles and wars have ravaged this continent, changing people's cultures I don't know how many times. Until the last century, Europeans were practically demons. There was nothing to be gained from them. In addition to being racist and homophobic, they were arrogant and colonialists. Finally, it took 2 great wars to change their behaviors. Have they really changed? Shanli asked. Where I come from, we only criticize Europeans and their way of life, which we consider unworthy. They have changed. After centuries of war, Western Europe has become the safest place to live, along with Japan, Canada, Australia, and New Zealand. These countries don't want any more war. Their army is even very unimpressive. Today, in these countries have promoted peace. But in other parts of the world, humans have remained barbarians. Do you know where the origin of mankind? The hominid was born in Africa. But the first real men settled in Mesopotamia, so, in the Middle East. A place where women are seen as objects. A place where many terrorist territories live. A place where human intelligence has made no progress and where wealth has only created selfishness that doesn't need to exist at all. What about other parts of the world? Shagli asked. Africa is excusable. It was the Europeans who plundered this continent and who decimated the peoples who were there. Nevertheless, the homophobia that persists there is a problem. And if they refuses to make it disappear, this continent will also have the right to my visit. The United States is the perfect example of the middle ground. This country is trying to resolve world conflicts, but it has many internal problems. Just to think that groups like the Ku Klux Klan continue to live and have admirers makes me want to vomit. Then, she let herself fall on the ground and looking up at the sky, she stared at the sky which was beginning to darken. Every country has its flaws, some have more than others, but they all have flaws. And to fix them, a purge is needed. I don't like that word, Shagli confessed, laying down next to her. The Nazis used it for the Holocaust. And Stalin used it to get rid of his generals. I don't intend to wipe out an inferior human race or my allies lest they decide to betray me, Galadriel retorted. What I want to get rid of is human stupidity. Raising her fist to the sky, she closed it, while affirming, pedophiles, rapists, religious fanatics, terrorists, racists, homophobes, anti-Semites, murderers, by getting rid of them. That do you think that will happen? When you say that, it sounds simple, but don't make me believe that innocent people won't be killed during your purge. There will be, Galadriel affirmed. I'm not perfect. I can't make all the bad people disappear with the snap of a finger. People will try to stop my purge and ally against me. And among them will be good people. Unfortunately, sometimes I can't sort through them and I'd kill thousands of them. There was a moment of silence. I'd rather be honest with you, Galadriel affirmed. But at the same time, instead of hearing my subordinates agree with each of my ideas, I want to talk about it with another person, who would be frank with me. I'm not the right person to talk to about this, Shagli retorted. To hate humans. Sometimes I just want to see them disappear. I think Earth would be better off. So when I hear you say you want to rid us of demons disguised as humans, I want to see this world you want to create. But if you tell someone else, I'm sure that person will tell you that it's not fair. Precisely, you are the perfect person to express your opinion, retorted Galadriel. I would never ask the opinion of a stupid lawyer, who thinks he knows everything about justice, despite being born into a wealthy family. You and the children of this orphanage, you know the dark side humans. It's people like you I want to ask for the world they want. Suddenly, Galadriel was surprised to hear light sobs. Then Shagli grabbed her clothes, before burying her face against her chest. Huh! Who's got it? I'm afraid of myself, Shagli confessed. I don't understand how I can still consider myself sane, when I really want you to exterminate half of humanity. There's no way I'm a good person. In response, Galadriel positioned her hand in front of her forehead and flicked it. Ouch! You're not mean! You're stupid! Worthy of a resident of your country. Huh! Do you know why I consider Europeans smarter than people from other countries? Because they are richer? No! It's because they are never happy and they always complain about anything. Opening and closing her eyelids, Shagli showed that she didn't understand the meaning of her words. Take France and North Korea as an example. In your country, your supreme leader is considered a god and these fellow citizens listen to him without questioning any of his decisions. And criticizing him is out of the question. In France, it's the opposite. Every time the president makes a decision, I can tell you that a lot of people complain. To tell you the truth, it would be almost strange not to hear the French complain, for some reason particular. How does that make them smarter? Simple. They don't allow themselves to be manipulated. They say what they think and shout their opinion. And this is possible in France because there is freedom of expression. That's what makes a good country. living in a country where you have no right to criticize the orders of your president? I would call that living in a nightmare. I could never bear the fact of letting someone control my life and stop me from saying what I want. In fact, I never want to live such a life again. Smiling, she finished. In France, if the president dies, the country could survive by establishing groups of leaders, who will be elected by the majority. In North Korea, if the monarchy suddenly disappears, it would be anarchy throughout the country, because civilians wouldn't be what to do without a leader. Which shows their lack of intelligence. Human beings who can't make decisions for themselves are just worthy of being considered animals. No, in fact, they are objects. Sitting cross-legged, Galadriel asked. Shaglio, who lived in that kind of country, would you like to go back there? Or live in the world I want to create? You explained to me how chaotic our future would be. I don't want to believe you blindly. But for me, it's obvious that nothing good awaits us. I want to see the world you want to create. And above all, looking in the direction of the orphanage, she declared, I want these kids to be able to keep smiling because I love them. Smiling upon hearing this, Galadriel eventually stood up, while declaring, I could never create a perfect world. Because a perfect world means everyone will be equal. To maintain any semblance of peace, Nazarick will be forced to maintain himself above humans. I would make it better. Holding out her hand to Shagli, she questioned her. Do you want to help me create it? Unknowingly, Galadriel released a tiny part of her demonic aura. Still, that was enough for Shagli to feel a shiver inside her, as she felt the difference between Galadriel and her. Galadriel was a higher life form than her, and Shagli was sure she could be trusted. Shagli said, grabbing her hand. Nodding her head, Galadriel looked up at the sky again, before affirming, I'm going to have to go home. Creating a teleportation portal, she declared. Tell the children that I will try to come and see them in a week or two. Shagli began. Looking at the Empress, Shagli said, I've never thanked you for all you've done for me, so Galadriel. Thank you for giving me a reason to live. Turning her back to her, the Empress gave her a simple wave. After all, she didn't consider Shagli a pet or a potential ally. If that was the case, she wouldn't have spoken to her so freely and let her do whatever she wanted without watching her. Shagli was truly an interesting person whom Galadriel wanted to consider her only friend in this world. Seeing the Empress leaving, Shagli was about to return to the orphanage, when she heard voices. Then, 3 silhouettes could be seen in the distance. Well done! A voice roared. Even with a map, you managed to lose us. It's your fault. You're just walking around randomly, not following my directions. Fahahaha. Decidedly, we are not ready to find our crews. Standing still, Shagli saw 3 men walking towards her. Finally, folding a card he was holding, Law greeted the young woman before declaring, We are lost! Can you help us? Damn it! Vlad King growled, as he glared at a newspaper, which openly criticized USJ's defense of the attack the building had suffered. The UA school has never seen such a reaction from the media before, but it was something they expected. It wasn't always that the bad guys openly attacked UA and the school's defense hadn't lived up to its reputation, but the worst part for the professors was realizing that they knew so little about the villains, and the reason for their assault. I couldn't find anything about their identities and backgrounds, I apologize. These 2 seem to be unregistered quirk users. And after what happened, they didn't show up, said Naomesetsukachi, the detective. It's embarrassing, having a man-child who goes on a rampage with a quirk capable of disintegrating anything he touches, and a villain capable of warping. Plus, they managed to get away, despite the information that the pirates gave us on them. Snipe said grimly. Now that they know Mujiwara and his gang are our allies, they might try to be unpredictable. Samantha stated. Who knows what they'll try to do? For her part, Midnight couldn't help but be enraged. She had been informed that someone had dared to usurp her identity, and she was angry that a villain had used her face to deceive his comrades. How did he do it? How does his quirk work? Did he just look at me to copy my physique? Or did he touch me? Asking herself several questions, to try to remember someone who could have behaved strangely towards her, she ends up remembering the woman mummy, who had stolen part of her energy during the Battle of USJ. Did she steal anything other than my energy? Is she now able to transform into me, whenever she wants? For now, I think we can count ourselves lucky that no one died, Niza assured. Besides, this attack may be of enormous benefit to us. Immediately, Midnight looked at him with surprised eyes. However, around her, Her colleagues nodded slightly in understanding what the director meant. Kaido and Big Mom. Ectoplasm stated. Huh? Midnight wondered. Indeed. Nizu agreed. If they are really in our world and if they are more powerful than the pirates we just allied with, then we have to expect the worst. This Kaido might even be as powerful as All Might if he had decided to attack us by surprise. He could have destroyed an entire city, but now that we know of his presence here, we must use the pirates to find out where he is. And what do we do with the world All Might fought against? President Mike asked. Do you think the enemy has several? No idea. We couldn't even capture him. Niza confessed. If that monster managed to escape, who knows what it might do? Besides, the USJ was really damaged. Ectoplasm stated. The term impenetrable will no longer be able to be used to describe us, and it is to be expected that other villains will try to attack us as well. What worries me is the trauma that our students must have gone through. Let's not forget that they had to fight real bad guys that day, and for what we learned after that, we don't know what could have happened if we had arrived late. Niza realized with a sigh. Come to think of it, they attacked believing that their plan and their quirks would be needed to prevail. For what the students say, this Noma was more of a monster than anything, some kind of design. And it was clear they wanted to attack me, so it's not impossible to believe that this Noma thing was created to fight me. All Might said. It could be possible, yes. And the pirates' betrayal took them by surprise, Cementos said. Still, this line of thinking is dangerous, and this Shigaraki Tamura seems to have the behavior of a toddler and believes he can do whatever he wants. We have to be careful. These types of villains are the most dangerous of all. Everyone seemed to agree. Suddenly, a secretary entered the room, looking breathless and tense. What's up? Asked Vlad King. Sorry, but we have a visitor, said the poor young woman. This is Miss Nazarik's father. Hearing this, Niza took a deep breath, before bracing himself for a confrontation that was inevitable. Let him in. A few minutes later, the secretary returned with Galadriel's father, who introduced himself to the heroes. What they saw was an old man, white-haired, with an immaculate beard, strong gray eyes and a hollow face. All Might met many people in his life, whose power he could judge at a glance and recognize powerful people. Exceptional people whose bodies can inject raw power and intimidation into anyone before them. And this man in front of him, he seemed to be one of those individuals. Next to Mr. Nazarik, a beautiful blonde girl was standing. If All Might was being honest, the sex appeal this woman displayed was dangerous. She wore a tight suit that showed off her impressive curves and breasts. But even beyond that marvelous body, her face displays a polite fake smile. Still, All Might and Niza didn't let that shock them. All Might is the first to rise, walking towards the old man, who only seems to be staring at him, looking at him and every detail on his face. He bowed respectfully. Mr. Nazarik, please allow me to apologize on behalf of AU and the pro-heroes of this school, All Might said. Mr. Nazarik stood there watching the number one hero bow to him. From Niza's perspective, the old man seems to be thinking about what All Might said. But he can't know for sure. Please, Mr. All Might, I did not come here to blame what is happening, Mr. Nazarik said with a sweet smile. This caused confusion for All Might and Niza. But your daughter is in the hospital, she could have died, All Might said. But she didn't, and my daughter is more than capable of knowing her limits, and she acted on her beliefs, Mr. Nazarik said in a soft voice. What do you mean, Mr. Nazarik? Niza asked. It seems that my daughter got hurt trying to protect one of her comrades. My daughter has always been someone who will sacrifice herself for the good of others. She has always been like that, even since she is a child. So please don't apologize for something you had no control over, Nazarik said. Yet it is a teacher's duty to protect students. It was our duty to look after everyone, and we are failing. Please accept our apologies, All Might said once again. Okay, if that's why you want it. I accept the apology, Mr. Nazarik said in a stern voice. Mr. Nazarik, I'm sorry if this isn't the right place to meet. But please tell us what brought you here. I hope the situation with Miss Nazarik is under control, Niza said, making Mr. Nazarik smile. My daughter is fine, I'm glad she's still studying here. And tomorrow she'll join her classmates. Niza relaxed, as did All Might. We're happy to hear that, Niza said. But of course I also wanted to know more about who is responsible for this incident. Mr. Nazarick said in an icy voice. His voice made Niza shiver. How many are there? What are their names? What was their purpose? Mr. Nazarick asked. Are there possibilities for them to attack in the near future? Both did not know how to answer this question. It could happen again. We don't know, Mr. Nazarick, All Might replied. The possibilities are always there, we can. To answer this question, Mr. Nazarick, we hope you understand that we still need some time, Niza said. I understand, unfortunately, Mr. Nazarick said with a big sigh. Nazarick, you should be proud of young Miss Nazarick. She's already proven herself worthy of being a hero, and I'm sure this incident will make her stronger, All Might said, puffing out his chest. I'm proud of her, she's someone special for us. Even among the other members of Nazarick, she's someone who brings out the best in us, unfortunately. Her quirk puts her through a heavy toll, Mr. Nazarick said dramatically. We have heard reports about this, from Professor Aizawa. If there is anything you could tell us about his quirks, and how detrimental it is to him, please, it might come in handy if anything happens to him, Niza said. Isn't his quirk lowering his energy? But something else, said Mr. Nazarick, pausing for a moment. Both seem intrigued to know more. They don't realize that Mr. Nazarick seems to have forgotten something. Or made a mistake. What do you mean? Niza asked. It's a family secret, sorry. I can't talk about it. It's very sensitive information that involves my daughter and my wife. Something special in their blood, and in their being. Ms. Nazarick in a serious voice. Niza and All Might nodded. We understand, All Might said. He understood better than most the delicacy of keeping secrets. And even though he's curious to know more about this family, he won't push things, and for what he feels deep inside even, he will prefer not to know what this secret is. They continued to talk for a good hour, making All Might happy to know more about this powerful man. For what he noticed, he was a good father and husband. The way he talks about his daughter and how important it is to do the right thing made him smile. Hearing the words, saving someone in trouble is common sense, made them happy. I have to admit, All Might, I was actually curious to meet a hero like you, even in Europe. We know you, and people look up to you with joy and hope, Mr. Nazarick said with a sweet smile. I do what I can. I have made up my mind since the moment I took on this cloak of the symbol of justice, to help the innocent and bring peace to the people of this world. I have the power to change, to do good. That's why I'll keep doing this until I'm out of energy, All Might said. Those who don't save the weak can't call themselves strong, Mr. Nazarick said, nodding respectfully. Exactly. While chatting, they seemed to ignore the blonde girl who seems to prefer to be somewhere else. I'm glad my daughter has someone like you teaching her what it takes to be a true hero, Mr. Nazarick said, smiling proudly. There's more I'd like to discuss, but I think that would be for another day. If that's okay with you, of course, Mr. Nazarick said. We would be happy to have you. Please feel free to contact us anytime, Niza said. Thank you, Headmaster Niza. And All Might, thank you too. All Might just laughs, as always. No problem at all. Hope we can meet later. All Might said that they both gave a handshake, and the number one hero notices how strong this man is. Maybe they both share a similar quirk. Something about physical power, or something like that. No old man would look so strong. All Might looked at the muscles under this man's suit. They are as big as his. And those eyes aren't normal either. They're hard as steel, deep in something he didn't understand. There's a softness around him, a natural aura of someone admiring something, a guide, a servant. All Might didn't want to think too much about what this man was, but there is something he is sure of. And do the two share a similar outlook on life, as a sort of ideology? An idea that the so-called Mr. Nazarick also shares on some level. As he bids farewell, the white-haired men sigh, as he walks out of the conference room. However, stopping in front of the door, he eventually turns around, while declaring, By the way, I heard a certain rumor. It seems that my daughter and her comrades were saved by a group of rebels. Is that true? Having preferred that this news not be heard outside of the school, Niza began to stutter. It's not about rebels. It's about our new recruits to the school. They'll keep the school safe. Oh? Really? In that case, on my next visit, I would like to meet them to thank them for what they have done. Then he left with the blonde woman. At the end of the day, he did what he had to do. Even though his performance wasn't the best. He will have to improve in this area. Lord Seabass, we must inform Our Lady that we have made first contact, Solution said. Furthermore, we have confirmation that Mujiwara and his gang will remain at this school. We must be grateful that we can follow Galadriel-sama's orders, Seabass said. And we also need to improve our acting. Our Lady wanted us to act like it. We need to make sure people see us as a real family. How did I behave? Sebastian asked. Better than last time, from my humble opinion, Solution said with a smile. I don't want to make the same mistakes I made in Germany, Seabass said seriously. I believe you've improved a lot, Lord Seabass. I can't say the same for my sisters, though. Nabril and Yuri seem to be having a lot of trouble doing the right thing, Solution said smiling. Nabril keeps messing up her lines, and how to call Our Lady correctly. She has to act as the older sister, and Yuri seems embarrassed to act as my sister and Our Lady's aunt, Seabass said, with a beaming smile on his face. We have to improve too. We can't disappoint Our Lady, said Solution devoutly. We have to do our best, but before we go back to Nazarick, Our Lady wanted us to buy something called Funko Pop and some toys, Seabass said, pulling out the list of things his lady wants. Our Lady also wanted a bag of chocolates, some white chocolate and some little chocolates called Kisses, Solution said. We have to go fast. Our Lady would like to have her chocolates quickly, Seabass said, and the two of them dutifully went to get chocolates and toys for their lady. Class 1A. Class 1A was faced with the other classes including General Studies, Support Class, and the other hero class from their attack. They got a ton of attention, and it left everyone feeling like the situation got worse when Bakugo kept insulting everyone there. Laughing at all this, Ashido leaned against the window and heaved a sigh, while staring outside. Do you have a problem, Ribbit? Ajri questioned. Gali has been in the hospital for 3 days. I miss her. Do you want to visit her? I tried, but the nurses told me she needed to rest and I couldn't see her. Hearing this, Midoriya couldn't help but feel nervous. Remembering perfectly the moment when the girl had protected him from death Nomu, the boy clenched his fists, while being afraid to see that Galadriel's condition was worse than what the teachers had told them. Is she really going to recover this week? Still looking out the window, Ashido suddenly saw a car pull up in front of the school gate. Then, 4 individuals came out. The UA kids got the most confused look when the Thaw saw a dark-haired, straw-hatted teenager wearing a gift-typical UA shirt and shorts, an adult with green hair, a scar in his eyes wearing a blue shirt and pants, a dark-haired woman with purple's clothes, and finally a little reindeer man with a polka-dot uniform and yellow-blue knew who they were, except for 1A. Finally! Zoro rejoiced, stretching. Damn hospital, I hated staying there. That's not the impression I got when you slept for 3 days, Chopper asserted. Shrugging, Zoro looked at the many buildings of UA, before declaring, hopefully they have a good practice room. Next to the duo, Robin chuckled before declaring, the fact that you already want to train, and proof that you are in great shape. Let's just say I have a score to settle with all for one. Then, thinking of another person, Zoro had completely ejected Aura from his mind, to focus only on Cocytus. This Gie might be interesting to fight. For his part, putting his arm around Zoro's shoulders, Luffy laughed, while declaring, this is a great place. It's a lot better than Miss Guy's bar. Mujiwara? Ashido wondered, as it was the first time the pirates showed up. Entering the schoolyard, the foursome headed towards Nisa's office while the principal wanted to speak with Zoro. Positioning themselves in front of the windows, the students of Class 1A saw the people with whom they had fought against the villains. What are they doing here? Sato asked. Do you think these are new heroes? Siro suggested. I've never heard of them. Ida affirmed. Still, they are incredibly powerful, Ribbit, Ajri assured. Looking at the pirates, Midoriya suddenly left the class. Hey, what's going on here? Said a child's voice. Step aside, the hallways are for walking, not chatting, said a more angry voice. All the students saw the source of these calls and were confused. Zoro, be nicer to them, Robin advised him. Let's avoid having negative complaints against us. I hate being looked at like I'm a freak. The man growled. It's over. But what are you doing here? Izuka said, trying to be social. We stay here until we get home. So you're gonna see us here for a while? Luffy said with a smile. What? Izuka wondered. At that moment, other high school students from his class arrived. Hey, hi guys! Kirishima shouted. It's nice to see you again, all of you. I would like to take advantage of your presence here to thank you, Ida affirmed, bowing to the 4 pirates. As a class representative, I thank you for saving us. You were so cool. Toru agreed. Glad to have helped you. Chopper affirmed. For his part, annoyed to be surrounded by high school students, Zoro continued on his way. I don't care about your thanks. In any case, don't count on us to save you every time. We are not like your heroes. If you want to feel protected, quickly learn to defend yourself. Hearing this, and seeing him display an angry expression, several students moved out of his way. However, some looked at him with admiration. He's so cool. Kirishima affirmed. That's a real man. Tokoyami assured. He's not someone who will let himself be stepped on. Jiro agreed. For his part, listening to them, Bakugo began to growl. For him, these pirates were not that impressive. And therefore, he positioned himself in front of Zoro, and began to stare at him. Stopping, the swordsman looked down at him, before asking him, What do you want? Bakugo just growled and looked threatening. And immediately, there was a sort of battle between their auras. Yet, when he was used to scaring anyone, Bakugo had a strange feeling. Standing perfectly straight, and just staring at him, Zoro didn't move a muscle. Nevertheless, Bakugo felt like his aura was being dispersed by Zoro's. It was like comparing the ferocity of a pit bull against the power of a dragon. Growling in displeasure, Bakugo ended up stepping aside. Seeing him do this, Zoro walked past him. Nevertheless, seeming to understand the boy's personality, he questioned him. You're just a rooster who thinks he's the king of his barnyard, but has never seen the outside world. Hearing this, veins of rage appeared on his face, as the other pirates walked past him. What's wrong with him? Luffy asked. It looks like someone is considering Zoro as a potential enemy. Robin affirmed. TSSS, it's just a runt. Zoro affirmed. A runt with a big mouth. Seeing them leave, the other students seemed surprised at what they had come to see. That guy just made Bakugo back down. Kaminari said confused. That guy felt like I saw an aura of death around him. Mina said. I would never try to make him angry. This guy is a psycho, I'm telling you. He's going to kill us all, said Mineta, trying to hide behind Yairosa. Tsuya sees this action and hits him with her tongue. Luffy-kun is a very kind person. Are you sure, Ajiri? Asked Uraraka. Yeah. I've only met him once, but I've only seen good things about him. She says. Well, if Tsuya trusts him, I trust him too. What do you think, Deku? Uraraka said. Mr. Luffy is a good person, said Izuku, smiling at Luffy, who was just having fun. Yet, to his surprise, he saw Ochako undecided as she walked away. Uraraka? Moving away from the other students, the young girl had her gaze lowered, while she trembled with fear. Thinking back to USJ, she vividly remembered Regina's gaze as her claws landed on the back of her neck. Never had the girl felt a more intense fear than this. And that fear, she didn't want to face him anymore. So she had a question. Am I cut out to be a hero? Sanji was heading to his temporary apartment, which he shared with the rest of the pirates. You had to admit, it was much more comfortable and luxurious than the basement they were staying in with All for One and the others. And above all, compared to before, we have the right to go out whenever we want. Coming back from the supermarket, he was carrying bags of groceries, with which he planned to make a delicious dinner for tonight. As far as he is concerned, he and the crew are free here, unless Luffy breaks the rules, which was not impossible. For the moment, our situation has improved somewhat. Nevertheless, will Niza have more luck in finding a way to bring us home? Arriving near Yue, he suddenly spotted the same child with white and red hair he had encountered during the Battle of USJ. Taking a few seconds to remember the boy's name, he finally called him. Hey, Shoto, said Sanji with a cigarette. Huh? Sanji-san. Shoto said, genuinely surprised by that. How are you? Sanji asked. Good, but what are you doing here? Shoto said. Go shopping to buy food, he said to him. After all, I am cooking for 10 people, so what Mujiwara said was true. The boy understood. Are you really going to move in next door to Yue? It's only temporary. I hope so, anyway. Besides, Luffy eats more than 10 people, so Yue will have to spend a lot of money, said Sanji, laughing. Why are you following this guy? Shouldn't you be working in a restaurant or something? Shoto asked, confused. He knew Luffy was strong, but he still wasn't impressed with him. Unlike Frankie or Jinbe, he was much smaller, younger, and less charismatic. Kid, you don't know Luffy's kindness. If you knew what he did for me, you would also follow him, Sanji said. I doubt it. He might be strong and able to handle a close combat with All Might, but he has the mind of a kindergartner. Shoto said. You are right, said Sanji, smiling. Hearing him approving his words rather than angering him, Todoroki raised his eyebrow. Finally he said, your whole group, it's like a mystery. Just like Nazarick and Midoriya. Shoto said, whispering the last part. Who? Sanji said. Nothing. Sanji still feels that the kid looks anxious and somewhat tired. It was the end of the day, and he should relax. Why are you all tense? Your whole class is over. Should you be happy to go home? Asked Sanji. Yeah, home. Hey, how are you? Do you need to talk? Sanji asked, but Shoto only backed away. Leave me alone. Tells him. Huh? Sanji said, confused. I still don't trust you and your allies. And if I were you, I would stay away from me. The people who care for me are powerful. I don't want them to hurt you. Shoto said, trying to be scary, but it was unsuccessful with Sanji. I'm not scared. Sanji said, completely serious, but you should. Shoto said, hurriedly leaving Sanji and heading to the train station. Sanji only saw the child and was a bit confused about what had just happened. He puffed out a puff of smoke and said, strange kid. Being in his office, Niza had seen Zoro, Chopper and Luffy leave the room, while planning to go for a walk and find a place to eat. Left alone with the director, Robin declared, I hope the interview with Zoro went well. Let's say he knew how to be scary when he said he hoped for no betrayal from us. Then, looking pensive, the headmaster made sure no one was in the hallway, while he wanted to ask a question. Can I ask you something? Sure. Why is your captain pretending to be stupid? Niza asked. Sorry? Robin asked, feeling a bead of sweat appear on the back of her head. Based on the interviews, I noticed that Monkey D. Luffy seems to be the least intelligent of you. However, given your personalities, I don't think a group like you would decide to stay under the man like him. This time Robin gave a small, amused smile as she asked, and you, Niza-san? Are you a smart person? Yes. I think so. In that case, I advise you to find the answer to your question by yourself. Robin advised him, while getting up from her chair. And maybe you'll even ask Luffy to work under him. Nazarick. Galadriel had appeared on the 9th level of Nazarick. Stepping forward, she let her waist rise slightly, while her face took on a much more mature look. Then, her clothes were replaced by much more royal clothes. Her gaze turned cold. Horns appeared on her head, and black wings came out from her back. Within seconds, the young girl who had visited an orphanage and had been entertaining a group of children had been replaced by the Empress of Nazarick. Continuing to walk, while letting part of her demonic aura surround her, Galadriel finally stopped, seeing 3 people kneeling in front of her. Welcome back to Nazarick, Galadriel-sama. Albedo, Demiurge and Pandora's actor said. Giving a small nod, Galadriel then made a sweeping movement with her arm that created a draft, snapping the cloak she was currently wearing. Guardians of Nazarick, who am I? You are Galadriel-sama, one of the 41 supreme beings of Nazarick. Demiurge assured. And of them, you are the only one left to protect Nazarick's tomb and all that resides within. Albedo continued. And soon you too will become the Empress of this world. Pandora's actor assured, striking a theatrical pose. Nodding, Galadriel affirmed. Indeed, by the way, the day of the purge is fast approaching. Have you gathered everything I asked of you? Of course. Demiurge assured, creating a magic circle on the ground. Plunging his arm into it, he pulled it out while holding a huge book. Here are all of our future targets, my lady. And as you predicted, if all of these people die, chaos will descend upon this entire planet. Humans, foolish as they are, will find themselves destitute and defenseless. And then if Nazarick appears, you may as well slaughter them as rule them. Demiurge's complete slaughter of humans doesn't interest me. A person of my greatness needs to be admired by an enormous people. To live in a world where only Nazarick would live would become a bore. It is true that many residents of Nazarick would be saddened by the disappearance of humans. Albedo approved with a soft smile. After all, they are an inexhaustible source of food or entertainment. Without their fresh blood, Shaltir would be even more annoying, not to mention that my experiments with them are much more interesting now that their quirks make them very different from each other. I don't feel any fatigue dissecting them to study them. By the way, Galadriel-sama, if this interests you, I have finished writing my 3rd volume bringing together all the information gathered on the effects of torture on humans, which differs from one quirk to another. I'll think about taking a look. Galadriel assured him, knowing in advance that she probably never will. It will be a huge honor, ma'am. Galadriel-sama, when do you want the purge to start? asked Albedo. No need to rush things, darling, assures Galadriel, while creating a hologram of the planet. Furthermore, this conquest will not be quick. If we cause huge panics in a short period of time, people will understand that we are responsible for it. We must act with delicacy and know how to disarm a country while leaving people and name another as the culprit. Having fun staring at her fake globe, while seeing the countries disappearing one after the other, she assured. By targeting our targets, while avoiding unnecessary mass killings or genocide, we will take advantage of the tension between countries to weaken them. Then, we will ally with certain countries to take possession of enemy territories and be seen as heroes, and I think other countries will join us willingly. I understand, my lady, Albedo assured. Nevertheless, if I may, can I tell you about the survivors? During your speeches, to explain to us what the purges will be and the consequences they will have, you made it perfectly clear to us to spare the children as much as possible. Nevertheless, by doing so, knowing that surely millions of adults are going to die during this purge, don't you think that too many children to manage for few adults will only bring problems to the governments you intend to create to replace the old ones? No way, Galadriel retorted. Simply because Nazarick will take care of them. Thinking then of the children with whom she had played, she assured. Humans are stupid, but children don't have to pay for their parents' stupidity. By sparing them, we'll make them survivors. And by caring for them, we'll make them a people. One people who will support Nazarick and who will become our soldiers. Soldiers? Pandora repeated. Do you think an enemy will come to us after the purge? Chuckling then, Demiurge properly puts his glasses back on his nose, while declaring, Pandora, I can understand that Shaltir or Cocytus aren't thinking about that, but don't tell me you haven't thought about Galadriel Sama's future plans. Yes, the conquest of this planet is only one step, Albedo assured. Crushing the fake globe in her hands, Galadriel declared, For the moment, I confess that I am unable to explain how we were teleported to this planet. Nevertheless, our presence here and that of Mujiwara is definitive proof that the multiverse exists, and that it is possible to travel from a planet to another. Extending her smile, she declared, This planet won't be the only one to know my name. You will also complete the conquest of our old planet and conquer Mujiwara's. Demiurge understood. At that moment, Galadriel's smile is gone, surprising her servants. Galadriel-sama? In truth, Demiurge, this is only a secondary objective. A secondary objective? There was a silence. Then, finally Galadriel declares, There is another place I want to go with this. I want Nazarick to go to the planet where the Supreme Beings reside. The Plaintoff are creators? Albedo understood. Yes. All of you, as I told you before, your creators have never abandoned you. They have problems, serious problems. And I never had the strength to help them. Then, closing her fist, she finally declares, But it's over now. I am no longer the former woman I was. With my current strength, I can now help them, and when we find a way to travel across the multiverse, I will promise you, Solemn, to spend my life finding a way to reunite you with your creators. And together, we will save this sick universe. Hearing this, Demiurge's tail touched the ground, while a tear rolled down his cheeks. Galadriel-sama, quickly wiping his eyes with his arm, he bowed to her. I promise you. I swear to help you, even if I have to sacrifice my life for it. For if I know that my sacrifice will allow the 41 Supreme Beings to be reunited, I will find eternal peace. Galadriel-sama, thank you for caring so much about our well-being, Albedo said. And we will help you to be able to save our creators. My Leawadi, I could only be proud to help you too. You are right, the universe can only belong to the Supreme Beings. Nodding her head, Galadriel asked next, Have you succeeded in your missions in Russia and the United States? Of course, Albedo assured. We managed to steal 5 nuclear warheads from each of these 2 countries. They have so many that none of these countries seem to have noticed their disappearance, Demiurge stated. I especially think that they dare not say that they were stolen, retorted Galadriel-sama. 10 nuclear warheads that suddenly disappeared? This is likely to trigger panic. Then, smiling, she said, In a week, we will attack our first target. What will it be? Asked Albedo. Immediately thinking of Shagley, Galadriel replied, North Korea. The next day, Galadriel moved closer to the classroom as her little vacation had come to an end. Now was the time for her to get over it and move on to the next part of the plan. A plan that she knew only in small details, but that she will never admit. She hoped that the week she had left could allow her to finish it completely. She used bandages on her arm and leg for appearance reasons. And she was already practicing saying something to the rest of the young students about what happened to her that day, if they asked her. She honestly hoped not, but she was ready. But when she was in front of the door, she heard, "Shut up, Deku! I told you I didn't need your help." But Kaken, Galadriel sighed, hearing those voices again. Everyone seemed impatient today, like they were excited about something. She didn't know what turned them on, but she guessed that soon she would find out. She slowly opened the door and everyone fell silent. Galadriel just stands there, looking a bit startled by each of them. "Yua, why are they looking at me like that?" Galadriel thought. "Golly!" The pink girl practically throws herself at Galadriel. "Pinky, my body is still sore," Galadriel said with a smile. "Sorry," Ashido said with tears in her eyes. "Since when does she care about me so much? I wonder if I'm her crush or what, or maybe she considers me a friend. I wonder if I can use her later. She can prove useful in increasing my name in the long run, among other things," thought Galadriel. "Galadriel, you are back with us!" Uraraka exclaimed like the rest of the students. "Miss Nazarick, I should have helped you," said Tenya. "You were so manly," Kirishima said. "You made a really brilliant start." Galadriel didn't really understand what they were talking about, and honestly, she didn't really care. It was clear to her that she had fought the group of villains twice. Nevertheless, it had seemed to him that everyone was rather attracted by the exploits of the pirates and All Might. Galadriel never lived her youth as a normal teenager would. So she didn't understand why these three were having conflicting thoughts, and maybe it's better that she doesn't know, because it would get her in trouble and them too. As the day went on, she could feel everyone's eyes on her, and that makes her very uncomfortable. She could only sigh and hope nothing out of the ordinary happened. "Golly, you are popular," Ashido said once the fourth period was over. "Popular?" Galadriel asked. "Everyone knows your name," Hagakure exclaimed. "And why?" Galadriel requested the plot by her. "Haven't you watched the news about the incident? Your name is pretty well known by now," Yayarosa said, amazed at the white-haired girl's confused look. She had no idea what she was talking about. "I was in the hospital, so," Galadriel spoke the truth. She paid no attention to anything outside of her books, video games, and food. Because of the bad press it might have brought them, the heroes decided to put aside the help that Mujiwara and the others gave them, Kirishima said. "As a result, they highlighted each of your exploits." "My exploits? Of course," Zero said. "After all, you fought those guys bravely and stood up to them while protecting Aizawa-sensei. You are so famous now. They call you a prodigy, a superhero in the making," Ashido said excitedly for her new best friend. "I didn't know that," Galadriel whispered. "I haven't heard anything about it. Is it recently? Why did nobody in Nazarick warn me? How should I use this newfound fame?" "Well, that's good news overall. I have to think about it," Galadriel thought. Nazarick-san?" Turning, Galadriel saw Midoriya behind her, while the boy looked down and scratched the back of his neck. "Tu wanted to apologize." "About what? You ended up being hurt by wanting to protect me." "Oh? It's nothing." "No, I can't let you say that," Midoriya retorted. "I mean, even if you wouldn't have died, I could never have forgiven myself if I had heard that your injuries would have prevented you from becoming a hero." With a single weary sigh, Galadriel retorted. "It's not like it was your fault. And sincerely, I hope you would have been smart and become a hero in order to get revenge on me by stopping those guys." Nevertheless, patting his head, she declared, "I hope you will save me when I am in danger." "Of course," the boy shouted. Seeing a problem solved, Galadriel sat down in a chair. "I hope being popular doesn't become a problem. Truly, there are a lot of people waiting to see what you can do at the sports festival," said the invisible girl. "A sports festival? Oh, it's a school after all. Yeah, the biggest event of the year where all the pro-hero agencies are scouring possible new big names," Zero said. "Now that sounds interesting. A place to scout for new talent. I think it would be a good place to see if there's anything worthwhile in this school," Galadriel thought. Then, looking out the window, she saw a group of people gathering outside the gate, and Galadriel could hear the moans of the rest of the students. "Tenya seems annoyed to have to deal with this again." "They are still there," said Uraraka. "Well, it can't be helped, since Gali is here now. Obviously they want to meet her," Ashido said. "What do you mean by that?" Galadriel asked. "They want a ing autograph from you," Bakugo shouted. Galadriel didn't know what else to say. "Everyone seems to only care about you," Bakugo hissed. Are you jealous or what, Kid Bomb? Galadriel teased. I'm not jealous, bitch. The Bomb Kid replied. Miss Nazarick. Galadriel saw Todoroki standing next to her, looking her directly in the eye. Todoroki, what can I do for you? Galadriel asked, looking at him suspiciously. He doesn't say anything for a few seconds. Are your arm and leg healed? He asked. Galadriel stared at him, wondering why he had asked something like that. Maybe he wanted to know if she could move properly or if she had a weakness. She didn't know, but her paranoia wouldn't allow her to think of anything else. They're fine, the doctors say everything will be fine in a few days, Galadriel said. Good to know, Todoroki said, leaving her too confused. Strange child. Galadriel thought. You are the target of a lot of people here, Gali. They see you as the strongest in the school and the first place closets. They clearly see you as an obstacle. Ashido said. I see, that's interesting. Galadriel muttered. Galadriel thought maybe she could use this to her advantage. Being a wall to others might come in handy. As she pondered this, Galadriel failed to notice Midoriya watching her. In fact, Galadriel had no idea how much her presence would change things in the outside world. Especially with some villains. She is now the main target for them, and for the leader of this group, she is something he wants. But school life will bring her new challenges, and she hopes she can prepare for them. The Straw Hats had been busy the past few days in UA and Japan touring. Luffy had the most fun when he used his phone to find many restaurants specializing in cooking meat on a street. Zoro loves the number of kind boos in this world, but it was a shame they didn't come in barrels, so he had to improvise. He also discovered so many gyms with giant weights to lift. So many people were impressed with him. Guys wanted him to tell his secret. Women came to flirt with him, but Zoro just ignored them. Now he must know more about the swords of this world. Nami had fallen in love with something called a credit card. Apparently you put all your money in this plastic thing, and it will pass. She bought so many clothes, shoes and accessories. She will need to have a new closet when she comes back. Usopp loved the many styles of guns they have in this U. Forbade him to have a kid-lethal weapon. They weren't counting on his intelligence. He has so many goofy things to turn into ammunition that they will never suspect. Sanji discovered so many new recipes through the internet, and so much when they go to eat in restaurants, and he said the food was awful. He challenged the cook of the place to a show many times, emerged victorious. Also, he felt in love with how this world's sub-heroines had many tight clothes and skirts. He could see the right places at the best time. Chopper had been taken care of by Recovery Girl and had been a lot of the youth also liked to have tea with her Nizu, and there was so much medical drama. He always likes to point out how these guys are too weird to be doctors. Robin had become more or less alive in the library. But also with the fast internet access she had the information of 1,000 words under her palm. She had to admit it was so cool to read book after book about history, heroes, and read about All for One, the Meta Liberation Army, and the peerless thief Aji Harema. And while these guys were bad, they wouldn't mind a candle to their villains. Frankie had a lot to do, had given him and Usopp access to the support room, full of gadgets and other wonderful mechanics. He wanted to thank UA by making them and authentically battle Frankie with his signature loader. At first was so weird by this guy, but he showed he was a disbeliever, only wishing the Sunny was there so he could add this cool tech and advanced. Brooke had been busy making a splash online. Luff and Chopper came up with the idea of posting Brooke singing online and caught fire. Thousands of views, many comments, fans and followers. Brooke would post a video every week with his bone jokes and heartfelt mannerisms. Luffy and Chopper loved seeing people's reactions to his songs. They were so funny. And finally, Jinbei had left the group for 2 whole days to go to the ocean, in order to be able to recharge his batteries, surrounded by the ocean currents. Unfortunately, he saw how the water quality was much worse than that of his world, due to pollution. Moreover, the oceans of this world seemed to contain much less biodiversity. However, the group had been reunited again in Nisa's office, the day before the school's sporting event. Having explained to them what it was about, the director had asked them to be part of the security during the event, showing that he expected All for One to decide to attack them again. A sporting event? Luffy and Zoro said. Can we participate? No, it's only for students. Besides, I'm afraid you're making me more trouble than the villains themselves. He thought. I think you'll get bored fighting ordinary high schoolers. They're nowhere near the strength of pro heroes. Spent the day roaming the stands and attending sporting events? Usopp repeated. There is worse work. Me, as long as I get paid, I'm okay. Nami affirmed. Just, the mouse said, with a bead of sweat on the back of his head. Could I tell you about your expenses? Seeing them, our treasurer tore his hair out. Ah! Nami suddenly shouted, pointing at something behind him. Huh! Niza wondered, turning around in reflex. Seeing nothing behind his seat, the director turned to the pirates and noticed immediately that he was now alone in his office, while the door was wide open. Sighing, he wondered, how could I be fooled by something so stupid? Thanks for watching this video. You really enjoy this video. Like, subscribe, and comment down below, and turn on that bell notification. Don't forget to support and follow Raptor10 for writing that awesome fanfic, and also make sure to comment on this story, link in the description. See you in the next video. Goodbye.